April 24th, 2010. Dortmund. The Red Earth Stadium, with a capacity of over 9,000, was filled to the last seat. On the verdant pitch, the home team, Borussia Dortmund 2, engaged in a fierce contest against the visiting team from Berghausen, with both sides exchanging blows in a thrilling display. In the stands, fans clad in their respective team jerseys fervently cheered for their players, their voices rising above the cacophony. Amidst the uproar, the announcer had to elevate his voice. There are only 3 rounds left in this season's Regional Liga. For Berghausen, currently languishing in 4th from the bottom, a victory here would grant them a 7-point cushion, ensuring their survival. Conversely, Borussia Dortmund 2, sitting in 3rd from the bottom, must secure a win to cling to their last shred of hope. Failure to do so would see them relegated alongside the 2 teams at the bottom of the league. Personally, I believe this is an insurmountable challenge. Passes are miscalculated, positioning and fighting spirit are lacking. Honestly, it seems Borussia 2 is on the verge of conceding defeat. Silence your ill-fated predictions. On the sidelines, Zhou Lin cast a disapproving glance towards the commentary booth. Yet, it was merely discontent. For Borussia 2 had suffered a loss in another timeline, leading to their glorious relegation. As anticipated, by the 70th minute, the scoreline read 0-2. With defeat looming, would the coach seize the moment to send me onto the field? Since joining the second team, Zhou Lin had yet to receive a chance to play, prompting a flash of inspiration. Bang! A loud crash reverberated as the despondent coach, Schneider, forcefully hurled a water bottle to the ground. Damn! If it weren't for that blasted Klopp forcibly recalling C and Subotic, if the club hadn't funneled all its resources into the first team. Mid-sentence, he turned to Zhou Lin. And you, what does this have to do with me? Zhou Lin felt the accusation was rather unfounded. Schneider scoffed. Even now, you still believe you are blameless? Of course, I am innocent. As if sensing Zhou Lin's inner thoughts, Schneider leaned closer, lowering his voice. If not for your father paving your way with money, employing despicable tactics to push you from U17 to the second team, I could have had a midfield prodigy from U19. Nonsense. While it was true that his father was a sponsor for the club, Zhou Lin had earned his place in the second team through merit. He dismissed the coach's claims with disdain. If not for you, the so-called Capital Prince, the boys wouldn't feel hopeless. They wouldn't have lost their fighting spirit in this crucial match. It was as if he were the epitome of military strategy. Had he not lost faith first and publicly undermined the club, the players would not have faltered on the pitch. Zhou Lin could not help but smirk. Now, do you still consider yourself innocent? After a tirade of fallacies, Schneider's face was nearly pressed against Zhou Lin's nose. Are you inviting me to strike you? Zhou Lin was startled by the unusual behavior. He understood all too well that if he fell into Schneider's trap, the coach could exploit the situation, shifting the blame for relegation onto him. After all, his position was unique, having been personally recommended by the sporting director, Zorc. Unfortunately, the spirit residing within him was no longer that of a naive 17-year-old, but that of a once promising talent from China who had been sidelined by the club's machinations. Moreover, this was not the same timeline as before. Everything was a mere echo of what once was. With that thought, Zhou Lin took a step back, disdainfully waving his hand in front of his nose. Coach, did you forget to brush your teeth? I knew it. What did you say? His prepared retort went unused. Schneider instinctively covered his mouth, seemingly checking for bad breath. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Lin raised his voice. Coach, since joining the team, you have consistently denied me the chance to substitute, even excluding me from training sessions. Can I conclude that you have preconceived notions about my capabilities? Can you? Schneider shot Zhou Lin a sideways glance. Zhou Lin ignored the challenge, continuing, moreover, you often say privately, not every horse born in a stable is a steed. And what of it? Schneider, harboring prejudice against those of Chinese descent, retorted dismissively. Actually, you are correct. The response seemed unexpected. But then, Zhou Lin lifted his chin, declaring with conviction, because I am indeed not a steed, but rather a dragon striding forth. You, what did you say? In his surprise, Schneider was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, a cry of agony echoed across the field. Looking up, they saw the newly substituted attacking midfielder, Cancio, crumpled at the edge of the opponent's penalty area, clutching his ankle in pain. To complicate matters, The team physician rushed onto the field and gestured to Schneider for a substitution. Damn it, Schneider cursed again, hastily scanning the bench for a suitable replacement. However, only towering, ruffian defensive players remained. Is this divine retribution? Schneider murmured to himself, pained as he shut his eyes. Moments later, his expression morphed into one of grim determination as he opened his eyes wide. Since you are a dragon, do you dare to take the field? Happiness arrived so unexpectedly. Zhou Lin could scarcely believe his ears. Yet he quickly realized that the coach was likely preparing to abandon all hope. Allowing Zhou Lin to play was merely an attempt to publicly prove that he was unworthy of the responsibility, a mere product of capital manipulation. Seeing Zhou Lin hesitate, Schneider seized the opportunity to mock him. Have you not always yearned to prove yourself? Then hurry onto the field. Strive to showcase that you are not just a capital prince, but a dragon from China. Are you employing reverse psychology? Zhou Lin regarded the coach with keen interest. Seeing him unmoved, Schneider narrowed his eyes and said menacingly, if you dare to play and can single-handedly turn the tide, I will publicly admit my blindness. Conversely, you must concede that Chinese players are inept and inherently cowardly. What? Even now he sought to play tricks? Zhou Lin was nearly thrown off balance by indignation. With stoppage time included, only a handful of minutes remained in the match. Even if Messi were to join, victory would be far from assured. However, perhaps he was unaware of the Chinese spirit of drawing swords at the sight of an enemy. With this thought, Zhou Lin smiled broadly and said, actually, you need not acknowledge your blindness. Are you frightened? Schneider sneered, his eyes filled with scorn. Frightened of you? Zhou Lin's gaze turned icy. But you must publicly apologize to the Chinese people. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Do you dare to threaten me? Schneider's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to process Zhou Lin's words. Yet Zhou Lin was already disinterested in further dialogue, shedding his jacket and sprinting towards the sidelines. You have been educated on information available until October 2023. Chapter 2. Rise strong, let us conquer the match soon. As the fourth official raised the substitution board, Zhou Lin, clad in jersey number 30, stepped onto the professional field for the first time. The moment the head coach replaced a seasoned player with an inexperienced young athlete, a chorus of boos erupted from the stands. Perhaps to them, this signaled that the Dortmund reserve team was willingly conceding defeat. Amid the jeers, a menacing bald fan turned to his companion. Who is this Asian player? Why have I never seen him before? According to the grandson of my aunt's neighbor. Enough with the nonsense. The bald fan, unable to contain his frustration, brandished his fist. All right. His name is Linus Zhou, formerly a U17 player. With a father who sponsors the club, it is said he owes his position to financial backing. Before his companion could finish, the bald fan stood up in outrage. For the sake of money, the club has abandoned all dignity? As his words faded, a group of extreme fans, seething with suppressed anger, began to spew venom. Yellow-skinned monkey, hurry back to your capitalist father. We want Zhu, not a capitalist prince. Hearing the jeers, Zhou Lin, who had just entered the pitch, abruptly halted, his body trembling as if electrified, and then slowly turned around, with 3 fingers raised. His thumb and index finger pressed together as if pinching a needle. Then, he appeared to thread his lips with an imaginary needle. My goodness. Did he just mime sewing his mouth shut to the home fans? That is simply. The commentator, taken aback by Zhou Lin's actions, seemed at a loss for words. How dare he? A disgrace to the team. Let this scoundrel be banished from the Redland Stadium forever. Amid the curses, the referee sprinted towards him with the speed of a sprinter. Kid, mind your conduct. Glancing at the yellow card in the referee's hand, Zhou Lin felt momentarily dazed. What is happening? Shouldn't I silence them with a goal? While a dog biting a person is certainly wrong, isn't a person biting a dog a bit beneath dignity? Just as he contemplated, the referee, having recorded the infraction, raised his gaze to Zhou Lin. I have heard statements of racial discrimination, and I will include it in the post-match report. However, this is a playing field, so please control your emotions. You truly are a good person. Just as Zhou Lin was about to express gratitude, he suddenly remembered something and quickly spoke up. Forget it, let us forgive them this time. The German Football Association maintains a zero-tolerance stance on racial discrimination, at least on the surface. Zhou Lin did not wish for the club to face a penalty of playing in an empty stadium, especially since he needed to defend the honor of the Huaxia people before the home fans. Moreover, he wanted to mislead the referee into categorizing his actions as a momentary lapse of judgment to avoid scrutiny. Are you sure? The referee looked at the fiery young man with surprise. Absolutely. Zhou Lin nodded emphatically, then broke into a smile. Rest assured, I will silence them with a goal. Additionally, if the away fans utter any insults, please document it thoroughly. Cunning. The referee chuckled, gesturing for Zhou Lin to return to his position. As he reached the edge of the penalty area, the captain responsible for the free kick pointed, assigning the slender youth, standing at merely 1.78 meters tall and weighing 66 kilograms, to stand just behind the penalty spot. Beep. The whistle blew. Boom. The football traced a beautiful arc toward the Berghausen goal. The placement was promising, but the team's substitute center forward failed to make contact due to the opposition's interference. Ultimately, the ball was headed out of the penalty area by the Berghausen captain, just as a sigh of relief was about to escape. The Berghausen captain saw Zhou Lin outside the penalty area, who had skillfully stopped the ball with his left foot and was now initiating a run. Stop him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Berghausen captain directed his teammates to press forward collectively. Did they think to ensnare me in an offside trap? Apologies. But you were mistaken. Zhou Lin saw through their little trick and cleverly pulled back, nudging the ball away from the advancing player. Well done. As Zhou Lin gracefully evaded, Schneider instinctively applauded. But when he observed Zhou Lin charging into the most densely defended area like a reckless youth, he could not help but roar. You're asking for trouble. No sooner had he spoken than Zhou Lin fell right into the trap envisioned by the coach. Before him, 3 imposing figures, led by the Berghausen captain, formed a triangular blockade. Hey, has your brain been eaten by a dog? Seeing this, Schneider could not help but curse. At that moment, Zhou Lin abruptly halted. He executed a ball stop, then pulled the ball back with the sole of his foot. As the football lifted off the ground due to inertia, he flicked it upward with his heel. Bang! The white ball soared like a rainbow over the defenders' heads. Impossible! How could he execute such an exquisite single-foot rainbow maneuver? Amid Schneider's astonished disbelief, Zhou Lin slipped through the gaps like an eel, then extended his foot to poke the ball. The speed was modest. If the goalkeeper could promptly employ the lotus-sitting technique or the K-defense, perhaps he could keep it out. But alas, the Berghausen goalkeeper was utterly unprepared for Zhou Lin's audacious breakthrough. In a moment of shock, the goalkeeper watched as a white object leisurely rolled between his legs and into the goal. Silence. The vast stadium fell eerily quiet. It seemed no one dared to believe their eyes, including Schneider, who had just been hurling insults. Go, Al. Moments later, the commentator showcased his vocal prowess. Meanwhile, the guest commentator sat in stunned amazement, taking a while to regain his composure. Both were left-footed players, both temperamental, both using the rainbow maneuver to toy with the entire defense, but this was not La Liga, and the home team was not Deportivo La Coruña. Amid the commentary, the previously disgruntled bald fan wrapped his arms around his companion. Quick, tell me, what is his name? I just said it. Didn't he? I didn't hear clearly, all right? The bald fan glared fiercely, his fists constantly shaking in front of his companion. Fine. His name is Linus Zhou? The companion, looking aggrieved, hurriedly reintroduced Zhou Lin. Upon receiving the answer, the bald fan squeezed his way to the front row, waving his arms vigorously. Hey, Linus. From today on, I, Lucas Fischer, shall be your diehard fan. Well, it was not that he did not want to address Zhou Lin by a surname. It was just that the pronunciation of Zhou seemed a bit challenging for Germans. Under his influence, the loyal fans in the stands immediately organized themselves to cheer for Zhou Lin with applause. Linus. Clap, clap. The crisp applause struck like a slap to the faces of the extreme fans. How resounding, how painful. Amid the cheers, Zhou Lin stubbornly pushed aside the opposing players, reached into the goal to retrieve the ball, and while running towards the center circle, shouted to his teammates, Rise strong, let us conquer this match together. Chapter 3, Can I win without being substituted? Zhou Lin's words left both the players on the field and Schneider on the sidelines momentarily stunned, as if they were all pondering the same question. Theoretically, 10 minutes is ample time to score 2 goals. However, in reality, the players of Dortmund's second team appeared to be waning, and merely maintaining the current scoreline was already a commendable feat. Are you all nothing but cowards? Zhou Lin exclaimed, noticing that his teammates had failed to keep pace with him. I am merely 17, yet I can navigate through the enemy ranks with ease. Are you simply too delicate, or just pathetically soft? This is rather embarrassing. The expressions of the Dortmund players grew increasingly hostile. Observing this, Zhou Lin dramatically spread his arms. Perhaps I was mistaken. For you, relegation does not signify disgrace, nor does it entail a pay cut, compared to your pitiful male pride. This may not amount to anything at all. As soon as the words left his mouth, The players on the field fell into deep contemplation. It was unclear whether it was the shame or the prospect of a pay cut that instilled a sense of crisis within them. In the silence, Captain Eggert struck his forehead in regret. He is right. Relegation would spell disaster for us. Only by ensuring our survival can we weather this storm together. He then raised his right fist and proclaimed, "For Dortmund." Unfortunately, no one responded. Eggert was compelled to alter his rallying cry. "For the coach." This time, a few players weakly echoed his sentiment. These individuals were utterly dismal. Witnessing this, Zhou Lin felt a pang of disappointment and for the first time entertained thoughts of transferring. Just then, a resonant and melodious voice emerged from the loyal fan stand. "Dortmund will never sink." Encouraged by this rallying cry, countless fans rose in unison. Singing shoulder to shoulder, "We stand steadfast and loyal together, cheering for football. Dortmund, we shall not lose courage and confidence before any opponent." Amidst the song, Zhou Lin's gaze grew increasingly resolute. Pointing towards the fans in the stands, he bellowed at his teammates, "Your families and friends are right there. If you're unafraid of bringing shame upon them, then by all means, continue playing like this." With that, he strode towards the kickoff point without looking back. Stunned for a moment, Eggert furrowed his brow and glanced at his teammates. "My fiancée is right there. For her, I am willing to fight alongside Linus. As for everything else, let it go to hell." After shouting this, he quickly caught up with Zhou Lin. "For family, we fight," someone shouted. And a few more players began to sprint across the field. "Fight! Fight!" Before long, all the players returned to their positions as if they had been injected with a surge of adrenaline. "Well done." Outside the field, Schneider clapped vigorously. His eyes filled with guilt and hope. Once everyone had settled, Eggert quietly approached Zhou Lin. "Linus, what do you propose?" After all, Zhou Lin's earlier performance had been extraordinarily remarkable, and the captain was eager to hear his suggestions. After a moment of thought, Zhou Lin gestured for substitute forward Kinsek to come over. "Time is of the essence. Our best strategy is to utilize a fast break. In a moment, you." "All right, let us proceed." Upon hearing the plan, Eggert nodded in agreement and turned to convey the tactical ideas to the other players. Zhou Lin then pulled Kinsek aside. "Daniel, I heard you performed admirably in the U19s. Would you like to mentor me?" Before he could finish, the proud Kinsek interrupted him. Zhou Lin shook his head slightly. "No. I simply hope you can charge through the opponent's defense like Klose." "What if I don't?" Kinsek, who was determined to become the next Klose, raised his chin slightly. "Very well. While his skills might not yet match, his pride certainly rivaled that of the great forward." The whistle blew once more, and Kinsek, responsible for the kickoff, passed the ball to Zhou Lin before charging towards the opposing defense. Simultaneously, Dortmund's two wingers surged forward along the flanks. Eggert stayed close to Zhou Lin, utilizing a simple 2-on-1 to evade the approach of the Bughausen players. The rest of the players remained firmly in their half. After a few quick passes, the ball returned to Zhou Lin's feet. Glancing up, he saw Kinsek had already advanced to the edge of the opponent's penalty area. Moreover, due to Dortmund's multi-pronged attack strategy, the opposing defenders had been successfully drawn away. At present, only one tall center-back remained to defend against Kinsek. Now is the moment. Zhou Lin took a deep breath and swung his left foot with all his might. "You won't." As he lifted his foot, a fierce shout rang out beside him. The captain of Bughausen came charging in like a lightning bolt, aiming directly for Zhou Lin's supporting leg. Clearly, he had discerned Zhou Lin's intentions and sought to thwart the assist with a malicious foul. As for the consequences of this action, it seemed he had not considered them at all. To break a leg or to pass the ball, it was a test of life and death laid before Zhou Lin. Thus, he chose the third option. In a flash, just as it appeared he would strike the ball with his left foot, he abruptly halted it. Zhou Lin executed a swift 180-degree turn, pushing the ball back to his left foot with his right, and then deftly maneuvered it to the side. A perfect Marseille turn left the Bughausen captain tumbling helplessly. Navigating past another defender, Zhou Lin once again swung his left foot, delivering a pass as precise as a surgeon's scalpel. At the edge of the penalty area, Kinsek, having successfully positioned himself against the opposing defender, received this impeccably timed and placed pass. Receiving the ball with his back to goal, he turned confidently, his robust physique and solid fundamentals allowing him to channel the spirit of Klose in that moment. As the opponent surged into the penalty area, the Bughausen goalkeeper swiftly lowered his center of gravity, spreading his arms wide, and decisively advanced. "Shoot!" Realizing the goalkeeper aimed to close off Kinsek's shooting angle, Zhou Lin shouted in urgency. Fortunately, Kinsek was not one to ponder life in front of goal as the goalkeeper rushed out. He unleashed a powerful shot aimed for the far corner. Whoosh! The ball, traveling at nearly 100 miles per hour, grazed the goalkeeper's fingertips and narrowly found its way into the net. 2-2. The indomitable Dortmund second team had finally equalized just before the match concluded. "What a goal!" exclaimed the commentator, lavishing praise upon the flawless collaboration between the two Dortmund prodigies. After all, who does not relish witnessing a last-minute equalizer or even a dramatic victory over an opponent? Oh my God! Watching Zhou Lin deliver such a brilliant assist, Schneider gave himself a hard slap across the face. Subsequently, as if he had made a great resolution, he gritted his teeth and vowed, "Once the match concludes, I will surely kneel and beg Linus for forgiveness. Otherwise, the club will undoubtedly force me out for squandering talent." Chapter 4. I will leave you in the dust on the loyalist stand. The bald Fischer once again embraced his companion. "I knew it. Linus is a genius. Only a genius could help Dortmund rise from the mire." But it was clearly Kingsek who scored. His companion weakly countered. Fischer instantly raised his fist, glaring fiercely at the other. "What do you know? Without Linus' assist, he would still be a rookie." "All right, your fist is bigger, you're right." Under pressure, his companion decisively conceded. Regardless of how the fans outside celebrated, Zhou Lin, who wished to redeem the Huaxia name through victory, only wanted to retrieve the football from the net. "Try stealing another one, you broke chin." The goalkeeper of Bughausen, arms wide open, blocked Zhou Lin's path. "You dare to insult me again?" The discriminatory remarks ignited Zhou Lin's fury. "Kid, do you want to fight?" The towering goalkeeper raised his fist to intimidate Zhou Lin. Before Zhou could respond, Kingsek forcefully shoved the goalkeeper aside. "Hey, if you want to fight, come at me. Bullying a kid is no skill. I mean, is it appropriate for you to call me that? Also, could you stop blocking my way?" Zhou Lin rolled his eyes in frustration, stuck behind Kingsek. "Kid, are you really tough?" Noticing their goalkeeper being bullied, another Bughausen player rushed over. Unexpectedly, Zhou Lin seized his collar first, raising his right fist high. "Don't be impulsive. You already have a yellow card." Just in time, Hector arrived, pulling Zhou Lin away. Meanwhile, the referee hurried over, loudly admonishing the players, "Separate, or I won't hesitate to issue cards. Rest assured, I will calm them down," Hector promised with a grin, forcefully dragging Kingsek and Zhou Lin away from the penalty area. Once they returned to the midfield, he sternly addressed the two young players. "In any other match, I wouldn't hold you to such high standards. But today, a draw means failure." Seeing Zhou Lin still struggling to let go, Hector sighed. "I know you detest racial discrimination, but such incidents are all too common on European fields." After a pause, he continued to advise, "With your talent, if you can avoid more red and yellow cards, you will inevitably hold the golden ball one day. Why bother? To hell with the golden ball. I just want to play football." Without allowing the captain to finish, Zhou Lin waved his hand to interrupt. "Hey, that sounds a bit familiar." Hector stared at Zhou Lin in astonishment, as if he saw another figure reflected in him. Suddenly, Zhou Lin slapped himself, then grinned widely as if transformed. "Fear not. I will silence them with my goals." Faced with such a stark contrast in his teammate, Hector found himself at a loss for words. After a brief interlude, the referee blew the whistle to resume play. With little time remaining, Bughausen opted to halt their attacks, preparing to secure a draw by forming a defensive wall. Time slowly trickled away, and Dortmund's second team, frustrated by their inability to score, began to launch long passes into the opponent's penalty area. Unfortunately, Kingsek was their only aerial threat. Under the united defense of the opposition, the proud Kingsek found himself ineffective. Amidst the sighs, the fourth official raised the board indicating 3 minutes of stoppage time. Is it really going to end like this? 2 minutes later, Zhou Lin, having intercepted the ball again, began to ponder life. They say stars are important, but without the support of a team, even the greatest stars may be powerless. Football, after all, is not a solitary sport. As this thought crossed his mind, a voice echoed in his head. "Kid, I often decide matches on my own." The moment the words fell, Zhou Lin felt as if his body was being controlled by another, instinctively carrying the ball away from the penalty area. What is he doing? Passing. Noticing the timer dwindling to under 10 seconds, the fans in the stands grew increasingly anxious. "Linus, pass that damn ball." Inside the box, the eager Kingsek raised his hand for the ball. Yet Zhou Lin did not turn back. Instead, he continued to dribble alone. Seeing this, the Bughausen players exchanged puzzled glances while secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Seizing the moment, Kingsek quickly positioned himself favorably, raising his hand once more. "Linus, pass quickly." But Zhou Lin remained unperturbed. "Damn it, get that ball out now." Outside the pitch, Schneider, equally unwilling to accept a draw, waved his arms vigorously. Then, seemingly recalling something, he cupped his hands around his mouth. Linus, I'm willing to apologize to the Huaxia people. Please, pass that damn ball into the box. This belated apology seemed to resonate. Zhou Lin finally halted about 30 meters from the goal, turning to assess the opponent's positioning before suddenly swinging his left leg. Thud. The ball soared skyward, seemingly destined for the stands. Glimpsing the trajectory of the ball and the timer nearing zero, the Bughausen players prepared to celebrate. Too hasty. Hector, hands on his knees, shook his head in despair. However, just as everyone assumed the match would end in a draw, the airborne ball abruptly descended as if someone had pressed it down with force. Far post, dead angle. Realizing the imminent danger, the Bughausen goalkeeper sprang into action, launching himself to the upper right corner with remarkable grace. Unfortunately, due to an initial misjudgment, his fingertips barely grazed the swiftly descending ball. Swish. The white net began to ripple. The football, like a mischievous sprite, crashed into the net. Beep. The whistle blew, and the referee pointed towards the center circle. Long live Dortmund. Long live Dortmund. Schneider leaped up, arms raised in wild celebration along the sidelines. I knew it. I knew it. Bald Fischer also jumped up, embracing the nearby fans in a frenzy. Beep, beep, beep. Without waiting for Bughausen to restart, the strict referee decisively extended his arms. We won. Instantly. A tremendous cheer filled the stadium. Amidst the jubilant uproar, Zhou Lin surveyed the crowd like a king, reveling in the adoration of the fans. However, at that moment, discordant shouts erupted from the stands occupied by the visiting supporters. Damn yellow-skinned monkey, go back to Huaxia. Huaxia scum, I'll make sure to take your life myself. Clearly, due to Zhou Lin's impact on Bughausen's relegation hopes, the away fans had taken him as their target. Hearing the shouts, Zhou Lin's eyes narrowed as he swiftly approached the stands. Hey, just wait. I will step over your corpses to remain in the league. With that, he raised his right hand, dragging his thumb across his throat. Chapter 5. Utter nonsense with a sharp whistle. The main referee brandished a yellow card towards Zhou Lin, followed by a high-held red card. However, Zhou Lin merely smirked disdainfully and shrugged slightly. I accept my punishment. But do ensure that the conduct of the away fans is noted in the post-match report. I will fulfill my duties, but you must learn to restrain yourself. Noticing Zhou Lin had calmed down, the referee, with a hint of regret, patted his shoulder and turned to point at the away fans in the stands, admonishing, mind your tongues, and do not let Bughausen suffer both defeat and disgrace. With that, he personally escorted Zhou Lin back onto the field. Brother, that was so cool. Upon returning, the equally composed King Sek was the first to approach him. Thank you. But that goal. Zhou Lin was about to express his modesty when King Sek interrupted him. No, that goal was average. But what you just did, simply astonishing. As he spoke, he mimicked Zhou Lin's gesture of pulling his thumb across his throat. You fool. Why imitate that instead of something better? Zhou Lin was certain that King Sek's thought process was quite unconventional. Before he could offer a word of caution, the referee next to them pulled out half of the red card from his pocket. If you want a card, go ahead and try. Why did he receive a yellow card while I got a red? King Sek was notably disgruntled. Because yours was understandable, while you were simply looking for trouble. Well said. Zhou Lin chuckled quietly, giving a thumbs up to the referee. Just then, Captain Eggert, accompanied by the entire team, rushed over. Originally, they had intended to celebrate the victory with Zhou Lin, but his swift actions had caught them off guard. Especially after he had presented the away fans with a rather significant gift. Once the referee was out of earshot, Eggert looked seriously at Zhou Lin and raised his fingers one by one. First, I want to thank you for helping the team secure these valuable 3 points. Second, I apologize on behalf of the entire team. We have treated you poorly based on rumors, and I hope you can forgive us. Third, as captain, I urge you to strictly restrain yourself and prioritize the team's interests. All right, Captain. I accept your criticism. Zhou Lin readily admitted his fault, seeing his sincere attitude. A smile gradually spread across Eggert's face. Lastly, from my personal perspective, you played brilliantly just now. With that, he discreetly made a throat-cutting gesture. Well done. On and off the field, I am thoroughly impressed by you. With the captain leading the way, the other players came over one by one, offering hugs and praise. This significantly altered Zhou Lin's impression of these young men. One could not deny that they were, in fact, rather endearing. Later, Eggert leaned in closer to Zhou Lin. You don't hold any grudges about what happened earlier, do you? Zhou Lin smiled coyly, half-jokingly responding. There's a saying in Huaxia, couples do not hold grudges overnight. Not to mention we are comrades in the same trench. Couples? Eggert blinked in surprise, instinctively taking a step back. Linus, I truly admire you, but I may not share that inclination. Get lost. I don't share that inclination either. Zhou Lin couldn't help but laugh. Eggert feigned helplessness, spreading his hands and saying dramatically, well, given how exceptional you are, I can only dare to give it a try. This remark left everyone momentarily stunned before they burst into laughter. Not satisfied with the light-hearted banter, Eggert opened his arms and gazed at Zhou Lin with faux affection. Come on, let your husband give you a hug. This time, even the cool King Sek was doubled over with laughter. After the applause, Zhou Lin and his teammates made their way toward the players' tunnel. As they passed through the interview area, a beautiful female reporter suddenly dashed out. No, he will not accept an interview. Before the reporter could speak, Schneider, who had been engaged in an interview, stepped in front of Zhou Lin. It was clear he was anxious about Zhou Lin potentially making any startling statements to the media, especially since the young man had just received a red card for provoking the fans. Any further misstep could lead to additional penalties from the association, casting a shadow over the reserve team's relegation battle. Ignoring Schneider, the female reporter pushed him aside with her impressive physique and directly posed her question. Why has a talent like you only now been given the chance to play? With that, she extended her arm, bypassing Schneider's attempt to return, and thrust the microphone towards Zhou Lin's mouth. You can choose not to answer if you haven't thought it through, Schneider whispered, wary of Zhou Lin airing any internal conflicts publicly. However, Zhou Lin, unfazed, smiled. Talent? That is something rare and elusive. I believe in the principle of exchanging 100% effort for a fraction of achievement. Moreover, I have only recently joined the team and have yet to fully integrate with my teammates. Therefore, I find the coach's arrangements quite reasonable. His impeccable response made Schneider involuntarily give a thumbs up. Yet the reporter's focus remained unyielding. Why did you provoke the fans? Zhou Lin frowned, pushing aside the coach who stood in his way, his gaze icy as he looked at the reporter. If someone insulted your family, what would you do? Don't tell me you would calmly reason with them. But the fans have the right to express their emotions. The female reporter stepped forward fearlessly, her ample figure nearly pressing against Zhou Lin. To trample on freedom with rights, to establish freedom upon the offense of others? Is this what you pursue and desire? Casting a disdainful glance at her, Zhou Lin turned and walked into the players' tunnel. As soon as they entered the locker room, Schneider eagerly expressed his apologies. After Zhou Lin accepted his understanding, Schneider hesitantly remarked, Linus, I know that geniuses often have unique personalities. But, to be honest, having a talent like you on a third division team is truly a blessing. However, your emotional management on the field is severely lacking. You are like a different person. Before the coach could finish, Zhou Lin quickly reassured him, Don't worry. I was just a bit too excited today. Well, okay then. Schneider nodded, still somewhat doubtful. Before changing the subject, what are your thoughts on the next two matches? Let us just get it done. Zhou Lin asserted confidently with a strong fist pump. Observing the self-assured disciple, Schneider smiled wryly. If you only miss one match due to suspension, I indeed have confidence in performing well in the next two. But if there is an additional suspension, the final match may not look promising. In the next match, the reserve team would face Wuppertal, currently ranked last, at home. Even without Zhou Lin, the team should be able to secure a victory on home ground. However, the final match would see them challenge the fourth-place Brunswick away. Without Zhou Lin, Schneider did not believe the team stood any chance of victory against them. Are you sure the association will impose an additional penalty on me? Zhou Lin questioned. Why wouldn't they? Seeing his disciple still unaware of the seriousness of provoking the fans, Schneider shook his head in frustration. To everyone's surprise, Zhou Lin chuckled and remarked, Head, don't you think you might be overreacting a bit? Overreacting? Schneider furrowed his brow, seemingly perceiving his disciple's optimism as excessive. Zhou Lin promptly stifled his laughter and began to speak earnestly, albeit somewhat absurdly. Firstly, the referee has assured me that he will include the fans' racially discriminatory remarks in the post-match report. Secondly, Mr. Zorc will certainly exert pressure on the Football Association on behalf of the club. Lastly, the attention on the third division is not particularly high. So we shouldn't expect any mainstream media to amplify the situation. It must be said, there was a semblance of twisted logic in his words. Schneider sighed and pointed at him, exclaiming, If only you could maintain such composure on the field, I might live a decade longer. Noticing the coach was about to start lecturing, Zhou Lin quickly shifted the topic. In our next match, we have a good chance of winning against Berghausen. And the final match will truly be a life-and-death battle for relegation. So, shouldn't you start preparing in advance? Preparation is indeed essential. Schneider nodded emphatically, then raised an eyebrow at Zhou Lin. However, Only if you are not handed an additional suspension will I have complete confidence in defeating the opponent and stepping over Berghausen's corpses to remain in the third division. Then the rest no problem, Zhou Lin replied nonchalantly, whistling as he stood up and headed toward the shower room. Halfway there, he turned back, grinning widely. By the way, we did win, didn't we? Shouldn't you grant the brothers a couple of days off? Get lost. Schneider feigned anger, yet his eyes sparkled with an unmistakable mirth. Chapter 6. The system in need of an upgrade. As night fell, Zhou Lin eagerly returned to his dormitory. Indeed, this privileged scion resided within the confines of the players' quarters. Firstly, he grappled with the discomfort of confronting a father of questionable merit. Secondly, he found himself at a loss when faced with certain unfamiliar women, particularly those who might potentially assume the role of his stepmother. Fortunately, Zhou Lin's father, despite his shortcomings, was a rather carefree individual who, after a tumultuous divorce, often found himself preoccupied with international business ventures. Ultimately, he begrudgingly acquiesced to his son's request to live in the dormitory. System, manifest yourself, Zhou Lin called out impatiently as he settled onto his bed. Since his reincarnation, he had been bound to a system known as Superstar. With the aid of this external enhancement, his overall rating soared from a dismal 48, a mainstay in English League 2, to an impressive 65, a key player for mid-tier championship teams. This remarkable transformation was the reason he was scouted by the club and promoted to the second team. Yet, that was where the progress halted. Ever since joining the second team, the system had remained silent, only to finally issue an S-level task today as he took to the field, tasking him with leading his team to a comeback victory over their opponents, alongside a random draw for a 15-minute star player experience card. Among the illustrious names listed were Kaká, Zidane, and Ronaldinho. Ultimately, Zhou Lin drew the card of Ronaldinho, the footballing sprite known as Little Ronaldinho. However, he pondered why his dominant foot had inexplicably transformed into his left, and why he found himself exhibiting bouts of wrathful temperament. Lost in thought, a cold, emotionless voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the S-level task. Due to the host being overtaken by the experience card in the final phase, you scored the decisive goal. This reward will only be calculated as an A-level task. The details of the calculation could wait. Zhou Lin's primary concern was to ascertain which star he had drawn today. While rewards were significant, his immediate worry was understanding why he had encountered issues with emotional regulation on the pitch. It's undoubtedly Ronaldinho, my idol from youth, the tempestuous genius, Dejamin Ha. Are you deceiving me? Zhou Lin mused, recalling that he had sensed a suffix behind Ronaldinho's name. Clarity washed over him. Indeed, Dejamin Ha had once idolized Ronaldinho, possessing an equally flamboyant skill set and creativity. The key distinction lay in the fact that his dominant foot was the left, and he was notoriously prone to emotional outbursts on the field. To speak frankly, he often clashed with opponents and had even resorted to striking his own teammates. As for provoking fans, well, that was hardly noteworthy. According to the A-level reward calculation standards, the host would unlock the low-tier template of Dejamin Ha and acquire corresponding abilities. Additionally, he would gain the signature rainbow flick skill and an absence of weak foot attributes. Furthermore, his overall rating would rise to 68, sufficient for him to serve as a core player in a lower-tier Bundesliga team. Given the host's age, he could very well become a target for development by a Bundesliga club. Note, as the host rating has yet to reach 70, the attribute panel cannot currently be accessed. Is it truly possible to elevate my score by 3 points from a single match? Zhou Lin was instantly elated, even neglecting to demand an explanation from the system. After all, the Bundesliga's assist king of the 2008-2009 season, Misimovic, only boasted an overall rating of 78. Considering Zhou Lin's current age, achieving such a score would certainly earn him the title of a prodigy, while the term genius was reserved for the likes of Messi and Ronaldo. Once the initial excitement wore off, Zhou Lin, somewhat begrudgingly, inquired, if I had drawn Kaká or Zidane, would I have merely received other stars with similar styles? Of course, unless you wish to ascend to greatness in one fell swoop. The system retorted with a hint of mockery, then added, furthermore, you may only utilize the rainbow flick once per match. Why? Zhou Lin asked. Unless you enjoy the prospect of leg fractures. Very well. Acknowledging the inherent risks of overusing such a notorious move, Zhou Lin reluctantly nodded. After a moment's contemplation, he voiced a concern. The template won't include Dejamin Ha's temperament, will it? What do you think? The system's tone dripped with a hint of schadenfreude, inciting Zhou Lin's dissatisfaction. Yet before he could express his frustration, the system reverted to its usual cold demeanor. the ability to manage one's emotions is also a test for you. This is merely a trivial challenge on the path to becoming a superstar. Must a star lack character? Zhou Lin challenged. No, a star can certainly possess a unique character. However, recklessness and a propensity for losing control of one's emotions during a match are unequivocally not qualities befitting a true superstar. But Maradona had a notorious temper, even. Yet he was the king of football, and your ultimate aspiration is merely to become a superstar. Very well, I concede your point. Zhou Lin, recognizing the futility of further debate, chose to refrain from pursuing the matter further. Just then, the system's icy voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding. An S-level task has been issued. The host must lead the Dortmund's second team to avoid relegation. Successful completion will yield rewards at the system's discretion. Failure will result in the host being unable to make any improvements for 5 years. Avoiding relegation is expected. However, wouldn't the penalty you propose be a tad excessive? It is well known that the most crucial phase for young players falls between the ages of 15 and 21. If I am to remain stagnant for 5 years, Zhou Lin would be relegated to the status of a mere ordinary mainstay in the Bundesliga for the rest of his life. Are you truly afraid? The system's tone dripped with derision, seemingly convinced of Zhou Lin's cowardice. To become a superstar, one must possess a rebellious spirit and an indomitable will. If you cannot even face this challenge, I shall be compelled to sever our bond. The system's crude attempt at provocation amused Zhou Lin. It seems you are the one who fears, he retorted. The system paused, bewildered. What do you mean? Zhou Lin gestured towards the void before him. If I'm not mistaken, you are currently quite anxious about how my refusal might impact your KPI, aren't you? I am not a corporate drone. I have no KPI assessments. Do not insult me with your human behavioral patterns. The system erupted unexpectedly. Feeling pressed? A sly smile crept onto Zhou Lin's face. If there were no KPI assessments, why would the system feel compelled to rush him? I am not. The system insisted, still defiant. Zhou Lin's smile faded as he pressed on relentlessly. If there are no KPI assessments, then why command the experience card to seize control of my body? If there were no assessments, why did Canziola suddenly sustain an injury? This entire situation seems designed to ensure my timely entry into the game, aiding you in fulfilling your assessments. Let us not deceive one another. I seek a mutually beneficial partnership with the system, not to become its slave. Silence ensued. The system remained unresponsive for a time. Noticing its quietude, Zhou Lin seized the opportunity to speak again. If I am not mistaken, the Football Association will not impose additional penalties on me, will they? If so, we are both in dire straits. Indeed, they will not. However, it may lead certain referees to harbor biases against you and your team. After a moment of hesitation, the system replied candidly. Perhaps it had never encountered a host with such a mature mindset and thus opted for honesty. Zhou Lin appreciated this newfound candor and softened his tone. Excellent. I hope we can always weather the storms together, just as we have in this instance. However, it appears that the system has grown somewhat hesitant. After a brief pause, it somewhat reluctantly explained. In truth, the superstar system is not omnipotent. It can only offer additional assistance under specific conditions. Unless you can assist me in upgrading to the king of football system, I would kindly ask you to switch my system. Observing that the system was thoroughly exasperated, Zhou Lin chuckled and said, All right, I shall not tease you any longer. Let us first discuss what is required for the upgrade. Participate in the Champions League and collect 500 fragments of the king of football system through matches. Are you jesting with me? I am currently playing in the Regional Liga, not the Bundesliga. Feeling that the system's sincerity was lacking, Zhou Lin decided to recline, indignantly exclaiming, Humph. Do you truly believe that without Zhang the Butcher, I must settle for a pig with fur? Chapter 7 Misunderstood by Uncle Leo with 2 goals and an assist. A new star has emerged in Borussia Dortmund. Is he an angel or a devil? Linus's post-match remarks are shocking. The disgrace of the Regional League. Berghausen has lodged a complaint with the Football Association. Despite a narrow-away defeat, Berghausen still retains control over their relegation fate. As Zhou Lin stated, a single match in the Regional League cannot stir significant waves in German football. However, it is undeniable that he achieved overnight fame in Dortmund and Berghausen. From various regional media reports, it is evident that the local press in Dortmund offers a mix of praise and critique regarding Zhou Lin. In contrast, the local media in Berghausen uniformly condemns him as a disgrace to the league and a blight on the field. Strangely, several media outlets in the Ruhr area, which have consistently supported Schalke 04, chose to remain silent on the matter, as if they had not even paid attention to it. However, the truth was unveiled when Zhou Lin made his solitary journey to the training ground. Son, Your father couldn't be there to watch the game yesterday, but he is still proud of you. By the way, Schalke 04 wants to sign you directly to the first team. What do you think? Upon receiving the call from his father, Zhou Lin finally understood why Schalke 04's media had spared him from scrutiny. After all, it was apparent to even the blind that Zhou Lin had a history with Schneider. Now was a prime opportunity for recruitment, and it wouldn't be considered betrayal to their city rivals. Moreover, Schalke 04 also had Huaxia Song. If Zhou Lin were to join, the duo of Huaxia would surely bring immense profit to Schalke 04. Unfortunately, Zhou Lin had no intentions of transferring at the moment and firmly declined. Excellent. I knew you wouldn't leave so easily. As a devoted Dortmund fan, Zhou's father felt a wave of relief before swiftly changing the subject. Isn't the team on a break today? Can you? No. Knowing his father wanted him to return home, Zhou Lin promptly used the excuse of extra training to refuse. But after a moment of silence from his father on the phone, he felt a pang of guilt. Fine. If there are no outsiders at home, I might consider it. At that moment, Zhou Lin's father suddenly became somewhat hesitant. Zhou Lin understood immediately and replied in a calm tone, I'm sorry. The coach is calling me. Wishing you a wonderful weekend. With that, he hung up decisively and sighed deeply within. Upon arriving at the training ground, Zhou Lin was surprised to find that training had already commenced. Among the participants was the ambitious King Sek, alongside a robust man in his 40s with a slight limp in his right leg. The man's physique and appearance bore a resemblance to King Sek. Hey, are you Linus? Just then, the middle-aged man, having spotted him, took the initiative to greet Zhou Lin. Hello. Are you Daniel's father? Relying on his intuition, Zhou Lin boldly inquired. OMG, do I deserve such an excellent son? The man responded playfully, emphasizing the word excellent, which left King Sek feeling embarrassed and lowering his proud head. The middle-aged man then stepped forward to introduce himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Leo King Sek, Daniel and Apos, uncle and the fitness coach of the first team. I played a bit of football in my youth. And your leg? Zhou Lin asked with a hint of sympathy as he glanced at Leo's right leg. A flicker of regret crossed Leo's face as he forced a smile. I was injured in my youth. Therefore, I wish for Daniel to fulfill my unfulfilled dreams. Zhou Lin couldn't help but reminisce about his own past experiences, his eyes slightly reddening. The display of genuine emotion moved Leo, who embraced Zhou Lin warmly. You need not pity me. If possible, I hope you can assist Daniel. Of course, we are friends, Zhou Lin affirmed with a nod, as though he and King Sek had been inseparable allies for ages. This kid actually has a friend now? Leo thought, glancing at his stupefied nephew. It was clear that his simple-minded nephew had not formed a friendship with Zhou Lin. Rather, it was Zhou Lin who was considerate of his feelings. Realizing this, Leo immediately adopted a stern expression and shouted, Daniel, come over here. Oh. King Sek seemed to awaken from a dream and approached, casting a grateful look towards Zhou Lin. Daniel. There is an ancient saying in Huaxia, a single tree cannot form a forest. No matter how exceptional you are, without the support of midfielders, you cannot become the next close. It's one tree does not make a forest, Zhou Lin quietly corrected him, noting King Sek's interest in Huaxia culture. Yes, that's right. One piece of wood cannot make a forest. Leo continued reprimanding King Sek. In the last match, if it weren't for Linus's brilliant pass, you would never have scored your first goal in the regional league. And during subsequent attacks, you squandered several of his crucial passes. Do you know why? Because the passes were poor, King Sek retorted, embodying his proud and stubborn nature. Can you use your brain for once? Leo exclaimed in exasperation, kicking his nephew lightly. Despite the kick, King Sek remained unfazed and countered. If the passes were not poor, it was because the opponents were too tightly marked. What could I do? What could you do? Leo looked at his nephew with disdain, tugging at his collar as he led him into the penalty area. When Linus made that final diagonal pass into the box, were those two defenders not surrounding you like this? Indeed. That's why I said his pass was problematic. They clearly saw me sandwiched between two players and still chose to pass to that spot. King Sek gestured animatedly, full of defiance. Fool! Leo exclaimed, throwing his hands up in frustration. Could you not create space for yourself? He demonstrated a run to shake off a defender and then leaped to head the ball. King Sek finally lowered his head, feeling a tinge of shame. Seeing this, Leo softened his tone. Actually, this cannot be entirely blamed on you. If you understood Linus well, at least one of the players standing in the box would have been able to successfully challenge for the header. Thus, if you wish to become the next close, you must first establish a chemistry with Linus. You need to understand him as intimately as you would your wife. But he is already Egder's husband. Get lost. Zhou Lin jumped in to deliver a playful punch to the stubborn giant. Unaware of the context, Leo looked on with a puzzled expression, cautiously stepping back. Uncle Leo, it's not what you think. Before Zhou Lin could finish explaining, Leo regained his composure and waved his hand to interrupt. I don't quite understand the matters of youth. I only hope that you and Daniel can maintain a pure teammate relationship. Wang Defa, Zhou Lin lamented, wishing he could annihilate the instigator with a glare. Yet King Sek merely shrugged and replied nonchalantly, What? Am I not stating the truth? Chapter 8. The mischievous brother bullying the little beauty. Ultimately, under the relentless pressure from Zhou Lin, the ever-playful Jing Checa reluctantly recounted the events of the day in detail. With the misunderstanding resolved, Leo, who was already laughing so hard he could hardly stand, reached out to embrace Zhou Lin. All right. I often make such absurd jokes with my teammates during football practice. Moreover, I believe Edgar is deliberately using humor to express his regard and camaraderie. From now on, I doubt anyone in the team will dare to voice dissent against you. How could that be? Zhou Lin replied, casting an annoyed glance at Jing Checa. What about your nephew? Ha ha. One simple remark sent Leo into another fit of laughter, while Jing Checa raised an eyebrow in self-satisfaction. Clearly pleased with the outcome of this prank. You fool. Eventually, Zhou Lin couldn't help but join in the laughter. After this brief interlude, Leo looked earnestly at Zhou Lin. Since you have a decent rapport with your teammates, why not let me play the role of Hector? Let's practice some offensive and defensive tactics together. With that, he leaned closer to Zhou Lin and whispered, Actually, Daniel mentioned your name several times in front of me yesterday. He probably already considers you a friend. Therefore, I would like to ask for your assistance in helping him realize his dream of joining the first team. In return, you two can gain an advantage on the field. As soon as Leo finished speaking, a notification chimed in Zhou Lin's mind. Given that Jing Checa's affinity towards the host has reached 85, the bond relationship is now activated. Would the host like to proceed with the binding? It shouldn't be a bad thing, right? After a brief hesitation, Zhou Lin decisively chose to confirm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the first bond partner. Is there a possibility of a second? Zhou Lin inquired. Furthermore, what benefits does becoming a bond partner entail? Just as he was about to delve deeper, the system chimed in again. Tip 1. When both bond partners are present, the overall rating will increase by 5, permanently effective. Tip 2. When the affinity exceeds 95, an additional 8 enhancement effect can be achieved. Wow, this is quite an unexpected boon. If I can bind enough partners in the team, could I not become the next Messi or Ronaldo? Just as Zhou Lin entertained this thought, the system doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Tip 3. Given the host's current level, only one bond partner can be bound. All right, I won't say anything further. Zhou Lin shrugged helplessly and happily resumed training with Jing Checa and his nephew. On May 2nd, the Red Earth Stadium was once again filled to capacity. With the first team having lost all hope of winning the championship, the Borussia Dortmund fans directed their full attention to the second team, which was facing relegation. The only unfortunate part was that the talented young player, who was serving a suspension due to a red card, was quietly seated in the stands. Meanwhile, discussions continued among the referee committee regarding whether to impose additional penalties on Zhou Lin. It was said that some referees involved in the hearing nearly overturned the table over the matter. Not long into the match, Borussia Dortmund 2, with both strength and morale far surpassing their opponents, swiftly displayed their dominance, overwhelming the visiting team within just 20 minutes. Jing Checa, who started the match, performed admirably, scoring 2 goals with both head and foot. It must be said that Uncle Leo's special training had greatly aided him. Furthermore, under Zhou Lin's guidance, the big guy had begun to recognize the importance of teamwork. This pleased Schneider on the sidelines, who even instructed Hector to bolster support for Jing Checa on the field. As halftime approached, Zhou Lin felt a tap on his shoulder, followed by a melodious voice. Linus, do you remember me? Surprised, Zhou Lin turned around to find a tall, vibrant young woman standing behind him. Unlike the typical German beauties, this girl had remarkably flawless skin, seemingly comparable to that of Asian descent. It was undeniable that any 17-year-old boy would likely be captivated by her charm. Unfortunately, Zhou Lin felt nothing of the sort and politely rose to ask, May I ask who you are? Seeing that he did not recognize her, a flicker of disappointment crossed the girl's eyes. In truth, it was entirely Zhou Lin's fault. After all, he had only greeted the fans in her section during the curtain call. After a moment of disappointment, the girl quickly rallied, raising her delicate right fist and exclaiming loudly, Borussia Dortmund will never fall. Ah, it's you. Upon hearing the familiar chant, a smile crept onto Zhou Lin's face. Thank you for your support along with all the fans. Without you, we could not achieve victory. Thus, you all deserve the title of unsung heroes. Blushing from his praise, the girl shyly replied, "No, you are the true hero. I'm just an ordinary fan." Finding her reaction amusing, Zhou Lin instinctively began to lecture. "Sister, do not belittle yourself. A match without fans is incomplete. You are undeniably the 12th player." "Sister?" The girl paused slightly. "But I'm already 18. Can't an 18-year-old have an older brother?" Zhou Lin was baffled by her response. "No, that's not what I mean." The girl appeared momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, she shot him a resentful glare and remarked, "How come I heard you're only 17? Shouldn't you be calling me sister?" Finally recalling that he was no longer the greasy uncle he once was, Zhou Lin felt a twinge of embarrassment. The girl gave him a slightly smug look before pulling out a prepared signature pen and a pink notebook. "Dear brother, could you please sign this for me?" This girl was rather charming. Zhou Lin smiled as he took the paper and pen, casually asking, "What is your name? Do you want to pursue me?" A teasing glint flickered in her eyes, seemingly seeking to retaliate against Zhou Lin's earlier rudeness. Zhou Lin glanced at her, letting out an exaggerated sigh. "Sister, that joke is rather stale. Call me sister." The girl raised her pink fist, feigning a fierce demeanor. "All right." Zhou Lin quickly raised his hands in surrender and shifted to a more age-appropriate tone. "Rest assured, I have no other intentions. I simply wish to write a blessing for you on this paper. That's all." "Is that all?" The girl wrinkled her nose, appearing slightly disappointed. "Indeed, that is all." Zhou Lin nodded earnestly, his eyes radiating innocent sincerity. Pouting, the girl replied disinterestedly, "My name is Lena Fisher." "Fisher? I believe that bald fan has the same last name. Doesn't he? However, that Fisher looks rather intimidating and likely has no relation to this lovely girl before me." With this thought, Zhou Lin quickly scribbled a line on the paper before signing his name flamboyantly. "All right, the first half of the match has concluded. I must now head to the locker room to check on my teammates." After handing the paper back to the girl, Zhou Lin turned and walked away without looking back. "Fool, why didn't you take the opportunity to ask for her phone number?" As Zhou Lin walked away, Lena suddenly felt a surge of anger. It wasn't until she heard the laughter of the fans behind her that she blushed and hurried back to her seat, touching her slightly flushed cheeks. She opened the paper with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. "You, this scoundrel." Amidst the cacophony of angry shouts, the pink notebook was slapped onto Lena's lap. Clearly inscribed upon it was a heartfelt message, wishing my beautiful and adorable sister Lena all the best. With love, your brother, Zhou Lin. Chapter 9. I will not allow certain individuals to succeed on May 8th, amid a flurry of chaotic reports. The entire Borussia Dortmund 2 team stepped onto the pitch at Eintracht Braunschweig's home ground. In the locker room, Schneider animatedly waved his arms, his emotions palpable. Behind him lay a precipice. Dortmund had nowhere left to retreat. "Buddy, you haven't been sneaking a peek at the Battle of Moscow, have you?" Zhou Lin couldn't help but chuckle a bit. After all, the thrill of a German hiding at home to watch such a film was undoubtedly akin to a Chinese person secretly indulging in a new film by a certain adult star. The opponent is formidable, but we are not to be trifled with. Moreover, we are fighting with our backs against the wall, which will undoubtedly give us a morale advantage. Schneider had evidently immersed himself in Chinese culture. The media was correct. We were indeed plagued by injuries. In the last match, the original starting attacking midfielder, ZTRK, was taken down in the final moments and subsequently ruled out for 2 weeks by the team physician. Meanwhile, the substitute, Canziola, had yet to recover from his injury sustained during the match against Berghausen. Zhou Lin had long suspected that the system was at play, ensuring he remained on the pitch for the entire match. But this was not a cause for concern, for we have Linus. As Schneider spoke, he pointed a finger at Zhou Lin. Indeed, having a star player is an exquisite privilege, rendering any other desires unnecessary. At this moment, Zhou Lin was Schneider's trump card and source of confidence. Again, Schneider paused, turning to the captain. "Today, in addition to defending, you must protect Linus." "Yes. Safeguard him as you would your own treasure." "No, I'm not," Zhou Lin replied, though he understood the coach meant well. The analogy still left him both amused and perplexed. "Rest assured, coach." Eggett nodded earnestly, aware of Schneider's concerns. With a sense of assurance, Schneider turned to Kinksek. "Daniel, you and Linus have previously triumphed together and often practiced side by side. I firmly believe you will wreak havoc alongside him today. Tell me, do you have confidence?" To pose such a question felt like an affront to Kinksek. The forward, who had been scoring in consecutive matches, appeared rather disdainful. However, after responding to the coach, he discreetly shot Zhou Lin a pleading glance. Zhou Lin, understanding, smiled lightly. "Rest assured. I will deliver the ball to your feet in due time. Once you receive it, I will ensure it finds its way into that damned goal. With the support of a good friend, King Sek exuded an air of superiority, as if scoring was as simple as eating or drinking. Faced with this overly arrogant player, Schneider could only shake his head helplessly and turn to the other players, vigorously waving his right hand. Boys, let Braunschweig tremble beneath our iron fists. Dortmund shall never sink. Amidst the thunderous chants, the 11 starters, led by Eggett, sprinted toward the players' tunnel. Upon entering the tunnel, a whistle echoed from ahead. Hey, look, the pitiful clown has arrived. Zhou Lin looked up just in time to see Braunschweig's midfield linchpin, Krogel, winking at him. Oliver, shut your filthy mouth. Eggett rushed ahead, fearing Zhou Lin might lose his composure. Yet, Krogel remained undeterred, continuing his provocation. I've heard that China is notoriously a desert for football. You're merely riding on your father's coattails. Shut your filthy mouth. This time, King Sek, shaking his fist, stepped up to confront Krogel. Surprisingly, Zhou Lin's voice emerged from behind. Captain, Daniel, let us not stoop to his level. The calmness in his tone caught everyone off guard, turning their attention to the fiery young talent. With a look of sympathy, Zhou Lin approached Krogel. I can understand your feelings. After all, following this match, you will lose your chance to participate in the promotion playoffs. Therefore, I want to hold it against you. Pausing, he spread his hands and shrugged. There is an old saying in China, the dead are the most important. Thus, I see no need to engage with a corpse. Krogel, likely unfamiliar with the saying's implications, certainly grasped the concept of being referred to as a corpse. You yellow-skinned monkey. Do you dare to treat me as a dead man? Do you believe I want to take you down right now? In response to Krogel's taunts, Zhou Lin grinned. When it comes to monkeys, you actually resemble one even more. Just look at your protruding forehead and thick hair. If you were placed in a zoo, I'm certain many would flock to see you. To insult someone without resorting to foul language is a feat perhaps only the Chinese can achieve. Krogel attempted to retort several times, yet found no suitable words, resorting to repeatedly shouting F. Someone like you still dares to think about F-I-N-G? Zhou Lin cast a dismissive glance at him, then adopted the demeanor of an experienced physician. In my opinion, your kidney deficiency is quite severe. To borrow a phrase from an advertisement in China, you're essentially the type that charges for 30 days but lasts only 5 seconds. I'll kill you. Enraged, Krogel charged forward with a fist raised. However, Eggett and King Sek were not about to let him have his way, each restraining one of his arms. Simultaneously, the other Dortmund 2 players squared off against their counterparts from the home team. A confrontation loomed in the players' tunnel. Have you had your fill of this nonsense? At a critical moment, the officiating referee hurried into the tunnel. Not wishing to receive cards, the players quickly backed away, with even King Sek retreating like a compliant child. The referee surveyed the scene and approached Krogel first. As captain, please be mindful of your words and actions. Okay, we'll heed your advice, Krogel replied, feigning compliance but secretly making a throat-cutting gesture towards Zhou Lin as the referee turned away. Linus, I must say, I admire your linguistic prowess, the referee remarked dryly as he approached Zhou Lin. He then adopted a serious expression, but this is not the Red Earth, and I am not the referee from that match. If you persist in causing trouble, I won't hesitate to send you off the field. It was evident that this referee held a bias against Zhou Lin and Borussia Dortmund. In his eyes, while Krogel was at fault, Zhou Lin undoubtedly played a notably negative role. One could hardly expect a person who dared provoke fans during a match to merely retaliate with words. Zhou Lin, however, did not refute this, responding with a double entendre. Very well, referee. I shall ensure certain individuals do not succeed. The referee remained silent, merely extending 2 fingers to point at his own eyes and then directing them towards Zhou Lin. I'll be watching you. Understanding the implication, Zhou Lin shrugged indifferently. Chapter 10. ISNT the game, just you score 1, I score 1. As the moment to take the field approached, Krogel quietly sidled up to Zhou Lin. Hey, clown. Soon you'll be crying on the pitch. Much appreciated. I happen to be suffering from a bit of dry eye, Zhou Lin retorted disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at him. Krogel was taken aback, seemingly incredulous at what he had just heard. Just then, Jingxia, standing before Zhou Lin, turned to glance at him. Linus once said, the best way to retaliate on the field is to score goals and throw punches. Only the inept resort to verbal sparring. Well said. Zhou Lin grinned, giving a thumbs up to the towering figure. Soon, led by the referee, both teams entered the arena. Just as they emerged from the tunnel, a banana plummeted from above, nearly striking Zhou Lin. Roar, roar, come eat a banana. A group of fervent fans on either side of the tunnel imitated monkey antics, targeting Zhou Lin deliberately. Ignore them, Eggett hastily cautioned, seemingly anxious that Zhou Lin might lose his composure. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhou Lin bent down to pick up the banana, peeled it open in full view, and took a hearty bite. Then, he discarded the banana and strode onto the field, leaving behind an image of defiance and confidence. After the pre-match rituals, the game commenced. Right from the start, the Dortmund's second team intended to execute a quick attack, just as they had before. Unfortunately, before Zhou Lin could receive Elg's pass, the scheming Krogel knocked him to the ground. Foul. Referee, that was a deliberate foul. Eggett immediately raised his hand, signaling the referee to issue a card to the opposing player. Yet, the referee merely spread his arms downward, swiftly waving to indicate that play should continue. As a result, Krogel, who was the first to rise, seized the opportunity to mount a counterattack. Fortunately, this offensive move did not trouble Dortmund, as the goalkeeper securely caught the ball. Taking advantage of the pause in play, Krogel approached again. Poor little clown, do you now understand who is strong and who is weak? Recharged yet? F. At the mocking retort, Krogel nearly exploded with rage. Zhou Lin, however, paid him no mind and began to jog away leisurely. As the ball was kicked out, Zhou Lin sprinted towards its landing point. Krogel attempted to employ the same tactic again, charging at him from the side. But before he could collide with Zhou Lin, Eggett darted in from the side and sent him sprawling. Beep. To their astonishment, the referee rushed over to signal Eggett for a foul. Sir, he just did the same to my teammate. Eggett protested vehemently. Are you questioning me? The referee glared at him sternly. Before he could finish, Zhou Lin rushed in to cover the captain's mouth. Referee, he is still young. Upon hearing Zhou Lin's words, Eggett muttered in protest. As if to say, no, who is younger between us? No, who is protecting whom here? Finally managing to dismiss the referee, Zhou Lin released his grip and regarded Eggett solemnly. Do you recall your earlier criticism of me? If we want to win, then for heaven's sake, suppress that tedious anger of yours. Eggett was momentarily speechless, his gaze towards Zhou Lin filled with complex emotions. The whistle blew once more, and Krogel, responsible for the free kick, discreetly signaled to his forward before lifting his leg to send the ball soaring into the air. The ball sped swiftly with a commendable curve. Unfortunately, it landed squarely within Jingxia's defensive zone. Standing at a towering 9 meters, Jingxia was confident he could clear the ball from the penalty area. He leaped at the opportune moment, but just as he departed the ground, the opposing forward stealthily pushed him at the waist, then leapt forcefully. Jingxia's body wobbled in the air, causing him to miss the pass entirely. Meanwhile, the opposing center forward made solid contact, sending the ball crashing into the net with a resounding thud, leaving the Dortmund's second team's goalkeeper with no chance to react. Referee, offensive foul. He just pushed me. Just as he landed, Jingxia, having been sabotaged, rushed to confront the main referee. However, the referee merely gestured for him to retreat, maintaining a stoic expression while briefly communicating with the linesman via radio. Beep. As the referee pointed toward the center circle, Jingxia was incensed. Goodness. It was clearly a foul first. Are you blind? Or are you intentionally favoring the home team? Mind your words. The referee, convinced of his decision, raised his hand to issue a card. Seeing this, Eggett hurriedly approached the referee, pleading for leniency on behalf of his teammate. Amidst the chaos, Schneider's furious shout rang out from the sidelines. Diamond Q, do you even know how to officiate? Who is Diamond Q? Zhou Lin, originally intending to rush over to argue, looked at the referee in surprise. Admittedly, the referee did bear a striking resemblance to the Queen of Diamonds on a playing card. Moreover, his head, indeed quite square. Upon hearing the shout, the referee disregarded issuing a card to Jingxia and swiftly approached the sidelines to hand the yellow gemstone war god card to Schneider. I knew that encountering you would bring no good fortune. Schneider complained loudly while subtly signaling an okay gesture to the players on the field. Was it intentional? Zhou Lin suddenly understood the coach's strategic maneuver. What a goal! Outside the field, the clearly biased commentator erupted with passionate cheers. Within merely 3 minutes of the game, Braunschweig had breached the Dortmund's second team's defenses with an indirect free kick. If the temporarily third-placed Ingolstadt fails to win this round, our Warriors will triumphantly advance to the promotion playoffs. Braunschweig shall prevail. With his rallying cry, the crowd roared in support. As the cheers subsided, the commentator resumed. Just as Krogel said, that Chinese kid is merely a pitiful clown. Seeking attention may bring him some fame, but on the field, only strength can speak volumes. I'm quite curious to know what grave mistake Bughausen made to allow this pretender to achieve fame in one match. The malicious commentary darkened Zhou Lin's countenance. Charge in there. Kick that commentator. Show them you're not to be trifled with. At the very least, give them the finger. In his mind, Dejamin Ha's notorious temper began to stir. With bloodshot eyes, Zhou Lin transformed into a snorting bull. Linus, didn't you say you'd respond to them with goals? In a moment of clarity, Jingxia tightly embraced Zhou Lin. Calm down. Calm down. After a round of mental reassurance, Zhou Lin gradually regained his composure, pushing Jingxia aside. He surveyed the surroundings like a sovereign, his gaze brimming with confidence and tenacity. Brothers, isn't the game just you score one, I score one? As long as we can score one more than them, victory shall still belong to us. Chapter 11. Relying solely on oneself. Upon hearing the shout, Hector, who had been apprehensive about Zhou Lin's potential reckless behavior, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Linus was indeed correct. With over 80 minutes remaining, let us together obliterate their morale. Obliterate them. Inspired by the two core players, the teammates, who had previously felt disheartened, rejuvenated their spirits and shouted as they returned to their positions. Before the restart, Zhou Lin leaned towards Jingqi, shielding his mouth with his hand. While they are complacent, I will swiftly deliver the ball into the penalty area. The rest is up to you. Leave it to me. Jingqi replied with unwavering confidence, patting his chest. Beep. The whistle sounded once more. Jingqi passed the ball to Zhou Lin, then dashed forward fervently, blocked the center and prevent their quick counterattack. Klager, having reviewed the match footage, vocally organized the defense, approaching Zhou Lin, who had just halted the ball. As Klager charged in, Zhou Lin deftly pushed the ball to the left with the inside of his right foot. Subsequently, he crossed over the ball with his left foot and pushed it to the right once more. The two contrasting touches left Klager bewildered. In a flash, Zhou Lin darted past him. A seemingly deceptive fried meatball, the so-called genius of Dortmund was merely that, seeing their star player reduced to a mere backdrop. The commentary grew slightly bitter. As Zhou Lin easily maneuvered past the opponent, Hector proactively ran to his diagonal front, ready to receive a pass, planning to exploit a 2-on-1 situation to tear through the opposing defense. Meanwhile, the two wingers quickly spread to the flanks, preparing to implement a combination of wide and central tactics. However, Zhou Lin did not pass the ball. Instead, he astonishingly circled back in front of Klager while the opponent's attention was diverted. One must be prepared for the blows when mixing in the fray. He aimed to shatter Klager's psychological defenses with continuous breakthroughs. Their eyes met. Klager's gaze brimmed with astonishment and fury. Zhou Lin, with a slight smirk, casually asked, Have you charged up? You are seeking death. Klager exploded in rage, charging wildly towards him. The bait had been taken. Zhou Lin decisively placed his right foot before the ball, using the arch of his left foot positioned behind it to lift the ball off the ground. As the ball rose to knee height, he skillfully flicked it upward with his heel. A rainbow reappeared. The young Chinese athlete had successfully avenged himself. In an instant, a wave of humiliation crashed over Klager. He did not even have the mind to pull down the youth who had swept past him like the wind. Simultaneously, a notification of a successful rainbow dribble flashed in Zhou Lin's mind. Yet, he held no regrets. On the contrary, failing to utilize this skill to retaliate against his opponent would have truly left him remorseful, witnessing their midfield linchpin being outmaneuvered twice in succession. The morale of the Brunswick team plummeted. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Lin glided past the opposing defensive midfielder, charging directly toward the goal from approximately 30 meters away. Unhesitatingly swinging his left leg, prevent the long-range shot. A startled Klager hurriedly alerted his defenders. The two center-backs, now aware, rushed forward to block the impending shot with their bodies. Unfortunately, Zhou Lin had no intention of actually shooting. It was merely a feint. He executed a low, curling ball with the outside of his foot, aimed directly at the sprinting Jingqi. Realizing the danger, the opposing right center-back could only throw himself to the ground in an attempt to intercept the pass. Yet, that white soccer ball seemed to possess a mind of its own, narrowly evading the defender's outstretched foot and heading straight for Jingqi. The ball arrived. And so did he. Jingqi wasted no time in unleashing a powerful shot. Whoosh! The soccer ball bypassed the opposing goalkeeper's defenses and crashed into the net. It must be said that ever since the bond was activated, the clumsy giant's ball control and shooting skills had seen a remarkable improvement. As the referee pointed to the center circle, Jingqi first jubilantly sprinted towards the sidelines, executing a perfect slide on his knees. Then, amidst the jeers of the home crowd, he pointed to the name on his jersey and shouted, "Remember this, I am Daniel Jingqi, the future center forward of the German national team." After releasing his joyous emotions, he turned to Zhou Lin. "Newbie, Without a doubt, that was precisely what he meant. As Zhou Lin's companion, knowing a few phrases in Chinese was hardly excessive. Embracing the Russian Jinkik, Zhou Lin smiled and replied, "Daniel, it should be your newbie." "No, it's your newbie." Jinkik stubbornly shook his head. "You had every capability to shoot just now. But I know you did it for me, to help me realize my dream of joining the first team sooner." At this, Jinkik's eyes glistened with unshed tears. No more words were necessary. From this day forth, you are my leader. Thus, a beautiful misunderstanding was born. In truth, Zhou Lin, without the experience card, had no certainty of scoring that long-range shot. Yet, he was not foolish enough to reveal this fact, choosing instead to maintain an air of mystery with a smile. It must be said, Dortmund's second team was quite fortunate today. A misplayed pass somehow led to the clumsy Giant's success. Naturally, a draw was not unacceptable. If Ingolstadt were to lose unexpectedly, we would still have hopes of participating in the playoffs. However, I am certain that Dortmund will inevitably descend to the regional league. Less than a minute after the goal, the opponent equalized, which understandably led to a somewhat sardonic commentary. "I told you, we have Linus." On the sidelines, Schneider bounced around like a child, showing no trace of his earlier despondency. After the excitement, he loudly reminded the players on the field, "Do not take risks. I only need 3 points." Not a massacre of the opponent. Risky attacks could very well lead to failure, and failed attacks often become prime opportunities for counterattacks. With 80 minutes remaining, Schneider merely hoped the entire team could consolidate their defense while adding another goal. Of course, such a conservative coaching style was also a significant reason for the dissatisfaction of the club and its fans. Receiving the directive, the players on the field swiftly adjusted, with Hector leading the way as the midfield and defensive players primarily focused on defense, leaving only Zhou Lin and Jinkik to continuously seek opportunities before the opponent's goal. However, Zhou Lin's overall rating of 68 was far from sufficient to sway the match like certain superheroes. Even with the enhancement of the bond, well, it was still lacking. After all, Zhou Lin had only played 2 professional matches. Despite possessing a high rating, he lacked match experience. Consequently, he inevitably fell into the opponent's sea of tactics: double teaming, collisions, flying tackles. The relentless fouls rendered Zhou Lin nearly immobile. Had he not been astute, he might have been carried off the field long ago. Yet, aside from Klager, who received a yellow card for an egregiously reckless tackle, the players infringing upon Zhou Lin were mostly given mere verbal warnings. This led Schneider to refer to the referee as the home team's loyal lapdog. During halftime, Schneider, nearly ejected from the stands by the referee, hurriedly requested the team doctor to assist Zhou Lin with massage and treatment. "Can you endure?" "Not a problem." Looking at Zhou Lin's battered legs, Schneider hesitated before finally managing to say, "There is no one to replace you. It's solely on you now." "Understood." Zhou Lin raised his head to meet the coach's gaze, determination evident in his eyes. Schneider nodded slightly, rising to address the other players. "In the first half, you all performed admirably. In the second half, I shall interpret substitutions as a signal for offense. Once I have adjusted the personnel on the flanks, you are to surge forward and fiercely exploit any vulnerabilities. Rest assured, coach." Upon receiving the directive, the long-restrained Jing Cheka immediately responded on behalf of the entire team. However, Zhou Lin regarded this with a degree of skepticism. According to the system's alerts, Ingolstadt would unexpectedly concede a goal in the first half, only to equalize at the very last moment and secure a dramatic victory. Such an outcome would ignite Brunswick's hopes of merely drawing to qualify for the playoffs. Consequently, they would undoubtedly fortify their defense in the second half to thwart any scoring attempts by the Dortmund second team. If only I could once again experience the possession of the card. With this thought, Zhou Lin couldn't help but call upon the system. Yet, the system remained unresponsive, as if in slumber. "Very well, it appears I must rely solely on my own capabilities." Chapter 12. The Crescent Moon and the Unfortunate Aquarian in the second half. The Brunswick team, predictably, opted to forego offense, seemingly determined to cling to their hard-earned point. With promotion at stake, they preferred a lackluster match over risking any errors. Naturally, Brunswick was not foolish enough to position all 11 players in front of their goal. Instead, they employed a high-pressing strategy, applying pressure on their opponents from the front line. Under the leadership of Krager, the midfield and defensive players closely monitored Zhou Lin and Jinkik, ensuring that he faced 2 or more defenders almost every time he received the ball. In an effort to stifle Zhou Lin's remarkable skills, the Brunswick players transformed into rugby players, brazenly bringing him down time and again under the protection of referee Q. The drawbacks of Zhou Lin's insufficient physicality were glaringly exposed. He resembled a small boat tossed about in a tumultuous ocean, repeatedly thrown into the air by monstrous waves. After yet another infringement, Zhou Lin, unable to bear it any longer, approached the referee. How many times must this happen? Do you wish to watch them kick me to death? However, referee Q merely sneered. Kid, don't think you can act in front of me. Wang Defa, are you blind or just plain foolish? Dejamin Ha's temper flared once more, prompting Zhou Lin to consider retaliating with a punch. Calm down. This is merely a test. Remembering the system's reminder, Zhou Lin gritted his teeth and endeavored to restrain himself. 1 second, 2 seconds. It was only when referee Q turned away that Zhou Lin finally managed to regain his composure. Thus, the match continued amidst a back-and-forth exchange, yet the score remained unchanged. In the final 5 minutes, Zhou Lin's stamina began to wane as he leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. Although his attribute enhancements included stamina, the intensity of the match was still overwhelming. This is disastrous. On the sidelines, Schneider, realizing his weary disciple was running on fumes, sighed deeply. All cards have been played. The final 20 minutes of relentless assault were drawing to a close. Was even God unwilling to assist Dortmund 2 in remaining in the regional league? In the stands, the distant bald figure of Fischer clutched his head in anguish. He was undeniably proud of his idol. Today, Zhou Lin showcased the prowess befitting a prodigious talent, both tactically and in terms of willpower. Yet, the other Dortmund players were woefully inadequate, particularly the lumbering oaf, who squandered 2 of Zhou Lin's exquisite passes. Moreover, a long-range shooting opportunity created by Zhou Lin's movement was clumsily kicked away by Egger. It seemed that even genius required a suitable team. Dortmund 2 was ultimately not Zhou Lin's stage. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, his cousin Lena, standing beside him, suddenly rose to sing. We stand united in unwavering loyalty, cheering for football. Dortmund, in the face of any opponent, we shall not lose our courage and confidence. Her voice invigorated the away fans, including Fischer. They finally realized that what the players needed was not criticism or abuse, but encouragement from the supporters. In an instant, Fischer, along with other fans, joined Lena in song. Amidst the shouts of support, Zhou Lin was the first to rally, vociferously encouraging his teammates. Stand strong. Let us win this match together. Give it your all. The determination in the eyes of each Dortmund 2 player was unmistakable. At that moment, the 12th man outside the field arrived like a tardy reinforcement, bestowing upon them hope and strength. Just then, a voice echoed in Zhou Lin's mind. Ding! In recognition of the host successfully overcoming the side effects of the template during this match, and moving both fans and teammates with his indomitable spirit. So what? Zhou Lin felt a glimmer of anticipation. The host is rewarded with a Beckham experience card, valid for 5 minutes. The system seemed slightly concerned about the host's ability to complete the task. Not only did it refrain from allowing Zhou Lin to draw randomly, but it directly provided him with an experience card of the football star himself. Splendid. Finally, it was not some cheap imitation of Beckham. Overjoyed, Zhou Lin felt invigorated. Pass me the ball, he shouted at Egger, charging towards the opposing defense without hesitation. Only by breaking through with the ball could he force a foul. A free kick would be Zhou Lin's secret weapon to clinch victory. Sensing danger, the equally fatigued Krager tackled Zhou Lin just outside the penalty area. Beep. The whistle blew. And referee Q, unable to protect the home team any longer, brandished a yellow card before swiftly producing a red one. You barely lasted 5 seconds. Did you forget to bring your socket? Watching Krager and his teammates surround the referee with incessant protests, Zhou Lin, lying on the ground and gasping for breath, could not resist mocking them. I'll kill you. Krager charged recklessly, only to be met by the referee blocking his path. Once the officials managed to expel the furious Krager, Zhou Lin promptly rose to find Egger, who was preparing to take the free kick. Captain, let me handle this. Are you sure? The captain hesitated, having never seen Zhou Lin practice free kicks before. Before the last match. Did you think I excelled at long shots and passing? Zhou Lin did not directly answer, merely offering a space for imagination. Having witnessed numerous miracles, Egger instinctively felt that Zhou Lin might create another one. All right, I'll cover for you. As they spoke, Egger and Zhou Lin took several steps back, causing the Brunswick goalkeeper some distress. Having studied the footage, he knew Zhou Lin favored left-footed curling shots, while Egger was right-footed. After a moment's thought, he gestured for 6 players to form what he deemed a protective wall in front of the goal. However, Jinkiek and the others would not allow him to have his way, jostling for position within the wall. The penalty area descended into chaos. It was only when the referee blew the whistle that order was temporarily restored. Jinkique stood resolutely amidst the opposing wall like a sturdy pole. Clever. Zhou Lin and Edgar exchanged glances filled with appreciation. As the referee signaled, Edgar was the first to move, stepping over the ball and veering to the side. Simultaneously, Zhou Lin accelerated towards the ball in an S-shaped trajectory. Just 5 meters away from the ball, he leaped forward slightly. His left foot sank into the turf as his arms swung like windmills. When his left shoulder and arm fully extended outward, Zhou Lin struck the ball fiercely with the inside of his right foot, aiming for the lower right corner. Bang! An astonishing curve, a powerful inward spin. The ball soared towards the opposing goal with a hint of menace. OMG! Jinkique, positioned in the wall, was so disturbed by the ball's aura that he forgot to jump or evade. Not on my watch. Seeing the ball successfully clear the wall, the Brunswick goalkeeper leaped, exerting every ounce of strength to intercept its trajectory. Yet, at the moment of his jump, that damned ball began to plummet rapidly. Helplessly, the airborne goalkeeper adjusted his posture, resembling a fish desperately thrashing on a cutting board. Go in! Go in! At that moment, Schneider and all the away fans held their breath, hoping that the cursed ball would find its way into the net. Meanwhile, the home fans wished fervently that they could blow the ball away from the goal. The sound of a crisp impact echoed, and Zhou Lin, standing in front of the goal, widened his mouth in astonishment. Cursed goalpost. Witnessing the football ricochet off the post, Schneider, consumed by utter despair, unleashed a kick that sent the water bottle flying before him. Chapter 13. Do I still need to trial? Oh my goodness. On the stands, Fischer murmured in disbelief, his eyes vacant as he watched the opposing players in a panic kick the ball out of bounds. Beside him, Lena covered her mouth tightly, seemingly afraid she might burst into tears at any moment. Behind her, Leo clenched his fists, still hoping for a miracle. Just then, the nearly fainting commentator at the field came back to life. I must say, that last curved shot nearly made me believe Beckham had grazed the pitch of the 3rd division. Yet, even if Beckham himself were here, he could not halt Eintracht Braunschweig's momentum. Perhaps, this is the divine arrangement. Braunschweig is destined to appear in the 2nd division, while Dortmund's reserve team must reluctantly accept relegation. Shut your mouth. Schneider yelled towards the commentary booth, gesturing with an international sign. It's all right. You've done your best, he added as Eggert approached, patting the still astonished Zhou Lin on the back. Startled by the touch, Zhou Lin snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth and declaring, no. The match is not over yet. Without looking back, he sprinted towards the corner area, not bothering to seek Eggert's opinion as he had earlier. Watching his departing figure, Eggert was momentarily taken aback, then turned to his dejected teammates. Linus, has T given up? Should we? There is still time. We can win. Yes. We can certainly win. The fearless Jinchik responded eagerly, ready to charge into the penalty area. Man-to-man defense. We must mark them tightly for the playoff. Noticing the referee raising his hand to check the time, Braunschweig's goalkeeper clapped vigorously, urging his teammates. In the corner area, Zhou Lin glanced at Jinchik, who was sandwiched between 2 defenders, and assessed the goalkeeper's positioning. For Leo, he shouted, slowly retreating before accelerating for the run-up. For Leo? Jinchik's eyes lit up as he swiftly moved in the opposite direction towards the goal. This movement caused a miscommunication among his defenders. One player followed him, while the other chose to stay put. At that moment, the ball arced through the air, descending rapidly towards the center of the goal. Jinchik halted, pivoted, and leapt as if propelled by a cannon. He collided with the pursuing defender, soaring into the air. Before him was the spinning football, and with a fierce roar, he summoned his core strength and headed the ball toward the goal. Bang! The ball veered sharply, heading straight for the corner of the net. Simultaneously, the Braunschweig goalkeeper, who had already leapt into the air, stretched out his arms desperately to reach the wretched ball. He made contact. Pain surged through his fingertips. Tears welled up uncontrollably in the goalkeeper's eyes. Yet, the ball merely altered its course slightly, resolutely finding its way into the net. Upon landing, Jinchik howled to the heavens. He dashed through the crowd towards Zhou Lin, who was still standing in the corner. Boss, I did it. I did not let Uncle Leo down. It was a last-minute victory, to triumph over an opponent on the professional stage. This is my nephew, the continuation of my dreams. In the stands, Leo Jinchik was flushed with excitement. Upon hearing his nephew and Oppo's shout, he could no longer contain his emotions, covering his face as he crouched down, weeping joyfully like a child whose dreams had come true. But soon, he stood up, tears streaming down his face, and pointed towards Jinchik, who was celebrating with Zhou Lin. Daniel Jinchik. That is my nephew. Just as he finished speaking, Lucas Fischer in front of him tackled him to the ground in a frenzy. From now on, aside from Linus, I only love your nephew. Oh, let us not go that far. How about switching to your cousin instead? Although he felt a twinge of annoyance, Leo embraced Fischer tightly, unable to suppress his laughter. They. Outside the field, Schneider looked despondently at his assistant, as if the goal had been scored by the opposing team, not his own. Fortunately, the assistant understood his concern and quickly pulled out his phone to check the messages. Moments later, he raised his arms in excitement, exclaiming, "The match is over. Berghausen has drawn. We can remain in the third division." Remain? Upon hearing this news, Schneider instantly regained his composure, waving his arms and shouting onto the field, "Don't waste time. We must win fair and square." Fair and square? I see it more as a sneaky development. Hearing the shout, Zhou Lin immediately led his teammates in jubilant celebration. Only when the referee approached to issue a card to Zhou Lin did the teammates slowly make their way to the center circle. Unfortunately, having just lost their attacking core and then suffered a last-minute defeat, Braunschweig was devoid of spirit and capability to overturn the match at home. After exhausting the extended stoppage time granted by the referee, they could only surrender. "We did it. We succeeded." In the VIP box, Zorc clapped heartily, indifferent to the now somber expressions of Braunschweig's upper management. At that moment, a scruffy middle-aged man rose with a serious expression. Glancing at Zhou Lin, who was celebrating with his teammates, he murmured to himself, "It seems I must seize the time to speak with him." After completing the relegation battle, Zhou Lin returned to his dormitory. Prior to this, the in-good-spirit head coach had granted the players an extended break. The club, too, had deposited a substantial bonus into the players' accounts immediately following the match. Therefore, aside from Zhou Lin, who was reluctant to face his stepmother at home, the other players were eager to return home or find a place to celebrate in revelry. Of course, Eggert and Jinchik had also invited Zhou Lin, but he politely declined. On one hand, Zhou Lin was eager to discover what rewards the system might provide. On the other hand, he indeed needed to return home. Although it was a somewhat neglectful father, Zhou Lin felt obliged to express filial piety and could not forsake the traditions of his homeland. However, before returning home, he needed to ascertain the state of affairs there to avoid any unnecessary awkwardness. Just as he retrieved his phone, an unfamiliar number called. "Hello, is this Linus?" Hearing the stranger's voice, Zhou Lin furrowed his brow and murmured a response. "Oh my goodness, I finally found you." The speaker on the other end of the line sighed in relief. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lyndon Schmidt, employed by Bayern Munich." "You're a scout?" Without waiting for the speaker to finish, Zhou Lin had already deduced his identity. "Haha, conversing with a genius is quite delightful," Schmidt laughed heartily, appearing quite pleased. "In fact, I noticed you back in U17. After watching 2 matches in full, I can confidently say you are a talent on par with Zhu and Cruz. Therefore, as a professional scout, I feel obliged to advise you that the stage at Dortmund is simply too small for you. Your future should be in a grand club." And then, Zhou Lin calmly interjected, prompting Schmidt to finish his grand vision. On the other end, Schmidt was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Zhou Lin's composed demeanor. After a pause, he regained his composure and stated, "Linus, I solemnly represent the club in inviting you to trial with the first team." "Do I still need to trial?" Zhou Lin's tone suddenly took on an amused note. Chapter 14. Trapped by the scheme. Upon hearing Zhou Lin's retort, Schmidt immediately took on a grandiose demeanor, proclaiming, "Of course, this is merely a formality. With your talent, the club will surely welcome you." Then he casually settled into the stands, observing his teammates gallivanting on the field. A faint smirk appeared at the corners of Zhou Lin's mouth. He was acutely aware of Bayern's inner workings. Collecting prodigious talents was indeed one of their pastimes, as well as a means to accumulate wealth. Unless one possessed the extraordinary prowess of a 17-year-old Messi, the only fate awaiting him would be a lucrative transfer to another club, much like Hummel's. Sensing Zhou Lin's reluctance, Schmidt began to persuade earnestly. "Linus, you must believe in yourself. Only by joining Bayern can you hope to attain the Golden Boy Award." Golden Boy? What a farcical notion. With an overall rating of 68, he was hardly worthy of even a substitute position at Bayern. By the time he secured a starting spot, he would likely be left in the dust. Moreover, what he desperately needed now was not fame, but rather opportunities to play. With that thought, Zhou Lin impatiently shouted into the phone, "The hell with the Golden Boy. I just want to play." As he hung up the call, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Given that the host has completed an S-level task and can actively refuse unrealistic invitations from prestigious clubs, the rewards include the mid-tier template of Dejan Lovren and Beckham's Bend It Like Beckham skill. The template upgrade raised the host's overall rating to 73, allowing him to serve as a starter for mid to lower tier teams in the Bundesliga. A prompt appeared. Permissions upgraded. The host can now view the attribute panel at any time and can also bind one teammate with a favorability rating exceeding 90 as a bond partner. Ecstatic. Zhou Lin was overjoyed. He never anticipated that declining Bayern would yield such substantial benefits. Just as he was reveling in his excitement, the phone rang again. Wang Defa. Have you ever worked in sales or scamming? How could you be so shameless? Annoyed, Zhou Lin answered the call without even glancing at the screen. Hello. I already said I'm not going to Bayern. What else do you want? You? Received an invitation from Bayern? A voice on the other end sounded surprised. Had there been a misunderstanding? Zhou Lin felt a bit embarrassed. Sorry, I thought it was that previous caller. Oh, no worries. The man on the other end fell silent for a moment. After Zhou Lin repeated hello several times, he cautiously inquired, according to Chinese custom. Should I address you as Zhou Lin? Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin. Qiu. Zhou Lin. After several attempts, the man finally pronounced one syllable correctly. All right. Please forgive my wretched tongue. If possible, I'll just call you Zhou. The man's attempt at friendliness created a congenial atmosphere for their conversation. Zhou Lin reciprocated with a warm chuckle. Let me introduce myself. My name is Walker Struss, a rather obscure football agent. You were the one who signed Mario Zhu and Hummels? Struss laughed heartily. Since you've heard of me, I'll keep it brief. As a fellow young talent, I am confident in my ability to manage all your off-field affairs. Of course, the specifics will be tailored to your needs. Hearing this, Zhou Lin fell silent. Previously, all his contracts had been handled by his father through intermediaries. Now, it seemed he required a competent football agent. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Lin slowly replied. Could you elaborate on what you can do for me? Over the phone? Struss paused for a moment, then chuckled lightly. If it's convenient, may I visit your dormitory? You're outside the club? Zhou Lin was taken aback. Of course. It's just that the guard Paul is rather reluctant to let me in. Haha. Zhou Lin couldn't help but laugh at the thought of the overly cautious guard, resembling the head coach himself. In the dormitory, Struss removed his immaculate suit jacket, loosened a button, tucked his tie into his shirt, and placed 2 cups of perfectly brewed coffee before Zhou Lin. After surveying the room, he tilted his head slightly and remarked, neat and orderly. It seems you are indeed a very disciplined and organized individual. Thank you for the compliment. Zhou Lin nodded in satisfaction. It was not solely due to the praise, but also because he found this man in his 30s quite agreeable. He neither projected an air of superiority nor appeared overly constrained. Everything felt just right. Try this. It's the best coffee I could find nearby. The only downside is that I didn't dare to add sugar to yours. The agent seemed to be quite attentive to the player's health. Zhou Lin mused internally as he took a token sip of the coffee Struss had selected. However, Struss did not partake in the coffee himself, continuing to speak, initially. Bayern had also invited Zhu. Can you guess what my suggestion was? The outcome was evident, and Zhou Lin smiled slightly. Of course, you advised him to decline. Exactly. Struss nodded emphatically. As an agent, I could earn a hefty commission through such maneuvers. However, I would prefer my clients to establish themselves steadily rather than dream of soaring to great heights. That makes sense. Zhou Lin's eyes brightened. So, I want to dazzle you with tales of golden boys or Ballon d'Or winners. Instead, I will first find you a suitable team, one that can swiftly secure you a starting position. That aligns perfectly with my intentions. Zhou Lin couldn't help but applaud him. Currently, there are a few teams in the second Bundesliga preparing to extend invitations to you. That's excellent news. Considering his meager playing experience, Zhou Lin readily accepted. Yet Struss appeared somewhat constipated, seemingly discontent with this response. Zhou Lin chuckled. Didn't you just advise me against aiming too high? Yes. But you have received an invitation from Bayern. Forget about that. Zhou Lin shook his head slightly, as if the matter were of no concern to him. Struss's palms were sweaty, and confusion along with a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. Wiping his hands on his trousers, he cautiously spoke. Actually, players like you can easily represent Bundesliga teams in cup competitions. Unnecessary. If I can secure a starting position, I would prefer to play in the second Bundesliga. Better to be the head of a soldier than the tail of a general. Zhou Lin's resolve was unwavering, reflecting the ethos of his heritage. The negotiation rhythm faltered, and Struss's expression grew somewhat grim. I do not oppose your move to the second Bundesliga. However, if a Bundesliga team is willing to offer you a substitute position, would you not consider it? Oh, so you have come with a hidden agenda. Realizing Struss's intentions, Zhou Lin's demeanor hardened. At the very least, I want to be a starter in half the matches. Otherwise, I will not entertain the offer. His declaration left Struss coughing repeatedly. Zhou Lin smiled faintly. lowering his voice in a feigned air of mystery. Do you believe me? I have been deliberately concealing my true capabilities. Just grant me a starting position, and I assure you everyone will be left in awe. I believe you, of course. Struss maintained a calm exterior, yet his eyes betrayed his inner thoughts. With my rainbow dribble, leaf fall shot, and the bend it like Beckham technique, do you not see that I am a treasure of a player? Zhou Lin once again employed his charm to persuade. Perhaps, it seems so. Struss, somewhat skeptical, nodded hesitantly. Zhou Lin smiled gently and remarked, if that is the case, shouldn't you cherish the opportunity to enter into a contract with me? Indeed, Struss replied, this time without hesitation. Zhou Lin, satisfied, nodded and proceeded to ask a series of straightforward questions. It was only when Struss fell into a habitual thought pattern that the truth began to reveal itself. Given our relationship, shouldn't we be candid with each other? Zhou Lin inquired. Quite so, came the reply. Then swiftly inform me, who sent you? Is it? Wait. Have I fallen into your trap? Struss suddenly became alert, gazing at Zhou Lin in disbelief. Chapter 15. After all, I like it as he observed the opponent's defenses wavering. Zhou Lin intensified his persuasion. Hey, don't you wish to sign a player with intellect? Only such players can go further. After a moment, Struss, nearly brainwashed by Zhou Lin's words, sighed deeply. All right, I admit I was commissioned by Freiburg to seek you out. However, that does not imply that I personally underestimate you. On the contrary, I have always regarded you as a rather unique talent. And now, I'm even more convinced of my judgment. Freiburg awaits you. Zhou Lin disregarded the agent's flattery and began to ponder the feasibility of the situation, based on his understanding of the Bundesliga. It was indeed true that the low-ranking Freiburg lacked creative midfielders, but was that truly the right fit for him? Furthermore, if he had the opportunity to join a Bundesliga team, why not prioritize Dortmund? After all, it was his home team, and they were poised to secure the league championship next season. With this thought in mind, Zhou Lin raised an eyebrow and inquired, why can't I remain at Dortmund? Just to clarify, I meant the first team. The first team? Struss rarely displayed such a dismissive smile. It seemed this question had finally revealed Zhou Lin's immaturity. Believe me, the first team at Dortmund has accumulated too many midfielders. Not only that, but they are also set to recruit a new attacking midfielder. So, you believe I won't have any playing opportunities? This time, Struss remained silent, merely shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Just then, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Season task released. The host is required to join Freiburg on loan or through a transfer and assist the team in qualifying for the Europa League. Upon completion of the task, the host will receive 10 pieces of the King of Football system fragments. Refusing the task means, I will be finished alongside you. Well, there was no choice this time. Faced with a system that was willing to sacrifice everything for an upgrade, Zhou Lin could only choose to compromise. All right, I am willing to go to Freiburg, but before he could finish his sentence, the dormitory door was abruptly pushed open. A scruffy, middle-aged man barged in, disregarding all decorum and stated unequivocally, no, you are not going anywhere. Upon recognizing the visitor, Struss's face displayed a hint of embarrassment, as if caught in a compromising situation. Fortunately, he was seasoned enough to quickly regain his composure and approach the newcomer. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Klopp. However, Klopp ignored him entirely, maintaining a stern expression as he approached Zhou Lin. Linus, the club needs you. You are not permitted to leave. Does that mean I can report to the first team? Zhou Lin feigned surprise and asked. The question made Klopp's face flush with embarrassment. It was indeed true. Having received the answer, Zhou Lin inwardly scoffed. After adjusting his demeanor, Klopp earnestly explained, you know, Jitsu struggled to get playing time for a long period after joining the team. Your speed, vision, and physicality are currently far inferior to his. Are you suggesting I should play another year or two in the second team? A smirk appeared on Zhou Lin's face. Seeing this, Struss stepped forward with a serious expression. No, I believe you are stifling a talent. By what authority do you accuse me? Klopp's face darkened with anger. Struss, still not having signed with an employer, appeared somewhat lacking in confidence. But Zhou Lin merely had to state, he is my agent, to revive Struss's spirit. Coach, with all due respect, Zhou is now capable of playing in the Bundesliga. You do not have the right to prevent him from stepping onto a grander stage. Upon hearing this, Klopp furrowed his brow and turned to Zhou Lin. So, you are adamant about wanting to transfer? Before Zhou Lin could respond, Struss clucked protectively like a mother hen. Actually, my client has strong feelings for Dortmund. However, the stage in the regional Liga is ultimately too small, and you refuse to. The betrayer was now the victim, and Struss swiftly absolved Zhou Lin of any blame. So, we have nothing more to discuss? Klopp shrugged helplessly and turned to leave the dormitory. Please wait. Just as he stepped out the door, Zhou Lin's voice called after him. Klopp was initially taken aback, then turned back with a hint of surprise. Zhou Lin seemed to be negotiating with someone who wasn't actually present. Once finished, he leaned closer to Struis and whispered a few words. After listening, Struis's expression grew exceedingly complex, and after a moment, he reluctantly nodded. I do not fully agree with your thoughts, but you are the client, and I can only hope you know what you are doing. Rest assured. Zhou Lin gestured reassuringly and quickly approached Klopp. Coach, I am still young. There are some matters I must delegate entirely to my agent. If convenient, could you take him to meet Mr. Zorc? Hope dashed once more. Klopp exclaimed emotionally, I hope you consider the consequences of leaving here. I never said I wanted to leave, Zhou Lin replied innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. Not leaving? Then why are you sending your agent to negotiate? Klopp paused, his expression growing increasingly complex. After a moment of silence, he seemed to understand something and placed a hand on Zhou Lin's shoulder, saying, No problem. You indeed deserve a decent new contract. 2 evenings later, Struis, looking fatigued, sat with Zhou Lin in a restaurant. The discussions were average. Zorc ultimately agreed to offer you a contract of 150,000 per year for 3 years. That's fine. After all, I am not short of funds. Zhou Lin appeared calm on the surface, yet disappointment flickered within. Despite his performance being on par with Ji's during the same period, the club was unwilling to offer equivalent remuneration. To be honest, I do not quite understand your thoughts. Since you can transfer for 1.5 million and receive a higher salary with focused development, why not opt for a direct transfer? Under Zhou Lin's guidance, the transfer had morphed into a loan. Struis genuinely did not know what he truly desired. However, Zhou Lin could not disclose the private discussions with the system to his agent and could only fabricate an excuse. Firstly, I think Freiburg's offer is too low. From what I know, Marin's transfer from Mönchengladbach to Bremen last year was for 8.5 million. But you've only played 2 matches in the regional Liga. Struis couldn't help but smirk, seemingly finding the young man's aspirations a bit fanciful. Secondly, I believe Dortmund has the capability to lift the trophy this season. Next year, I can participate in the Champions League with the team. You really are quite audacious. Setting aside whether Dortmund could win, Struis questioned, even if they can you guarantee yourself a starting position? The still unconvincing reasoning caused Struis to furrow his brows. Thirdly, as a product of Dortmund's esteemed youth training, I do not wish for the fans to perceive me as merely profit-driven. This was indeed a reasonable explanation. Struis understood well the significance of loyalty for a player. A lack of loyalty could diminish a player's value in future transfer markets. Furthermore, if Zhou Lin chose to leave now, he would likely face the disdain of Dortmund supporters. Ultimately, I yearned to personally strike Klopp's face on the Bundesliga stage, compelling him to beg for my return to Dortmund. Should I deem this as vindictive or merely unrealistic? Regardless of your interpretation, I find delight in it. Zhou Lin nonchalantly replied. Chapter 16. My nephew excels at flipping crepes. After a brief silence, Struis helplessly spread his hands. Well, I hope you can succeed in your quest for vengeance. He then rubbed his face vigorously. Originally, Freiburg aimed to cultivate their own star player. However, the situation has changed. They now hope that you can participate in a trial. The reasoning is quite sound. Since it is a loan, Freiburg naturally seeks a player who can be seamlessly integrated. In this regard, Zhou Lin was already mentally prepared. A trial is indeed a positive development. Perhaps it could persuade Mr. Dutt to allocate a starting position for me. You are quite confident, Struis remarked with a wry smile, seemingly regretting his decision to sign this headstrong youth. Nevertheless, since Freiburg has proposed a trial, I must add a condition. Another condition? Yes. Zhou Lin nodded emphatically. I require to participate in the trial alongside Kinsek. Hearing this, Struis nearly lost his composure. Transforming the transfer into a loan had already left him frazzled. How could he possibly entertain the idea of bringing along a player who might only feature in the 2. Bundesliga? Recognizing his dissatisfaction, Zhou Lin softened his tone. If Kinsek can remain, I would consider transitioning to a permanent transfer to Freiburg after the loan period. Really? Struis's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Provided that I can secure a starting position at Freiburg and Dortmund consents to my transfer request, that would be splendid. Struis sighed in relief. Indeed, Freiburg is not a formidable team, and their midfield is rather chaotic. Given Zhou Lin's ability, it is only a matter of time before he secures a starting role. Very well. If Kinsek wishes for me to act as his agent, I shall reluctantly take on the task. Reluctantly? No. You will surely be grateful to me. Zhou Lin brimmed with confidence regarding Kinsek's future. According to the system's prompt, as his rapport with Kinsek reached 95, they would receive an 8 overall boost when competing together. Zhou Lin took a moment to review the specific data. Overall rating 73-79. Speed 70, acceleration 75, stamina 70-75. Ball control 70-80, dribbling 75-80. Short pass 75-80, long pass 75-80, cross 75-80. Finishing 70-80, shot power 75, long shot 75-80, set pieces 75-85. Aggression 70-75, strength 60. Anticipation 70-80, heading 45. Marking 20, tackling 40. As for composure, a mere 45, and without parentheses. This indicates that even with the bond activated, Zhou Lin would still struggle to control his emotions. When the waiter brought the dishes, Struss spoke apologetically. Actually, the head coach and sporting director of Freiburg are quite friendly with me. That is only natural. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so eager to facilitate this matter. However, that has previously preferred a 4-4-2 formation. Therefore, he wishes to know if you would be willing to adapt to a wider role. Of course. Zhou Lin calmly picked up his knife and fork. The anticipated surprise and discontent did not materialize, leaving Struss with a feeling akin to punching air. You needn't rush your answer. According to Dutt, as long as you pass the trial, he may adjust the formation to a 4-2-3-1 for certain matches. As a player, the coach's acknowledgement is often the most memorable. If Zhou Lin were to believe this, he might very well consider converting the loan into a permanent transfer. Unfortunately, he knew that Freiburg's formation for the next season would indeed be a 4-2-3-1. Regardless, I actually enjoy playing on the flanks. That one statement thwarted Struss's tactical plans, forcing him to awkwardly change the subject. Are you planning to go to South Africa for the World Cup, or are you returning home to enjoy family time? Zhou Lin elegantly cut a piece of steak and looked up at him. I won't be attending the World Cup. I intend to utilize this holiday to enhance my physical fitness and improve my competitive ability. Upon hearing this, Struss immediately wore a pleased smile. As your agent, it is my duty to find you the best fitness coach. No need. I have already found one. Zhou Lin considered it a waste to overlook Kinsek's uncle. Based on recent training observations, Leo indeed possesses considerable expertise in this area. After finishing dinner, Struss set down his utensils and looked at Zhou Lin earnestly. Could you share with me your ultimate dream? Ultimate dream? Zhou Lin's gaze became somewhat distant. I aspire to leverage my fame and resources to assist more Chinese players in making their way abroad, until Chinese football can stand at the pinnacle of the global stage. Zhou, have you been drinking behind my back? Struss couldn't help but just upon hearing such an ambitious dream. Huh, did you catch that? Acknowledging that his words might sound like mere fantasies to Struss, Zhou Lin playfully stuck out his tongue. Well, my initial thought is to return to Dortmund in a year, and then shine resplendently on the Champions League stage. After that, I wish to prove myself in La Liga or the Premier League, capturing all the trophies and accolades that are rightfully mine. Ah, that dream feels much more tangible. Struss nodded, visibly relieved. Just a reminder. If you wish to claim the Golden Boy or Ballon d'Or, a national team record is indispensable. The national team? Zhou Lin paused, suddenly recalling the upcoming U20 World Cup next year. However, it seems the German team did not qualify from the European zone, did they? Yet. The Olympics next year appeared to be an opportunity for the German team, albeit without a medal. Lost in thought, Struss earnestly advised, Zhou, I advise you to abandon any notions of returning to play in China. There are numerous ways to assist them, but going back might be the worst choice. Zhou Lin paused in contemplation before silently nodding. A week later, Zhou Lin reappeared in the Dortmund gym. Hey, Daniel, are you a coward? Hurry up and lift that damn barbell. This time, however, Leo had adopted a more ferocious demeanor, incessantly provoking Zhou Lin and Kinsek with his words. The two companions could only pant like dogs while struggling against the iron weights and equipment. I'm not saying this lightly, but your physical condition is deplorable. If you had half of Daniel's capabilities, you could hold your own in the Bundesliga. This statement held truth. Although Zhou Lin thrived in the regional Liga, it was primarily due to the lower defensive standards. Once faced with the Bundesliga's heightened defensive levels and faster pace, Zhou Lin would find it exceedingly challenging to keep pace. During a break, Kinsek, drenched in sweat, approached Zhou Lin. My uncle mentioned that I am better suited for the Bundesliga. Do you think I can succeed in the trial at Freiburg? Proud as he was, Kinsek seemed apprehensive. Zhou Lin shot him a surprised glance before quickly understanding. Kinsek was indeed confident, but not foolishly so. While he believed he could excel in the regional Liga and even the two Bundesliga, he felt uncertain about the Bundesliga. After a moment's thought, Zhou Lin earnestly reassured him. With me around, nothing is impossible. Just as they were conversing, Leo proactively delivered 2 bottles of sports drinks to them. Zhou, are you certain Daniel can pass the trial? Absolutely. As the saying goes, with bonds in hand, the world is mine. Since he was participating in the trial training alongside Jinkik, Zhou Lin felt no apprehension regarding his performance. Moreover, aside from the newly acquired Cisse, who proved to be a commendable scorer, the other forwards in Freiburg displayed rather mediocre abilities. Noticing Leo and Apos' lingering unease, Zhou Lin could not resist teasing him. Uncle Leo, Daniel is all grown up now. Are you still worried he might spit up during the trial? As the elder, how could you humiliate your junior like this? Jinkik sprang up, wrapping his arms around Zhou Lin's neck in a mock display of aggression. Observing the 2 youths frolicking joyfully before him, Leo could not help but mutter, "My nephew may not spit up, but he certainly excels at throwing tantrums." Chapter 17. The Unfathomable Conflict. July 10th, Freiburg Training Ground. Marvelous. This is precisely what I desired. As Zhou Lin executed a splendid curved shot, aiding Jing Chieka in breaching the net, head coach Robin Dutt could not restrain his exuberant applause. Although the defensive players on the field were merely members of the coaching staff and club personnel, they were not lacking in defensive experience and skill. The trial continued. Assistant coach Strike approached with 2 reports, brimming with excitement. Robin, the test data is in. We have indeed struck gold. Eagerly receiving the report, Dutt hastily perused the section pertaining to Zhou Lin. His ball control, dribbling, passing, and shooting were all commendable, and his speed and stamina were impressive. As for his physical confrontational ability, OMG, could it be that he has ingested some forbidden substance? Dutt never doubted Zhou Lin's technical prowess. However, the young player's capacity for physical duels was often questioned. Now, astonishingly, the report indicated a positive rating. It was no wonder Dutt appeared somewhat taken aback. Yet, had he witnessed Leo's rigorous training regimen, he might have been more at ease. Through 2 months of rigorous training, Zhou Lin's weight had risen to 72 kilograms, transforming him from the frail youth who would fall at the slightest touch. Of course, the system played a significant role in this transformation. The urine test came back clear. We must find a way to retain him. Strike quickly produced a urine test report, entirely alleviating the head coach's concerns. He then excitedly pointed to Jing Chieka's report, remarkably. The striker's statistics are also quite outstanding. He can at least serve as a substitute for the team. No, I believe he has the potential to be a starter. Especially when paired with Linus on the field, he could very likely be the decisive factor in the match. In Dutt's eyes, there seemed to be a unique synergy between the 2 players on the field. Jing Chieka could intuitively make judgments based solely on Zhou Lin's gaze. Reminiscent of the past camaraderie between Beckham and the infamous duo, informed the sports director to expedite negotiations with Dortmund. Additionally, we must secure the transfer terms post-loan. Strike hesitated momentarily. What about Puchello? Due to Zhou Lin's uncertainty, Freiburg had prematurely reached a private agreement with Anton Puchello, a key attacking midfielder from Minsk Dynamo. However, the player and Apos' loose lips ultimately embroiled him and Freiburg in a transfer dispute. ISN and Apos' competition a good thing? Dutt replied nonchalantly. In truth, Rosenthal and Niku also aspired to reclaim the attacking midfielder position. If we cannot surpass Puchello, I will have no choice but to reposition Linus to the flanks. In reality, Freiburg boasted several players with origins as attacking midfielders. However, due to tactical formations, many were compelled to adapt to central or wide midfield roles. Yet, under the current circumstances, Zhou Lin remained the indisputable choice for the attacking midfielder role, unless he were to unexpectedly falter against the equally inexperienced Puchello. A week later, the Freiburg players, unaffected by the FIFA contagion, reconvened at the training ground. Observing Zhou Lin and his 2 companions standing in alignment like Wi-Fi signals, the other players could not help but whisper amongst themselves. All right, everyone quiet down. Dutt clapped his hands vigorously, introducing the players from lowest to highest. This is Linus Zhou, hailing from Dortmund's youth academy, playing as an attacking midfielder. This is Anton Puchello. As he introduced Jing Chieka, Puchello shot Zhou Lin a disdainful look, bumping his shoulder against him. Hey, Asian kid, keep an eye on the water cooler by the bench. Don't worry, I won't steal it from you. Smart move. Puchello's expression softened slightly, yet Zhou Lin quietly added, I was referring to the water cooler. Damn, Puchelo cursed in Belarusian, glaring at Zhou Lin. At that moment, a sparse applause erupted from the crowd. Clearly, the arrival of the three newcomers did not pique the interest of their teammates. After warm-ups, Dutt divided the players into two groups for a training match to assess the newcomers. The main team largely consisted of last season's starting players in a 4-4-2 formation, with Cisse replacing one of the starting forwards and team captain Bastian temporarily joining the substitutes as a central defender. The substitutes, with Zhou Lin as a right winger, Puchelo as an attacking midfielder, and Jing Chieka as a lone striker, formed a 4-2-3-1 formation. This arrangement primarily aimed to provide Puchelo with a chance to showcase his abilities. Additionally, it was necessary to rectify the previous deception involving Struss, as it was the first joint training session of the new season, and given its purpose of evaluating newcomers. The main team's players, still in a state of post-holiday relaxation, appeared somewhat lackadaisical. Faced with Zhou Lin, whose score had risen to 79 under constraining circumstances, and the equally formidable Jing Chieka, they repeatedly made errors. Observing this, the temporarily appointed starting goalkeeper, Sok, could not help but loudly reprimand his teammates. This fellow possesses quite a character. Sensing a competitive spirit akin to his own, Zhou Lin stole a few glances at him. Unexpectedly, Sok returned the gaze. "Do I have a grudge against you?" Zhou Lin found this reaction perplexing. 5 minutes later, Zhou Lin received the ball on the flank and deftly passed it to the advancing Puchelo. Simultaneously, Jing Chieka utilized a clever run to create space, signaling for a pass. However, to Zhou Lin's dismay, Puchelo ignored the signal, charging ahead like a bull with the ball. After evading the advancing captain, he unleashed a wildly inaccurate long-range shot. "Hey, do you not know how to pass? Or are you simply blind to me?" On the left, Jing Chieka, already in position, exaggeratedly spread his arms. Yet, Puchelo retorted unapologetically, "I just don't like big oafs, all right? Who are you insulting?" At this point, all players of similar height to Jing Chieka cast unfriendly glances in his direction. Only Zhou Lin noticed that as Puchelo insulted Jing Chieka, his gaze was directed at himself. Just then, Sok picked up a spare ball from the sideline and tossed it to his left back. "Hey, pick on that newcomer. Why target me?" Before Zhou Lin could ponder, the opposing left back was already charging toward him with the ball. Zhou Lin quickly lowered his center of gravity, retreating cautiously with small steps. After a few feints, the opposing left back attempted to cut inside. In a flash, Zhou Lin slid laterally, decisively extending his foot just as the opponent's touch had just left the ball. The opponent was left behind, the ball remained. Glancing at Jing Chieka, Zhou Lin executed a ground-hugging arc pass. The understanding big fellow turned and sprinted toward the left side of the penalty area. Unexpectedly, Puchelo, who also saw the pass, charged madly toward the center. Disregarding a central defender, he had not anticipated that Zhou Lin would deliver an arc pass, and in an instant, he fell a step behind. Reluctantly, he could only stretch back his leg, barely making contact. "What are you doing?" Witnessing what could have been a salute to the glory of Chinese football thwarted by his own teammate, Zhou Lin and Jing Chieka were both left bewildered. Observing the scene, Sok, who was unrelated to the incident, wore a smug expression. "Hey, is this the best you can do, Hua lad? Who the hell are you insulting?" A flash of anger flickered in Zhou Lin's eyes. Chapter 18. We are still buffoons' silence. Just as Zhou Lin was about to teach Sark a lesson with his fists and feet, the Indian descended Dutt rushed over first. "If he is a Chinese, then what am I? An Indian or a fool?" "Coach, I meant no offense. His pass was just a bit wild," Sark quickly retorted, attempting to mask the truth with excuses. "Which eye of yours saw the pass go astray?" Dutt immediately veered off course, intentionally positioning himself where Puchelo had just been. Linus's pass was not even intended for Anton. If he had broadened his perspective, he would have noticed that Daniel was already in position. In this scenario, Puchelo could fake a forward run, but must ensure to let the ball slip to Kinksek. Dutt completely forgot why he had been angry just moments before. As Zhou Lin was about to remind him, a large hand landed on his shoulder. "Brother, Don and Apos." T stooped to Sark and Apos, S level. "His words are foul, and you've already offended his senior." Zhou Lin turned to see Captain Bastian looking at him apologetically. Zhou Lin held a favorable impression of this diligent player, who had later served in the Tianjin team. Suppressing his anger, he asked, "Who is his senior?" "The goalkeeper from Bughausen." After answering, Bastian leaned closer to Zhou Lin and whispered, "It is said he became depressed after the team was relegated due to guilt. So, truly, a tiger's brother is still a tiger, But I am not the tiger. Zhou Lin was very displeased. If someone is sick, they should seek a doctor. What does that have to do with me? Later, Dutt personally brought Sark over to apologize to Zhou Lin. On the surface, Zhou Lin said nothing but secretly decided to give Sark a taste of his own medicine. Maturity does not imply forgiveness. That would merely be cowardice. Since it was a training match, Dutt insisted that both sides return to the center circle to resume play. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Lin pulled Kingsek aside for a whisper. Upon hearing, the big fellow's eyes revealed disbelief, as if he found Zhou Lin's plan somewhat implausible. However, Zhou Lin only needed to say, "Do as I say," to persuade his friend to abandon his doubts. Positions were taken. Zhou Lin gave a thumbs up to Sark in front of the goal, then slowly lowered it. FCK. Seeing the provocative gesture, Sark impulsively charged out of the penalty area, seemingly eager to confront him. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin took a confident step back. The whistle blew. Kingsek, following Zhou Lin and Oppo's instruction, gently nudged the ball. With an S-shaped run and windmill-like arm motions, Zhou Lin struck the ball with precision reminiscent of Beckham, hitting the bottom right corner. Boom. The football soared into the air, hurtling toward the opponent's goal. Backtrack quickly. Realizing the danger, Rosenthal shouted. Sark, now aware, turned and sprinted back. In midair, the white football resembled a precisely guided cruise missile, racing toward the vacant goal. I can definitely. FCK. Amidst the shouts, Sark, who had moments ago hoped to intercept the ball, stumbled unexpectedly. When he looked up again, he could only watch the football teasingly lift the net high. What a goal! Outside the field, Strike excitedly took on the role of commentator. Dutt beamed with a motherly smile, finding Zhou Lin increasingly likable. After a moment of stunned silence, Sark, his face flushed, scrambled to his feet and frantically charged toward Zhou Lin. You did that on purpose. Of course. I did it on purpose. What did you think? That I kicked it poorly? Zhou Lin didn't mind rubbing salt into his enemy's wounds. China, Before Sark could finish his tirade, Captain Bastian rushed over and covered his mouth. Then he furrowed his brow and said, Sark, a training match is still a match. Linus can choose any non-foul method to shoot. If you can't grasp this, you don't deserve to wear the Freiburg jersey. Indeed, it was a stroke of genius to place the captain on the substitute side, effectively avoiding conflicts between the newcomers and veterans. Under the captain's pressure, Sark could only glare fiercely at Zhou Lin a few times before sulking back to his position. After educating Sark, Bastian then approached Puccolo. The coach wants you to play as an attacking midfielder to observe your organizational skills. If you don't understand this, you might not even get a chance to be a substitute for Linus. Bastian's words caused Puccolo's expression to change dramatically. I know every player wishes to start. The prerequisite is that you must be worthy. As he spoke, Bastian pointed at Zhou Lin. I arrived before you and have already practiced in a small group with Linus. To be honest, he is more suited to be the starting attacking midfielder. But today, he has no objections to the coach's arrangement, while you are behaving like a 3-year-old. Upon hearing this, Puccolo's face turned crimson, and after a pause, he quietly said, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. But I still want to compete against him. That is perfectly fine. I also hope for a healthy competition between you. Seeing his teammates' mindset shift, Bastian smiled and turned to leave. The match resumed, and the substitutes, having taken an early lead, were buoyed by a surge in morale. Under the captain's leadership, they began to employ a possession-based strategy, igniting frustration among the starting players. Seizing the moment, Bastian sent a long ball from the backline directly to the right side of the field. Zhou Lin, receiving the ball with his back to the goal, deftly flicked it backward with his heel, skillfully maneuvering through the opponent's wide midfielder. Charging forward with the ball, Zhou Lin targeted the fullback who had tried to toy with him earlier. Unfazed, the unaware fullback approached, slightly overconfident. Since you're a fool, I might as well give you a grand gift. Zhou Lin smirked, calmly executing a single-foot rainbow flick. He was astonishingly reminiscent of that footballing sprite. Outside the field, Dutt could not help but cheer loudly. Meanwhile, Strike furrowed his brow slightly. Why do I feel he resembles that rebellious genius more? As the commentary continued, the starting team's midfielder Rosenthal swiftly moved to the flank, preparing to block Zhou Lin's advance. Zhou Lin, not daring to be careless, quickly passed the ball to Puccolo, who was making a central run. Calmly receiving the ball, Puccolo found the path ahead blocked by the opponent's defenders. Reluctantly, he had to choose to pass back wisely. The clever pass made Zhou Lin quietly exclaim in admiration. Noticing Kingsek had dashed into the penalty area, Zhou Lin decisively used his right foot to deliver a precise curved shot. The blade was unleashed. The starting team's defense immediately went into disarray. The two center backs tightly marked Kingsek, preventing him from jumping or turning. Undeterred, Kingsek boldly controlled the ball with his chest, pushing it forward with the inside of his foot. At the edge of the penalty area, Puchelo, sprinting full throttle, made no adjustments and launched a thunderous shot. Boom. Whoosh. The football found the net with a resounding thud. Poor Sark, stationed before the goal, could not even make a proper save. Ecstatically shouting, Puchelo spread his arms wide and embraced Kingsek tightly. What a beautiful pass. We did it. Jing Chieka slightly wrinkled his lips in disdain, pointing at Zhou Lin, who was running towards them, and remarked, "Without him, we would still be imbeciles." Chapter 19. Unblocking the meridians. Upon hearing Jing Chieka's words, Pugiluo's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. Yet, he seemed unwilling to concede, swiftly turning away before Zhou Lin could approach. What is so impressive about kicking worse than Agate? Well, Anton was merely eager to prove himself, so there was no need for excessive scrutiny. Noticing Jing Chieka's dissatisfaction, Zhou Lin playfully delivered a light punch to him. As the match resumed, the main team, finally awakening from their stupor, began to find their rhythm. Under Rosenthal's midfield orchestration, Sis quickly equalized, restoring some pride. After approximately 10 minutes of play, Duke clapped his hands to halt the game. "Gentlemen, splendid performance. Now, let us take a breather." He then patted Zhou Lin on the shoulder, saying, "In the second half, you'll join the main team." He cast a disapproving glance at Sok. "You will be on the substitute team." "Why?" Sok, who had finally attained a starting position, spread his hands in dismay. "If you don't go, you can rest." Dude's tone grew noticeably colder, indicating he was unwilling to indulge him. Left with no choice, Sok huffed in frustration and deliberately bumped into Zhou Lin as he made his way to the substitute bench. "Are you looking for a fight?" Seeing his friend get shoved, Jing Chieka erupted. Fortunately, the 19-year-old substitute goalkeeper, Baumann, was quick enough to catch the clumsy giant. "Calm down, brother. Don't stoop to his level." "Well, you're not so bad after all." Zhou Lin, taken aback by the unexpected compliment, suddenly conceived an audacious idea. Given Sok's discord with him and the main goalkeeper Boblin's injury, why not assist this young goalkeeper in ascending to prominence? After all, in the team, it would be rather lonely if he had only Jing Chieka as his junior. As the coach hurried to reprimand Sok, Zhou Lin leaned in closer to Baumann. "Little Baum, do you want to be a starter?" The question left Baumann momentarily stunned. The plight of a substitute goalkeeper is often the most arduous. Unless the starter is injured or transferred, they are condemned to languish on the bench. Moreover, at merely 19 years old, Baumann had to obediently remain behind the 25-year-old Sok. Detecting the glimmer of aspiration in Baumann's eyes, Zhou Lin lowered his voice. "Listen to me. If you wish to become the main goalkeeper, you must change your approach." "How so?" Baumann, adopting a tentative attitude, leaned in to listen. "First, you must become more involved in initiating the team's offensive plays, skillfully transitioning the ball to exploit the opponent's defensive weaknesses. Of course, I can teach you that. Secondly, your positioning needs to be more dynamic. You must dare to adopt a sweeper-keeper role." Zhou Lin elaborated on the essential qualities that a proficient goalkeeper must possess. Upon hearing this, Baumann's eyes brightened as if he had glimpsed the dawn after a long night. "All right, I will strive to implement your advice, and I hope you will continue to guide me." Seeing his teammate so receptive, Zhou Lin affectionately patted him on the back. "Rest assured, as long as you follow my instructions, you will inevitably become the starting goalkeeper." Just then, a chime echoed in Zhou Lin's mind. "Due to your encouragement, Baumann will have the opportunity to join the ranks of excellent goalkeepers in the Bundesliga. In gratitude for your contribution to the team, the system will appropriately enhance Baumann's relevant attributes, aligning him with the standards of a modern exceptional goalkeeper." "Is it gratitude for me or for yourself?" Zhou Lin quipped, familiar with the system's quirks. After all, a team aspiring to reach the Europa League must possess a commendable goalkeeper. "Why should I care?" the system retorted haughtily, promptly severing communication. Suddenly, Baumann furrowed his brow. "Linus, what did you just do? Why do I feel so invigorated?" Zhou Lin hesitated before seriously responding. "I just used the ancient martial arts of Huaxia to unblock your meridians." "What meridians?" Baumann, whose knowledge of Huaxia martial arts was limited to films starring Dragon Brother, looked utterly bewildered. "Essentially, it's beneficial for you." Zhou Lin, uninterested in further explanation, pushed him back towards the goal. With Zhou Lin's inclusion, The main team shifted to a 4-2-3-1 formation. The veteran Jage, who originally partnered with Sis, replaced Jing Chieka, assuming the role of the lone striker for the substitutes. Zhou Lin was quite pleased with this arrangement. Although his rating dropped to 73 as a result, it was still preferable to allowing Jing Chieka to score an own goal. After all, he was the one who understood him best. Ugh, sounds as if my preferences are questionable. Soon, the second half commenced. Since the positions of other main team players were unaffected, Rosenthal and others had no objections and cooperated with Zhou Lin in a standard manner. Only Sis, the striker, seemed to look down on Zhou Lin, his eyes filled with disdain. In the opening 10 minutes, Zhou Lin, having pulled wide to receive the ball, executed a series of shoulder feints to evade the opposing fullback. After surveying the field, he decisively delivered a swift through ball toward the left flank. The low, rapid ball sliced through the entire defensive line, accurately entering the penalty area. Concurrently, Sis, surging in from the left, capitalized on his speed, launching a powerful shot toward the near post. Alas, Sok, despite attempting to make a defensive play, failed to stop that wretched ball. Once the goal was confirmed, Sis spread his arms wide, running while mimicking a bomber's dive-bombing action. Shortly after, he raised an eyebrow at Zhou Lin, approaching him. "Kid, your pass was terrible. If I hadn't been so fast, that ball would have been lost." Fool. Zhou Lin and Apos' good mood evaporated instantly. Yet, Sis remained indifferent to his feelings. Turning to sprint toward the sidelines where the coach was, he boasted about his own contribution while belittling Zhou Lin's assist. "This person is untrustworthy." Zhou Lin frowned slightly, mentally assigning him a villain card. Fortunately, Dude, perceptive and astute, interrupted Sis's tirade and intentionally substituted Jing Chieka for him. "Why?" Sis spread his hands, his expression incredulous. "Because I dislike a conceited and ignorant fool." The decision to bring Sis on board had initially stemmed from a suggestion by a certain sponsor within the club. Previously, without Jing Chieka, Dude had little choice but to accept it. However, he now felt regret for having succumbed to the pressure of capital. Fuck. Sis kicked a water bottle off the sidelines in frustration and sulked onto the substitute bench. His gaze toward Zhou Lin and Jing Chieka shifted, now filled with animosity. Meanwhile, Pugiluo on the substitute side couldn't help but sigh heavily. As a foreign player lacking absolute strength, he sensed his future path would be fraught with difficulties. As the game resumed, with Jing Chieka's return, Zhou Lin's overall rating climbed back to 79, allowing him to play with greater ease. However, in order to ensure his best friend could shine, he deliberately forfeited several opportunities to penetrate the opponent's defense, repeatedly delivering crosses and through balls to set up assists. Excellent. This is precisely the effect I desired. Observing the main team's relentless offensive, Dude vigorously patted his assistant coach on the shoulder. Rubbing his sore shoulder, Stripe pointed at the outstanding performance of Baumann. "Robin, have you noticed Oliver's performance?" "I've been aware for quite some time," nodded emphatically. "Previously, I was only aware of his acceptable goal line skills. However, now he not only actively engages in offensive maneuvers, but also boldly assumes the role of a sweeper beyond the penalty area. Although this approach seems somewhat audacious and his technique appears rather unrefined, I believe it is worth attempting." After expressing this thought, he cast a disdainful glance at the despondent and lackluster Sok. Sok's abilities are woefully inadequate, and Poblin's demeanor is excessively cautious. I am inclined to suggest that the upcoming season may be an opportune moment to allow Baumann to take the starting position. Just as this conversation unfolded, an unexpected turn of events transpired on the field. Jing Chieka, dribbling towards the right side of the penalty area, perhaps wishing to reciprocate a favor, executed a swift triangular back pass to the rapidly advancing Zhou Lin. Just as Zhou Lin prepared to unleash a long-range shot, Sok, with a menacing expression, dashed out of the goal, executing a sliding tackle. His right foot skimmed the ground while his left leg soared high, resembling a venomous snake with its mouth agape, lunging towards its prey with astonishing speed. Zhou Lin, who had just made contact with the ball, had no time to evade the impending collision. His supporting leg was struck with such force that it contorted painfully. A cry of agony escaped his lips as he collapsed to the ground, his expression etched with distress. Chapter 20. The Three Stickmen of the Zhou Family Scoundrel. "Are you attempting murder?" Hearing the agonized cries, Jing Chieka rushed recklessly to the scene, delivering a powerful punch to Sark's face. Instantly, a flurry of fists descended upon Sark without restraint. "Calm down. First, check if Linus is all right." Amidst the chaos, Bastions tightly embraced Jing Chieka, fearing he might cause a greater disaster. Team doctor. Team doctor. Outside the field, Doot and Strack simultaneously grabbed the team doctor, ushering him towards the penalty area. Ding. Passive skill. Major injury self-healing activated. Would you like to use it? Yes. Hearing the system's voice, Zhou Lin felt tears welling up in his eyes. No. To be precise, he was already on the verge of tears. Of course, it was mainly due to the excruciating pain that reminded him of the time he was crippled by a teammate's kick. At that moment, two coaches and the team doctor arrived at Zhou Lin's side, hurriedly examining his injuries. After a few seconds, the doctor could not help but exclaim, "Is he finished?" Dude's complexion changed, his eyes filled with despair and reluctance. Not finished, just. Has this season been ruined? Dude could not help but let out a deep sigh. How could he explain to anyone that a promising young talent had been injured during a trial due to a teammate's recklessness? No, I simply think this is illogical. Sensing the misunderstanding from the head coach, the doctor quickly clarified, "From my observation, he merely has some soft tissue bruising. That's impossible. I clearly saw his calf get kicked into a deformed state." Exactly. That's why I find it illogical. The doctor scratched his balding head, appearing quite perplexed. If it were any other player, they would not be able to withstand such an impact. But Linus? No, I think I should take him to a specialized lab for examination. Please, no? I do not wish to be sliced open by a bunch of experts, only to be put into a pot with some dipping sauce. Ugh, I'm not hot pot. Zhou Lin, who was already recovering significantly with the system's aid, opened his mouth to refuse. However, before he could speak, Dude grasped the doctor and pulled him up from the ground. What you just saw was an illusion. Linus's leg was never injured. But I clearly. Say one more word, and I guarantee you'll be out of Freiburg. The now enlightened doctor obediently made a gesture as if zipping his mouth shut. Still somewhat baffled, Strack quickly pulled Dude aside. Robin, why? Are you being foolish? Dude cast an annoyed glance at his old friend. If Bayern gets wind of this, do you think they want to swoop in and snatch him away? A talent that rarely gets injured. Ugh, how is that any different from a gold mine? Strack instantly understood. Should we urge the club to expedite the loan negotiations? Absolutely. And at any cost. Dude nodded firmly. I will immediately demote Sark to the reserve team. Once the contract is signed, the club will arrange a villa for Linus. In short, we must ensure he considers this place his second home. In 2 or 3 years, perhaps we can reach the Champions League with Linus's assistance, or even, just as he envisioned, great prospects. Zhou Lin slowly rose from the ground, limping towards the battered and conflicted Sark. Let us settle this one-on-one sometime. I didn't mean to, it was just. Sark widened his eyes in astonishment, initially seeking excuses. However, Zhou Lin did not repeat his earlier words and simply beckoned Jing Chieka. Daniel, please take me to the medical room. Jing Chieka had to leave the field. Otherwise, Zhou Lin could not guarantee what he might do. Yes. What we need most now is to get Linus to the medical room. Sensing Zhou Lin's thoughts, Bastions hurriedly urged Jing Chieka to support his friend. You wait here. After giving Sark a fierce glare, the towering figure effortlessly hoisted Zhou Lin onto his back. A week later, Freiburg club grew quiet once more. To aid the players in regaining their form, Dude took most of the team to Switzerland, preparing for 3 friendly matches against teams like Grasshoppers. Although Zhou Lin's injury had largely healed, Dude still insisted that he remain at the club for treatment. After finishing his treatment, Zhou Lin walked alone to the reserve team's dormitory, where Sark was staying after being demoted by the coach. Zhou Lin felt it was necessary to resolve this grudge before rejoining the team. Otherwise, he could never predict which little cat or dog might challenge him in the future. Arriving at the dormitory door, his phone, which had just powered on, rang. Struss, do you have good news for me? Oh, my dearest Joe. Please forgive me for not being by your side earlier. This remark was pointless. It was I who insisted on your staying in Dortmund. Given that his injury was not severe, Zhou Lin declined Struss's request to visit and instead urged him to expedite the loan arrangements. Thank you for your kindness. Struss habitually flattered him and then shifted to the main topic. Your loan contract with Daniel has been finalized. The good news is Freiburg has even offered an additional payment of 100,000 on top of the original terms. Furthermore, they have agreed to provide you with a villa. Well done. With the overall situation secured, Zhou Lin pocketed his phone, retrieved a pocket-sized electric baton he had prepared, and walked towards Sark's room with a smirk. Though he might not be a match for Sark in a fair fight, with the baton in hand, surely victory would be his. As he reached the door, a sudden wail erupted from inside. Annie Stick, I was wrong. Uncle Stick, don't hit me. What was happening? Zhou Lin was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected sounds. After a moment, he cautiously pushed the door open. Inside the room, a tall and robust middle-aged man in casual attire was leisurely striking Sark's backside with a baseball bat. Beside him, a stylishly dressed, poised middle-aged woman wielding a bat was incessantly scolding Sark. "You despicable creature, how dare you harm my son? Zhou Zian, don't hesitate to break his dog legs." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zian smirked slightly. "Lin Mena, that's enough. I don't want to get into legal trouble over this." "Legal trouble?" Lin Mena immediately sneered. "Do you think our maritime family fears a lawsuit against a mere player?" Hearing her words, Sark, who was kneeling on the ground with his head in his hands, looked up in horror. "You belong to the maritime family?" "My husband does." "What about it?" "Then who is he?" Sark, confused, pointed at Zhou Zian, who had just knocked him down. "My ex-husband. A piece of trash not even fit for a dog to eat." "Ugh, how deep must the rift between my parents be?" Zhou Lin, who had intended to express gratitude to his parents, now wished only to disappear into thin air. However, he was still somewhat concerned that Sark might call the police, so he steeled himself and walked into the room. "I warn you, this lady's current husband is indeed a member of the maritime family. If you wish to seek trouble, feel free to call the police." Seeing the electric baton in Zhou Lin's hand, Sark felt an overwhelming urge to cry. In the words of the Huaxia people, he certainly did not consult the almanac today, for he encountered the 3 stick-wielding members of the Zhou family without even stepping outside. Chapter 21, Am I Worthy? As dusk settled, the Zhou family sat awkwardly at a pristine Chinese restaurant. Since the divorce of his parents, Zhou Lin had not shared a meal at the same table with them, leaving him uncertain about what to say. The animosity between Zhou Zian and Lin Mena seemed deeply rooted as they exchanged fiery glares. In this peculiar atmosphere, Zhou Lin broke the silence first. "How did you find out about this?" Lin Mena sighed heavily. "Alas, it's all because your mother did not actively pursue custody back then. Had she been present, you would not have endured such grievances." "Stop." Realizing his mother was about to embark on a lengthy diatribe, Zhou Lin quickly raised his hand to interrupt. After casting an exasperated glance at her son, Lin Mena returned to the matter at hand. "I heard you transferred to Freiburg, and I thought this would be a good opportunity to spend some time alone with you." "Well, that reason seems somewhat plausible," he conceded. "But ever since I landed, I have been unable to reach you by phone. Fearing for your safety, I had no choice but to." Lin Mena shot a fierce glare at Zhou Zian. "Call that scoundrel." To her surprise, he happened to be at the airport as well, claiming he would seek justice for you at the club. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lin turned to his father. "It was Struss who informed me." Not ideal, Zhou Lin mused, a frown creasing his brow, evidently displeased with Struss's actions. After a moment of silence, Zhou Lin spoke again. "I'm already 17 years old and capable of resolving my own issues. Please refrain from meddling in my affairs." "Absolutely not." The parents, who had just been at odds, instantly united against him. Lin Mena glared at her son in frustration. "Better to have you face him than to let Zhou Zian handle it. After all, whether he ends up in prison is of no concern to me." "What do you mean it's of no concern to you?" The united front crumbled. The pair of inadequate parents resumed their contentious banter. Zhou Lin intervened, attempting to mediate. "All right, I appreciate that you both care for me. However, I merely intended to intimidate him a little, even if the coach finds out. The worst I would face is a suspension." "Why should you be suspended?" Zhou Zian seemed unconvinced, his expression darkening. "If you're unhappy here, why not come back to Dortmund with me?" "Return for what?" Lin Mena frowned disapprovingly. "In my opinion, he should transfer to Hertha Berlin." It was evident that this statement carried a hint of selfishness, as Lin Mena resided in Berlin. If Zhou Lin were to transfer there, she could monopolize her son. Zhou Zian, fully aware of this, immediately protested. "Regardless, Dortmund is a formidable Bundesliga team competing in the Europa League. What does the Europa League have to do with my son?" Lin Mena retorted scornfully. "As far as I know, he seems to be just a player on the second team." Zhou Zian's face flushed crimson as he stammered. "At least I am a sponsor of the club. I should be able to help my son join the first team." "Should be?" Lin Mena scoffed, turning to Zhou Lin. "Darling, I have already decided to sponsor Hertha Berlin with 20 million euros. Clearly, you have plenty of money," Zhou Zian remarked disdainfully. "Certainly more than you." Lin Mena shot back without hesitation. "If you're capable, then use your money to help our son break into the first team. Otherwise, you might as well stay away." As their argument threatened to escalate, Zhou Lin quickly interjected. "Thank you both for all you've done for me, but I have my own plans. Previously, I had no choice but to remain in Dortmund. Now, I wish to hone my skills at Freiburg. As for the future, I might consider a move to the Premier League. You want to go to the Premier League? Before Zhou Lin could finish, both Zhou Zian and Lin Mena displayed expressions of astonishment. Lin Mena was reluctant to let her son go, while Zhou Zian believed his son was not suited for the rigors of the Premier League. Zhou Lin held his head high with confidence. Trust me, your son is capable of thriving anywhere, a dragon strong enough to overpower all local tyrants. Is this truly my son? The couple, who had always perceived their son as somewhat fragile, could hardly believe their ears. The conversation came to an abrupt halt. Each of the three, lost in their thoughts, stared into a distant corner. At that moment, a melodious voice interrupted from behind. Excuse me, may I bring your dishes? Could it be her? Zhou Lin turned swiftly, and to his delight, he found Lina, dressed in her uniform, standing behind him. After the initial surprise, Lina instinctively adjusted her hair. I happen to be studying here, so why am I even explaining this to you? Perhaps you wish to conceal something, like the fact that you came to Freiburg because of me. Zhou Lin regarded the girl with a playful smirk. Indeed, Lina replied, baring her teeth in a mock snarl. I came to hear you. You scoundrel, call me sister. Oh, you certainly hold a grudge. Zhou Lin stifled a laugh. So, do you wish to hear it here, or shall we find another place? What do you mean? Lina's cheeks flushed as she took a step back, clutching her chest. This is not. Are young people now bold enough to flirt in front of their parents? Sensing the tension in the air, Zhou Zian felt a sense of satisfaction. Remembering that his parents were still present, Zhou Lin quickly introduced them. Dad, Mom. This is Lina Fischer. Fischer? Lin Mena regarded Lina with a playful glint in her eye. As far as I know, most people with the surname Fischer are quite ordinary. Aren't they? What do you mean by that? Zhou Lin was taken aback. Lina's expression changed dramatically, as if she sensed an underlying implication. Lin Mena smirked. Since she is ordinary, she should not be daydreaming about becoming Cinderella. Otherwise, the outcome will surely be tragic. I am not. Tears welled up in Lina's eyes as she grasped her clothing in distress. Zhou Zian furrowed his brow slightly. Weren't we both ordinary once? Silence. A sharp rebuke drew the attention of everyone in the dining hall. Zhou Zian, realizing the gravity of the situation, bowed his head and stared at his shoelaces. In the midst of the awkward silence, Lina fought to hold back her tears. Respectable lady, I believe you may have misunderstood. I am merely a fan of Linus and have no intentions of pursuing a relationship with him. With that, she turned on her heel and left without looking back. The family dinner ended on an unhappy note. After bidding farewell to his parents, Zhou Lin returned to the restaurant. Outside the back door, Lina stood beneath a dim streetlight, gazing up at the starry sky. In the moonlight, her profile appeared exceptionally beautiful, exuding a blend of softness and stubbornness. In that moment, Zhou Lin felt a gentle tug at the tenderest part of his heart, and he strode confidently to her side. Yet, Lina seemed oblivious to his presence, still lost in her contemplation of the moon. This left Zhou Lin somewhat flustered, and he awkwardly joined her in admiring the moon. The evening breeze wafted through, carrying with it the unique fragrance of youth. In a moment of impulsivity, Zhou Lin ventured to ask, if given the chance, would you like to join me in viewing the moon in Huaxia? Lina paused in surprise, slowly turning her head to him. With a teasing smirk, she retorted, Am I worthy? Chapter 22. A reminder for the coach: you are unworthy. Who is worthy? From this moment forth, you shall be my superior. Where there are refusals, there are acceptances. Early the next morning, just as Zhou Lin was preparing to pack his bags for Switzerland, Sok appeared unexpectedly. He stood resolutely before him, gesturing emphatically to express his determination. There was no escaping it. The impact left by the Zhou family's trio was too profound. Not to mention, Zhou Lin's biological mother had transformed into a member of the maritime family. Sok believed that with Zhou Lin's potential and family background, he was destined to become the leader of Freiburg sooner or later. Unfortunately, Zhou Lin's thoughts were consumed by Lina, and he had no desire to engage with him. Only after being persistently bothered did he lazily respond, You should first find a way back to the first team before you come to pay your respects. Sok was momentarily rendered speechless. According to news from Switzerland, the young goalkeeper Baumann had performed exceptionally in the first 2 matches, essentially securing the starting position. Given the current circumstances, even if Poblin were to regain his starting spot, Baumann would at least be the first-choice substitute goalkeeper. To complicate matters further, Dude had yet to show any intention of recalling Sok to the team, instead summoning a younger goalkeeper from the second team. In the midst of this silence, the door was pushed open, and Struss gazed in astonishment at the 2 young men inside. I apologize for arriving at an inconvenient time. No, your timing is perfect. Zhou Lin shot a glance at the agent, halting his retreat, and turned back to Sok. I retract my earlier statement. Even if you return to the first team, I will not accept you. With that, he gestured for him to leave. Don't regret it. Sok, feeling insulted, gritted his teeth and exited the room in a huff. Once he had gone far enough, Struss cautiously inquired about the situation. After listening to the account, Struss frowned slightly. Zhou, you must understand that a team is not only a collective but also a small society. In such an environment, self-admiration is unlikely to lead to success. Only by uniting all possible forces and continuously absorbing followers can you hope to become the leader of the team. Have you read the selected works of Mao Zedong? Zhou Lin couldn't help but chuckle, looking up at the agent. It seems you've taken some time to brush up on Chinese culture. Unfortunately, you might not have encountered the fable of Dongwa Mr. What Mr.? Struss looked bewildered. Zhou Lin smiled slightly and began, once upon a time. After the story concluded, Struss nodded in understanding. In your view, is Sok the wolf? Perhaps. Zhou Lin nodded earnestly. For a flimsy reason, he wishes to eliminate me. If I were to easily forgive him, I would not only suffer backlash at some point, but could also attract more wolves. Having traversed society for years, Zhou Lin had witnessed countless villains who would bow down only to seek revenge later. Moreover, once you suffer a loss in front of a petty person, a multitude of such individuals will emerge, determined to trample you underfoot. Thus, he resolved to establish his authority with Sok, making it known that he was not to be trifled with. After explaining, Zhou Lin narrowed his eyes, warning Struss in the future. I hope you refrain from disclosing any of my information to anyone without authorization. Otherwise, our contract can be terminated at any time. Remember my words. I do not lack money. Previously, Struss might have considered Zhou Lin's assertion of not lacking money to be somewhat youthful and reckless. However, after learning about Lin Meina's background, he felt Zhou Lin's words were indeed credible. From this moment forth, you shall be my superior. Just after reuniting with the team, Zhou Lin once again heard this phrase in his hotel room. However, this time it was Bauman, who approached him with a face full of admiration, accompanied by the stoic Kinsek. If it weren't for you helping me open my meridians with your Chinese martial arts, I could never have become the starting goalkeeper. Therefore, please allow me to pay my respects. With that, Bauman solemnly cupped his fists and bent his knees, preparing to kneel. Don't. You are trying to shorten my life. Zhou Lin hurriedly rose to assist him, fearful that he might truly bow down. Yet Bauman stubbornly insisted on continuing to kneel. It was evident he regarded Zhou Lin as a master. Reluctantly, Zhou Lin signaled Kinsek, and together they helped the determined young man back to his feet. After calming Bauman, a notification chimed in Zhou Lin's mind. Due to Bauman's affection for him reaching 90, Zhou Lin could choose to establish a bond with him. Why not? Without hesitation, Zhou Lin nodded in agreement. Ding! The bond became effective. The mutual affection level instantly rose to 95, with an enhancement effect of 8. Quite impressive. Amidst his surprise, Zhou Lin suddenly pondered a question. If the three brothers could take the field together, wouldn't their combined ratings increase by 16? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a mocking voice from the system echoed in his head. What are you thinking? Is that not allowed? Zhou Lin frowned slightly. According to the rules, neither party in a bonding relationship could enjoy double enhancement effects. What kind of ridiculous rule is that? Zhou Lin was on the verge of venting his frustration when the system's tone shifted. However, if all three individuals in a bonding relationship can take the field simultaneously, they can increase their original enhancement by 1 additional point. Then I could potentially reach an 80 rating? Upon hearing this, Zhou Lin promptly forgave the system and embraced Bauman. From now on, you may also call me your superior. Upon hearing this, Kinsek let out a loud sigh. So, I am no longer your only follower? What are you trying to imply? Before Zhou Lin could comprehend, the big guy shot a glance at Bauman with a hint of pride. Fortunately, I believe Bauman indeed qualifies to be your follower, even if his abilities are slightly inferior to mine. Well, in terms of pride, he certainly cannot compare to you. Zhou Lin chuckled at this remark and playfully kicked him. After a round of laughter, Zhou Lin took the initiative to inquire about their performances in the warm-up match. When discussing this matter, Bauman spoke at length, seemingly quite pleased with his performance. However, he clearly had a tendency to be verbose, causing Zhou Lin to stifle yawns. Strangely, Kinsek appeared somewhat reluctant to speak. Once Bauman finally concluded his lengthy monologue, Kinsek hesitantly remarked, "Boss, I forgot to mention. A forward from Fusang has joined the team. I believe his name is something like Shit Smells Good." Who has such a name? Zhou Lin was momentarily taken aback before quickly realizing. Are you referring to Takano Kazuaki? That should be it. Upon confirmation, Zhou Lin couldn't help but furrow his brow. Currently, Freiburg boasted 4 forwards. Yet the club was still intent on recruiting a 5th. Was this merely a historical inclination, or was there something more to it? If it was a matter of historical pattern, would Freiburg suffer another defeat in their first match of the season? No, I must remind the coach. With this thought, Zhou Lin hurriedly made his way to Dute's residence without inquiring about Kinsek's performance. Chapter 23. Please take care of me on the temporary training ground. Zhou Lin appeared somewhat distracted. He had repeatedly cautioned Dute, emphasizing that their first-round opponent, St. Pauli, was capable of defeating Freiburg, especially with the momentum brought by several rising stars. However, Dute misconstrued Zhou Lin's warnings as mere attempts to secure a starting position. After a prolonged debate, Dute, reluctant to offend Zhou Lin, ultimately conceded to allow him to start, albeit begrudgingly. Perhaps dissatisfied with his disciple's assertiveness, Dute chose to remain absent from the training field that day, while only Strike was aware that he had gone to attend a gathering of compatriots. During the practice matches, Zhou Lin continued to exhibit a lackluster performance, persistently passing the ball to Shisai as if feeding him. This resulted in Shisai achieving the highest rate of missed opportunities on the field. At halftime, an exasperated Shisai confronted Zhou Lin directly. Huaxia, are you doing this on purpose? The mention of this nickname caught everyone off guard. It was important to note that Zhou Lin was no longer the inexperienced player he once was. His character and skills had garnered respect, and he had developed a strong rapport with the local players. Additionally, the reputation of the Zhou family's trio was becoming increasingly recognized. Blocking his 2 eager friends who wished to defend him, Zhou Lin cast a cold gaze at Shisai. Papus, would you be pleased if someone called you gorilla to your face? Shisai's face flushed with indignation. But I would never intentionally mock my teammates. Nonsense. Baumann interjected, his expression animated. It's clearly your inability to read the passing angles that's the issue. How dare you blame our captain? It must be said, Baumann's loyalty was unwavering in his eyes. Everything Zhou Lin did was commendable, and if there was fault, it was surely someone else's. Seeing the teammates quarreling, Bastian approached with a serious demeanor. Shisai, you should refrain from using derogatory terms. Moreover, Linus may not be fully acquainted with your playing style. Just work on coordinating with him a bit more. Initially, Strike hoped that a mutual reprimand would foster camaraderie between Zhou Lin and Shisai, but unexpectedly, Shisai stubbornly retorted, I feel Linus looks down on us black brothers. A heavy accusation fell from the sky, leaving Zhou Lin momentarily stunned. He realized he had often provoked white players, but had never offended his black teammates. In his moment of confusion, Zhou Lin stole a glance at Macchiati, who was eavesdropping from a distance, only to find him equally bewildered. Wang Defa almost caught him in his own trap. Understanding dawned on Zhou Lin, and he smirked. In China, we have an old saying, let the horse out for a walk to see if it's a mule or a horse. If you can't play center forward, I can find someone to demonstrate for you. Just as the onlookers expected him to call upon Jingxia, Zhou Lin pointed towards the sidelines. In the second half, do you dare let him come on and give it a try? Following Zhou Lin's gesture, everyone turned to see Takashi Yano, who was cautiously observing the unfolding drama. Suddenly thrust into the spotlight, Yano recoiled in fear. Although he had just arrived, he was aware that he was facing 2 of the team's most prominent players and dared not provoke them. However, Zhou Lin's suggestion caught Strike's attention, who had been pondering how to provide the Japanese forward with an opportunity. Now, a valid reason had presented itself. Noticing the assistant coach's pleased expression, Shisai felt increasingly frustrated and glared at Zhou Lin. Fine, let us see if he can keep up. But you must maintain your previous passing style. Otherwise, it'll be considered cheating. As you wish. Zhou Lin boldly accepted the challenge, adding coldly, in Chinese culture, we believe and do not say, I did not warn you. If you dare to speak disrespectfully again, you will bear the consequences. With that, he left Shisai behind and walked away. Shortly after, the match resumed. Zhou Lin passed the ball to Rosenthal and moved to the right flank. Observing this, right winger Kalahuri exchanged an understanding glance. Quickly positioning himself in the center, Zhou Lin couldn't help but admire the young man's initiative to attempt a modernized wing play. He reflected on the evolution of wingers, who now engage more with fullbacks and participate actively in central attacks, forming intricate combinations with attacking midfielders and forwards. Zhou Lin was eager to find time to discuss these tactics with Kalahuri, hoping he could rise to prominence like Baumann. As he contemplated this, Rosenthal and defensive midfielder Butcher executed a simple 1-2 pass, successfully transferring the ball to the right. Upon receiving the pass, Zhou Lin made a slight adjustment before unleashing a stunning shot. The trajectory soared high, seemingly suited only for the towering Jingxia. Fortunately, Yano was not like Shisai. He understood when to avoid direct confrontation. Recognizing he could not reach the first touch, he quickly withdrew. The ball was deftly cleared by a leaping defender, while Yano, who had retreated outside the penalty area, seized the opportunity and struck a low shot. The net rippled. Baumann dramatically displayed an expression of helplessness. Huaxia, you are cheating. Sensing something amiss, Shisai jumped from the sidelines and charged onto the field. However, before he could utter a word, Zhou Lin sent him sprawling. In an instant, Jingxia and Baumann coordinated seamlessly to restrain Shisai, ready to follow Zhou Lin's orders at a moment's notice. Let me go? You bastards. In his panic, Shisai looked to the assistant coach and captain for help, but Strike and Bastion simultaneously gazed at the sky as if captivated by some ethereal beauty. The priorities were clear. Zhou Lin's actions might result in a mere suspension, but if Shisai retaliated against Zhou Lin, the wrath of Dude and the club would rain down upon them all. With his foot firmly planted on Shisai, Zhou Lin raised his voice. I warned you. Now, all responsibility lies with you. After delivering 2 solid punches, Zhou Lin leaned down to glare at Shisai, who curled up in pain, resembling a boiled shrimp. If you aspire to be a starter, then let skill dictate the outcome. Should you dare to conspire with others against my brother, I will find an excuse to deal with you. Though spoken softly, his words sent a jolt through Jingxia. Previously, Shisai had indeed bullied the big man during warm-ups alongside a few compatriots. Due to his pride, Jingxia had not intended to inform Zhou Lin, but was taken aback by Zhou Lin's awareness of the incident and his decisive defense of his friend. Moved, Jingxia found himself at a loss for words. Thankfully, Baumann, ever the chatterbox, broke the silence. Boss, that was so cool. Without over 30 years of mastery, it would be impossible for you to knock him down with a single kick. I have come to a realization. From this moment onward, Daniel and I must unwaveringly follow your lead. Whether it be for a century or a millennium, at the very least, we can, well, rest in peace together. Silence now. Tang sung. Just as Zhou Lin was becoming increasingly exasperated by the incessant chatter of Xiao Bao, Takakazu Shinoya unexpectedly approached him, bowing deeply and saying, Zhou-san, I kindly ask for your guidance. Chapter 24. The bold leader devoted to art taking in apprentices is undoubtedly a commendable endeavor. Yet Zhou Lin is not one to readily accept just anyone. Take for instance the forward from Fusang standing before him, setting aside national grievances. The audacity displayed by the Fusang team when they triumphed over the Huaxiao squad with a score of 7-0 remains etched in Zhou Lin's memory. Moreover, Yin Ye's ability to discern who is favored by the coach upon his arrival only exacerbates Zhou Lin's reluctance. This perceptiveness alone instills in Zhou Lin an impulse to withdraw. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, Zhou Lin turned and walked towards the sidelines. Coach, should I not be penalized and sent off? Stehrych paused momentarily, then chuckled. A penalty is indeed warranted, but alas, I forgot to bring the red card. Besides, the training session has concluded. His voice, though soft, struck Yin Yi like a bolt of lightning. It dawned on him that Zhou was indeed the coach's favored son. Yoshi, I must hold on to him tightly. Once Stehrych announced the end of training, Yin Yi approached Zhou Lin with the utmost respect, bowing deeply. Zhou, might I seek your guidance? Seek my guidance. Are you implying that you find Stehrych incompetent? Zhou Lin's expression turned quizzical as he mischievously winked at the assistant coach. However, Stehrych did not take offense. Instead, he earnestly replied, Linus, I know it was you who influenced Baumann. If you have any suggestions, please do share. Good heavens, are you being overly modest? Fearing that the coach's words were laced with sarcasm, Zhou Lin hastily waved his hands. I dare not speak boldly in front of the coach. Moreover, Baumann is exceptionally gifted and self-taught. I have no bearing on his success. Stehrych clearly disdained this Huaxia-style humility and, with a solemn demeanor, stated, For the sake of the team, both Robin and I are willing to learn from anyone. Do not hold back. Are you serious? Upon seeing the sincerity in Stehrich's expression, Zhou Lin hesitated before confessing. To be honest, I am unsure how to advise Yin Yi, but I would like to discuss matters with collegially. Very well. Stehrych did not press the issue further and promptly summoned the young man from the land of noodles. Coach, Do I have a problem? Caligula, who had hurried over, appeared somewhat apprehensive. No, it is Linus who wishes to speak with you. Stehlich stepped aside, allowing Zhou Lin to take center stage. Upon hearing that the revered Zhou wished to meet with him, Caligula's eyes betrayed a flicker of trepidation, as he hastily racked his memory for any potential grievances he may have caused. Daniel, what is it? Zhou Lin intended to discuss technical tactics, but was interrupted by a fellow named Jing Keek. I was referring to him. Zhou Lin pushed aside the clumsy giant and turned back to Caligula. I noticed your cross-positioning and your initiative in participating in central attacks. Hence, I wish to share my thoughts on the future development of wingers. Zhou Lin spoke fluently, covering everything from offense to defense, physical fitness to tactical acumen. Stehlich fell into deep thought, while Caligula listened, entranced. Of course, these were merely theories. If you wish, you can join me and another Daniel for some practice. No sooner had he finished speaking than Baumann rushed over, hand raised. Boss, count me in. Before Zhou Lin could respond, Yin Yi quickly raised his hand and exclaimed, Zhou, I too wish to join your extra training. What on earth are you up to? Just as Zhou Lin was about to refuse, Baumann leaned in discreetly. Boss, I have heard that Huaxiao people do not favor 4. I personally do not like it either. Why not include him? At least we can make it 5. Why are you speaking on his behalf? Zhou Lin was somewhat perplexed. Seeing the questioning look Zhou cast upon him, Baumann's face flushed. Well, Yin Yi has gifted me several artistic films from Fusan. You know, I possess a modicum of appreciation for such art. No, do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely admire films featuring only 2 or 3 performers from an artistic perspective. Goodness, you, a loquacious one, possess such peculiar tastes? Zhou Lin was indignant, reproaching him with righteous fervor. In the face of foreign cultural encroachment, why shouldn't the boss take the lead? One statement rendered the chatterbox speechless. He could only silently lament that there were no good men. Yet, these words would never escape the lips of young Baumann. After a brief contemplation, Baumann's face broke into a sycophantic smile. I did not expect the boss to be both responsible and devoted to the arts. Training, matches, confronting Shisa. Well, the last item can be crossed off. In any case, Zhou Lin and his 2 brothers fared quite well in the ensuing days. Their ability to play simultaneously unleashed their synergy, leading to increasingly impressive performances. Ultimately, they solidified their core positions through warm-up matches. Caligula and Yin Yi voluntarily became Zhou Lin's disciples and companions, seizing the opportunity to enhance their technical and tactical skills through extra training. However, good times were short-lived. Due to Shisa's complaints, upon returning to the club's residence, Zhou Lin and his companions received a fine from the club. Given that both parties bore responsibility, he and Shisa were each fined 10,000. Additionally, Zhou Lin faced an extra penalty of a 2-match suspension for physical altercation. As accomplices, Jing Keek and Baumann were fined 5,000 each. It was rumored that this was the result of a sponsor supporting Shisa and Apos' claims. Moreover, the sponsor privately contacted a journalist who had traveled from Dortmund. This journalist subsequently published several articles in the Freiburg Daily, including the tumor strikes, unveiling the infighting in Freiburg and no destiny for geniuses, yet boasting a defiant illness, all aimed squarely at Zhou Lin. Unfortunately, this newspaper had a very low circulation locally, and Zhou Lin's notoriety was not yet sufficiently high to attract much attention. Despite this, Zhou Lin prepared himself for his 2-match absence from the Bundesliga. For reasons unknown, however, the club later transformed the immediate suspension into a timely one. When it would be deemed appropriate was left entirely to Dutt's discretion. In other words, the suspension morphed into a mere rotation, devoid of any punitive significance. What was initially thought to be a fleeting issue unexpectedly escalated when head coach Dutt, under the pretense of pacifying Shisa, reinstated Zhou Lin and Jing Keek onto the substitute list for the first match. Clearly, the cunning coach still intended to employ them as secret weapons against Nuremberg. On August 21st, the Badenova Stadium was adorned with red flags, resonating with the sounds of drums. Enough of the descriptions, suffice it to say, the turnout was immense. Loyal fans in the stands, a sea of fervent supporters, turned their backs to the field, singing and dancing. We find ourselves on the southern frontier, basking in the sunlight. As the players from both teams entered the field, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. With each home player's name announced by the stadium commentator, the fans erupted in thunderous cheers. Amidst the cacophony, Lena, not donning any team colors, strained to locate Zhou Lin among the players. Yet, Even as all the athletes emerged from the tunnel, she could not find the familiar figure. A sense of inexplicable disappointment washed over her, prompting her to consider leaving the stands. Fortunately, she soon heard Zhou Lin's name announced among the substitutes. Meanwhile, the contemplative Zhou Lin, accompanied by Jing Qieke and Yano Takakazu, slowly made his way toward the substitute bench. Mistaking his demeanor for dissatisfaction, Yano Takakazu promptly bent down and whispered reassuringly, "Boss, trust me. The coach truly believes this match poses no challenge. As you would say in Huaxiao, he wants to utilize the finest steel at the muzzle of the gun." Before Zhou Lin could interject, Jing Qieke coolly chimed in, "Xiao Wu is correct." Xiao Wu naturally referred to Yano Takakazu. Following the order of entry, he could only defer to Kali Yuri. Unexpectedly, Zhou Lin slightly shook his head and remarked, "What troubles me is not that, but how to ensure we do not concede a goal in the second half." Such an unusual response left his two teammates utterly astonished. Just as they settled onto the bench, the starting player, Bowman, rushed over, drenched in sweat. "Boss, I'm not in good form." A few words carry significant weight, particularly coming from someone usually so loquacious. This brevity struck Zhou Lin. He realized that the once untethered Bowman would likely have to rely solely on his own skills when facing the opponent. "Xiao Bao, have faith in your abilities. Keep those wretched goals at bay." Receiving his leader's guidance, Bowman nodded earnestly. He bent down to touch the grass, then made a cross over his chest, brimming with determination as he stepped onto the field. Chapter 25. The true Bundesliga. The match commenced as scheduled. On the verdant pitch, Freiburg deployed a 4-2-3-1 formation. Leading the attack was the recently pummeled Sis. In the attacking midfield role, veteran Jay Ger replaced Zhou Lin. The wingers were Macchiati and Kalahuri, supported by Rosenthal and Schuster in the midfield. The defensive line, from left to right, consisted of Bastian, Butcher, Bart, and Mazai, with Baumann guarding the goal. In contrast, St. Pauli also arranged themselves in a 4-2-3-1 formation, but filled it with players renowned for their defensive prowess, seemingly intent on weathering the storm. However, Zhou Lin discerned their strategy as a ruse. In another parallel universe, they had employed this very tactic to endure for much of the match before substituting in the youthful attackers Pasu and Cruz to devastating effect. Indeed, from the very first minute, St. Pauli's players retreated into their half, allowing Freiburg to dominate possession in midfield. Yet any Freiburg player venturing into the defensive third was met with merciless pressure. As time ticked away, a palpable sense of impatience surged among Freiburg's players. After suffering another foul, an eager Sis, rather than appealing to the referee, vented his frustration by vocally confronting both Baumann and Kalahuri. Had it not been for Bastian's timely intervention, the situation might have escalated further, creating an increasingly discordant atmosphere within the team. Consequently, St. Pauli seized upon a miscommunication between Kalahuri and Jaeger, launching a counterattack from their defense. After a simple sequence of 3 passes, attacking midfielder Naki found himself outside the penalty area. Thankfully, Baumann, having received guidance from Zhou Lin, charged out of the box and executed a successful tackle. Unfortunately, the cleared ball was swiftly reclaimed by Naki from Butcher's feet. With a deft lob, Naki aimed for the goal. Just as Baumann returned to his position, he managed to deflect the ball away, but it lacked sufficient distance. Naki pounced again for a follow-up shot. In a flash, the agile Baumann leapt once more, propelling the ball into the air. However, it was intercepted by the advancing striker Ebers, who powered in a decisive header. With no further recourse, Baumann instinctively raised his left leg. Thud! The ball struck his leg and veered off course. In that very moment, Naki, having missed 2 previous opportunities, swiftly prodded the ball. 0-1. This version of St. Pauli denied Freiburg any chance to take the lead. As Zhou Lin stood in stunned silence, the system in his mind chimed. Ding! An S-class passive task had been triggered. The host must lead Freiburg to reverse the match. Upon successful completion, the host would acquire a special skill, enabling a temporary boost in offensive attributes. Failure would result in the random deduction of 1 existing skill. Is this yet another of your machinations? Zhou Lin's anger surged as he questioned, how can you manipulate the outcome of the match so freely? If this is the case, what fairness remains? Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to present you with a surprise. A surprise? More like a shock, if you ask me. In that parallel universe, Freiburg at least enjoyed an initial lead before succumbing. I could still warn my teammates to avert defeat. But now, as he pondered, Sis's furious voice rang out. Baumann, You fool. You couldn't save that shot? Hey, my temper flares. Zhou Lin's eyes reddened as he prepared to storm towards the scene of the incident. To him, the goal conceded had nothing to do with Baumann. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon Freiburg's feeble defense. Sis's unfounded accusations clearly aimed to provoke him. Boss. Sensing the tension, Yano and Kingsek simultaneously restrained Zhou Lin. Let go. Watch me take that beast down. Zhou Lin struggled, panting heavily. In a moment of desperation, Kingsek recalled the boss's earlier instructions and shouted, You are Zhou Lin, not some reckless genius. This proclamation proved effective. Zhou Lin ceased his struggle, his gaze gradually regaining clarity. Humiliation. A profound disgrace. During halftime, the score of 0-1 left Dutt fuming. Bastian, what on earth was your defense doing? Were it not for Baumann's heroics, the team might as well have thrown in the towel by now. After conceding, Freiburg nearly faced further calamities. Had it not been for Baumann's valiant efforts, the team would have already capitulated. Upon reprimanding the defense, Dutt turned his ire towards the midfield players. Rosenthal, you are not playing as an attacking midfielder. Stop thinking only of charging forward. And Schuster, you are as soft as a noodle. As most began to bow their heads in shame, his gaze fell upon Sis. Do you think you are some sort of hero from League One or a star of the Bundesliga? If you dare to act recklessly again, do not expect to start. Dutt harbored deep resentment towards his own decisions. Had Zhou Lin and Kingsek been on the field, the situation would not have been so dire. After reprimanding the starting players, Dutt turned to Zhou Lin. Linus, the team needs you now. In the second half, I hope you will rally everyone to sound the offensive horn. I will do my best. Zhou Lin nodded confidently. The team was trailing, and he did not mind staging a valiant solo rescue. While the coach outlined tactics, veteran Jaeger discreetly poked Zhou Lin. Linus, I am getting old. The future of the team rests with you. Zhou Lin feigned surprise, widening his eyes. Don't jest. I remember you being only 18. Uffed. Jaeger chuckled at his response. Enough with the flattery, old man. I merely wish to remind you to be wary of their Lehmann and Bronze. Both have played as center backs and possess commendable defensive skills. Moreover, their chain defense is exceptionally well organized. If opportunities are lacking, do not dribble or pass carelessly. Thank you. Zhou Lin quietly expressed his gratitude. Soon, the second half commenced. Standing on the Bundesliga stage for the first time, Zhou Lin felt a surge of emotion. Here, the shadows of Huaxia's Yang and Xiao once graced the field, fulfilling the hopes of their fans. Regrettably, now only Huaxia's Hao continued to fight alone. No, I am here. I am that spirited youth from Huaxia. Passion surged within him. Zhou Lin surveyed the field with pride, akin to a monarch surveying his domain. Opposite him, Lehmann smirked disdainfully, as if finding the youthful exuberance before him overly arrogant, a reflection of their coach's demeanor. The whistle blew. After several quick passes, the ball found its way to Zhou Lin's feet. However, before he could make a move, he faced a defensive wall formed by Lehmann, Naki, and left-winger Bruns. No matter how Zhou Lin maneuvered, the three seasoned midfielders expertly blocked his passing lanes. Should he retreat or forge ahead? After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Lin charged towards Lehmann. With a deft touch and a flick of the ball, a single-footed rainbow flick emerged. Zhou Lin danced past the defenders like a sprite. Alas, Lehmann was no Krogel. With a simple tug, he brought Zhou Lin crashing to the ground. Amidst the cacophony of boos, Zhou Lin despondently struck the ground with his fist. In his heart, he incessantly questioned, is this truly the essence of the Bundesliga? Am I, as Klopp suggested, still unable to find my footing? In that fleeting moment, the once indomitable youth found himself enveloped in a haze of uncertainty. Chapter 26. Just do it in a state of confusion. Zhou Lin saw a large hand seemingly reaching out to help him up. Looking up, he found Lyman watching him with a peculiar smile. Zhou Lin expressed his gratitude and grasped the other and Oppo's hand to rise. Just as he was about to utter a few polite words, Lyman lowered his voice and said, Kid, there is no such thing as instant fame. I've toiled in the second division for years to carve out a name for myself. In my opinion, you should return to the reserves and hone your skills for a few more years. The seemingly guiding words were, in truth, a humiliation that reddened Zhou Lin's eyes. Struggling to contain his emotions, he squinted at Lyman and declared, Remember your words. I shall make you see me in a new light. All right, I'll be waiting. With his purpose achieved, Lyman returned to his position with a grin. Meanwhile, the fans in the stands could no longer contain their discontent. What is this? I genuinely thought the club had some secret weapon. Sigh. It seems Dutt was fooled by his agent. A teenage prodigy. Indeed. He doesn't even deserve to be called a genius. Looking back, those articles were merely flattery. Clearly, the speaker had read some journalist and Oppo's article. Hearing the discussion, Lena sprang to her feet amidst the crowd. You have no right to speak without evidence. You haven't even witnessed Linus training and matches. On what grounds do you make such conclusions? The nearby fans were taken aback upon realizing the speaker was a young and beautiful woman. A rather unsightly fan raised an eyebrow and asked, Miss, you're not smitten with that kid, are you? To be honest, he is not bad looking, but his skills. TSK, they leave much to be desired. As soon as these words were uttered, laughter erupted among the surrounding fans. Lena, incensed, stamped her foot in frustration and pointed at the unattractive fan, exclaiming, You're talking nonsense. Linus is the best. Yes. His skills in bed might be the best. Huh. The fans' laughter grew increasingly audacious. What is wrong with me? From the moment I stepped onto the third division, every match has been fraught with challenges. What does the Bundesliga matter? What does chain defense matter? Just do it. Even if I were to be beaten to death, I must never be frightened. Amidst the thunderous boos, Zhou Lin's gaze gradually sharpened. He stood up and took the free kick. Rosenthal received the ball, preparing to collaborate with Schuster. But before Schuster could take possession, Lyman suddenly appeared in the passing line. A steal in the front court. All players of St. Pauli surged forward, leaving only defensive midfielder Boll and fullback Rotenbach to guard against unforeseen events. Under such pressure, Freiburg and Oppo's defense descended into chaos. With countless gaps laid bare, Lyman calmly passed the ball to Naki. After eluding a defender, Naki seized the opportunity and successfully delivered the ball into the penalty area. The ball arrived, and the striker Ebers shot without hesitation. In a flash, a red figure dashed in from the ground. Bam! The football was kicked out of the penalty area. Captain Bastian successfully defended his team's honor. In the midst of the chaos, Zhou Lin swiftly intercepted the ball and charged forward. Lyman sneered, promptly forming a defensive chain with Naki and Bruins. Here we go again. Zhou Lin's eyes gleamed with determination as he deftly dribbled the ball to the left, seizing the moment when the three were off balance. He whirled through the gap between Naki and Bruins like a whirlwind. Previously, he had indeed suffered from a lack of experience. However, he had watched enough matches to make up for it swiftly. Witnessing the first line of defense crumble, Lyman hurriedly retreated, hoping to team up with Boll and Rotenbach to form the last line of defense. Yet Zhou Lin had no intention of granting him that opportunity. With a flick of his toes, he lifted the ball, sending it arcing over Boll and Rotenbach's heads. Of course, this was not the true meaning of a rainbow flick. Otherwise, the system would have intervened long ago. With a clear path ahead, Zhou Lin surged into the penalty area like a wild stallion. Faced with the charging goalkeeper Hein, he gently chipped the ball. The football traced a beautiful arc, aiming straight for the far corner of the goal. It was over. With no time to turn back and chase, Hein could only hope for a miracle. And then, a miracle occurred. Just as the football was about to nestle into the net, a red figure appeared before the goal like a lone hero. With a powerful kick, it cleared the ball. No, it shot. Thud. The ball, altered by external force, struck the post directly. Freiburg had its savior. Hein's eyes brimmed with tears as he rushed forward, desperately clutching the ball. What are you doing? Realizing that it was Cisse who had cleared the ball for the opponents, Zhou Lin wore a bewildered expression. In the next moment, Dejamin Ha's temper flared once more. Zhou Lin rushed up and seized Cisse by the neck, lifting him with all his might. You fool! Has your brain been eaten by a dog? Let go? Cisse, suspended in midair, flailed his arms and legs like a turtle hung on a stick. Beep! The sharp whistle sounded. The referee, dressed in black, brandished a yellow card and approached. Let go. Otherwise, I will issue you a red card. Upon hearing the warning, Zhou Lin restrained his anger and forcefully threw Cisse aside. Coughing a few times, Cisse, now revived, shot Zhou Lin a venomous glare. I want to score. Is that a crime? People like you will eventually become a tumor for the team. Having failed to seize the glory, Cisse attempted to turn the tables. Zhou Lin was infuriated, panting heavily. You bastard. If the team were leading, I wouldn't even bother with this. But now, think about how severe the consequences could be. Before Zhou Lin could continue, the impatient referee waved his hand. All right, this is the pitch. Regardless of your conflicts, please resolve them off the field. Simultaneously, Dutt, who was nearly driven to a heart attack, wasted no time in calling for Kingsek. Daniel, substitute that fool. If he manages to score, I'll definitely let you start in the next match. Rest assured, coach. Kingsek, without hesitation, stripped off his vest and eagerly sprinted to the sideline. Upon noticing the substitution board, Cisse was initially taken aback, then approached Dutt with a face full of grievances. "Coach, that bastard nearly killed me." "Nonsense. Do you think my eyes are blind?" A potential equalizer was cleared by our own player. Dutt thought it was a blessing that Zhou Lin hadn't killed him. Witnessing the entire process, the fans in the stands began to murmur once more, single-handedly breaking through. "This kid is impressive." Indeed, if it weren't for Cisse's blunder, we would have already equalized. All right, I retract my previous statements. This kid is not only exceptional in bed, but seems quite formidable on the field as well. Hearing this, Lena proudly lifted her chin. "What is this? When Linus showcases his crescent moon curve, you'll all be bowing in reverence. He can still perform the crescent moon curve?" "Of course. Miss, you're not just boasting, are you?" Just as this was being discussed, Zhou Lin received the ball in midfield. With his overall rating soaring to 80, he had reached the caliber that even the legendary Beckham would address him as brother. After swapping positions with Kalahuri, Zhou Lin moved to the flank, seizing the moment to deliver a precise long pass. The crescent moon curve was unleashed. As Jing Cheka surged forward, he forcefully pushed past the defending players and leapt high to meet the approaching ball. With a resounding thud, the football, visibly distorted from the high-speed impact, soared towards the goal with a piercing whistle. Just as the spectators prepared to erupt in celebration, however, goalkeeper Hein thwarted the attempt, deflecting the ball with his fists and keeping it from crossing the threshold. Chapter 27. The price of provocation. The soccer ball soared out of the penalty area and landed towards the right side. As it rolled, a figure clad in red dashed down the flank with remarkable speed. With a sweeping arm and a poised leg, the ball was struck with the inside of his right foot, curving gracefully towards the far corner of the St. Pauli goal. On the goal line, Hein leapt into the air, resembling a great eagle taking flight, a dragon soaring through the heavens. His right arm extended, lunging for the approaching ball. He vowed to become Freiburg's nightmare, an insurmountable wall of despair. Yet, the angle of the shot was utterly confounding. Hein could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed over his outstretched arm and cleanly nestled into the corner of the net. The crescent moon curved like a blade. Yet again, the youth once underestimated by laymen had decisively shattered St. Pauli's ironclad defense with a stunning assist and a goal. Goodness, is this divine blessing or the spirit of Beckham manifesting? In an instant, the gaze of the fans towards Zhou Lin transformed entirely. Moments later, the exuberant commentator could no longer contain his excitement, shouting, "Go, Al!" As his words echoed, the stadium erupted in a frenzy. Countless fans chorused, "Freiburg, Freiburg, forever onward." Amidst the fervor, Zhou Lin halted his teammates who were eager to celebrate, choosing instead to sprint alone to the sidelines. With a stride and an outstretched arm, he executed the classic Taiji move. White Crane spreads its wings, making its debut on the Bundesliga stage. Oh my, is that a display of Chinese martial arts? How splendid. At that moment, the spectators felt an overwhelming sense of admiration, especially among certain female fans who transformed into smitten admirers. "No, don't look," Lena exclaimed, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth in warning. Unfortunately, her pleas fell on deaf ears. In fact, some audacious female fans shouted, "Linus, I want to be your girlfriend." Absolutely not. Lena opened her mouth to intervene, but upon recalling Lin Mayna's derisive gaze, she could only sit back in dismay. As the atmosphere reached a crescendo, the commentator posed a question. "Where are we?" "Freiburg." Over 10,000 voices responded in unison. "Who are we?" "The Red, White, and Black Legion." The equalizer came from number 30. "Linus." The crowd went wild. After the initial frenzy, many fans began to chant, "Stay here." It wasn't that they lacked vision. Rather, Freiburg had not seen a young talent like Zhou Lin in years. His emergence filled a void, and they sincerely hoped this young prodigy would remain with them, rather than becoming just a fleeting visitor. Regrettably, Zhou Lin offered no reply, instead turning to high-five each teammate who had rushed to him, culminating in a warm embrace with Kingsek and Little Bao. As the celebration concluded, Layman suddenly appeared before Zhou Lin. "Kid, from now on, you belong to me." It was undeniable that Zhou Lin's previous performance had been transcendent, prompting Layman, who had once looked down upon him, to take him under close scrutiny. "You may not be able to keep up with me." Zhou Lin smiled nonchalantly, a hint of mockery in his shrug. "Give it a try?" Layman extended his challenge. "Try it, and you might just meet your demise." Zhou Lin glanced at him dismissively before walking toward Caligiuri. Do you remember our drills during practice? Of course. Caligiuri nodded emphatically. Good to hear. Zhou Lin smiled slightly, then turned to Kingsek. Just as he engaged in a private conversation with the towering figure, the assistant referee raised the substitution board once more. Unwilling to settle for a draw, St. Pauli revealed their fangs, preparing to substitute Pasu, Cruz, and Bartels for their starting attacking midfielder and two wingers. These three were the very ones who had triumphed over Freiburg in an alternate timeline. Noticing this development, Zhou Lin quickly alerted Rosenthal, Schuster, and Caligiuri, hoping they could alleviate some pressure on the defense. As for Macchiati, he should continue to use his speed to harass the opposing backline. The match resumed. The once confident Lehmann suddenly found himself struggling to keep pace with Zhou Lin. As an attacking midfielder, Zhou Lin frequently exchanged positions with Kingsek and Caligiuri. The other two seemed unfazed, maintaining their seamless coordination. This shift not only astonished Lehmann, but also caught Dutt by surprise. Christian, did I ever assign this tactic? Strich pondered before replying. Actually, this was Zhou's idea. I assumed he wouldn't dare to try it, so I didn't inform you. Nonsense. Dutt's face darkened immediately, causing Strich to grow anxious. After all, if their tactical mismanagement led to a loss, he, as the assistant coach, would bear the brunt of the blame. After observing for a while, Dutt couldn't help but sigh deeply. A commendable idea. However, Linus may not have considered Caligiuri's stamina issues. With such extensive movement, the Italian likely won't last long. Coaches possess a unique ability to quickly identify problems on the field. Due to the constant positional exchanges and collaborative defense, Caligiuri was beginning to show signs of fatigue. When Pasu broke through from the flank, Zhou Lin could only assist in tracking back. Yet Pasu remained unfazed, skillfully shielding the ball at his feet, clearly taking advantage of Zhou Lin's yellow card. Should Zhou Lin attempt to challenge him physically, he had no qualms about demonstrating what diving truly entailed. Fortunately, right back Mazai intervened just in time, deflecting the ball out of play. Hey, he last touched the ball. Zhou Lin raised his hand to signal the referee, inciting Pasu's visible displeasure. However, the discerning assistant referee promptly supported Zhou Lin's claim, signaling the main referee. Ultimately, the referee awarded possession to Freiburg. Zhou Lin quickly ran to the sidelines. Just as he picked up the ball, Pasu, dissatisfied with the ruling, made a gesture as if to kick the ball. Though he did not connect, the provocation was unmistakable. Anger flared within Zhou Lin, nearly transforming him into... No, it was the unleashing of Dejamin Ha. Regaining his composure, Zhou Lin pointed toward Pasu, as if to say, just you wait. Pasu merely offered a derisive smile and turned to run away. Once he was at a distance, Zhou Lin tossed the ball to the recently risen right back. Mazai understood immediately, swiftly throwing the throw-in to Zhou Lin's feet. Gazing up, Zhou Lin unleashed yet another crescent moon curve. The ball soared over half the field, heading toward the unoccupied left side of the penalty area. Was this a mispass? Just as the spectators outside the field sighed in dismay, Kingsek suddenly materialized there, controlling the ball on his chest and sending it forward. Without waiting for the ball to touch the ground, Kingsek unleashed a powerful shot. The ball whistled sharply as it hurtled towards the far corner of the goal. Hein, refusing to take chances, threw himself towards the ball. Yet the speed was simply too great. In the blink of an eye, the white net began to tremble violently. Confirming the goal, Zhou Lin pointed at the dumbfounded Pasu and shouted, "Did you see that? This is the price of provoking me." Chapter 28, Before me. You are all mere insects. What a painful realization. If given a chance to start anew, Pasu vowed never to provoke the defiant youth before him. Noticing Pasu's grim expression, his fellow St. Pauli star, Bartels, quickly wrapped his arm around him. Do not let that kid get to you. He is but a fleeting moment, while you and we are the future of the team. Is it truly just a fleeting moment? A myriad of questions danced in Pasu's mind as he nodded thoughtfully. As the score turned around, Freiburg's fans erupted in sheer ecstasy. Applause and cheers reverberated throughout the stadium. If there were any among them who previously thought that the prodigious youth was merely a boy, now they all believed that even the presence of Beckham would pale in comparison. What a goal! The commentator exclaimed, overflowing with excitement. Come, let us cheer for our heroes. The Freiburg twins, Kinchik and Lanus. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the shouts for Kinchik and Lanus filled the air. Amidst the cheers, Kinchik coolly approached the sidelines, clumsily mimicking Zhou Lin's celebration, eliciting a wave of good-natured laughter from the crowd. At that moment, A section of the stands closest to Zhou Lin suddenly erupted with a chant akin to Zhou Lin. Is this how they choose to address me? Zhou Lin looked up in surprise, discovering that the fans were indeed all facing him. Thank you. A swell of emotion welled up within him. Zhou Lin dashed over and bowed deeply to the fans in the stands. Look, he enjoys this form of address. Zhou Lin, I love you. Amidst the cacophony of shouts, the instigator, Lina, quietly slipped away, seemingly wishing to remain unnoticed by Zhou Lin. The match continued. Faced with a deficit, St. Pauli mounted a full-scale counterattack, particularly targeting the fatigued Kalahuri. No matter where he was positioned, the opponents would exploit that area, threatening Freiburg's defense. Substitution. Quick, substitute. Sensing the danger, Dutt called upon winger Liesinger from the bench. Go tell Zhou to play it straight for the entire match. Liesinger nodded emphatically and hurried to the sidelines. But before the game could stop for a dead ball, St. Pauli's three rising stars orchestrated an attack from left to right, then back to the center, breaching Freiburg's defense. In front of the goal, Bartels, with remarkable composure, executed a V-shaped pull to evade Butcher. Subsequently, facing the on-rushing Baumann, he deftly flicked the ball over his head, which leisurely descended into the net. 2-2. Both teams returned to square one. The noise in the stadium abruptly ceased. Home fans either fell silent or berated their players in frustration. Glancing at Baumann's displeased expression, Bartels turned and charged towards Pasu, pulling his friend toward Zhou Lin. He raised his hand, pointing at Zhou, as if to say, "You have no right to act so arrogantly in our presence." Wang Defa. The veins on Zhou Lin's forehead throbbed, and he stepped forward, ready to speak with his fists. Fortunately, Liesinger, who had just come on, quickly restrained him. "Brother, just focus on playing the whole match." The double entendre calmed Zhou Lin. He understood that this was a warning from the coach. On one hand, that did not want him to recklessly alter tactics. On the other hand, that hoped he could maintain control of his emotions. Yet, with a defiant talent constantly stirring trouble, it was indeed challenging. Amidst this internal struggle, Zhou Lin's eyes suddenly sparkled. Since Dejamin Ha revels in showmanship, why not indulge him? Why not retaliate against the opponent in the style of the Brazilian prodigy? Excellent. I shall play it straight. With a firm grip on Liesinger's arm, Zhou Lin sent an apologetic yet mischievous smile towards the anxious coach on the sidelines. As the whistle blew again, Zhou Lin began collaborating with his teammates in the manner of Dejamin Ha. Soon, fans were astonished to witness that each touch and movement Zhou Lin made on the field resembled a painter crafting a masterpiece on the green canvas. Mesmerizing dribbles, inventive passes, Zhou Lin transformed the entire pitch into a showcase of samba artistry. This, of course, made life difficult for Lehmann, who had finally managed to position himself against Zhou Lin, constantly becoming a backdrop for his dazzling displays. Similarly, Pasu and Bartels, who had previously provoked Zhou Lin, could not escape his playful antics, hopping around like two monkeys. Fortunately, St. Pauli's defenders held firm, preventing the team from conceding again. Yet, no matter how solid the defense, they could not withstand Zhou Lin's relentless assaults. In the 80th minute, Zhou Lin received the ball, turned, and charged toward the opponent's penalty area, moving with astonishing speed. He even outpaced Kinshik, who was also making a forward run. In the center, Rosenthal received the ball, sending a diagonal pass to the flanking Macchiati. The swift and agile player surged forward, using his speed to outmaneuver the opponent's fullback. Without hesitation, he delivered a low cross toward the penalty area. Sensing the danger, St. Pauli's right center back, Zambrano, hurriedly raised his leg, hoping to intercept the cursed ball. Unfortunately, his timing was off. The ball grazed his left foot and sped toward Zhou Lin, who had positioned himself perfectly. However, this low cross was equally challenging for Zhou Lin to handle. Due to the rapid pace of the ball, he could not opt for a volley. Yet, if he attempted to control it and turn, the left center back, Durant, would have the opportunity to close in on him. It is worth noting that Durant stood at an imposing height of 186 meters. In his presence, Zhou Lin would have little chance to resist. In a flash, Zhou Lin controlled the ball with his abdomen and then flicked it up with his right foot. The ball soared over Durant's head, giving Zhou Lin the chance to pivot to the left, evading Durant, who was now in pursuit. Durant quickly turned to chase after the ball. But a colossal ship turning cannot compare to Zhou Lin's exquisite spin. Ultimately, Zhou Lin reached the ball first. Before it could touch the ground, he executed a low volley. With no time to react, Hein could only extend his left leg and arm in a futile attempt to block the ball from entering the net. But it was too late. The ball playfully rolled into the goal like a mischievous white sprite. OMG, is he a Brazilian player? Why do I see the essence of Samba football in this Chinese player? In the stands, the commentator finally voiced the thoughts of the entire audience. Yet Zhou Lin paid no heed. He once again rushed to the sidelines and struck a Wing Chun pose. Not convinced? Then allow me to present you with the art of Chinese martial arts. Could he be a disciple of Bruce Lee? Following the release of the film Ip Man in Europe and America, some fans who admired Chinese martial arts could recognize the pose and understood the connection between Ip Man and Bruce Lee. Are you referring to that kung fu superstar? Of course. Who else could it be? After a lively exchange, the fans' interest in Zhou Lin intensified. Not only does he possess intellect and skill, but he also practices Chinese martial arts. Such a prodigy must be retained in Freiburg. Consequently, chants urging him to stay echoed throughout the stadium once more. This time, Zhou Lin did not remain indifferent. Instead, he solemnly clasped his fists in gratitude, seemingly acknowledging the fans. No, he would not stay. Dortmund is his true home. Lena was exceedingly discontented. From the moment the lease agreement was signed, she and her cousin firmly believed that Zhou Lin would inevitably return to Dortmund, gracing the Signal Iduna Park as a first-team player. However, perhaps this situation is not so dire. As she contemplated her studies in Freiburg, a flicker of joy unexpectedly surged within her. When compared to Dortmund, it was Linus who captivated her more profoundly. Yet, his acerbic mother. Oh dear, what a source of vexation. Just as Lena was caught in her turmoil, Zhou Lin briskly approached the still astonished Bartels and Pasu. He raised a hand to gesture towards them, extending his pinky finger in a manner characteristic of the Huaxia people, conveying his sentiment. Before me, you are all but insects. Chapter 29. The electrifying video at last, as the final whistle echoed through the stadium. The score was fixed at 4-2. The additional goal was sealed by Jinkik, who, in the dying moments of the match, connected with Zhou Lin and Oppo's long pass to head the ball into the net, securing victory. The tragedy of an alternate reality did not unfold. Zhou Lin thwarted any opportunity for St. Pauli to stage a remarkable comeback. As the players exited the field, Lehmann approached with a complex expression. Observing this, Jinkik instinctively positioned himself in front of Zhou Lin, wary of any rash actions from the opposing player in a moment of frustration. Lehmann quickly halted, gesturing to his own jersey and asking, Linus, may we exchange jerseys? Was this an act of submission? Zhou Lin was momentarily taken aback, but promptly pushed Jinkik aside and deftly removed his sweat-soaked shirt. On the pitch, past grievances were trivial. Amidst the loyalty to their respective teams, banter and provocations were commonplace. To be fair, Lehmann had not engaged in excessively aggressive defending. He merely sought to halt Zhou Lin's impressive displays. In fact, it was Zhou Lin who had repeatedly left Lehmann in disarray. Just as Zhou Lin received Lehmann's jersey, Pasu and Bartels approached. Upon seeing Zhou Lin in merely his shorts, they hurriedly restrained Jinkik and Bowman. Both Jinkik and young Bowman had performed admirably in this match, and exchanging jerseys with them would certainly not tarnish the reputation of St. Pauli's twin stars. The discord on the field dissipated, and Zhou Lin even took the time to pull together the three opposing players for a photo op with the reporters. It must be said, unencumbered by the negative emotions typically associated with Dejamin Ha, Zhou Lin exhibited remarkable poise in his interactions. Of course, Dejamin Ha possessed many commendable qualities beyond his rebellious demeanor. As they exited the field, Dute rushed over to intercept Zhou Lin. Linus, quickly change your clothes. In a moment, accompany me to the press conference. Why me? Zhou Lin asked, taken aback. Weren't you planning to use me as a secret weapon? Sensing his thoughts, Dute awkwardly grinned. You're practically a shining star now. How could you still be a secret weapon? It was true. After this match, every Bundesliga team would undoubtedly scrutinize strategies to effectively mark Zhou Lin. To remain hidden was indeed futile. With this in mind, Zhou Lin hurried into the players' tunnel. At the post-match press conference, Zhou Lin sat beside Dute, observing etiquette as a standard representative of his culture, ensuring he would not eclipse the coach's spotlight. However, fate had other plans. Following the St. Pauli coach's hasty conclusion, the attention of the assembled journalists swiftly gravitated toward Zhou Lin. A local journalist was the first to bypass the coach's segment and directed a question at Zhou Lin. Zhou, what are your thoughts on Freiburg? Zhou Lin. Correcting the pronunciation, Zhou Lin spoke eloquently. First, I must extend my gratitude to the club and the coach. Without their support, I would still be battling in the regional league. Dute's face lit up with pride, eager to bask in the acknowledgement of his contributions. Secondly, I genuinely appreciate my teammates here. Their camaraderie has enabled me to integrate swiftly into the team and perform on the field. The seasoned speaker elicited frequent nods from Dute, who cast admiring glances at his protege. Finally, I am immensely thankful to the fans. They have made me feel as though this is a second home. Upon concluding, Zhou Lin smiled and passed the microphone to the coach, seemingly wishing to honor Dute's feelings. Yet, the local reporters were not inclined to accommodate Dute, bombarding Zhou Lin with inquiries about whether he would transfer to Freiburg once his loan period concluded. Just as Zhou Lin pondered his response, a female journalist rose abruptly. Linus, I am Alice Weber from the Freiburg Living newspaper. I interviewed you after a match between Dortmund 2 and Berghausen. This journalist, previously from Dortmund, had followed him here? Besides, wasn't Freiburg Living newspaper infamous for disparaging him? Did those articles originate from her pen? Zhou Lin felt a twinge of unease, but was met with Weber's smirk as she raised her voice. As a lone player, how did you become the so-called ball hog in such a short time? Ball hog. Zhou Lin was momentarily reminded of a classic saying from the domestic football scene. Yet, he had neither formed cliques nor influenced the coach. How could he be labeled as such? Before he could gather his thoughts, Weber continued, from what I know, you first intimidated your teammates with your family, then assaulted Cisse at practice. Today, you even received a yellow card for it. The revelation sparked uproar among the audience. While there have been previous attempts to uncover this story, the club and Oppo's gag order had prevented any information from leaking. Now, Weber and Oppo's disclosed details ignited excitement among the journalists present. Compared to standard match reports, this kind of sensational news was far more lucrative in terms of readership. The veracity of the claims? Did it even matter? Realizing the shift in momentum, Dute quickly interjected before Zhou Lin could respond. I do not know where this lady received her false information. If that were true, Linus would not have been present in the opening match. False information? Weber's lips curled into a cold smile as she slowly raised a recording device. With a click, the voice of Sock echoed through the room. I simply enjoy motivating my teammates with shouts. For some reason, Linus believes I was insulting him. Later, he conspired with his parents. At this, Zhou Lin sprang to his feet. Lies. He is deliberately distorting the truth. Weber chuckled. So, your parents have never been to Freiburg? You never trespassed into Sock's dorm together? At this juncture, any attempt at deceit would be easily uncovered. And Zhou Lin chose silence. Weber's confidence swelled. As for the alleged assault on Cisse, while I currently lack evidence, one can imagine the scene on the field. Before she could finish, someone from the corner shouted, Sorry, I have my doubts. As the crowd turned, they noticed Struss, having blended in unnoticed, now stood with crossed arms and a grin directed at Weber. However, Weber, not a seasoned sports journalist, did not recognize the rising agent and furrowed her brow, asking, And you are? Me? Struss exaggeratedly spread his arms toward some familiar sports journalists. I'm just an unremarkable agent who, by sheer luck, signed this talented young man. As he spoke, he briskly approached the podium, exchanging greetings with the perplexed Zhou Lin and Dute. Clearing his throat, Struss declared, Since there are doubts regarding my client's character, allow me to present some video footage. With a snap of his fingers, the staff promptly understood and pressed the remote. Soon, the screen above the podium erupted with electrifying sounds. Happy sheep, beautiful sheep. What are you doing? In that moment, Zhou Lin wished to find a crevice in the ground for his agent to burrow into. Chapter 30. You owe me an apology. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Struss shot a glare at the bewildered staff and deliberately donned a mischievous smile. All right, the advertisement segment has concluded. Now, please enjoy the main feature. His remarks elicited laughter from the crowd, who mistakenly believed it was intentional. As the staff hurriedly transitioned to the video, the screen displayed the shocking scene of Sark launching a malicious attack on Zhou Lin. My goodness, this is an act of murder. Thank heavens Linus is unharmed. Otherwise, I would be tempted to take down that scoundrel myself. Someone exclaimed. Indeed, as fellow parents, I can now fully understand Linus's parents' sentiments. How can we allow their child to remain in Freiburg under such circumstances? Shouldn't we owe them an apology? The violent scene unsettled the reporters present. However, that was not the end of the spectacle. The staff subsequently released an interview video featuring Weber discussing Zhou Lin following a match against Berghausen. The journalists were unfazed, as they had long grown accustomed to the eccentric inquiries aimed at players. Yet, the third video stirred discomfort among them. It depicted Bughausen's fans launching racially charged verbal and physical assaults at Zhou Lin. It was only after enduring these unprovoked attacks that Zhou Lin responded with what was perceived as provocative gestures. Stop. At that moment, Struss abruptly instructed the staff to pause the footage. He pointed at the screen and said, "Please take a close look. Is this lady before us not the one hurling insults at Zhou alongside those racists?" Upon hearing this, Weber's face turned crimson as she vehemently denied, "No, that is not me." However, her defensive reaction only solidified the journalist's suspicions. Fortunately, Struss did not insist on her guilt. Instead, he produced several dated newspapers and remarked, "Whether it is you or not, these articles filled with racist rhetoric must have originated from your pen, correct? Furthermore, you were the one who slandered my employer in the Freiburg Daily, were you not?" As he unfolded the newspapers, the shocking headlines rendered the audience speechless. With a heavy sigh, Struss distributed the papers to the reporters seated in the front row. The same name appeared, with a consistent style. It was evident that Ms. Weber was a notorious racist in Dortmund. It was precisely for this reason that she had to seek a new path in Freiburg. Regrettably, rather than repent, she aimed to resurrect her career by maligning others. At this juncture, Struss paused briefly. "To my knowledge, the Navigators have filed a lawsuit against the Freiburg Daily and journalist Weber for defamation due to their discontent with this matter." The mention of the Navigators left the reporters in utter astonishment. In truth, losing a lawsuit did not signify much. At worst, it would result in a public apology. However, entanglement with the Navigators would likely complicate matters significantly. It was reasonable to surmise that the Freiburg Daily and Weber would face dire consequences for at least a decade. But why would the Navigators come to Zhou Lin's defense? As the news broke, several reporters raised their hands to inquire. Yet, Struss seemed unwilling to elaborate, surveying the room with an imposing glare. "Now, does anyone wish to challenge my employer?" Silence fell over the crowd, and hands that had just been raised were hastily lowered. It was not that Zhou Lin was unworthy of confrontation. Rather, the pressure exerted by the Navigators was too formidable. Until they grasped the nature of the relationship, caution was prudent. Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated in front of him. Weber slumped despondently in her chair, her eyes filled with fear and resentment. Perhaps she had merely sought to climb back to prominence at the expense of a young player. Little did she anticipate that what was served to her would be a cup of poison. Well done. After witnessing his agent's counterattack, Zhou Lin felt that his investment was indeed worthwhile. If he had to assign a score, he would rate it an 85. As for the 15 points deducted, one was his disapproval of his mother's involvement, and the other was his confusion as to why the agent had not dealt with Shisa as well. Shisa was not without merit, of course. Admittedly, he could be somewhat arrogant, fond of stealing the spotlight and bullying newcomers. Overall, however, he was not entirely untrustworthy. As they headed to Zhou Lin's new residence, Struss unexpectedly endorsed Shisa. Zhou Lin shot him a surprised glance and asked, "You aren't actually considering signing him too, are you?" "I'm merely speaking the truth. Don't perceive my words as purely self-serving," Struss replied, slightly discontent. "Is it the backing from his capital that brought you to your knees?" "Not at all," Struss asserted with newfound confidence. "Even if it were a small energy conglomerate, or even the Navigators, I would stand firm." "Well, actually, I cannot guarantee that." His bravado faltered within moments. It appeared that even this agent was wary of the Navigators. Awkwardly licking his lips, Struss resumed, "Primarily, their sincerity is commendable. I hear the club is assisting you in finding a place and has gone so far as to rent a villa for you. My mother contacted them." Zhou Lin seized the opportunity to probe. "Certainly not. How could your mother? Then why did they extend an olive branch and even sell out Weber?" Zhou Lin remained skeptical. "Because," Struss hesitated, "they wish to tap into the Huaxia market and therefore do not wish to have any conflicts with you." That reasoning was somewhat acceptable. After all, Zhou Lin was a quintessential Huaxia individual. Should he voice any unfavorable opinions towards Huaxia media, the repercussions could be severe. Nonetheless, he still suspected that his mother played a role in this matter. Just as he was pondering, his phone rang. Upon answering, he heard his mother's voice. "Son, I've smoothed things over for you. Tomorrow, Shisa will come to apologize." Her voice was somewhat loud, and Struss's expression darkened. But what could Zhou Lin say? After all, everyone was acting in their own interest. "Thank you, Mom. I'm really enjoying my time here, so you can rest easy." There was no point in arguing at that moment. Zhou Lin concluded the heartfelt conversation with a compliant demeanor. The following morning, Shisa arrived as promised. He fumbled for words, but could not articulate a single coherent sentence. Just as Zhou Lin turned to leave, Shisa blushed and declared, "I fear no power. However, I admire your performance on the field. Therefore, I have decided to forgive you." "Forgive me?" Zhou Lin was taken aback, his mouth agape. Only then did Shisa realize he had misspoken, hastily waving his hands. "No, you should be the one apologizing." That still seems incorrect." "Well, regardless of who apologizes to whom, here I am." The flustered Shisa was ready to give up. "Wait." Zhou Lin unexpectedly pulled him back. "What do you want?" Muscles tensed, Shisa was prepared for a counterattack. Yet, Zhou Lin flashed a smile and embraced him, saying from now on, "I hope you can convert my assists into goals." Fact. Shisa wanted to say something, but all that emerged were a series of exclamations. Chapter 31. The weather today is splendidly clear. After bidding farewell to the slightly stuffy-nosed and red-eyed Shisai, Zhou Lin turned and returned home. His new abode was quite nice. A two-story independent villa. Disliking the solitude of living alone, Zhou Lin had invited Jinky to move to the first floor. As a result, one wolf attracted a pack. Last night, his friends Xiao Bao, Kaliu Juri, the honorary Yin Yigua, and Captain Bastions all came over to celebrate Zhou Lin's housewarming. Since the team had a day off today, they were not concerned about disrupting training and ended up reveling until the early hours of the morning before departing. At present, the first floor of the villa resembled a crime scene, strewn with beer cans and disposable tableware. It seemed necessary to hire someone to take care of the cleanup. Sighing, Zhou Lin picked up the phone and called Struss. To his surprise, the highly professional agent was well prepared and claimed that someone would arrive shortly to assist. Zhou Lin then ascended to the second floor to check on his system rewards. Ding. Special skill, Angry Angel successfully bound. If the host can become enraged 3 times during a match, offensive attributes such as passing, controlling, shooting, and dribbling could be elevated to 95. Wow. This was indeed a formidable weapon. Reflecting on the temperamental entity residing within him, Zhou Lin suddenly felt a sense of camaraderie with the system. Since it was difficult to control, why not embrace it? It appeared the system intended to establish him as a person not to be trifled with. However, upon further contemplation, he sensed something amiss. Anger. What if it led to receiving a card? That would be counterproductive. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Therefore, this skill is not as straightforward as you might assume. To utilize it effectively, you must first learn to avoid excessive words and actions in the aftermath of your fury. Zhou Lin rolled his eyes and replied, "I have no issues." But who will control that entity? Knowing whom he referred to, the system leisurely explained, "Since it is a system output, I can naturally rein him in. However, before that, you must complete 3 tasks." "What are they?" Zhou Lin inquired. The tasks provided by the system were anything but easy, something Zhou Lin was accustomed to by now. The 3 tasks were Loving Embrace, Kiss of 1,000, and Smiling Assassin. The system elaborated on each task in detail. Firstly, Loving Embrace. Successfully hug an opponent 3 times during any match. Important note, hugs during non-match times, e.g., before the game starts or after it ends, do not count. Smiling Assassin. Maintain a smile during at least 5 assists or shots in any match. Kiss of 1,000. During a home match, exchange a flying kiss that elicits a response from over 2,000 female fans. The tasks were not ranked in order of priority. However, only upon their completion would the system assist Zhou Lin in controlling the side effects of the Dejamin Ha experience card and activate the Angry Angel skill. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lin felt despondent. "Big brother, are you playing with me?" The system responded with a cold chuckle, "You can choose to forego it. After all, I have nothing to lose. Don't be ridiculous. Wasn't I just trying to negotiate with you?" Zhou Lin felt a bit flustered. However, he soon seemed to have an epiphany. "Right? Don't you want to upgrade to the King of Football system? If I successfully acquire the special skill, it would benefit both of us. Mind your own business." The system abruptly sulked and vanished without a trace. "Hey, you've got a temper too." With no way to reconnect, Zhou Lin could only grumble as he lay back down on his bed. Just then, a chime echoed in his ear. Thinking it was the system's return, Zhou Lin sprang upright. Ding, ding. Alas, the incessant doorbell shattered his illusions, and he reluctantly made his way downstairs. In front of a villa in a wealthy neighborhood, Lena was meticulously adjusting her uniform. Yesterday, she had no idea which kind-hearted employer had offered an attractive price specifically requesting her services. Upon receiving the call from the housekeeping agency, Lena had agreed without a second thought. Yet now, she felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. Indeed, housekeeping prices have their standards. An arbitrary high price. coupled with a specific request for her presence. Could there be an ulterior motive? Even if there wasn't, what if the resident turned out to be a difficult individual? After all, who would hire her at a rate clearly exceeding market standards? Lost in thought, the door swung open, revealing a young man in pajamas, yawning repeatedly. Upon recognizing him, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Lena's eyes. You are Jinkique? Realizing she recognized him, Jinkique quickly tidied his hair and puffed out his chest, declaring, "Yes, I am the Freiburg starting forward, the invincible Daniel." "You, invincible? Haha." Seeing his grandiose demeanor, Lena couldn't help but cover her mouth as she chuckled. Her smile swept through Jinkique and Appos' heart like a spring breeze, leaving him momentarily bewildered. "Is it time for breakfast?" After a brief pause, he confirmed he wasn't hungry and scratched his head, asking, "How do you know me?" "No, I mean, why would you like me?" Upon hearing this, Lena laughed even harder, resembling a beautiful rose swaying in the wind. Just as Jinkique contemplated escaping, Lena strove to stifle her laughter and said, "Invincible Daniel, I think you and Appos ve misunderstood. I am here to serve you." "Serve?" A chill ran down Jinkique and Appos' spine. He immediately darkened his expression and replied, "Madam, I am a respectable person. I do not require any special services." "What did you say?" Lena gasped, her mouth agape, seemingly unable to believe her ears. "Madam, you are still young. Do not stray from the righteous path." Jinkique felt it was his duty to steer the young beauty away from her misguided notions. How embarrassing. Misunderstood, Lena turned to leave. Just then, Jinkique, still babbling, was pushed aside. Zhou Lin appeared before Lena, his expression one of surprise. You aren't and Appos here to provide me with services, are you?" His remark furrowed Lena's brow. Connecting the dots with Jinkique's mention of special services, she understood everything. It was evident that Zhou Lin, unable to bear solitude, sought someone to engage in mischief. Meanwhile, the upright Jinkique was desperately trying to prevent his friend from making a mistake, hence his rush to intervene with a lecture. Ugh. No wonder it said that rich second-generation individuals are no good. After conjuring these details, Lena felt the sky darken. She shot Zhou Lin an indignant glare and turned to descend the steps. Just as she had not gone far, Zhou Lin's slightly bewildered voice called out, "Hey, weren't you here for housekeeping services?" Upon hearing the question, Lena abruptly halted and looked up, inexplicably blurting out, "The weather today is quite splendid." Chapter 32. Friends falling in love in the afternoon, the extra training squad gathered once more. During warm-ups, Jinkique appeared noticeably distracted. Finally, when they reached a break, he hurried over to Zhou Lin, shyly inquiring, "Boss, what do you think of that girl? Her housework is quite competent." "No, I mean, what about her as a person?" "Well, she was rather impolite when collecting tips. ISN and Appos. That's something you willingly gave? Digging a trench, have you ever seen someone get robbed and still be willing?" Throughout the morning, Lena had not offered Zhou Lin a single kind glance. When cleaning his room, she deliberately created various noises, ensuring that Zhou Lin could find no peace. In stark contrast, while cleaning Jinkique and Appos' room, Lena behaved exceptionally gently and engaged in cheerful conversation with the tall fellow. However, Lena emptied Zhou, secretly adorned with eager curiosity. Jinkique's face instantly flushed red, stammering incoherently. Observing this, Zhou Lin decided to betray his friend's secret, saying, "Don't ask any further. Daniel has fallen in love. By high, get low." "Oh my goodness. What the heck?" The three gossip enthusiasts from different nationalities quickly surrounded the tall fellow, seemingly intent. "You must be the one who..." "And her skin appears too pale. But her temperament is excellent. She and Appos, warm and cheerful, just my type." "How coincidental. I like her too." "Hey, what does this have to..." "She and Appos, really nice and quite beautiful." "Why didn't and Appos, you say so earlier?" In an instant, Baumann and Yano and Appos' attention was diverted to this new piece of gossip surrounding Callie, inwardly scoffing. "Is it really interesting for a bunch of bachelors to share love stories?" He then pointed at Yano Takaki. "You take Jinkique and Baumann to practice dribbling. In the next match, I'll try to convince the coach to give you a chance to come on as a substitute." Jinkique was a traditional center forward with average footwork, while Yano Takaki was an unconventional forward, proficient in dribbling breakthroughs. Zhou Lin believed that the 19-year-old Jinkique would benefit more from practicing with the 26-year-old Yano. As for Baumann, Zhou Lin primarily wanted him to improve his ball control. If he needed to match Neuer one day, occasionally teasing the opposing forwards wouldn't be out of the question. "Hey." Yano Takaki's face lit up, and he readily agreed. Jinkik, however, looked somewhat troubled, casting a pleading glance at Zhou Lin, clearly wanting to learn dribbling from the boss. For reasons unknown, Zhou Lin suddenly felt a wave of unhappiness. Don't look at me. I'm as short as Lina. My technical moves aren't suitable for you. What do you mean? Jinkik looked at Zhou Lin in confusion, seemingly searching for answers in his expression. Unfortunately, Zhou Lin was unwilling to grant him that opportunity. He dragged Caliuguri to another field to practice passing and positioning. Nuremberg's usual formation was 4-2-3-1, emphasizing overall cooperation and balance between offense and defense. In the next round, with Ji Induin sidelined due to injury, Nuremberg would become a toothless tiger, incapable of attacking or defending, just waiting for us to kick their backsides. Haha. On the morning of August 28th, Dutt gathered all players on the roster for a pre-match briefing. As the atmosphere lightened, Dutt pointed at the tactical board, saying, "It's important to note that without Ji Induin, Nuremberg will surely strengthen their attacks from the left flank, looking for scoring opportunities through crosses and set pieces. Therefore, we must solidify our defense first, especially in the center and right side, and then launch counterattacks at the right moment. In the past, we were accustomed to launching counterattacks from both flanks. But now, I require you to combine flank and center play. If you don't know how to pass the ball, just pass it to Zhou." At this point, Dutt glanced at Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin quickly patted his chest, as if to say, "Leave it to me." Dutt then returned his gaze to the board, slamming his hand on the table. "Macchiati. Head, I'm here." The secretly music-listening, dark-skinned player nearly fainted on the spot. Dutt shot him a fierce glare, saying, "Cedric, I need your defense and passing in this match. If you dare to recklessly break through again, I won't hesitate to substitute you early." "Understood, coach." Macchiati quickly raised his hand to express his commitment. After finishing with the dark-skinned player, but slammed the table again. Caliuguri. Head. The Italian lad, who was lost in thoughts of love, instantly snapped back to reality. "In this match, you will be on the bench. Abdesakti will start as the right winger." "Why?" Caliuguri suddenly looked a bit aggrieved. Dutt narrowed his eyes, watching him. "If you think you can withstand the relentless attacks from Banyaku and Piara, I can reconsider." "All right, forget I said anything." Recalling his less-than-stellar defensive abilities and stamina, Caliuguri resolved to continue reminiscing about the girl in his thoughts. Finally, Dutt glanced at Sisay and Jinkik. However, before he could speak, he turned back to Zhou Lin. "Linus, who do you think would be better suited to play as the lone striker?" "Why are you asking me?" Zhou Lin was somewhat taken aback. But soon, he understood the coach's intentions. "Head, if we play defensively, I prefer to have Sisay up front. Although his footwork is a bit rough, his speed far surpasses Daniel's." Upon hearing this, Sisay, slightly displeased, muttered in broken German, "Nonsense, I'm not rough at all." Unbeknownst to him, this statement caught Bauman's attention, who immediately teased, "Hey, how can you admit you're not rough?" "Huh." His comment sent the room into fits of laughter. "I'm not rough at all." Sisay, still unaware of the blunder, shouted defiantly. At this point, the brothers were nearly laughing themselves to death. Even Jinkik, troubled by the loss of his starting position, broke into uncontrollable laughter. Later, Sisay finally grasped the situation and playfully punched Bauman a couple of times. After the playful exchange, he couldn't help but laugh at himself as well. As the laughter subsided, Zhou Lin spoke again. "Regarding the forward substitute, I recommend Yano. After all, he possesses both height and speed." Zhou sang, surprised to hear his own name. Yano Takakazu's eyes glistened slightly with emotion. He rose and bowed deeply to both Zhou Lin and Du Te. Witnessing this scene, the Captain Bastions, seated at the back, could not help but give a thumbs up to the coach. It was uncertain whether he was praising Zhou Lin or Du Te. Chapter 33. If you dare, come fight. In the afternoon, a cacophony of boos reverberated through the GNDA stadium, directed at Zhou Lin, who was warming up before the match. It was evident that his stellar performance in the previous game had made him the focal point of attention for Nuremberg. Regrettably, the team's young star, Ji Induin, was unable to participate in this round, depriving spectators of a much-anticipated duel between two emerging talents. Consequently, the home fans were unwilling to elevate Zhou Lin without cause and opted to relieve their tension with jeers. Unexpectedly, the usually fiery youth maintained a smile, albeit a rather stiff one. This was due to the peculiar demands of the system, compelling Zhou Lin to practice smiling continuously to ensure that this muscular reaction remained intact during shooting and assisting. He found the smiling assassin far more attainable than the embrace of love, for an unsolicited hug could easily provoke resistance, potentially devolving into a wrestling match. Conversely, the smiling assassin was far simpler. Regardless of acceptance, scoring was paramount. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a jubilant chant erupted from the diehard fans in the stands. Ball tyrant, he is but a frog gazing at the sky. Ball tyrant, he only poses grand in front of the meek. Ball tyrant. Innerberg will teach you a lesson. Are they talking about me? Zhou Lin lifted his head, his gaze icy as he surveyed the stands. Despite the clarification of the situation, he still disliked being associated with the term ball tyrant. Noticing his smile fade, his teammate Sis quickly approached, grinning as he said, "Hey, they're calling you a frog. Don't take it the wrong way." At that moment, Sis bore no ill intent. He merely sought to distract Zhou Lin with playful banter. After all, Zhou Lin had graciously forgiven Sis for his earlier actions and had successfully assisted him in securing a spot on the starting lineup. Zhou Lin was well aware of this and responded with bravado, "If I'm a frog, then everyone else is a frog. Not bad." Sis's eyes lit up, seemingly impressed by the retort. In a moment of enthusiasm, he shouted toward Bauman, who had previously teased him, "Hey, it's your inability that makes you think I'm incapable." Astonishment swept through the crowd. Dutt, who was hydrating on the sidelines, nearly spat out his drink, seemingly regretting not retaining Sis at Freiburg. However, Sis was undeterred, advancing toward Bauman. "You're great. Isn't that enough?" Blocking Sis, Bauman chuckled, "Pappas, please forget this. From now on, I'll obey you." Now we're getting somewhere. Originally intending to frighten his teammate, Sis strutted away like a victorious general. Following this comedic interlude, Zhou Lin's emotions gradually stabilized. Yet, to completely erase the earlier discomfort, it seemed unlikely. At 15:30 local time, the match commenced. As Dutt had predicted, Innerberg deployed a traditional 4-2-3-1 formation. Their attacking line featured the towering Sieber, while the midfield comprised Buniaku, Ekasai, and Franz from left to right. The double pivot consisted of Simmons and Hegeler, with the defensive line arranged as Pinola, Wolf, Nielsen, and Jutt from left to right, and Schaefer guarding the goal. From the very first minute, Innerberg aimed to utilize their possession to compress Freiburg's control and counterattack space. Unfortunately, they were no Barcelona. Their fundamental skills. In summary, that was correct. They loved to pass, but equally relished losing the ball. In the 5th minute, Jutt misplayed a pass intended for Ekasai, allowing Zhou Lin, who had been anticipating the opportunity, to seize the ball. Possession in hand, Zhou Lin quickly forced a smile and turned to assist the rapidly advancing Sis. However, while his focus was entirely on the ball, Ekasai arrived and deliberately stepped on his foot. "Ah!" Zhou Lin cried out, rolling on the ground, clutching his right foot. The dorsum of the foot is the most vulnerable area for a player, and being stepped on by an opponent's cleat was a painful affair. "I didn't mean to. I just wanted to steal the ball," Ekasai exclaimed, hands raised in a futile explanation as the referee approached, brandishing a yellow card. It was evident to all that his performance was rather poor, with no attempt to hide a glimmer of smugness in his eyes. On the sidelines, Dutt erupted. "Hey, that's murder. Are you saving the red card for your children?" His words prompted the referee to rush over. After warning Dutt, he returned to confront Ekasai. "Kid, mind your actions. Next time, you're out." Ekasai quickly surrendered, raising his hands, and even reached down in an attempt to help Zhou Lin up. Recovering from the pain, Zhou Lin reached out in response, only to be caught off guard when the referee turned away and Ekasai abruptly released his grip. Zhou Lin awkwardly fell back to the ground. "Haha." The home fans erupted in laughter at this spectacle. Ekasai exaggeratedly spread his arms, as if to say, "I didn't expect him to be so weak." Before Zhou Lin could rise, a mocking voice called from the sidelines. "Hey, kid from the regional league. Can't you even stand up in the Bundesliga? Who is mocking me?" Zhou Lin turned to see the future captain of the German national team. The 20-year-old Ilke Jin-Duin, making faces at him from the stands, where he sat due to injury, unable to join the match. "Wow, how dare you? Who will ultimately sing to join the 272? Ridicule me." Zhou Lin's temper flared once more. He leaped to his feet. "Calm down." Sis sprinted over at breakneck speed, grabbing Zhou Lin before he could retaliate. "Prove them wrong with your goals. Otherwise, I'll lose respect for you." The captain's words made Zhou Lin grit his teeth. After a moment, he pushed Sis away, affirming, "I will." After this brief interlude, Zhou Lin positioned himself at the penalty spot, signaling for his teammates to press forward. Unfortunately, without Ziyech, the 188-meter-tall captain had to temporarily serve as the target. When the referee blew the whistle, Zhou Lin accelerated in an S-shaped run. Thud. The ball soared, tracing a beautiful arc toward the goal. In an instant, Air raid sirens seemed to wail above GNDA Stadium. The towering Wolf and Nielsen leapt in an attempt to intercept, but the ball's trajectory appeared too high, sailing past the two defenders and striking the crossbar. To be cautious, goalkeeper Schaefer leapt from his line to prevent the ball from ricocheting into the net. Clang! The ball struck the crossbar, rebounding into the central penalty area as if predetermined. In the blink of an eye, a white figure surged into the box. With precision, he drew back his bow and struck. Thud. The ball deformed upon impact, hurtling toward the goal. Unfortunately for Schaefer, he was no bowman. Incapable of executing a second save in such a brief span, he could only watch helplessly as the ball nestled into the net. Before the goal, Zhou Lin, clad in white, stood triumphantly, surveying the field. Subsequently, in the direction of Ekasai and Gundogan, he calmly uttered, "If you disagree, come forth and challenge me." Chapter 34. My smile is terrifying fury. The players of Nuremberg were incensed. The home team's fans were enraged. Faced with such blatant provocation, they vowed to bury Freiburg in their wrath. The atmosphere on the field crackled with tension, transforming the arena into a gladiatorial battleground. Nuremberg's players continuously displayed their tenacity through fouls. Observing Abdesakti and Macchiati performing stunning front flips, the substitute Kali Yuri suddenly felt a surge of gratitude towards his coach. Otherwise, with his slender limbs, he might have collapsed long ago. The two wingers were not faring much better, and the offensive linchpin, Zhou Lin, was particularly beleaguered. Throughout the first half, Simmons and Hegler shadowed him like conjoined twins. Wherever Zhou Lin ran, at least one formidable defensive midfielder was there to grapple and kick at him. This vividly illustrated the adage that hitting is affection and scolding is love. Hey, weren't you quite arrogant? One more takedown from Hegler, his beard bristling, leaned in to offer congratulations. He harbored a desire to inflict harm, but his entire body ached tremendously. Ultimately, Zhou Lin could only embody the spirit of a stubborn duck, refusing to yield. Just you wait, he thought. I am eager to see what else you can do. Hegler couldn't help but chuckle, retreating while raising his thumbs. I need to devise a strategy. With a flicker of inspiration, Zhou Lin feigned a lifeless demeanor and began to stroll around the pitch. Not only that, he also moved closer to Hegler and Simmons, seemingly wanting to make it easier for them to keep an eye on him. Initially, the two defensive midfielders suspected Zhou Lin was concocting some scheme and remained vigilant. However, after a while, Simmons began to feel that this was inappropriate. It appeared Zhou Lin genuinely wished to avoid involvement in the offense, opting instead to employ a pawn sacrifice tactic to assist Freiburg with a numerical advantage. After some time, Simmons decided he no longer wished to waste time on him and relinquished his marking duties. Meanwhile, the commentators, noticing the shift, began to mock Zhou Lin. Honestly, I have never witnessed such a style of play. Perhaps this is the wellness football inherited from Huaxia. It is said that Huaxia players often defend with mere glances on the field. Amidst the commentators' teasing, Hegler too felt Zhou Lin was no longer a threat, gradually disregarding him. As the first half drew to a close, Macchiati received the ball on the left flank. Nuremberg's right winger, Franz, quickly charged forward. Macchiati instinctively passed the ball to the captain. With no good opportunities available, Bastian could only pass sideways to center-back Bucher. Bucher, wary of the situation, hastily relayed the ball to right-back Muiza as if tossing a hot potato. Lifting his gaze and realizing Rosenthal was unmarked, Muiza sent a long ball into the opponent's half. Unfortunately, the ball lingered in the air for too long, and upon receiving it, Rosenthal found himself unable to advance, thus having to lay it off to Abdesakti. Acknowledging his lack of prowess and breaking through, Abdesakti returned the ball to Muiza. Throughout this sequence, only Zhou Lin ambled around the midfield, seemingly unperturbed. However, when Muiza received the ball again, he first took a couple of steps back towards his half, as if to offer support. Yet, after just a few steps, he pivoted and accelerated, darting behind Simmons and Hegler. A gap appeared. Muiza, desperate for an outlet, unhesitatingly delivered a curving ball. The moment the ball met Zhou Lin, he unleashed a powerful shot. The ball rocketed into Nuremberg's net like a cannonball. OMG, why was there no one defending at that position? A disgrace. Simmons and Hegler have committed an unforgivable sin. As the ball hit the net again, the commentator's fury reached its zenith, completely forgetting that he, like those two defensive midfielders, had previously ignored Zhou Lin. However, Zhou Lin had no time to dwell on this. Suddenly recalling something, he swiftly maneuvered around the goal to find a reporter stationed behind, responsible for capturing the moment. Quick, check the photos. Did you capture my smile? Are you all right? The reporter, momentarily bewildered, instinctively pulled up the photos. Alongside escaped Zhou Lin, he appeared somewhat disoriented. The reason was simple. In the photograph, although he was smiling, it appeared utterly sinister. In the second half, unwilling to accept defeat, Nuremberg intensified their offensive efforts. Under Ekesi's orchestration, the pace of passing accelerated. Left-winger Bunyaku employed his technical skills to relentlessly tear apart Freiburg's right-side defense. Soon, the starting Abdesakti found himself overwhelmed, repeatedly outmaneuvered by Bunyaku. In desperation, right-back Muiza resorted to tugging at him, proudly receiving a yellow card. Consequently, Nuremberg earned a favorable free kick. Ekesi unhesitatingly positioned himself at the penalty spot, gesturing to adjust his teammates' positions. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Lin discreetly approached Bowman. He was accustomed to sending the ball to the near post, allowing Siebel to leap for a header. Just watch, Siebel will surely complain about the defensive player, and then slip away to the periphery. As he spoke, the opposing center-forward indeed clashed with Bucher. After the referee intervened, he angrily walked toward the penalty area. "Thank you, boss." Understanding dawned upon Bowman as he nodded vigorously and patted Zhou Lin's shoulder. He then called Bucher over for a brief strategy session. As the whistle blew, Siebel surged forward almost simultaneously with Ekesi's free kick. With momentum in his own weight, he charged like a human tank, unimpeded. He soared above Bucher, who was tasked with marking him. With a powerful thrust from his waist, he directed a ferocious header downward. Fortunately, little Bowman had anticipated this, thanks to Zhou Lin's reminder. He valiantly punched the ball out of bounds. As the crowd emitted a thunderous sigh, Bowman howled toward the heavens. Who else? Well, after all, Zhou Lin Jr. had been somewhat influenced by his defiance. Seeing the ball fail to find the net, Ekesi swiftly rushed to the corner area to devise a secondary attack. In front of the goal, Siebel cast a menacing glance at Bowman. "Kid, don't get too cocky. Arrogant? Perhaps your skills are lacking." Bowman was unafraid to exchange barbs, incessantly provoking his opponent. It wasn't until a physical altercation ensued that little Bowman reluctantly fell silent under the referee's intervention. Once both teams were positioned, Ekesi first raised 3 fingers, then forcefully kicked off the ball. The football soared through the air. Inside the penalty area, the towering Hegler, at 193 meters, and Siebel, at 186 meters, leaped simultaneously. In an instant, they formed a red and white human sandwich alongside Freiburg's central defenders Bucher, Boll, and Captain Bastian. Unfortunately, they all misjudged the ball's landing point. The ball sailed over the highest leaping Hegler's head, plummeting swiftly toward the far corner of the goal. Chapter 35. We are at the top of the league as the ball descended. Jute, hidden in the far corner, leaped and struck it with his head. Bowman's misjudgment left him unable to intervene, and he could only watch as the clean sheet award slipped further from his grasp. Meanwhile, Ekesi, positioned at the corner area, cast a meaningful glance at Zhou Lin, who suddenly comprehended the situation. Ekesi had intentionally lifted the ball high, allowing the 176-meter-tall Jute to exploit the gap. Indeed, among the towering players, who would notice the shorter figure lurking at the back post? At 176 meters, he isn't even that short. For instance, Zhou Lin was only 2 centimeters taller and not as robust. A belated goal ignited the passion of the fans. No matter the winds or waves, the Rock remained steadfast. The Rock amidst the storm was our Nuremberg team. They sang and danced, hoisting a caricature of someone with a cross over it. Why are they targeting me? Zhou Lin felt quite displeased as he gazed at the image of himself. Upon closer inspection, his frustration deepened, for the caricature depicted Zhou Lin with a long braid. "Referee, I wish to file a complaint." Without hesitation, Zhou Lin seized the referee and headed toward the incident's location. Yet the fans, unwilling to let him succeed, magically concealed the caricature. "Fine, so you don't want to play fair?" In a fit of anger, Zhou Lin abandoned the referee and rushed toward Dutt, standing by the sidelines. "Quickly close the door and let Daniel in." Dutt paused momentarily. "Which one do you mean?" "Jinkik, collegially, let whichever one come." Zhou Lin, visibly agitated, was clearly incensed by the extreme fans in the stands. "Then, let us send them all on." Since the team was leading, Dutt saw no need for further defensive counterattacks, hence indulged the star player's whims. However, this decision left Yano, who had been eagerly awaiting his chance to play, feeling somewhat disheartened. He cautiously inquired, "What about me?" "You?" Zhou Lin suddenly recalled his promise to let Xiao take the field. After a moment's thought, he patted Yano on the back and said, "In a bit, you can replace me, but wait until I've had my fill of playing." With that, Zhou Lin dashed back onto the field. 5 minutes later, Jinkik and collegially replaced the starters, Sis and Abdeslam. In truth, Sis had played well today, yet Zhou Lin anxious to elevate Jinki's rating to 80, had no choice but to apologize to him. The trio of talents would demonstrate to the lesser teams what a true star was. As the match resumed, Zhou Lin unleashed his full potential, flawlessly replicating Dejamin Ha's versatile dribbling skills. He first toyed with the approaching Simmons using a rainbow flick. Well, who could blame him for being short? If it were the 193-meter Hegler, that skill might not have worked as effectively. Subsequently, Zhou Lin executed a step-over to glide past Hegler, following it with a dazzling series of bicycle kicks that left Jute stumbling in his wake. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Jinki had surged into the penalty area, prompting Zhou Lin to deliver a precise through ball. The ball sliced through the opponent's defense like a surgeon's scalpel. Jinki, seizing the moment, nudged it forward and effortlessly breached the goal defended by Schaefer. Beautiful. This was the Freiburg King. This was the show I adored. The splendid collaboration drew enthusiastic applause from Dutt, while Sis shook his head in bitter disbelief, muttering, he is helping Jinki cheat again. In truth, Zhou Lin did not wish to hinder him. However, the slim margin of 1 point prevented Zhou Lin from gracefully replicating the classic moments of his predecessors. It's essential to recognize how many players with a composite score of 79 spend their entire careers yearning to improve that critical point, yet few ever succeed. Leading 3-1. Freiburg's spirits soared. Rosenthal and others were unwilling to merely play supporting roles and joined the offensive charge. In the 70th minute, Rosenthal delivered an exquisite pass to Zhou Lin at the edge of the penalty area. Facing 3 defenders, led by Hegler, Zhou Lin executed a deft nutmeg, then sent a direct pass into the box. Jinki roared and launched a powerful shot. 4-1. The king among the lesser teams had emerged. Nuremberg was clearly struggling to cope. Yet the onslaught did not cease. In the 80th minute, Zhou Lin and collegially exchanged positions, and Zhou Lin executed a splendid nutmeg to bypass Jude on the flank. No surprise there. Whatever little Ronaldo could do, Dejamin could do too. If Ronaldo couldn't do it, well, Dejamin might not be able to either. After bypassing Jude, Zhou Lin cut inside and launched a lob shot from the left side of the penalty area. Schaefer was forced into a desperate stretch but still could not prevent the ball from finding the net. 5-1. Zhou Lin dominated the match with 3 goals and 2 assists. Deflated, the home fans were left in silence. The only voices heard were those of the visiting supporters, fervently chanting Zhou Lin's name. Though fewer than 2,000 in number, it felt as if this place were their home ground. After a moment, the commentator awkwardly remarked, "All right. I can see that Zhou's performance has been quite remarkable. It's a pity that Jean Duan couldn't play today due to injury. If only he were here." Given Zhou Lin's performance, the commentator ultimately refrained from making any audacious claims. After all, the 17-year-old prodigy was a phenomenon, incomparable even to the 20-year-old Jean Duan. If any comparison were to be made, it would be against the likes of Messi and Ronaldo at 17. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Zhou Lin assisted Jinki once more, leading to another goal. A goal, 2 assists, a hat trick. Zhou Lin ascended to legendary status in the clash against Nuremberg. Realizing defeat was imminent, Nuremberg's coach called for substitutions, bringing on 3 young players to experience the atmosphere of a major match. Dutt, adhering to Zhou Lin's wishes, replaced him with Yano. As Zhou Lin left the field, sporadic applause erupted from the stands. Gradually, more and more Nuremberg fans rose to offer him their accolades. Even Jean Duan, who had previously underestimated Zhou Lin, stood in respect. Football transcends all. The fans of Nuremberg embody this age-old adage through their actions. Amidst the applause, Zhou Lin playfully blew a kiss towards the stands. Then, ding, 200 female fans responded in kind. "Oh, that is rather delightful." Zhou Lin felt a surge of joy. Although he knew that achieving 1,000 kisses away from home would be impossible, he still yearned to try. Just as this thought emerged, a loud chorus of boos erupted from the stands. Well, it seems survival takes precedence. Faced with a crowd devoid of affection, Zhou Lin decisively abandoned the idea. In the remaining time, both teams played in a conventional manner. Freiburg, reverting to a 4-4-2 formation, failed to create any threatening opportunities. Meanwhile, Nuremberg, having lost interest in the match, simply wished to conclude it swiftly. Thus, the referee, showing understanding, blew the final whistle, not even adding a minute of stoppage time. After a brief pause, assistant referee Strike leapt up, raising his hands towards Dutt. "Robin, can you imagine? We are currently at the top of the league." Chapter 36. A scholar meets a soldier 2 days later. Major media outlets concurrently validated Straka's assertion. Incredible! A second-year newcomer in the Bundesliga tops the charts. 10 goals. 7 goal differences. Freiburg shakes the Bundesliga. A terrifying genius, Zhou has directly contributed to 10 goals. Hazard. Freiburg's attacking focus is overly concentrated. Amidst the media's accolades, many keen observers quickly discerned anomalies. For instance, the top 6 teams were all underdogs, each accumulating 6 points, while Freiburg merely led on goal difference. This indicates that the effects of the FIFA virus on strong teams persisted, resulting in a lack of prominent players in Shuchong, with Liao Hua taking the lead. However, it must be acknowledged that Zhou Lin and Kinkek's goal-scoring efficiency was astonishing. Their 5 goals each placed them at the pinnacle of the scoring chart. Even more alarming was that all 5 of Kinkek's goals were assisted by Zhou Lin. The resurgence of legendary rivalries stirred various clubs into action, particularly upon learning that the combined release clauses for the 2 young talents were below 3 million, Bayern swiftly contacted Dortmund to tentatively propose an 8 million package deal. Meanwhile, the sports director Zorc had already faced vehement reprimands from the club's board. Even Klopp was compelled to write no less than 3 apologies. It was inevitable, for they had initially underestimated Zhou Lin and had made the grave mistake of bundling him with Kinkek for a loan. Observing Freiburg's accomplishments contrasted starkly with Dortmund's dismal record of 1 win and 1 loss, with a goal difference of 0. It was a testament to the club's loyalty that they had not severed ties with the duo. Re-signing was imperative. To fend off Bayern, Zorc promptly reached out to Strack, offering Zhou Lin a new 5-year contract with an annual salary of 1.5 million and a release clause of 15 million. Kinkek was granted a similar contract, albeit at an 8% discount. It is noteworthy that in 2010, such a contract was quite favorable for a young player, especially as the era of extravagant football salaries had yet to escalate to the millions for annual wages and exorbitant release clauses. However, Strack's reaction was rather lukewarm, even indicating a willingness to negotiate with the club. Upon returning to Freiburg, Zhou Lin and Kinkek welcomed their triumphant agent at home. Strack wasted no time and reported, Daniel, thus far, only Bayern, Bremen, and Stuttgart have inquired about potential transfers at the season's end. This is quite normal. On one hand, Zhou Lin and Kinkek are bound by loan contracts. On the other, clubs require further assessment of the duo's capabilities to avoid falling for a fleeting stroke of luck. Furthermore, Freiburg's general manager has expressed a strong desire to retain you both. However, given the club's financial situation, unless your parents are willing to invest, Zhou Lin couldn't help but internally scoff at such blatant shamelessness. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, I advise against immediate re-signing or discussing transfers. Only by propelling Freiburg into the top 6 can we compel those leeches to willingly empty their coffers. Indeed, this aligns perfectly with my intentions. Zhou Lin nodded silently. He turned to Kinkek, who was seated beside him, looking anxious. Noticing Zhou Lin's gaze, Kinkek's face flushed crimson as he hastily declared, "I will follow your lead." Intrigued, Zhou Lin inquired, "What were you just thinking?" Kinkek hesitated, glancing around furtively before finally pointing at the floor. "I think the ground is a bit dirty." Zhou Lin found himself torn between amusement and exasperation, pointing at him and retorting, "You were pondering when the cleaning staff would arrive, weren't you?" Caught red-handed, Kinkek abandoned pretense. Observing this exchange, Strack's eyes glimmered with curiosity, soon turning to barely concealed amusement. Just then, Zhou Lin's phone rang. "Son, I heard you want to transfer?" As soon as he answered, his father Zhou Zian's anxious voice came through. "Is the club worried?" Zhou Lin gestured towards the phone and winked at Strack. Strack immediately shook his head, signaling Zhou Lin not to make any commitments. "Dad, right now, I just want to secure my starting position. As for everything else, we can discuss it at the season's end." "Son, Dortmund has been somewhat remiss in their treatment of you. But you didn't fully showcase your potential either, did you? I suggest you think it through carefully." As a fan and sponsor of Dortmund, Zhou Zian was quite the competent advocate. "All right, I will consider it thoroughly. However, I would appreciate it if the club could reflect on their stance as well." Yet Zhou Lin refrained from engaging in business talk with his father, instead steering the conversation towards his amusing experiences at Freiburg. Once Zhou Zian's attention was fully diverted, Zhou Lin tactfully concluded the call. The 3 continued to chat until Lena arrived at the villa. Today, Lena appeared devoid of makeup. At least that was how Zhou Lin and most men perceived it. In their eyes, as long as one did not wear garish lipstick, they could be considered barefaced. Upon seeing Lena, Kinkek sprang to life, rushing over to engage her in conversation. Lena readily played along, exchanging pleasantries with Strack before inquiring about match details from the gentle giant. As for Zhou Lin, she seemed entirely uninterested in him. While the 2 young individuals chatted animatedly, Strack nudged Zhou Lin with his elbow. "What is the matter? Are you intimidated by your mother?" Or do you simply have no interest in her? Zhou Lin retorted, was this your arrangement? Strack chuckled and nodded, we have to thank Weber. If I hadn't learned from her reports that you had annoyed female fans in the stands, I wouldn't have gotten involved. What's your motivation? Your well-being, of course. Unlike in Huaxia, I believe you ought to have a girlfriend to channel your exuberance, rather than stirring up trouble everywhere. A warm embrace at home is far better than chasing after nightclubs, right? Realizing Strack and Oppo's point, Zhou Lin sighed. But she doesn't, and Oppo's want to date me. You think she wants to date King Kek instead? Otherwise, what do you suggest? Only time will tell. Strack shook his head dismissively. Zhou, please stay. Linas, I would give everything for you. Daniel, Freiburg is your home. Outside the training ground, a throng of local fans brandished banners reading stay, fervently pleading with the two young prodigies on the field. This is excessive. As a fellow young talent, Baumann expressed dissatisfaction at the fans' affection for his teammate. Though it was directed towards his senior, he couldn't help but feel slighted. In a fit of indignation, he seized King Kek and began a tirade. Were it not for my heroic saves, would the team even have 7 goal differences? If I hadn't repeatedly come to the rescue, could you play freely up front? But you didn't manage to keep a clean sheet. Unfortunately for him, King Kek was uninterested in listening to his complaints. Hey, you can end Oppo's put it that way. For instance, in the first match, if I hadn't performed magnificently, we might have ended in a draw. But you didn't manage to keep a clean sheet. And the second match, if I hadn't saved that header. But you didn't manage to keep a clean sheet. On this day, conversation seemed futile. Baumann suddenly thought he should have consulted the almanac before venturing out. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for him to be choked half to death by the obstinate Jinkik. Alas, perhaps this is what the boss often refers to as a scholar encountering a soldier, where reason fails to elucidate the matter. Chapter 37. Anything is possible in truth. Jinkik harbored no ill intentions toward Xiaobao. To him, the presence of Lina was far more exhilarating than the multitude of fans gathered. Unfortunately, Lina had to attend school and lacked the time to cheer from the sidelines. Disheartened, the towering figure seemed somewhat distracted during training. Similarly, Kaliktali, who was also smitten, often found himself lost in thought, making a spectacle of himself during the monkey-walking segment, thanks to the antics of a few friends. Noticing their peculiar behavior, Zhou Lin subtly gestured for Baumann to lighten the atmosphere. Baumann, who had long harbored dissatisfaction towards the tall player, understood the cue. Seizing the moment when Jinkik was distracted, he kicked the ball away as the latter bent down to retie his shoelaces. Damn! Jinkik exclaimed, nearly losing his balance as he sprang up to identify the culprit. Yet, Baumann had already hidden behind the oblivious Kaliktali, making faces and winking mischievously. Daniel, what on earth are you thinking? Mistakenly confronting Kaliktali, Jinkik pushed him slightly. The Italian youth finally snapped back to reality and blurted, I was wondering if I should invite her to watch the game live. What a splendid idea. Jinkik instantly realized the potential and hurriedly pulled Kaliktali towards the sidelines. Christian, we need 4 tickets. No, 2 tickets. Realizing that watching a match was not akin to attending a movie, the towering figure promptly revised his request. He feared that his goddess might arrive accompanied by her boyfriend. Don't you already have tickets? The assistant coach, Streit, asked, somewhat puzzled. After all, the club reserved a certain number of tickets for players during home games to accommodate their families and friends. No, I mean VIP tickets. Jinkik clarified, wishing to minimize the search for their preferred companions in the expansive stands. Observing the love-struck expressions of his disciples, the seasoned assistant coach quickly grasped the underlying dynamics. With a slightly teasing arch of his brow, he inquired, You two aren't in love, are you? Huh? What? Kaliktali stammered, caught off guard. Jinkik, however, nodded vigorously in affirmation. Witnessing this exchange, Streit embraced them like a proud father, saying, All right then. The children have grown up. Let me see if I can assist in this matter. Once the two expressed their gratitude, Streit leaned closer and asked in a hushed tone, So, do you fancy local girls? And what about Zhou? This was crucial. If Zhou Lin and Jinkik could become local sons-in-law, the club could significantly enhance its emotional appeal. I fancy a girl from Dortmund. As for the boss, I'm not too sure. Unfortunately, Jinkik's bluntness dashed Streit's hopes, leaving him oblivious to what Kaliktali had just said. As training neared its conclusion, a group of reporters from Huaxia, wielding cameras, approached. Leading the pack was Dute, accompanied by a host-like figure from Huaxia. Upon reaching the sidelines, Dute waved, beckoning, Zhou, come over for an interview. Turning around, Zhou Lin was surprised to see the renowned football commentator Huang Jinxiang standing beside the coach. What is going on? Confused, Zhou Lin wiped the sweat from his brow with his jersey and jogged over. As he approached, Huang Jinxiang extended his right hand. Hello, I'm Huang Jinxiang, a special host from Xinwen Network. Hello, I'm Zhou Lin. You can speak Chinese? Huang Jinxiang, initially intending to rely on a translator, became somewhat excited. Zhou Lin flashed a smile, saying, Shall I repeat that in German? No need, no need. Huang Jinxiang felt an instant rapport with Zhou Lin, shaking his hand firmly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhou Lin learned the purpose of their visit. It turned out that Xinwen Network had initially planned to broadcast the match between Schalke 04 and Hannover 96 in collaboration with the sports channel. However, upon arriving in Germany, they learned of a rising Chinese star at Freiburg. Thus, they redirected to Nuremberg to cover Freiburg's away match. Fortunately, Zhou Lin delivered an outstanding performance, scoring and assisting in a remarkable hat trick, despite coming on as a substitute in the 62nd minute. This delighted both the sponsors and the fans watching the live broadcast, as it had been years since they witnessed a player of pure Huaxia descent dominate the Bundesliga. Prior to their arrival, Huang Jinxiang had worried that Zhou Lin might have assimilated into the local culture, despite his father's ongoing connection to his Chinese heritage. But now, such concerns were alleviated. In a relaxed mood, Huang Jinxiang jokingly remarked, You know, during the broadcast, my voice nearly went hoarse. Feigning surprise, Zhou Lin replied, You weren't shouting, he's not just fighting. Were you? The embarrassment of that moment resurfaced for Huang Jinxiang. Fortunately, Zhou Lin laughed heartily, pulling him closer and saying, Regardless of what others think, I genuinely appreciate your style. Besides, what one loses may simply be a form of restraint. I believe your future is brimming with hope. Huang Jinxiang felt a lump in his throat at those words, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Observing their lively conversation, the director hurriedly arranged the camera positions, discreetly signaling Huang Jinxiang. All right, let us transition into the interview segment. I trust you've experienced grand occasions, so you won't be nervous. That's uncertain, Zhou Lin joked, taking his place as directed by Huang Jinxiang. May I ask, where are your parents originally from? Beijing. My family has deep roots in the capital. Have you ever been back? I have, but only in dreams. At that moment, Zhou Lin felt a wave of emotion, suddenly recalling family from another time and space. Regrettably, in this reality, all that had once existed was now gone. Noticing his emotional turmoil, Huang Jinxiang spoke earnestly to the camera. From Zhou Lin's words, I can sense the profound patriotism of a son of the overseas Chinese. Perhaps he hasn't yet had the chance to return to his homeland, but his heart remains firmly connected to us. Quickly shifting the topic to avoid any potential emotional outbursts from Zhou Lin, he asked, By the way, do you enjoy Huaxia cuisine? Thank you. Zhou Lin silently appreciated the distraction and quickly regained his composure. As a Beijinger, my favorites are roast duck, grilled meat, and doji. Doji? Huang Jinxiang shuddered involuntarily. As a newcomer to Beijing, he found that flavor intolerable. Yet Zhou Lin waved dismissively, saying, You clearly don't understand. That dish is refreshing in summer and warms the stomach in winter. Regardless of the temperature, it's delicious. All right, as long as you enjoy it. Huang Jinxiang chose not to pursue the topic further, steering the interview back on track. After concluding the entire interview, Huang Jinxiang pulled Zhou Lin away from the crowd and lowered his voice. If it were possible, would you consider playing for the Huaxia national team? Noticing the anticipation and awkwardness in Huang Jinxiang and Appo's eyes, Zhou Lin responded in kind. Anything is possible. Chapter 38. My affection for system vulnerabilities. Zhou Lin possessed an intimate understanding of Huang Jinxiang. He recognized that Huang genuinely wished to bolster the national football team. Thus, he sought to spare Huang any sorrow, yet he was not foolish enough to overtly express a desire for naturalization. Presently, the entire Chinese football community remained entrenched in blind confidence, utterly oblivious to the decline of the sport in the nation. Should Zhou Lin reveal any inclination to join the national team, he would undoubtedly face various obstacles and envy from others. In such a scenario, he could only imagine the exorbitant costs he would incur and the multitude of rumors that would circulate about him. Therefore, the potential for anything to occur was practically non-existent. However, this response sufficed for Huang Jinxiang, as he, too, was aware of the formidable challenges Zhou Lin faced in his return journey. Yet, the mere desire of a player could render anything possible. Overcome with emotion, Huang Jinxiang nearly shed tears on the spot. After bidding farewell to the reporters and coach, Baumann hurried to Zhou Lin and Apos' side. "Boss, how did you manage to make that male host cry?" As a member of the U21 team, Baumann had previously been scolded to tears by reporters during their defeat against Iceland. He had never anticipated that his boss could reduce a Chinese journalist to tears. Zhou Lin offered a wry smile and feigned profundity as he replied, "What brought him to tears was not I, but an unrealistic dream. Alas, a dream is still merely a dream, and it ultimately remains unfulfilled." Pausing, he sighed again. "I know many are still clinging to this dream. Unfortunately, those who could help them realize their aspirations do not cherish those dreams. When dreams finally come true, all that remains is a heap of broken feathers." First, there was the insistence on non-naturalization, followed by a disregard once naturalization was achieved. At times, Zhou Lin genuinely wondered what those individuals were thinking. His cryptic lamentations left Baumann feeling inexplicably impressed, while simultaneously sensing that his boss had a tendency to be a bit verbose. No, perhaps he possessed the qualities of a philosopher. Why can Apos, someone as exceptional as him, join me in the U21? With this thought, Baumann blurted out, "Boss, do you wish to join the U21 team? For what purpose?" Zhou Lin and Apos' face displayed a playful expression. Prior to this, the German U21 had completely lost its qualification for the European U21 Championship finals, with only 2 matches remaining against San Marino. The scores were 0-7 and 9 o'clock. The German U21 ultimately salvaged some dignity against a weak opponent. Yet, this was not Zhou Lin and Apos' desire. Rather than this, he preferred to find a way to join the German national team as soon as possible, aiming to participate in the 2012 European Championship. If that proved unfeasible, he could still join the U21 in 2013 and strive to compete in the 2016 Rio de Janeiro Olympics as the champion of the European Youth Championship. As for the 2013 World Youth Championship, Zhou Lin and Apos' interest was minimal. With his psychological maturity, playing alongside a group of 18 or 19-year-olds seemed somewhat akin to bullying the young. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Zhou Lin and Apos' mind. As far as he recalled, the system had not stipulated that related tasks must be completed in official matches, had it? If that were the case, could he not utilize a training match to accomplish the tasks A Hug of Affection and The Smiling Assassin? Of course, the opponent must be exceedingly weak enough that he could assist with a smile and triumphantly breach the goal. Furthermore, they must harbor a fondness for him, willingly accepting a hug. With this thought, Zhou Lin reached out and embraced Baumann. "Oliver, could you help me arrange a match with the U17? What do you intend to do?" Baumann was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Lin grinned. "Naturally, I wish to aid their rapid development." "Sure, I believe you." Baumann, not one to be easily fooled, remained skeptical. Zhou Lin had to rephrase his intentions. "I wish to fully experience the glory of being an idol." This rationale was somewhat acceptable. Through 2 Bundesliga matches, Zhou Lin had already become the envy of many youth coaches. Indeed, several young players viewed him as an idol. Yet, Baumann seemed to misinterpret his intentions. With a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, he suggested, "How about futsal?" "Of course, that works. Organizing a larger group is cumbersome. A smaller team is the way to go. At worst, we can have Kalahuri and Yano switch to defense." Seeing Zhou Lin's lack of dissent, Baumann seized the opportunity. "U17. Fans, is that all right? Did I not articulate this clearly?" Zhou Lin thought he was channeling a bit of a Buddhist monk. "Clear. Very clear." Young Baumann immediately displayed a triumphant grin and turned to notify his other friends. Has he lost his mind again? Zhou Lin pondered, observing Baumann's retreating figure with a sense of bewilderment. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Baumann led Zhou Lin and others stealthily into the indoor training ground. Noticing that the surroundings were deserted, Zhou Lin inquired with mild dissatisfaction, "Where are the people you arranged?" "In there." Baumann replied without turning his head, pushing open the door. Light streamed from within. Indeed, standing on the field were 5, no, more than 10 young players. Upon discovering Zhou Lin's arrival, the area erupted into a chorus of high-pitched screams. "Look at Zhou. OMG. He's so handsome that I can hardly breathe." Startled, Zhou Lin hastily stepped back outside and turned to question Baumann. "Why are they all girls?" Baumann displayed an expression of feigned innocence, spreading his hands. "Boss, U17, fans. That was your suggestion. Wang Defa. I meant the U17 men's team." Zhou Lin was on the verge of losing his temper when Yano intervened, extending a hand to stop him. "Zhou, now that we're here, We mustn't be rude. You hypocrite. Zhou Lin scoffed at this notion. Unexpectedly, Jinkik and Kalahuri nodded in agreement, stepping onto the field without hesitation. With the hearts of the people scattered, the team becomes difficult to manage. Reluctantly, Zhou Lin had no choice but to follow suit. Soon, the match commenced. Within the training ground, there was an atmosphere filled with laughter and cheer. Zhou, you're so handsome. Jinkik, you're amazing. Yano, step aside. All right. In a world where appearance reigned supreme, Yano and Kalahuri found themselves rendered inconsequential. As excitement surged, Zhou Lin executed his signature rainbow flick, dazzlingly surpassing the U17 star player. Mia, how stunning. Mia instantly transformed into a love-struck admirer, completely forgetting her defensive duties. Zhou Lin, with a smile, effortlessly scored. You're so incredible. The 188-meter-tall goalkeeper blushed profusely, swiftly catching up to Zhou Lin. Ding. A hug of affection won. Ding. The smiling assassin won. In his mind, the system reported the real-time progress with palpable frustration. Had it the ability to manifest in physical form, it might have leapt forth to deliver a thorough beating to Zhou Lin. Alas, it lacked such capabilities. As the task neared completion, Zhou Lin exclaimed in delight, "Here I come," and rejoined the fray. The match was intense, and the atmosphere harmonious. However, no one noticed a female player lurking in the corner, quietly capturing some slightly ambiguous moments on camera. Seizing the opportunity when everyone was distracted, she stealthily slipped out of the club and handed the camera to Weber, who had been waiting at the entrance. Chapter 39. Scandal and rumor following the receipt of a lawyer's letter from the Maritime family. The Freiburg Life News promptly dismissed Weber for self-preservation. Fortunately, Lin Mena merely intended to bolster her son's reputation in Freiburg and chose not to pursue the matter further. Resurrected from despair, Weber subsequently became a freelance writer, sustaining her family by penning sensational news. Yet, it appeared she had gleaned little wisdom from her prior misadventures. Instead, she was consumed with thoughts of how to exact revenge on Zhou Lin. Today, upon learning that Zhou Lin was to engage in a futsal match with U17 female players, she felt an opportunity had arisen. Let it be said that Zhou Lin was no paragon of virtue. Even if he were, she was determined to portray him as a wolf in sheep's clothing. Money and goods were her motivations. Weber hurriedly returned home, intent on delivering a devastating blow to Zhou Lin. No morals. Freiburg's rising star Harris's female teammates. Birds of a feather. Zhou and his accomplices reveal their true nature. The following morning, 2 anonymous articles swiftly dominated the headlines of various media outlets. Indeed, fame often invites controversy. In no time, the streets of Freiburg were abuzz with discussions surrounding the matter, precisely the effect Weber had sought. She aimed to obliterate Zhou Lin's reputation through whispers and innuendos. Wait, I thought the Chinese were generally conservative. Indeed, I too was taken aback by Zhou's apparent romantic escapades. What a pity. If only I had been present. The conversation veered off course, with the speaker's expression betraying yearning. Look, Zhou's photo seems more handsome than in reality. Oh dear, I'm dying of laughter. That female player resembles Khan. True, if it were me. Unfortunately, the topic strayed once more. The fans discussing the incident seemed wholly uninterested in following Weber's script. This was hardly surprising, as Europeans are inherently open-minded. Moreover, Zhou Lin was of age. Even if he were spotted reveling in a nightclub, it was likely that only club managers and a few nitpicking sports commentators would take issue with it. As anticipated, a certain obscure commentator wasted no time in voicing his opinion. I've long said Zhou is but a flash in the pan. A player lacking discipline does not deserve a place in any national team. As if I were vying for entry myself. Zhou Lin merely rolled his eyes upon reading this critique in the newspaper. He then proceeded to enjoy other photographs alongside Jinkik. Alas, their moment of tranquility was short-lived. Interrupted by a sharp voice, Lina appeared before them, visibly fuming. Zhou Lin cast a surprised glance at the towering figure. Didn't you lock the door? Jinkik's face flushed red. I gave her the key. Such is the nature of betrayal. A thief within is the hardest to guard against. Zhou Lin sighed deeply. Yearning for solitude. Are you trying to drive me to madness? Ignoring Zhou Lin's indifference, Lina stormed up to him. How desperate are you? Not even the female powerhouse is spared. Please, do not speak so harshly. Zhou Lin replied lazily, lifting his head. Mia is quite beautiful. You. Lina was momentarily at a loss for words, her anger palpable. Observing this, Jinkik quickly interjected. Lina, We're merely helping a teammate grow. Grow? More like grow a family. Lina retorted with a cold laugh, swiftly turning her ire upon him. You're no saint yourself? Inviting me to watch games while engaging in trifles with others. Isn't it true that those who associate with him inevitably end up like this? Please, don't speak nonsense. Zhou Lin was notably displeased. For instance, regarding Yano, he was quite virtuous. Uffed. Jinky burst into laughter at this comment, as it was not Yano's integrity, but rather the fact that the female players scarcely regarded him. You, shameless. Lina's frivolous demeanor incensed her beyond measure. Yet, Zhou Lin remained unfazed, rising calmly. Enough. I assure you Jinky did not overstep yesterday. As for me, it seems we have little to discuss. With that, he left Lina behind and ascended to the second floor. After all, since they could not be together, aiding Jinky could be considered a virtuous act. At that moment, Mia's voice floated in from outside. Linus, could you take me to the club? Zhou Lin halted and turned, smiling as he called out. Wait for me. I'll grab my gear. Once Zhou Lin ascended the stairs, Lina fixed her gaze on Jinky. Who is outside? Mia, the core midfielder of U17. Is she pretty? A bit less so than you. Upon hearing this, Lina's expression turned icy. Yet, the next moment, she melted into a smile. Daniel, let me take you to the club, but you have no car. What of it? Lina erupted again, dragging the bewildered Jinky toward a small motorcycle parked outside. Get in. With a command, Lina tossed a helmet at the big guy. Isn't it a bit small? Jinky remarked, feeling awkward about his long legs in the small vehicle. Stop talking. Get on. Unfazed, Lina started the motorcycle. Reluctantly, Jinky mounted the bike, stretching his legs as far as possible. Thus, a motorcycle emerged from the width of a truck, causing passers-by and vehicles alike to dodge in surprise. When Zhou Lin emerged with his gear, Mia eagerly approached. I just saw Jinky's girlfriend. She is quite pretty, albeit a bit fierce. Yes, she has always been fierce, Zhou Lin echoed, tossing his gear into the vehicle. Mia beamed, looking up at Zhou Lin. In the future, could you take me to the club often? I have no car. I do. Then you can drive me. With free transportation at his disposal, Zhou Lin saw nothing wrong with it. However, this filled Mia with immense joy, and she chatted incessantly throughout the journey. Before long, their sports car surpassed the somewhat awkward motorcycle duo of Jinky and Lina. To convey goodwill, Mia even waved cheerfully at them, infuriating Lina to the point where she contemplated a collision. This spectacle thrilled a group of journalists lurking outside Zhou Lin's residence, who hastily clicked their cameras. The following morning, media outlets published fresh headlines. Genius Zhou Lin's romantic entanglement with U17. Freiburg on the verge of welcoming the strongest son-in-law, who says training consists only of sweat. Zhou shows you love is everywhere. Such was the predicament. Freiburg was in dire need of star players. To retain Zhou Lin, local media ultimately resolved to collectively gloss over the situation. Realizing the winds had shifted, Weber, in a fit of rage, smashed her newly purchased second-hand laptop. Chapter 40. Invitations and threats. On September 10th, the derby in Baden-Württemberg is imminent. Stuttgart, adorned with 3 golden stars on their chest, is set to face the Bundesliga newcomers, Freiburg, the following day. However, what captures the attention of the Freiburg fans even more is the latest transfer data, revealing that the market values of Zhou Lin and Kinsek have skyrocketed overnight to 6 million and 3 million respectively, making them the highest and third highest valued players on the team. The second spot is held by Cisse, who possesses dual nationality from France and Senegal, valued at 4.5 million. In this fervent atmosphere, Freiburg fans ardently hope that Zhou Lin and Mia will eventually unite in a romantic bond. At that moment, should Zhou Lin agree to remain, they would even be willing to collectively fund the hefty transfer fee. As for Kinsek, everyone knows he is Zhou Lin's protégé. Speaking of protégés, one cannot overlook Baumann. The third member of the trio, Baumann's market value has risen from 750,000 to 1 million due to his outstanding performance in the U21 European Championship. Upon hearing the news, Baumann immediately invited his comrades for a meal, primarily to express his gratitude to Zhou Lin for initially facilitating his breakthrough. During the meal, Kalahuri appeared somewhat despondent, as his latest market value stood at only 750,000, a staggering 500,000 less than Yano Kazuaki. The gap had widened. Embodying the spirit of resilience, Kalahuri resolved to cling tightly to Zhou Lin. Thus, after the meal, no matter where Zhou Lin went, he found himself followed like a shadow. Even when with Mia, the shadow lingered within a mere 20 meters. Unseen, unheard, and unspoken, Kalahuri was unwaveringly committed to remaining at his senior's side. Over time, this infatuated protege began to notice something peculiar. It seemed that Zhou Lin preferred to impart tactical wisdom to Mia during their shared moments. As for romance, it appeared he had never considered it. Just as Kalahuri was enveloped in confusion, Struss arrived breathlessly before Zhou Lin. Zhou, Dortmund is willing to raise your annual salary to 2 million, with other conditions remaining unchanged. I do not accept, Zhou Lin interjected, interrupting the agent before he could finish. Unless Klopp explicitly promises me a starting position, everything else is off the table. Upon hearing this, Struss discreetly sighed in relief. He actually hoped Zhou Lin would sever ties with Dortmund. If that were to occur, he could maneuver Zhou Lin into one of the top clubs in the 5 major leagues, maximizing all potential benefits. Very well, I respect your decision. Additionally, I must emphasize the importance of avoiding injury. A talented player in poor health is less valuable than an ordinary player in good health. Struss had no intention of watching his golden goose transform into a mere chicken. Zhou Lin nodded with a smile, then seemingly remembered something. By the way, could you help me release a message? What kind? I wish for all the female fans to respond simultaneously to my air kiss. Struss was momentarily dumbfounded. Had he known Zhou Lin would make such a peculiar request, he wouldn't have come over, only to embarrass himself. After a pause, he hesitantly replied, "The news can be disseminated, but isn't that a bit too ostentatious?" Indeed, Zhou Lin contemplated briefly before deciding to abandon this whimsical plan. On the afternoon of the 11th, the derby officially commenced. With the proximity to the venue, nearly 5,000 away fans flocked to the Bay Nova Stadium. For Zhou Lin, this news was rather disheartening, as it meant the home team had less than 19,000 fans left. Moreover, the majority of the spectators were male. It would be a feat to gather 2,000 or 3,000 female fans, especially since many of these women were accompanied by family or partners. The idea of them responding wholeheartedly to an air kiss seemed nearly impossible. 2 hours before the match, the stadium was already packed to capacity. The song "We Are Located on the Southern Frontier, Where the Sun Shines Bright" echoed endlessly. Clearly, the temporary first place standing in the league had greatly pleased the fans, and the dazzling performances of Zhou Lin and others had thrilled them even further. They arrived early, eager to witness the training of Zhou Lin and his teammates in person. In the stands, Lina chose not to sit in the VIP box but instead sat with a group of U17 female players, her expression icy. Before her sat the meticulously dressed Mia, who was fervently cheering for Zhou Lin. Sensing the enthusiasm from the girls, Zhou Lin waved at them during training. The girls, led by Mia, erupted into excited screams, desperately waving anything they could grasp towards Zhou Lin. Shameless. Lina felt a surge of anger rising within her, wishing she could kick Mia off the stands. Fool, idiot, big oaf. Can't you see I'm deliberately trying to provoke you? To make Zhou Lin take the initiative again, Lina had no qualms about causing Kinsack to harbor a misunderstanding. All of this was to prepare for a future confrontation against Lin Mena. Just imagine, if Zhou Lin's resolve wasn't strong enough, how could Lina possibly contend with Lin Mena? Had she known this, she would have accepted Zhou Lin's affections back at the restaurant's rear door, sparing herself the current arduous effort to capture his attention. Alas, there is no remedy for regret. Now, Lina could only watch as the green tea girl flirted with her crush. On the field, Stuttgart's main center back, Taster, suddenly approached Zhou Lin. "Zhou, I have a premonition. We will soon meet with the national team." Such a high compliment left Zhou Lin somewhat taken aback, prompting him to respond with polite humility. Once he finished speaking, Taster placed his hand on Zhou Lin's shoulder. "But Freiburg should not be your stage. If you like Baden-Württemberg, you can come to Stuttgart." At that moment, Zhou Lin comprehended fully. This star, with a somewhat fragile disposition, was sent with a mission to persuade him to join Stuttgart. As for Dortmund, given Zhou Lin's 2 refusals to renew, hardly anyone believed he would return to the Signal Iduna Park. After a moment's thought, Zhou Lin flashed a grin and replied, "If you can defeat me here, I will consider your invitation." This just was far from humorous. Although a few players had participated in both the World Cup and a European Championship qualifier, their physical condition was not optimal. Taster did not believe Stuttgart would lose to a team of commoners. Just then, the bulky forward Pogrebniak happened to pass by. For reasons unknown, he shot Zhou Lin a fierce glare at the jest before darkening his expression and saying, "Kid, don't get too cocky. I will personally teach you a lesson." Chapter 41. The disallowed goal. During the pre-match pep talk, Kalahuri appeared somewhat anxious. Zhou Lin quietly approached him and asked, "What is the panic about?" Caligari forced a smile. "The starting lineup across from us is worth nearly 70 million, almost 3 times our value." "So what?" Zhou Lin frowned slightly. "Didn't you often claim you were worth more than 750,000? Even if I'm worth 5 million. That's merely an eighth of Tasher." Caligari still seemed to lack confidence. Zhou Lin shot him a glare. "You're not even facing him directly. Just outperformed Didavi. Stuttgart's starting left-winger was only valued at 750,000 at the tender age of 20. Hearing this, Caligari sighed with a hint of relief, but then furrowed his brow again. But behind him is the 6 million valued Molina. Zhou Lin felt an urge to hit something, seeing his buddy still looking gloomy. He softened his tone. "If you're scared, just pass the ball to me. Or I could insist that the 25 million valued Abdeslam start instead." "No, I'll take the field," Caligari replied, not wanting to be looked down upon by Zhou Lin. Being a starter was already a blessing from the boss. As they spoke, Dude had completed the tactical briefing. His game plan was crystal clear: fortify defense and strike when the opportunity arose. In simpler terms, the aim was to wear down the opponent and seize a chance to score if possible. However, he was not a conservative coach like Schneider, who would instruct players to retreat entirely. On the contrary, he encouraged his team to press high and aim for quick counterattacks. As for the outcome, who could tell? New Sports Broadcasting. Today, we present the third round of the Bundesliga, featuring Freiburg at home against Stuttgart. In the live studio, Huang Jianxiang promptly activated his microphone. The match was theoretically a clear contest of strength. Stuttgart, a seasoned Bundesliga powerhouse with 3 championships and a 6th-place finish last year, was set to challenge Freiburg, notorious for their relegation struggles and a disastrous previous season. Yet, the match bore its own suspense. With Zhou Lin on the field, I believe Freiburg still holds the potential for a miracle. It was evident that Huang Jianxiang had transformed into a staunch advocate for Zhou Lin, almost elevating the young player, whose value had just risen to 6 million, to the status of a burgeoning Messi. Now, both teams are entering the field. According to the starting lineup announced prior to the match, Freiburg has retained the same starting 11 from the last game. Surprisingly, the once promising Kinchek has found himself on the bench. Of course, every head coach has their moments of stubbornness and misunderstanding. Yet, there are always parts that succeed and parts that fail, leading to consequences. Stuttgart lined up in a traditional 4-4-2 formation, featuring the 178-meter-tall Kaka, known for his heading prowess, alongside the 188-meter-tall Pogrebniak, who preferred to play with his feet. The midfield quartet included Didavi, Gintner, Kuzmanovic, and Cameronesi, while the defense comprised Molina, Niedermeyer, Tasher, and Trsch, with Ulrich in goal. Among the players, Baumann and Bastian had just participated in an away match against San Marino with the U21 team, while Stuttgart's squad featured several players, including Kaka and Tasher, who had recently played in the 2012 European Championship qualifiers. As the commentary began, the match officially commenced. Stuttgart kicked off, quickly shifting the ball to the left. Facing the pressing Caligari, Didavi passed it back to the center, where Gintner, valued at 7 million, deftly controlled the ball with the outside of his foot, evading Zhou Lin's advance. A through ball sent the ball to Kaka's feet. Rosenthal, not daring to be complacent, teamed up with Schuster to block Kaka's south passing lane. However, the Brazilian had no intention of passing. Instead, he dribbled between the 2 defenders. Approaching the edge of the penalty area, Kaka shot before Butcher could close in. Fortunately, Butcher reacted swiftly, turning to block the shot with his back. Yet, the threat was not over. Pogrebniak, determined to teach Zhou Lin a lesson, intercepted the ball, shifted laterally, and unleashed a shot. Bang! The football soared toward the goal. Baumann, springing from the ground like a coiled spring, extended his right hand to deflect the ball away. Oh! Just as the match began, Stuttgart delivered a stark warning to Freiburg. It seemed Freiburg had to tread carefully, as the very player Huang Jianxiang had lauded had yet to make his mark, instead becoming a mere backdrop for the opposing team. Huang Jianxiang's outlook on Freiburg's prospects dimmed somewhat. After all, no matter how formidable Zhou Lin was, he was still just one player and could not single-handedly carry Freiburg to victory. Fortunately, although Stuttgart's prowess far surpassed Freiburg's, their forwards exhibited poor finishing abilities. Coupled with Baumann's nearly star-level performance, Freiburg, despite the unfavorable circumstances, managed to navigate through the tension with minimal danger. However, the pressure left Zhou Lin unable to fully express his abilities, forcing him to retreat and assist in defense. Even the forward, Sis, frequently dropped back into the defensive third to lend a hand. Nevertheless, one of football's greatest characteristics is its unpredictability. In the 20th minute, Stuttgart earned a corner on the left side of the goal. Believing Freiburg to be incapable of countering, Stuttgart's towering defenders joined the attack. As the corner was taken, Butcher, standing at 189 meters, leaped above the crowd to clear the ball with a header. The ball fell on the edge of the penalty area, where Rosenthal attempted to reach it but was toppled by Gentner. In the fall, Rosenthal's shoulder collided with the ball, causing it to continue forward. At that moment, a flash of red surged from the crowd, advancing forward. Spotting Zhou Lin gaining possession, Sis quickly sprinted down the right channel. He soon outpaced Zhou Lin. Witnessing the opposing team's dual threat, the retreating Kuzmanovic and Trsch swiftly turned back, ready to intercept Zhou Lin's pass and thwart Sis's breakthrough. With the opposition retreating, Zhou Lin surged forward, keenly observing Sis's position on the right. Just past the halfway line, Zhou Lin sent a piercing through ball to the left front. The opposite direction caught Kuzmanovic and Trsch off guard, forcing them to awkwardly adjust their stance. Seizing the moment of their slight hesitation, Sis skillfully maneuvered between the two defenders. With a deft touch of his left foot, he surged toward the opponent's penalty area. Had he been the seasoned Ulrich, he would have charged out with a tackle. Yet, as a mere 22-year-old, he hesitated. In the ensuing moment of indecision, Baumann charged into the box and unleashed a powerful left-footed shot. Bang! The football rocketed toward the upper left corner of the goal. Goo! Al! With a deafening cheer, the Bay Nova volcano erupted. Countless fans began to chant the names of Sis and Zhou Lin. However, just as Zhou Lin sought to embrace Sis in celebration, the referee repeatedly tapped his arm, signaling that Rosenthal had handled the ball first. Chapter 42. The tricks of South American players. Are you blind? That was clearly his shoulder. Outside the pitch, that voiced his dissatisfaction loudly. Without waiting for the referee's response, Stuttgart's head coach, Gross, spread his hands and said, "Robin, can't you handle a loss? Such an obvious handball, and you fail to see it? Nonsense. It seems you are more afraid of losing your job than seeing the truth," That retorted defiantly as he rushed over. Previously, Stuttgart had suffered 2 consecutive defeats, transforming last year's savior, Gross, into a target of public scorn. Such is the perilous nature of a football coach's career. Fan dissatisfaction can lead to dismissal at any moment. "Hey, are you looking for a fight?" Gross, shaking his bald head, charged at Dutt. The 4th official hurriedly positioned himself between the two. "Damn that shiny head. How shameless." Upon seeing the 4th official preparing to report to the main referee, both coaches muttered something and tactfully returned to their respective benches. Misjudgment. This is clearly a misjudgment. In the broadcast room, Huang Jianqiang pounded the table in frustration. Slow-motion replays revealed that the ball had indeed struck Rosenthal's shoulder, not his hand. Meanwhile, the comments section of the live stream became lively. Aren't German referees known for their rigor? How could they miss such an obvious call? Miscall? This is a case of discerning vision. It was clearly a handball. What excuses are you looking for? The spectators upstairs are blind. That was a perfectly good play. A good play? If it were a good play, could Stuttgart have allowed Zhou Lin to sprint half the field? Exactly. Stuttgart's defense is valued at over 30 million. How could they not stop Zhou Lin? What's your point? Nothing. Just can't stand your blind praise for Zhou Lin. Following Huang Jianqiang's interview, domestic fans gradually divided into 2 camps. One side glorified Zhou Lin, referring to him as the Emperor Lin and urging the Football Association to expedite the naturalization policy. The other side dismissed Zhou Lin, insisting he was merely a fleeting phenomenon, with a skill set that pales in comparison to current players from Huaxia. Not only that, they frequently cited Huaxia's 1-0 victory over Gaul and a 3-0 thrashing of Leverkusen as evidence, implying that Zhou Lin could only pad his stats against weaker teams. However, such arrogance is not surprising. It is human nature to be blindly proud. Even now, some still fantasize that Huaxia football could undergo a miraculous transformation overnight and dominate the Asian football scene. Regrettably, on the field, Zhou Lin exchanged glances with Cisse, both sighing in unison. Yet, without VAR intervention, the referee held the ultimate authority in decision-making. Consequently, aside from Captain Bastian and the aggrieved Rosenthal, no other players dared to approach the referee for clarification. Soon, the match resumed. Stuttgart, having escaped a crisis, regained their momentum and launched an offensive against Freiburg. What was supposed to be high pressing morphed into a retracted defense, with the 3 lines compressed to less than 10 meters. The atmosphere around Freiburg's goal was tense. In the 27th minute, Kaka received a long pass from a teammate and headed it to the on-rushing Pogrebniak. The Russian striker leaped high in the small box, executing a header to score. 0-1 down. In the broadcast room, Huang Jinxiang's enthusiasm waned. It must be said, Baumann is still young and failed to accurately gauge the opponent's main attacking direction. Perhaps this is the price of growth, but for Freiburg, this cost could prove fatal. As soon as he spoke, the comments section erupted once again. Still defending him? I have yet to see Zhou Lin contribute anything to the team. What do you mean? No contribution? Besides that assist, the Emperor Lin is still a starting player. Just that alone puts him streets ahead of Hao San. Brother, have you heard the saying in Shu? There are no great generals, so Yao Hua takes the lead? This merely indicates Freiburg is worse off than Schalke 04. For heaven's sake, look at the standings. Freiburg is currently at the top. Yes, but you must consider who they have played against. 2 matches against weak opponents. Does that merit boasting? With the score trailing, fans who disdained Zhou Lin gradually gained the upper hand. In the stands, Lina and Appos' face reflected disappointment, and other fans appeared somewhat dejected. Amidst the heavy atmosphere, Mia exchanged glances with her sisters, and a dozen U17 female players instantly understood and rose to chant, Freiburg, Freiburg, always forward. As players, they grasped the feelings of those on the field and simply wished to uplift their spirits with their cheers. Amidst the encouragement, Zhou Lin was the first to rush over and embrace Baumann. Come on, little Bao, cheer up. That goal was entirely your fault. Aha. Under the shadow of defeat, the loquacious Baumann had lost his words, merely nodding in gratitude. Simultaneously, they called Bastian to the sidelines. Felix, I need you and Wiese to contain their 2 wingers. Don't let them cross the ball easily. Also, inform everyone to find a way to pass the ball into the space between their midfield and defense. Do you understand what I mean? The essence of the 4-4-2 formation lies in the coordination of the wings. If they fail to take flight, Stuttgart will become a toothless tiger. Moreover, one of the greatest vulnerabilities of the 4-4-2 formation is the lack of vertical protection, making it susceptible to being broken apart by strong dribblers that aim to use Zhou Lin and Macchiati and Appos' dribbling prowess to create threats. With the fog lifted, Bastian nodded emphatically. Don and Appos, worry, coach. He then swiftly conveyed the coach and Appos' intentions to the players on the field, resuming their positions in the center circle. The goalscorer Pogrebniak approached Zhou Lin with a smirk. Kid, you still have a long way to go. If you want to join Stuttgart, you'll need to practice more. What does it matter to me whether I join or not? Zhou Lin found the remark rather perplexing, but soon grasped the underlying reason. If he were to join, Stuttgart would likely shift to a 4-2-3-1 formation, enhancing defensive depth and midfield organization. In other words, his joining would inevitably displace a starting center forward, and that individual was likely the towering figure before him. Understanding this, Zhou Lin grinned and replied, I suggest you seek another opportunity soon. Otherwise, you'll be sitting on the bench watching us win. Arrogant. Pogrebniak and Appos' expression darkened as he chest-bumped Zhou Lin. You brought this upon yourself. Zhou Lin, taking advantage of the situation, executed a subtle leg sweep. Ugh. Pogrebniak fell victim to the maneuver, momentarily practicing martial arts. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin raised his hands innocently. It was me. I didn't touch him. In that moment, the tendency of South American players to resort to underhanded tactics was laid bare. The image of Dejamin Ha laughing heartily echoed in Zhou Lin's mind. Chapter 43. The thrill of the game ideals are grand, yet reality is often harsh. As the game resumed, Freiburg and Appos' players adhered to their coach and Appos' directives, relentlessly supplying ammunition to Zhou Lin and Macchiati. However, Stuttgart and Appos' head coach, Gross, quickly discerned Dutt and Appos' intentions and promptly instructed Gintner and Cameronesi to mark Zhou Lin and Macchiati closely. Gintner, standing at an imposing height of 189 meters, clung to Zhou Lin like a persistent shadow, effectively enveloping him entirely. Faced with this adept defender, known for his exceptional tackling skills, Zhou Lin found himself momentarily at a loss for effective evasion tactics. In contrast, Gintner, who had previously been selected for the national team, appeared to maneuver with ease, simultaneously fulfilling his role as a midfield barrier while posing a threat to Freiburg and Appos' defense with long passes and distant shots. 10 minutes later, Gintner, feeling somewhat unsatisfied with the game, began to taunt Zhou Lin. I and Appos' been to Shanghai. It and Appos' quite splendid. But I heard they eat anything there. I wonder if you're the same. By the way, I've heard your family is quite affluent. Have you ever bribed Dutt? Otherwise, how could he insist on starting you? Recently transferred from Wolfsburg, Gintner was unconcerned with the club and Oppo's interest in Zhou Lin. He merely sought to undermine his composure with trash talk, knowing that Zhou Lin was notoriously prone to losing his temper, which could result in a card. Unfortunately for Zhou Lin, Gintner's gamble paid off. Recently released from the influence of Dejamin Ha, Zhou Lin was indeed struggling to keep his emotions in check. A series of petty yet irksome fouls, clutching, elbowing, and stepping on toes, were unleashed upon Gintner. Hey, are you even an ethnic Chinese player? Why are you playing so dirty? Like some others? After enduring several sneaky fouls, Gintner lost his temper and pushed Zhou Lin. Amid exaggerated cries, Zhou Lin collapsed to the ground, clutching his head. The referee and Oppo's whistle pierced the air, and the official hurried over, furrowing his brow as he assessed the pain-stricken Zhou Lin. After a brief consultation with the assistant referee, the main referee returned to brandish a yellow card at Gintner. Another erroneous judgment. Yet this time, Stuttgart bears the brunt. In the broadcast room, Huang Jinxiang chuckled maliciously. There's no sense of professionalism. Not everyone graduated from La Masia Film School. What an Oppo's with the theatrics. Indeed, we, the Huaxiao people, uphold principles of integrity. Only those devoid of ethics resort to such underhanded tactics. Glancing at the comments rolling in, Huang Jinxiang immediately defended Zhou Lin. Whether it's a dive or exchanging barbs, it's merely a strategy to secure victory. There's no need to elevate it to a moral critique of the players. In my view, as long as a player is loyal to football and gives their utmost for the fans, that constitutes professional ethics. Just as he fervently defended Zhou Lin, Gintner glared menacingly at the now-recovered Zhou Lin, who had concluded his dramatic performance. Kid, you and Oppo's VE angered me. Zhou Lin retorted, that's my privilege. Shouldn't and Oppo's TIB apologizing or offering an explanation. Having regained control over his emotions, Zhou Lin sensed a slight deviation from his resolve. Fine, just wait. Gintner, however, was unrelenting, attributing all grievances to Zhou Lin. Throughout the remainder of the match, whenever Zhou Lin gained possession, Gintner would launch ferocious tackles, seemingly intent on causing him harm. During halftime, Dutt surprisingly refrained from unleashing his fury immediately. I know you felt constrained in the first half, but that's inconsequential. The match lasts 90 minutes. Until the final minute, it's difficult to predict the outcome. After offering a few words of encouragement, Dutt approached a whiteboard. Thus far, Stuttgart has dominated possession in our half. Moreover, they have consistently exploited long passes and wing plays to tear through our defense. But that's not frightening. What is frightening is your timidity. You're so hesitant that you dare not even control the ball. With a blast of the hairdryer, Dutt revealed his true colors, scolding the players as if they were mere children. After venting his frustrations, Dutt pointed at several midfielders. Your task is to create opportunities for Zhou Lin and Sis in the midfield. And you. He turned to Zhou Lin, emphasizing. Make sure to pass that damn ball to Sis or shoot at the goal. Understood, coach. The players chorused in unison. Finally, Dutt's gaze wandered between Sis and Kingsek before he spoke again. Papis, your previous shot was commendable. In the second half, I expect you to continue that momentum. Confirming that the coach had no intention of substituting him, Sis eagerly thumped his chest in assurance, while Kingsek subtly grimaced, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. The second half commenced. Freiburg, having shaken off the shadows of defeat, gradually regained their footing and reasserted control on the field. Zhou Lin, through frequent positional exchanges with Kalahuri, managed to elude Gintner's grip. As the dynamics of the match shifted, the fans in the stands began to come alive. Joe, go past him. Splendid. Makajati. Look up, Sai. Sis, what are you doing? That ball could have gone in with a scarecrow in front of the goal. Amidst the shouts, Sis, who had just squandered a golden opportunity, flashed a toothy grin at Zhou Lin, giving him a thumbs up. Not ideal, not ideal. Watching the cheerful boy in front of him, Zhou Lin found himself nostalgic for the big oaf. Yet, mere thoughts were insufficient. The team was still trailing. At the goal, Ulrich surveyed the pitch before launching a powerful kick towards the midfield, finding Gintner. Gintner quickly scanned his surroundings and passed the ball to the left to the young talent Didavi. Didavi maneuvered past the advancing Muiza and delivered a cross with his left foot. At the right side of the goal, the timely arriving Pogrebniak controlled the ball with his chest and launched a shot. A radiant strike that pierced through the air. The ball soared toward Freiburg's goal. However, this time, Baumann was unwilling to merely play the role of a backdrop. With a powerful push off the ground, he spread his arms wide and, astonishingly, secured the ball in midair. In that instant, Pogrebniak was left dumbfounded. The crowd erupted in jubilation, for such a save from a forward was an undeniable display of superiority. It was akin to rendering him insignificant. Yet, Baumann had no time to engage in discussions about the intricacies of the game. He quickly regained his footing and booted the ball away, sending it spiraling into the opponent's half. Judging by the trajectory, Baumann appeared to be targeting Sis. This was largely thanks to Zhou Lin's rigorous drills and long passing. Yet, little did Baumann notice that the €12 million player, Tassai, lay in wait behind Sis. Poised to strike. Was failure looming again? In the stands, Mia and Lena simultaneously rose, their eyes glued to the approaching ball. At that moment, a flash of red darted into view. Zhou Lin. He leaped high, bending his left leg in midair as if to control the ball. Had he lost his mind? The height and speed of this maneuver made stopping the ball tenfold more difficult than usual. Witnessing Zhou Lin's audacious act, even Dutt found it hard to believe his eyes. Chapter 44. Gratitude from a rival. The football sped towards him, striking his calf and changing direction before coming to a halt, as if glued, on the inner side of Zhou Lin's left foot. As he prepared to dribble, Zhou Lin turned to face the goal. Before he could initiate his move, Gunter charged at him, teeth clenched, seemingly intent on teaching Zhou Lin a lesson. Their eyes locked. Zhou Lin and Apos' body suddenly tilted sharply to the right. Tu Navi. Gunter scoffed inwardly, quickly shifting his weight to prevent Zhou Lin from breaking through on his left. With a deft flick of his outer foot, Zhou Lin pushed the ball to the right. Observing this, Gunter lunged to intercept. Yet in the next instant, Zhou Lin deftly hooked the ball back to the left with the outer edge of his left foot, his body pivoting in a graceful arc back to the left. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, Gunter hastily adjusted his balance. However, at a towering height of 189 meters, he resembled an awkward elephant. Left with no choice, Gunter extended his right leg, attempting to foul Zhou Lin in a desperate bid to halt his advance. Unfortunately for Gunter, Zhou Lin had anticipated this move, deftly nudging the ball forward and effortlessly leaping over Gunter and Apos' outstretched leg. What a spectacle! Zhou Lin had successfully outwitted his opponent with Apos' cowtail and Apos' maneuver. Gunter appeared visibly irate. Yet one might argue he should feel a sense of pride. After all, the German football emperor had once been outfoxed by Brazilian star Rivelino using the same trick back in 1968. It seemed to me that Gunter had inadvertently inherited the legacy of Beckenbauer. Happy birthday, Emperor of Football. Upon hearing Huang Jinxiang's teasing remarks, the comments section erupted with excitement. Huang and Apos' repartee was truly sharp, but I relished it. If one is to inquire, wasn't this move originally popularized by Ronaldinho? Regardless of who pioneered it, I am a devoted admirer of Lin. Come down. I believe Zhou Lin and Apos' Apos' cowtail and Apos' was somewhat derivative, lacking the finesse of Ronaldinho. As this debate ignited once more in the comments, Shisai, who had been stationed in the center, suddenly dashed towards the left of the goal. This left Tasher in a quandary. If he followed, Zhou Lin might take a long-range shot from the center. If he didn't, and Apos' the scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the goal from the first half. Fortunately, another center back, Niedermeyer, reacted swiftly, intercepting Zhou Lin just in time. Zhou Lin, undeterred, executed a single-foot rainbow flick, and with the Apos' 1-1 and Apos' prompt appearing, he gracefully maneuvered past Niedermeyer and into the penalty area. This time, Ulrich made no hesitation, charging out of the goal. In a fit of exuberance, Zhou Lin attempted Apos' pendulum and Apos' dribble, leaving Ulrich dazed and disoriented. Watch out, came Tasher and Apos' voice from the left. The 12 million man abandoned Shisai and slid in from the grass, attempting a last-ditch tackle. In a flash, Zhou Lin shifted his weight to the right and unleashed a low arc shot. With Ulrich completely off balance, he fell to the ground, helplessly watching as the ball rolled into the net. Tasher, meanwhile, awkwardly slid past Zhou Lin and Apos' elevated leg. The goal was scored. Zhou Lin had triumphed. In the live stream, Huang Jinxiang leaped up, his voice hoarse with excitement. The magnificent Zhou Lin. He has inherited the legacy of countless Brazilian sorcerers. At this moment, the spirits of Ronaldinho, Deon, and Ronaldo have possessed him. The cowtail, the single-foot rainbow, the pendulum dribble. At this moment, he is not fighting alone. He is not alone. Upon hearing the familiar commentary, some in the comments section began to tease Huang Jinxiang. Mind your words. Who says our Lin is not a person? Indeed, I may allow you to refer to him as a god, but I shall never tolerate the notion that he is not human. Amidst the lively banter, the Badenova Stadium transformed into a joyous sea. Though it was merely an equalizer, the fans celebrated as if they had achieved a monumental victory. In her excitement, Lina threw her arms around the beautiful woman in front of her, jumping and cheering together. Amidst the cacophony, Zhou Lin ran toward Mia's stance, raising his arms and performing A and Amp, Oppos, 6 seals and 4 closures and Amp, Oppos, move, a display of Huaxiao martial arts. Instantly, the stands erupted with shouts of Kung Fu Zhou. It was evident that Freiburg fans had been diligently practicing their Chinese, finally able to pronounce Zhou and Oppos' name correctly. So impressive, I could hardly catch my breath. Zhou, I adore you. The captivating display sent the U-17 sisters into a frenzy, boldly declaring their affection for Zhou Lin in front of Mia. No way, Lina and Mia exclaimed in unison. Why not? After a brief pause, Lina realized that the person she was embracing was indeed her rival. Just then, Mia, equally puzzled, turned to look at Lina, and upon recognizing her as Jinchik's girlfriend, a wave of gratitude surged within her. Thank you. Thank you. Lina gritted her teeth, pushing Mia away and sulking back into her seat. On the field, Zhou Lin, still basking in congratulations, was summoned to the sidelines by Dute. The pendulum dribble was undeniably stylish, but I warn you, if you ever attempt that again, you'll find yourself on the bench. After being reprimanded, Zhou Lin felt a twinge of discomfort in his knee and quickly offered an apologetic smile. I understand, coach. Dute softened his tone. Dribbling can lead to injuries. I suggest you take a page from Beckham's book. He too was quite fond of dribbling in his youth. As the saying goes, a resonant drum does not require heavy strikes. Zhou Lin immediately grasped the coach's meaning and playfully saluted. Yes, sir. Get going. Dute waved his hand impatiently, yet a smile of approval crossed his face as he turned away. Returning to the center circle, Pogrebniak regarded Zhou Lin with a complex gaze, while Gunter's eyes burned with a fierce intensity, as if he wished to devour Zhou Lin whole. Sensing the tension, Zhou Lin hastily approached Shisai. Papus, I'll be counting on you shortly. Thanks. Shisai understood and exuded confidence. As the whistle blew, Stuttgart launched another attack. After a few quick passes, Gunter utilized a long ball to send it to the right flank, finding Camarasini. The Italian advanced down the sideline, with the opposing defender, Bastian, retreating strategically, denying any opportunities to cut inside or cross. With the path blocked, Camarasini executed a clever back heel pass to Kosnomanovic, who decisively cut inside, slipping past the oncoming Schuster. Seeing Butcher obstructing his path for a long-range shot, the Serbian intelligently laid the ball off to Kak. Kak, upon receiving the ball, faced Baldas, attempting to dribble past him. Yet, Baldas stood firm, providing no space for a breakthrough. Left with no choice, Kak pushed the ball to the center with the outer edge of his right foot. The ball arrived, and so did he. The towering Gunter surged forward, unleashing a powerful long-range shot. Chapter 45, Dut and Oppos. Exquisite footwork. The ball soared like a shooting star, hurtling towards the right side of the goal. Baumann quickly made a wish. No. He hastily launched himself sideways. Yet, the speed of the ball was simply too intense. In a moment of panic, Baumann could only graze the football with his fingertips. In the stands, Lina and Mia clasped their hands tightly together, fervently praying to the heavens. The home fans, who had just been exhilarated, fell into an immediate hush, their eyes fixed on that wretched sphere. Clang. Perhaps the prayers of the two beauties had touched the divine. With Baumann and Oppos' touch, the ball veered slightly to the right, striking the post. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. However, just as the spectators were celebrating their narrow escape, Pogrebniak suddenly charged into the penalty area from outside. He met the rebounding ball with a powerful strike. The white phantom altered its trajectory, once again flying towards the left side of the goal. This time, not even young Baumann stood a chance, unless someone could defy the laws of physics. There was no way to instantaneously shift from the right to the left. It was hopeless. Zhou Lin felt a chill in his heart, sharing the despair of the fans. But at that moment, a flash of red appeared on the left side of the goal. Bastian leapt forward on the goal line, heading the swiftly approaching football out of the penalty area. Well done, Felix. From the depths of despair to the heights of elation. On the sidelines, Dutt was wildly pumping his fist, cheering for his disciple. Amidst the cheers, Schuster intercepted the ball, glancing at the field before passing to Kalahuri on the right flank. The Italian, who had been largely silent throughout the match, sprinted like an athlete, racing against Didavi. Unfortunately, there were no rules against crossing paths on the football pitch. Finally outrunning Didavi, Molina appeared in Kalahuri's path. Just then, Zhou Lin's voice echoed from behind. Zilong, don't panic, brother. Sorry, I intercepted. You should pass it to me. Kalahuri, understanding the unspoken intent, immediately directed the ball to his left rear. Zhou Lin received the ball and surged forward, seemingly ready to take on Molina. Yet, the defensively astute Italian stood his ground, determined to reclaim honor for Gentner and Tash. As the two were on the verge of confrontation, Zhou Lin suddenly sent the ball soaring to the left front. The crescent moon blade reappeared. The football spun with fierce inward rotation, traversing half the field in the air, heading straight for Stuttgart's left side of the goal. 3 defensive lines crumbled simultaneously, and Ulrich hurriedly dashed out of the goal, raising his fist to intercept the incoming missile. Alas, Sis was swifter. As the ball descended rapidly, he leapt high, channeling power through his midsection to strike the ball with his head. Bang! The football changed direction upon impact, hurtling towards the unguarded goal. Meanwhile, Sis was struck in the face by Ulrich's fist, crashing to the ground with a pained cry. Beep! The referee first pointed towards the center circle with one hand, then rushed over to show Ulrich a red card. The ball went in. The ball went in. The ball went in. In the broadcast room, Huang Jinxiang raised both fists high, seemingly more ecstatic than the fans in the stands. The crescent moon blade has returned. Zhou Lin, with a precise long pass, helped Freiburg turn the tide. Of course, Sis also exhibited remarkable skill during this offensive. Oh, but Zhou Lin chose not to celebrate. Instead, he rushed towards his teammate. On the field, Zhou Lin lifted Sis, who had his eyes tightly shut. Papus, don't scare me. Hearing his teammate's voice, Sis cautiously cracked open his eyes. Did the referee show a card? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Zhou Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief, lowering his voice. Not only did he show a card, but it was a red one. Then it's all good. With the conspiracy successful, Sis attempted to rise. However, Zhou Lin's expression suddenly changed as he pointed to Sis's forehead. Papus, you're bleeding. Only then did Sis realize a warm stream was trickling down from his brow. He immediately raised his hand, shouting towards the sidelines. Team doctor, I'm dying. His outburst startled Dutt, who quickly signaled for the team doctor to check. While the doctor tended to Sis's stitches and bandages, Gross seized the opportunity to make substitutions. Substitute goalkeeper Zegler replaced the entirely ineffective Kakao, forcing a shift to a 4-4-1 formation. With one player down, Stuttgart decisively retreated into defense, seemingly intent on preserving their current score. Yet, the Freiburg players were not about to let them have their way. At the 60-minute mark, Sis received Zhou Lin's long pass and attempted another header towards goal. Unfortunately, due to his injury, the effort lacked power and was easily collected by the veteran Zegler. 5 minutes later, Zhou Lin took a long-range shot from outside the penalty area. Zegler bravely punched the ball away, risking a collision with the post. At 68 minutes, Zhou Lin delivered another cross from the right side. The fatigued Rosenthal barely managed to shoot in front of the goal, only to be thwarted again by Zegler. 70 minutes, 72 minutes, 73 minutes. The towering 194-meter veteran Zegler repeatedly thwarted Freiburg's advances. Once again, he caught a long-range shot from Schuster and threw the ball to initiate a counterattack. The football landed squarely at Gentner's feet. The giant lifted his head, effortlessly sending the ball to the junction of Kalahuri and Muiza's defenses. There, Didavi appeared like a specter, skillfully maneuvering past the unprepared Bosnian fullback to deliver a cross from near the baseline. After pressing for so long, Freiburg's 2 center-backs were utterly unprepared for Stuttgart's retaliation. In the midst of their retreat, Pogrebniak accelerated past them, diving to head the ball in front of the goal. Whoosh! The football surged beneath Baumann's arm, rippling the net with a resounding thud. Damn it! Dutt cursed, raising his leg to kick a water bottle in frustration. Unfortunately, due to the precision of his kick, the bottle struck the 4th official squarely on the head. Hey, I didn't mean to. Dutt quickly rushed forward to explain. However, the 4th official clearly suspected intent, summoning the referee to the scene. In the ensuing chaos, Kalahuri, desperate to protect his coach, inadvertently pushed the referee. Consequently, both Dutt and his Italian disciple received red cards, cursing as they exited into the players' tunnel. 2-2. 10 against 10. Such a promising situation was thus marred by Dutt's exquisite footwork. With no other option, Strike was compelled to substitute Abdul Sakti for the injured Sis, positioning him as the right winger in place of Kalahuri. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin temporarily took up the forward position to prevent the opposing team from launching a full-scale counterattack. Understanding the coach's desire to preserve the hard-won draw, Sis did not make a fuss, simply exchanging a brief hug with Zhou Lin before leisurely departing the field. Subsequently, Strike reinforced the midfield by substituting Niku and Banovic for the exhausted Macchiati and Rosenthal. As play resumed, the time reached the 82nd minute, including stoppage time. Freiburg had approximately 12 to 13 minutes left. However, judging by the situation on the field, both teams seemed inclined to settle for a draw. In the broadcast room, Huang Jinxiang appeared to have lost faith in Freiburg's formation devoid of forwards. As for Zhou Lin, with his physique, how could he possibly contend with two towering center-backs? Sending him into battle was less effective than substituting in Jinxek, similar to Huang Jinxiang. The fans of Freiburg also expressed their profound dissatisfaction with Strike's arrangements. In an instant, the entire stadium resonated with voices of skepticism. Chapter 46. The Dragon soars amidst the Bundesliga turmoil system. Isn't it time for you to take action? As Freiburg faced Stuttgart at home, Zhou Lin was reluctant to settle for a draw. To advance to the UEFA Europa League, Freiburg needed to secure all 3 points at home. Thus, he earnestly hoped that the system would rise to the occasion at a critical moment. Ideally, it would grant him a card for a guaranteed long-range shot. Unfortunately, the system remained unresponsive, seemingly still miffed. Left with no choice, Zhou Lin pressed on, single-handedly assaulting the opponent's defense, only to be consecutively brought down by Tascher, Niedermeyer, and Gentner. Witnessing her beloved fall time and again, both Lena and Mia were filled with tears. Yet, they understood their helplessness to assist Zhou Lin and could only choke back their sobs while softly singing Freiburg's anthem. In the 89th minute, Tascho helped Zhou Lin, whom he had knocked down. Give it up. 1 goal and 1 assist are enough for you to hold your head high as you leave the pitch. After nearly 90 minutes of play, Stuttgart's captain was thoroughly impressed by Zhou Lin. He believed the young man before him possessed the potential to become the future organizing core of the team. However, Zhou Lin merely smiled faintly and trudged back to his half, observing his weary yet determined silhouette. Huang Jianxiang in the live stream couldn't help but exclaim, Zhou Lin's tenacity reminds me of the Beijing Yang, who fought on despite a broken collarbone. It's a pity such players are becoming increasingly rare in Chinese football. I struggle to comprehend Strike's conservatism. If only Jinshi could come on to make a run, Zhou Lin might still have the opportunity to deliver a decisive assist. But now, Freiburg had lost their chance. Hearing his sentiments, the comment section erupted once more. Lin Huang resembles the Maradona of yesteryears, felled repeatedly like a tree by the Koreans. No more words, let me cry for a moment. Hey, didn't you say Zhou Lin was invincible? Why the silence now? Indeed, it's merely a 10 versus 10 situation. If Zhou Lin were truly divine, at least he should deliver a spectacular run past 5 defenders. Come on, do you think this is FIFA? Where can one find so many consecutive dribbles? As the debate reignited, the comment section was rife with tension. In the 3rd minute of stoppage time, Baumann timely intercepted Gentner's pass before Pogrebniak could reach it. Lancing up, Baumann initiated a counterattack with a throw. Zhou Lin, already back in his half, received the ball on the left, gritting his teeth as he surged past the halfway line. The substitute right midfielder Gebhardt and defensive midfielder Kuzmanovic charged at him in succession, only to be deftly evaded by Zhou Lin's simple dribbling maneuvers. Seeing Zhou Lin unsteadily advancing toward the penalty area, Gentner shouted and dove for a tackle. Zhou Lin quickly lifted the ball, sidestepping Gentner's sliding challenge. With a slight adjustment, Zhou Lin continued his advance. However, Tascher would not allow him to succeed. He and Niedermeyer executed a cross-tackle at the edge of the penalty area, determined to thwart the talented youth strike. In a flash, Zhou Lin prodded the ball forward. Launching himself into the air, he aimed to break through Stuttgart's final line of defense. Sensing danger, Niedermeyer slightly raised his foot, his toe catching on Zhou Lin's cleat. With his balance disrupted, Zhou Lin inevitably tumbled forward. Yet, he refused to concede defeat. Struggling with hands and feet, he crawled 2 steps forward, managing to stand just before Ulrich could intervene. Without hesitation, he struck the near corner with the back of his right foot. As the ball soared past Ulrich and into the net, Huang Jianxiang in the live stream jubilantly raised his arms. It's a goal. Zhou Lin has once again created a miracle. As the saying goes, the dragon soars amidst the Bundesliga's turmoil, a single arrow piercing the clouds to achieve remarkable success. A couplet ignited a frenzy in the comment section. Lin Huang for the win. Hey, who just said they wanted to see a run past 5 defenders? Come forward. To doubt Lin Huang is a crime. The pride of the Football Association, I ask you, does your face hurt now? Simultaneously, the score of 3-2 rejuvenated the fans on site. Soon, led by the loyal supporters, nearly 20,000 fans sang in unison. Hey, Zhou. He's the hero of the Red-White-Black Legion. We cheer for Zhou, and Zhou scores for us. One for all, and all for one. Freiburg, forever onward. Hearing the song prepared for him by the fans, Zhou Lin suddenly recalled something. He dashed to the stands, blowing a flurry of kisses to the supporters. Oh my. Is he showing me affection? In the stands, the female fans were ecstatic. Whether it was Lina, Mia, or even those unfamiliar with Zhou Lin. They reciprocated his kisses for their hero. 500, 1,000, 1,500. The system's counting echoed in his mind. Zhou Lin contained his joy, patiently awaiting the arrival of 2,000. Ding. After the final tally, it was confirmed that 1998 female fans had responded to the host. No way. Are you incapable of counting? Zhou Lin was exceedingly displeased with this outcome, unable to suppress his doubts about the system's intelligence. Yet, much like a match without VAR, the unmonitored statistical results were equally irrevocable. In the final 2 minutes, a defiant Stuttgart relentlessly bombarded Freiburg's goal. Fortunately, Freiburg's players united in resolve. Young Baumann displayed remarkable prowess, ultimately maintaining the 3-2 score until the final whistle. We won. Freiburg remains at the top. With the commentator's exclamation, Zhou Lin's name resonated throughout the stadium once more. Meanwhile, the red-carded Dut returned to the sidelines, embracing Zhou Lin while shouting excitedly, occasionally casting furtive glances at Gross, who was one step closer to dismissal. Who told him to insult Dut as an idiot? Now, is he more subdued? As the players exchanged handshakes, Tasher seized the opportunity to lean close to Zhou Lin's ear. Congratulations. I hope to fight alongside you soon. I will do my best, Zhou Lin replied ambiguously, intending to convey his eagerness to become teammates with Tasher on the national team, rather than with Stuttgart. Upon exiting the pitch, Zhou Lin spotted a remorseful Kalahuri being embraced by a tall girl. Without a doubt, that was his new girlfriend. Just as he contemplated teasing him, Mia dove into Zhou Lin's embrace like a bird returning to its nest. Linus, you are the best. This gesture evoked envy from the teammates nearby, who exchanged knowing glances and chuckles. However, Mia was unfazed, boldly taking Zhou Lin's hand. She then pointed out, look, Jinchik's girlfriend has arrived too. Following her, Zhou Lin caught sight of Lina, who stood nearby, biting her lip in solitude. But before Zhou Lin could approach, Jinchik dashed over. I'm sorry I couldn't play. Observing the dejected figure, Lina's heart softened, and she gently reassured him. It's all right. You are still the best. The encouragement from his beloved filled Jinchik with immense gratitude. He immediately puffed out his chest and declared, Indeed, I am the invincible Jinchik. Chapter 47, The Challenges of Human Creation at the Same Time. Dortmund triumphed over Wolfsburg at home with 2 goals from Shinji Kagawa and Nuri Sahin. After the match, a jubilant Jurgen Klopp attended the press conference alongside the goal-scoring hero, Shinji Kagawa. It was anticipated that the reporters would first extend their congratulations on the victory. However, to their surprise, the questions from the first journalist were entirely focused on Zhou Lin. Mr. Klopp, are you aware that Freiburg has just achieved 3 consecutive victories, with Zhou Lin being the standout performer? Mr. Klopp, does Zhou Lin and Oppo's loan contract include a mandatory buyout clause? The barrage of inquiries caused Klopp to furrow his brow slightly. He held a certain opinion about Zhou Lin, believing he had been intentionally concealing his abilities in order to make a stunning impact in the Bundesliga. It seemed he had succeeded, while Dortmund was burdened with the reputation of being unable to recognize talent and squandering potential. After a moment of contemplation, Klopp began to speak. First and foremost, I assure you all that Zhou Lin's contract does not include a mandatory buyout clause. This statement relieved the local journalists. Before they could pose further questions, Klopp casually continued, Secondly, I do not believe Zhou possesses the capability to start for Dortmund. At this remark, the room erupted in disbelief. Mr. Klopp, Zhou has already contributed 7 goals and 6 assists in the first 3 matches. On what grounds do you claim he is unworthy of a starting position? According to the latest data from Transfermarkt, Zhou's market value surpassed that of Shinji Kagawa by 1 million. Surely this statistic speaks volumes? Mr. Klopp, I urge you to confront reality and refrain from making excuses. In an instant, the atmosphere turned tense, with the journalists directing their ire towards Klopp. Nevertheless, the resolute Klopp was not one to yield easily, retorting, I do not deny that Zhou is a talented player, but his style of play does not align with the demands of our team. Whose demands are we talking about, yours or the team's? A journalist stood up, visibly agitated. As far as I know, Zhou initially applied to join the first team. It was your refusal and stubbornness that forced him to seek opportunities elsewhere. Furthermore, Zhou's experience at Freiburg has not been pleasant, and yet you stabbed him in the back. Due to the nature of his loan, the Dortmund players still regarded Zhou Lin as one of their own. The better he performed at Freiburg, the prouder the Dortmund fans felt. Thus, when they learned that Zhou was being accused of being a ball hog, much of the local media rallied to support him. Yet now, their own head coach claimed he was unworthy of a starting position. It was truly intolerable. Only then did Klopp realize the gravity of the situation. He quickly clarified, Zhou's style is akin to that of a classical playmaker. But what we require is a modern attacking midfielder who can engage in high pressing and swift transitions. Klopp endeavored to elucidate the team's tactics. But the journalists were uninterested in his explanations, interrupting him with further questions. So, by your logic, Shinji Kagawa is the type of player the team urgently needs? One could say that, Klopp conceded. In other words, you would prefer a player who has contributed only 1 goal in 3 matches over a domestic talent with 7 goals and 6 assists? That was a heavy accusation. Klopp felt a chill run down his spine. Observing the coach's discomfort, Shinji Kagawa hastily intervened. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Klopp absolutely did not mean it that way. He simply... Before he could finish, the reporters interrupted, Kagawa, you were brought in precisely because Klopp wanted you. Which resulted in the club not allowing Zhou to feature in the first team. What gives you the right to speak here? Exactly. Without you, Zhou would have already propelled the team to the top of the standings. 1 goal, 0 assists? Please. A player like you is not worthy of starting for Dortmund. The mockery left Kagawa visibly flustered, and he retorted, I am certainly not inferior to Zhou. Oh, is this a challenge? The journalists, eager for a hot story, perked up. Kagawa challenges Lin. The Japanese player is unafraid of the domestic rising star. Faced with the challenge, Zhou merely responds with a scoff. Klopp hedges his bets, revealing his insidious nature. Zhou is determined to teach Kagawa a lesson on the pitch. The next morning, headlines across major media outlets were filled with similar sensational titles. A contrived conflict began to engulf the Bundesliga. Realizing the situation was deteriorating, Struess promptly sought out Zhou Lin. Zhou, do not hastily accept media interviews, especially regarding any challenges. I have said nothing, Zhou Lin replied with a sigh. I only just learned of this from the newspaper. Upon receiving his answer, Struess felt a slight relief, but then began to vent his frustrations. These journalists love to fabricate stories out of thin air. It's truly infuriating. Zhou Lin smiled at this. It may not necessarily be a bad thing. At least there are people eager to promote the rivalry between me and Kagawa. Struess shook his head. Do not underestimate this. I fear Kagawa and Klopp might take it seriously. Am I afraid of them? Zhou Lin smirked, displaying a hint of disdain. You should not think this way. Unless you wish to remain in Dortmund, it would be wise to keep a low profile. Do I even have an opportunity to be low-key? Since stepping onto the professional stage, I have always been in the spotlight. Struess, realizing this point, couldn't help but chuckle. Fine. You might as well continue to be high-profile. After a pause, he raised an eyebrow at Zhou Lin. What if I publicly declare that you are willing to accept Kagawa's challenge? Then you could repeatedly prove him wrong. You wish to cut off my retreat, don't you? Zhou Lin shot a knowing glance at his agent. If you thoroughly enrage Klopp, you could easily facilitate my transfer. Couldn't you, Mr. Struess? Seeing through Zhou Lin's intentions, Struess dropped his pretense. I believe the Bundesliga stage is no longer suitable for you. Next year, you will undoubtedly have the capability to join some prestigious clubs in Serie A, the Premier League, or La Liga. It must be noted that Zhou Lin's performance had significantly exceeded Struess's expectations. He now believed Zhou was more than capable of conquering major clubs. However, Zhou Lin understood that his success was entirely contingent upon the connections he had. Should he lose the opportunity to compete alongside players like Jinchak or Baumann, his true abilities would soon be revealed. No rush. I wish to play in the Bundesliga for another 2 years. When the conditions are right, I will certainly ask for your assistance in facilitating a transfer. Struess rubbed his nose thoughtfully. What if I help you transfer to Bayern first? That could be arranged. Zhou Lin felt a flicker of excitement, but was apprehensive about losing his connections and subsequently diminishing his performance ratings. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a notification chimed in his mind. Due to the host leading the team to a comeback, 5 attribute points have been randomly added. Note, each primary attribute, such as ball control, dribbling, long passing, short passing, shooting, speed, and stamina, when increased by 10 points, can directly elevate the host's overall rating by 1 point. Other auxiliary attributes require comprehensive calculations to increase. I doubt you would comprehend. Perhaps the calculation process was somewhat complex, so the system decided to remain silent. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to excite Zhou Lin. However, the initial excitement was short-lived, as the system soon brought him discontent once more. Chapter 48. Injuries and Inclement Weathering. Random completion bonus activated. Congratulations, the host's strength has increased to 65. After comprehensive calculations, the host has gained nothing. Haha. MMP. Is there any distinction between 60 and 65? Aren't I still as fragile as a willow? Moreover, is it necessary for you to display such blatant schadenfreude? Zhou Lin felt despondent, yearning to voice his grievances against the malevolent system. Yet, the system mockingly chimed in, actually, I rather enjoy loopholes in the rules. Aha. The wicked system is deliberately seeking revenge on me. Zhou Lin immediately donned an expression of deep sorrow. This startled Struss. Zhou. If you do not wish to go to Bayern, there is no need to challenge yourself. Zhou Lin gritted his teeth, replying, It's not that I don't want to go. It's that someone won't allow me. Your father? Struss asked, his expression one of dawning realization. After all, Zhou Zian is an ardent supporter of Dortmund. Yet Zhou Lin shook his head vigorously. It's someone even more wretched than him. Oh dear. Such commentary on one's own mother seems rather inappropriate. Struss, unaware of the system's existence, mistakenly assumed Zhou Lin harbored resentment towards his mother. Misunderstanding for a lifetime, he sympathetically patted Zhou Lin. Some matters do not require familial input. For instance, Lena. Before he could finish, Jinchak burst in with palpable excitement. Boss, Lena has agreed to join me for Chinese cuisine. However, at this point, he appeared somewhat troubled. Zhou Lin, curious, urged him on with his gaze. Jinchak, scratching his head in embarrassment, confessed, I just wanted to invite you as well. Upon hearing this request, Struss erupted in laughter. As someone who had been through similar experiences, he could easily decipher Lena's hidden intentions. Unfortunately, the young girl had overestimated Zhou Lin's emotional intelligence, thus ruining what could have been a splendid performance. Nonetheless, Struss had no desire to expose the matter, especially since Jinchak was also his signed player and demonstrated remarkable potential. Thus, he hastily sought an excuse to exit the scene. During collective training, both Zhou Lin and Jinchak were in poor spirits. They had eaten, but only consumed their frustrations. Initially, Lena had warmly welcomed Zhou Lin's arrival. However, upon Mia's appearance, she began recounting past tales with Zhou Lin as if she had taken the wrong medicine. She spoke of how Zhou Lin had actively sought her out in the stands, and how his family had previously wished to meet her. This inversion of truth set off alarm bells in Mia and Jinchak's minds. This situation was unbearable. Ultimately, Zhou Lin sighed heavily and stormed off. However, his dejected demeanor was interpreted by Takashi Yano as something entirely different. After reading the nonsensical article in the newspaper, Yano immediately contacted his national team companions. But it seemed that Shinji Kagawa was busy training and had no time to elaborate. Thus, Yano now believed that Zhou Lin was upset with Kagawa. Baka. This Kagawa is truly asking for trouble. Challenging a local rising star. Does he wish to offend the entire German football scene? Concerned, Yano rushed to Zhou Lin. Boss, I believe Kagawa did not intend to challenge you. It's all right. I quite enjoy competition. If you feel unsatisfied, we can face off on November 20th. Zhou Lin coldly stated, with pent-up frustration. November 20th, the 13th round of the Bundesliga. Freiburg will host Dortmund. There could hardly be a more fitting venue for a duel. Upon hearing this, Yano felt a chill run down his spine and hastily clarified. Boss, I'm not really familiar with Kagawa. If you're upset, I can call him now and scold him. Dead friends are better than dead acquaintances. Yano Takashi seemed to possess some understanding of Taoist philosophy. Observing the earnest expression on the young man's face, Zhou Lin mischievously suggested, then go ahead and call him now. After that, I'll strive to have you substitute in the match against Frankfurt. Due to Sis's injury during training, Jinchak was highly likely to start in the next match. And Frankfurt was not a formidable opponent. Zhou Lin was confident that he could dismantle them within a single half. Hi, with the boss's assurance. Yano dashed to the sidelines. Under the incredulous gaze of Strike, he picked up the phone and unleashed a barrage of baka. Afterward, he even made a point of letting Zhou Lin see the call log to prove he was not lying. Just then, a scream echoed across the field. Turning around, Zhou Lin discovered Jinchak rolling on the ground, clutching his ankle. Upon inquiry, it turned out that the clumsy giant had twisted his ankle while practicing headers, distracted. Glancing at the few substitute forwards on the team, Zhou Lin earnestly addressed Yano. Train well, you're counting on you for the next match. Nanny? Yano was taken aback for a moment, almost bursting into laughter. Fortunately, his acting skills were commendable, and he ultimately adopted a righteous demeanor. For the team, I will strive diligently. Saturday, 1930, rain. The match between Frankfurt and Freiburg commenced punctually. In the news live broadcast room, Huang Jian could no longer contain a complaint. Rain is the most detestable, lacking any technical substance. After stating this, he opened the microphone. News Sports Live. Welcome viewers to the Bundesliga's fourth round, where Frankfurt hosts Freiburg. In this match, Frankfurt, determined to claim victory, lined up in a 4-1-4-1 formation. Leading the attack is the skillful Greek international, Džekas. The midfield from left to right comprises Kohler, Altentop, Meyer, and Oakes. The sole defensive midfielder is the Swiss international, Schwegler. In defense, the two central defenders are the equally towering Rouse and Franz, with Severa and Rong as the fullbacks. The goalkeeper is the seasoned veteran Niklaus, who once fought alongside Jinchak. After introducing the home team's lineup, Huang Jian proceeded to present the starting lineup for the visiting team. Due to injuries and suspensions, Freiburg made some adjustments to their starting personnel, featuring Takashi Yano as the lone striker, while the recently victorious Putilov appeared in the right midfield position. As the match commenced, Frankfurt launched their attack with long passes. It was evident that they relished playing in the rain, as such weather could potentially diminish Freiburg's technical advantages. One must admit, Huang's predictions displayed a certain prophetic quality. The slippery pitch indeed hampered Freiburg's performance. Even Zhou Lin encountered multiple errors during dribbling and passing. Sometimes, it isn't merely about switching to longer studs to counteract the wet field's effects. The more technically adept players often find it challenging to adapt both psychologically and physically to such conditions. Consequently, both teams abandoned ground attacks, allowing the ball to soar through the air. 30 minutes into the match, the rain intensified. Localized areas of the pitch began to accumulate water. Coincidentally, a long pass from Frankfurt's defense landed precisely in a puddle. Under the resistance, the football unexpectedly halted as if it had hit the brakes. This caused Butcher, who was poised to intercept, to tumble headfirst. Meanwhile, Frankfurt's forward Džekas seized the opportunity, charging towards Freiburg's goal. In a critical moment, Baumann decisively advanced, diving to challenge. Chapter 49. The controversial commentary of the Japanese fans as Baumann approached with a ground-level strike. Džekas deftly nudged the ball outward with his left foot and surged into the penalty area. Intentionally, he sought contact with Baumann using his right foot. Caught off guard, the young Baumann tripped Džekas within the box. A sharp whistle pierced the air. The referee hastened over, unhesitatingly awarding a penalty. I was going for the ball. Baumann quickly grasped the referee's arm, fervently explaining his actions. Yet, the referee remained indifferent, gesturing for Baumann to vacate the field. What a disgrace, shouted Dutt from the stands, who was suspended as he pulled out his phone to call strike. Once Zhou Lin escorted the agitated Baumann off the pitch, Strike decisively substituted Rosenthal for the goalkeeper Poblin, shifting to a 4-3-1-1 formation. However, Zhou Lin, feeling inadequate in defense, requested to swap positions with Putilov, considering that a 4-4-1 formation would enhance their defensive capabilities. Strike nodded in agreement. With over 60 minutes remaining, Freiburg faced the daunting challenge of playing a man down. Huang Jian sighed deeply, lamenting, "The campaign has not even begun, and already we face ruin. How often do heroes weep in despair?" It was indeed a challenging day for Freiburg. Simultaneously, Zhou Lin shook his head in quiet resignation. With both Jinchik and Baumann absent from the field, his overall rating plummeted to 73. Thus, today's match would prove exceedingly arduous. As the whistle blew again, Džekas executed the penalty with precision, cleanly converting it into a goal. Freiburg trailed 0-1. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of cheers, akin to a landslide. As the noise subsided, some fans began chanting the name of Shinji Kagawa, clearly aware of the underlying rivalry between Zhou Lin and Kagawa, intent on provoking Zhou with references to the Japanese player. Although Zhou Lin harbored no fear of Kagawa, he disliked the insinuations. Anger surged within him, and he resolved to silence the Frankfurt fans with a goal. The match resumed, and Frankfurt, bolstered by their numerical advantage, launched a relentless offensive, eager to secure a decisive lead before halftime. From both flanks, Kohler and Oakes repeatedly bombarded the center. Forwards Džekas and the towering defensive midfielder Meyer consistently threatened Freiburg's goal. Were it not for the stellar performances of the two central defenders and goalkeeper Poblin, Freiburg could have easily succumbed to a barrage of goals in the first half. During halftime, but, having stealthily entered the locker room, unleashed a tirade, leaving young Bowman in tears. However, it was evident that Dutt's ire was not directed solely at Bowman but served as a cautionary message for all players present. After his outburst, Dutt softened his tone, stating, "Playing a man down is not insurmountable. Scoring does not necessitate the involvement of all 11 players. In the second half, I need you to fortify our defense and exploit any opportunities with 1 or 2 players cooperating." He then turned to Pugelo. "This match is your chance to step up and fill the void left by Kalahuri. Now that Zhou has willingly ceded the center, I expect you to work in harmony with him to secure victory." Pugelo, taken aback, cast a complex glance at Zhou Lin. He had initially believed he would reclaim his position based solely on merit following the resolution of his transfer disputes. Now, he realized that it was Zhou Lin who had facilitated his return to the field. Noticing Pugelo's gaze, Zhou Lin shrugged lightly, saying, "Don't misunderstand. I merely wish to avoid being labeled a ball hawk." This remark elicited laughter from his teammates. Pugelo nodded earnestly in response. Observing this, Dutt smiled approvingly and turned to the downcast Takashi Yano, who appeared to be wallowing in self-reproach. Throughout the first half, the Japanese player had scarcely touched the ball, and now he genuinely felt guilty. "Yano, I hope you can shoulder the burden of our attack. The Frankfurt goal is expansive, and I believe you can send that wretched ball into the net." "Yes, I will certainly try," Yano promised, though his lack of confidence was palpable. Dutt frowned slightly, saying, "I recall that you and Zhou share a good rapport." "Indeed, coach," Yano did not deny it. Upon receiving this affirmation, Dutt pressed on. "Can you really stand by and watch your compatriot defeat Linus?" Before Yano could explain, Dutt raised his voice again. "Only by converting assists into goals can you help Zhou win this competition. Don't tell me you're unwilling." "I am willing." Yano quickly jumped up, making a solemn vow. What a ridiculous notion. To express unwillingness would lead to his swift marginalization by the club. As the second half commenced, Frankfurt maintained their high-pressure tactics, suffocating Freiburg's attempts to breathe. At the 60-minute mark, Yekes broke through the center, confronting Poblin directly. Just as he was about to shoot, Bastions, returning from a defensive effort, executed a beautiful tackle to reclaim possession. Unfortunately, he found himself surrounded by Frankfurt players and could only pass to the nearest Schuster. The moment Schuster received the ball, he was pressured by the advancing Meyer, forcing him to return it to the goalkeeper. Poblin, refusing to be complacent, promptly sent the ball to Bastions, who, noticing Pugelo and Oppo's outstretched hand, skillfully evaded the right-sided midfielder Okes with a V-shaped dribble and fervently passed it to the Belarusian. Subsequently, Pugelo charged into the center like a bull, first using his body to brush aside Alton Top, then employing a shoulder drop to elude SCHW Glur. He swiftly threaded the ball through a gap in the defense to Zhou Lin, who surged forward from the right flank. A scene reminiscent of their training sessions unfolded. Zhou Lin controlled the ball, pivoting to evade the challenge from Severus. With his right foot, he delivered a beautifully arched ground pass. However, this time, Pugelo, dashing into the box from the center, did not seek glory for himself. He feigned a stop, allowing the ball to slip past him to the left, where Yano awaited. The opportunity to finalize the attack lay before him. With immense pressure bearing down on him, Yano struck with his right foot, curling the shot towards the far corner. Although Nikolov made a valiant attempt to dive left, the ball eluded his fingertips and sailed unimpeded into the net. The goal was scored, 1-1. In the broadcast booth, Huang Jian slammed his palms against the table. 3 players: Zhou Lin, Pugelo, Yano. Freiburg tore through Frankfurt and Oppo's defense with just 3 players. One must admit, a match featuring Zhou Lin is undeniably thrilling, so thrilling that it cannot be missed. Just as Huang praised Zhou Lin, the Japanese commentator at the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Arena leaped from his seat. "Incredible! Yano Kuhn has fulfilled expectations, scoring his first goal since joining the Bundesliga. From this moment forth, a new star shall rise in the land of cherry blossoms." Calming his emotions, the commentator began to dissect the sequence of the goal. Throughout the entire process, Yano Kuhn was undoubtedly pivotal. Moreover, I believe Pugelo and Oppo's deliberate feint was a stroke of genius. In comparison, Zhou merely delivered a standard pass, devoid of any exceptional merit. Therefore, I contend that he cannot be compared to Kagawa Kuhn. As a fellow Japanese, the commentator spared no effort in undermining Zhou Lin, seeking to elevate Shinji Kagawa and Oppo's stature. Little did he realize that the nearby fans, unable to comprehend Japanese, soon mistakenly believed he was praising Freiburg and Zhou Lin. Consequently, a stadium security guard Incited by the die-hard fans, stealthily cut the power supply. Chapter 50. The Great Kagawa, all is but a passing cloud in a fit of laughter. The power supply for the commentary from Fusong was abruptly cut off. In the comment section of the live stream, an international student present at the match sent the latest updates. Upon hearing the news, many expressed their satisfaction. It serves him right. Who told him to slander the Emperor Lin? The people of Fusong are indeed petty. It is not that Emperor Lin did not accept Kagawa and Appos as challenge, even if he had. Victory cannot be achieved through belittling the opponent, right? What does this imply? Kagawa is the second best player from Fusong in the Bundesliga. How could Zhou Lin possibly prevail? The refined people of Fusong should leave. Regardless of the lively discussions in the comments, the match continued on the field. After Freiburg equalized, Frankfurt surged forward once more. Fortunately, Freiburg and Appos' players fought valiantly to protect their goal. In the 70th minute, Macchiati suffered from cramping and fell to the ground. STRH had no choice but to substitute him with Nikio. By the 85th minute, SCH Stur was exhausted and replaced by Toprak. In truth, it was not just them. Zhou Lin was also gasping for breath, supporting himself on his knees. However, since all 3 substitution slots had been used, he could only muster his strength and keep fighting. Watching this scene from his television, Klopp shook his head slightly. Do you see? Zhou now resembles a player within a system. Without the support of Kinchek and Sis, he struggles to make an impact. Moreover, his performance fluctuates significantly. Based solely on this match, he truly does not merit a starting position at Dortmund. The coach and Appos' remarks left Zorc in thought, who eventually spoke up. Could it be that he is simply too fatigued? Fatigued? A cold smile crept across Klopp and Appos' lips. In the first round of the German Cup, Zhou did not play. Subsequently, whether for the U21 or any other national team, he was not called up to participate. Fatigue only indicates insufficient physical reserves. Thus, I believe Schneider was correct in his initial assessment. Not all born in the horse corral are swift steeds. Zorc, hearing this, smiled wryly. Jin, I hope you are not swayed by external opinions and refrain from jumping to conclusions. After all, we once underestimated Gilles. Before he could finish, Klopp waved his hand vigorously. I admit to having underestimated him. Yet now, I remain convinced that he cannot adapt to a starting role. Perhaps I should have kept him in the first team, but he could only serve as a rotational player. No sooner had he spoken than the situation on the field shifted dramatically. The Frankfurt substitute, Caillou, took a powerful shot on goal. It was fortuitously blocked by Butcher, who had turned just in time to deflect the ball out of the penalty area. The newly substituted Freiburg player, Toprak, received the ball outside the box and passed it directly to Pugelo in the center. After surveying the field, Pugelo unhesitatingly sent the ball to Zhou Lin on the right flank. At this moment, most of Frankfurt's players were engaged in an offensive in Freiburg's half. Only left-back Savaras and center-back Russ lingered near the center circle to intercept. A rare opportunity. Zhou Lin took a deep breath and charged into the opponent and Appos' half with the ball. His heart raced and a fire burned within him. Zhou Lin gritted his teeth, competing in speed against Savaras. However, with a speed of 70 and acceleration of 75, he was no match for Savaras. Zhou could only disrupt his rhythm with variable speed runs. In the center, Pugelo and Takashi Yano were also racing against Russ with all their might. Although their stamina was nearly depleted, the desire for victory ignited their inner fire once more. With 30 meters remaining to the baseline, Zhou Lin feigned a stop, tricking Savaras. He struck the ball with his left foot, sending a curling shot that evaded the returning Russ and flew directly toward the center of the penalty area. Arriving just in time, Yano and Pugelo both prepared to shoot. However, this time, fortune favored Pugelo. Before the ball even touched the ground, he lifted his foot and shot. With the ball traveling at such speed, even the veteran Nikloff could only watch in dismay. 1-2. The resilient Freiburg had finally turned the tide. In an instant, the distant Freiburg fans could not help but weep tears of joy. Subsequently, the names Pugelo and Zhou Lin echoed throughout the away supporters' stand. Truly exhausting. On the field, Zhou Lin was too weary to respond to the cheers of the fans. He simply lay on the ground, closed his eyes, and savored the rain. Wait, why does it taste salty? Opening his eyes, he found himself face to face with a chiseled visage. The exuberant Pugelo rushed over, lifting Zhou Lin off the ground in excitement. Thank you, Linus. I thought. Before he could finish his sentence, the Belarusian giant was already in tears. A Belarusian, having traveled thousands of miles to Germany. How could he face his hometown folks if he were benched for offending the star player? Thus, after Zhou Lin assisted him, Pugelo felt as if he had been resurrected. Please, do not wipe your tears on my shirt. Zhou Lin weakly quipped, patting Pugelo on the back, just as he had comforted the Belarusian giant. Takashi Yano and a throng of teammates came rushing over, resulting in Zhou Lin being forcefully caught in another male embrace. In front of the television, Zorc wore a smirk of schadenfreude. Jairjin, jumping to conclusions often leads to embarrassment. It seems your team indeed lacks a player like Zhou. Klopp's face turned crimson, and after a moment of hesitation, he stubbornly replied, "Tomorrow, I will ensure Kagawa performs even better. So well that you will be left astounded." With that, he stormed out of Zorc's office. Freiburg continues to lead with 12 points, and the prodigious Zhou boasts ambitions of reaching the European stage. 2-2. Kagawa Shinji responded to Zhou's assist with 2 goals. 1-2, 1-3. Freiburg and Dortmund each claimed 3 points in this round. The two prodigies are neck and neck. The prodigious Zhou remarked that assisting while a player is sent off is even more challenging, to which Kagawa retorted with a dismissive sound. After 4 rounds, only Freiburg and Mainz remain undefeated among the 18 Bundesliga teams. However, Freiburg surpasses their rivals in both goals scored and goal difference. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin, with 7 goals and 8 assists, continues to lead both the scoring and assist charts. Dortmund, benefiting from 3 victories, ascended to 4th place in the standings. Yet, to the media, these details are not the focal point. The crux lies in the fact that Zhou Lin and Kagawa are now tied in this round. Consequently, many fans began to debate the positioning and roles of the two on the field. Some argue that Kagawa Shinji's role in Dortmund is akin to that of a shadow striker, significantly inferior to Zhou Lin in terms of offensive organization. Others contend that Zhou Lin's importance is magnified due to being in a weaker team. If he were to return to Dortmund, it is likely he would not contribute as much as Kagawa. In response, head coach Dutt publicly supported his disciple, asserting that Zhou Lin is an indispensable midfield commander and the best attacking player, regardless of his location. As for Takashi Yano, he explicitly stated that he only bows to Zhou Lin. The great Kagawa, all is but a passing cloud. Chapter 51. Pre-match conflict in contrast to the focus of the German media. The major outlets in Huaxia are predominantly concerned with the upcoming match where Freiburg will host Schalke 04. Firstly, Schalke 04, the runner-up in last season's Bundesliga, represents the first formidable opponent Freiburg will face this season. Consequently, there is significant anticipation surrounding Freiburg, or rather, Zhou Lin, to maintain their remarkable form. Additionally, the presence of Huaxia's Hao in the Schalke squad adds an intriguing element, as fans are eager to witness a unique Huaxia derby, contingent upon Hao's participation. Moreover, the media from the land of the rising sun is particularly interested in whether Uchida Atsudo can outshine Zhou Lin. While they do pay attention to the rivalry between Zhou Lin and Shinji Kagawa, they regard it as a foregone conclusion. How could a fledgling youth possibly rival a player in the prime of his professional career? As the German media fervently discusses the undercurrents of the Zhou Lin-Kagawa matchup, fans from both Huaxia and the land of the rising sun engage in heated debates over who deserves a starting position, Hao or Uchida. Amidst the fervor, Uchida takes the initiative to voice his opinion, asserting that Hao lacks the merit for a starting role. Simultaneously, he lambasts Yano Takaki for his disgraceful behavior, branding him as a national embarrassment. He then extols Shinji Kagawa, predicting that Kagawa will inevitably reach and surpass the heights achieved by Hideyoshi Nakata and Shinji Ono. This statement incited a wave of outrage across both Huaxia and Bundesliga forums, with supporters of Zhou Lin vehemently criticizing Uchida for his arrogance and ignorance. Nevertheless, Zhou Lin remains unfazed. This prodigious talent, possessing a maturity beyond his years, has no desire to engage in verbal altercations. He would rather negotiate with the system during his spare time. However, the system languidly emitted a chime only the day after the team returned to Freiburg. Given that the host has continued to excel without the aid of any enhancements, the system decided to reward him with 10 attribute points at random. The prospect of randomness fills Zhou Lin with trepidation. Who knows where the system will allocate these points? After all, his attribute panel still includes vital skills related to goalkeeping such as reaction time, throwing, and positioning. Fortunately, this time, the system's disposition seems favorable, and after a brief pause, it announces the outcome. The points have been randomly assigned, with stamina and ball control each rising to 75, elevating the host's overall rating to 74. The system proves generous. Zhou Lin is exhilarated, eager to shout in triumph, for these enhancements are precisely what he desperately needs. Without adequate stamina, completing an entire match becomes arduous, and insufficient ball control leads to numerous missteps in dribbling and receiving. Furthermore, with a foundational score of 74, he can elevate his overall rating to 80 under a singular enhancement effect. Consequently, after the boost, his stamina and ball control attributes will soar to 80 and 85, respectively. Just as he revels in this excitement, the system announces, a new task has been issued, defeat Schalke 04 at home. Success will yield a one-time reward of 20 attribute points, while failure incurs a random deduction of 5 points. Declining the task will result in a random deduction of 2 points. Will you accept? This seems quite favorable. Riding on a streak of victories has led Zhou Lin to underestimate the challenge ahead, and without much thought, he chooses to accept. On the morning of the match day, that gathers the players to strategize. Based on pre-match analyses, Schalke 04 is expected to employ a 4-3-1-2 formation. The goalkeeper, Neuer, with the defensive line from left to right likely consisting of Schmitz, H. Weeds, Metzelder, and Uchida. During the tactical briefing, De boldly predicts Schalke's starting lineup. Upon hearing the names Huntelaar, Farfan, and Neuer, Zhou Lin furrows his brow. According to the latest data from Transfermarkt, the total market value of Schalke 04's starting lineup has already surpassed 90 million, indicating their formidable strength. Moreover, they boast the presence of the golden boy Raul, a linchpin for the team. In that moment, Zhou Lin feels he has been overly hasty. Winning this match will not be an easy feat. Securing a draw would already be commendable. He must not be intimidated by the opponent's reputation. Noticing the apprehension in his teammates' eyes, that quickly reassures them. In 2 days, the 6th round of matches will commence. Both Schalke 04 and Freiburg will adopt a rotation strategy. This statement alleviates some tension among the players, as Freiburg's next match will be an away challenge against Wolfsburg. The disparity in strength, combined with the away fixture, means the pressure is relatively manageable. Even in defeat, the fans are unlikely to be overly critical. Conversely, Schalke 04 will face Mönchengladbach at home in their next match, imposing considerable pressure on them to perform at their utmost. Thus, I surmise that Schalke 04 will likely initiate an aggressive attack at the start or deliver a decisive blow as the match draws to a close. This analysis aligns well with past encounters, where Schalke scored once shortly after kickoff and again within the last 10 minutes. Hearing this, Zhou Lin silently nods in agreement. That then reveals the starting players based on the current squad situation. Compared to the previous match, Poblin replaces the suspended Baumann, while Abdisaki steps in for the returning Kalahuri due to defensive needs. Pugilo takes over from Rosenthal to handle central defense. Up front, the Fitigan Cisse resumes his starting role, tasked with leveraging his speed for counterattacks. Overall, the coach's selections appear sound. However, both Zhou Lin and Kinsek find themselves somewhat discontented. At 1800 hours local time, the Freiburg team arrives at the Bay Nova Stadium to commence their warm-up training. The stadium is already teeming with fans. The Freiburg anthem resounds through the air. Upon noticing Zhou Lin and his teammates, the fans rise in unison, cheering for their heroes. Conversely, when the Schalke 04 players step onto the field, they are met with a chorus of boos. How rude. Freiburg truly lacks manners. Uchida mutters under his breath, feeling unjustly maligned. Just as he finishes his complaint, Yano Takaki happens to walk over. Uchida-kun, are you starting today? Uchida, who is not in the starting lineup due to rotation, retorts irately, are you starting, Yano-kun? Yano's face flushes as he replies, thanks to Zhou-san. I'm fortunate enough to be on the substitute list today. Upon hearing Yano mention Zhou Lin, Uchida's expression darkens. Yano-kun, as a person from the land of the rising sun, how can you be a subordinate to a Huaxiao player? Aren't you afraid of angering the sunbathers? Yano frowns at Uchida's words. We from the land of the rising sun have always revered the strong. I see nothing wrong with that. Baka, you are utterly disgraceful to our people. Uchida seizes the opportunity to shove Yano slightly. Yano, feeling embarrassed, immediately pushes back. What was supposed to be a warm reunion between compatriots rapidly escalates into a full-blown confrontation. Not far away, Zhou Lin spots a conflict involving Xiao Wu and others, prompting him to rush over with Kinsek. Step back, or I won't hesitate to knock your teeth out. Although Zhou Lin, being of a more slender build, does not intimidate Uchida, he is concerned about the imposing Kinsek and quickly calls for Metzelder for support. In the standoff, Uchida hides behind Metzelder and shouts, Huaxia, I will teach you a lesson on the field soon enough. What did you say? Zhou Lin, now seething with rage, swings his fist towards Uchida. Chapter 52, The Old Man's Malicious Intent. A punch was thrown, and within his line of sight, Uchida Atsudo suddenly retreated. Lowering his head, Zhou Lin realized he was being swiftly pulled back by Jinkik. Let go. No. Not wanting to witness his boss being humiliated, Jinkik gripped tightly, fearful that Zhou Lin might break free. At that moment, Yano Takakage rushed in and knocked Uchida Atsudo down with a punch, cursing fool. This is the consequence of challenging the boss. Upon witnessing this scene, Meitzelder was initially taken aback, but then charged forward with fury. However, in Freiburg's home ground, he could not harm anyone. Realizing the situation, Bastian and his teammates, along with staff and security, rushed over. In an instant, the pitch was crowded with people. Countless individuals suffered in silence from underhanded kicks. The farce continued for about 5 minutes. It was only when the referee arrived in haste that both sides ceased their skirmish. After determining the cause, the referee promptly issued a red card to Yano Takakage and a yellow card to the battered Uchida Atsudo. As for the others, forget it. If everyone were to be carded, the match could not proceed. Once the situation calmed, Dutt first praised Yano for standing up for his teammate, then turned his serious gaze toward Zhou Lin. Zhou, can you control your emotions? He insulted me. Why should I control my emotions? Zhou Lin retorted without hesitation. Then, he deserves a beating. As a fellow victim of racial discrimination, Dutt could indeed empathize with his disciple's feelings. After a moment's contemplation, Dutt summoned all the players from the roster. Earlier, Schalke 04's players had openly provoked Zhou Lin. In my view, they weren't challenging Zhou Lin, but Freiburg. Yes, Schalke 04 is indeed a strong team, having secured the second place in the Bundesliga last year. But this is no reason for them to underestimate us. Moreover, they are currently at the bottom of the league. What right do they have to look down upon us? A single statement awakened the crowd. Suddenly remembering that this so-called strong team had suffered consecutive defeats to Hamburg, Hannover, Hoffenheim, and Dortmund this season. And aside from Dortmund, the rankings of the other 3 teams last year were not impressive. In fact, Hannover ranked even lower than Freiburg. What does a valuation of 90 million matter? They are still just 2 eyes and a mouth. Why do they dare to run rampant in Freiburg? At this point, Dutt's expression turned serious as he looked at Sis and Macchiati. Papis, Cedric, how would you respond if someone called you a black monkey? Curse them back. Macchiati replied in a deep voice. Sis coldly snorted. I would play so well on the field that he wouldn't even recognize his own mother. Well said. Dutt nodded in satisfaction and then surveyed the crowd. Now, someone has publicly insulted our brother, our family. What should you do? Break their legs. Several hot-blooded young players shouted enthusiastically. The drug effect was a bit too strong, and Dutt almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Thankfully, the captain remained calm and quickly led the cheers, defend Freiburg's honor. This time, the atmosphere returned to normal. All the players, flushed with anger, followed suit in raising their arms to cheer. Phew, Dutt couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, waving his hand. I know you are all brave. Now, prepare to kick Schalke's behind. Kick their behinds. Kick their behinds. Finally, after the captain steered the players back on track, they strayed once more. When the match officially commenced, the home fans noticed their players were somewhat exuberant. Whenever the opponent had the ball, at least one player from their side would engage in reasonable collisions or even seemingly dangerous tackles. In the opening 5 minutes, Macchiati executed a brutal sliding tackle that sent Huntelaar soaring. He then casually patted his backside and turned away. Huntelaar, furious, got up and attempted to confront him. But before he could reach the Congolese player, Pugilo rushed in and knocked him aside with his chest. Seeing a conflict about to erupt, the referee hurried to the scene. After warning both players, he patiently explained to Huntelaar, specifically noting that Macchiati had first tackled the ball before making contact with him. Having suffered a setback, Huntelaar's expression was one of dissatisfaction. It was only after Raoul arrived to persuade him that he shot a fierce glare at Macchiati and turned away. In the 9th minute, Rakiti received the ball on the left. After evading the approaching Abdeslam, he cut inside toward the penalty area to shoot. Just as his foot lifted, a red figure came from the side, sweeping the ground. The ball was intercepted. The player was sent flying. Zhou Lin, having successfully tackled, leaped up and howled to the heavens. I remember this goal. Indeed, Zhou Lin recalled this goal vividly. Thus, he had proactively retreated to his half, waiting for Rakiti to cut inside to shoot. Witnessing his teammate leap into the air, a pent-up Huntelaar charged at Zhou Lin and pushed him down. Yellow-skinned monkey, do you want to murder me? In that instant, Zhou Lin's eyes turned crimson. The spirit of Dejamin Ha shone once more. Leaping up, Zhou Lin's right hand stealthily struck towards Huntelaar's vital points. Oof! struck, Huntelaar instantly became listless, his voice sounding somewhat, well, neutral. Yet he did not anticipate that Zhou Lin's underhanded tactics were not yet complete. As Huntelaar bent over, Zhou Lin intentionally thrust his face forward. A scream erupted. The talented young player, with a pained expression, crumpled to the ground, seemingly suffering from a severe impact. Ah! In the stands, Lena and Mia shrieked in astonishment at this shocking scene. Subsequently, the home fans collectively shouted executioner, condemning Huntelaar. The weeping Dutch striker could only seek help from the referee. Unfortunately, the referee had not seen the entire ordeal and could only issue him a yellow card for pushing. I bought a watch last year. Huntelaar resolved to no longer trust love. No, the referee. Just then, Raoul quietly approached Zhou Lin. Kid, I saw your little trick. Before Zhou Lin could argue, Raoul spoke earnestly. As a young player, I do not recommend you continue this way. Remember, even the great Dejamin Ha eventually faced the referee's punishment. You are quite a decent person. No wonder you left an indelible impression in the hearts of fans. Reflecting on this, Zhou Lin was about to express his gratitude. Just then, Poblin took a free kick in front of the goal. Raoul suddenly abandoned Zhou Lin and dashed toward the spot. Hey, isn't that where I should return to? In an instant, Zhou Lin understood everything. What talk of mentoring the younger generation? This fellow was merely afraid of my quick counterattack. Having grasped the crux, Zhou Lin gritted his teeth and muttered, I trust you, you old rascal. Chapter 53, The Scimitar Unsheathed. Unyielding in power though the years have taken their toll on Jin Tong, his footballing intelligence remains unparalleled. Just moments ago, Ral seized the opportunity to subtly approach the center circle while persuading Zhou Lin. As the ball soared into the air, he wasted no time darting forward. By the time Zhou Lin exerted himself to give chase, I had already skillfully controlled the ball and passed it to Jones on the right flank. The American, fond of the 1-2, took a step forward and returned the ball to Ral. This exchange deftly evaded the advancing Pugliese. Realizing the peril, Bastians hastily repositioned himself. Faced with the Freiburg captain, Ral deftly nudged the ball with his right foot to the left, twisting his torso to the right. Bastians instinctively shifted his weight, but to his astonishment, Ral twisted back to the left. Off balance, the Freiburg captain could only watch as Ral elegantly glided past him. As Ral surged toward the penalty area, Butcher could only turn to obstruct, anticipating a long-range shot. Yet I had no intention of shooting. Instead, he passed to the unmarked Jones. Understanding the cue, Jones adjusted momentarily before sending the ball back toward the edge of the box. The football soared, and the previously brooding Huntelaar sprang into action, swiftly maneuvering to the left to elude Freiburg's defender, Balter. Simultaneously, Ral retreated to receive the ball, appearing poised for a powerful strike. Butcher and Poblin rushed forward, striving to narrow the shooting angle. However, the astute Ral, with the grace of a leisurely stroll, delicately lifted the ball toward the far corner of the net. Caught off guard, Poblin leaped but failed to prevent the ball from crossing the line. In the wake of the goal, Ral exuberantly dashed toward the sidelines, performing his signature kiss on his ring finger. The Ring King had returned. As the once celebrated Golden Boy enchanted the Badenova Stadium with elegance. Yet Zhou Lin's focus lay elsewhere. He was troubled by the fact that, despite thwarting a goal in the 9th minute, he had allowed Ral, who had been silent until then, to strike in the 13th minute. Every action, a preordained consequence. As he contemplated this, Huntelaar, fresh from celebrating with Ral, approached him with a smirk. Hey, yellow-skinned monkey. Don and Oppos, think that leading the scoring chart momentarily makes you a man. With me around, you are nothing. A flicker of hostility flashed in Zhou Lin's eyes as he raised his hand, ready to replicate the earlier spectacle. Unfortunately, Huntelaar had anticipated this, swiftly stepping back. Anger is your weapon. Do not attempt to control it. The voice of Dejamin Ha echoed in his mind. Veins bulged on his forehead as Zhou Lin contemplated kicking Huntelaar. Ultimately, he summoned his resolve, and instead spat a mouthful of saliva onto Huntelaar's cheek. Well, while his will remained strong, his emotions proved harder to manage. Consequently, the referee, who had sensed the brewing tension, promptly issued Zhou Lin a yellow card. How infuriating, Zhou Lin thought, recalling the dormant skill, Angry Angel, that he had yet to activate. As the match resumed, Zhou Lin, fueled by fury, charged toward the opponent's territory. He first executed a nimble maneuver to bypass the attacking midfielder, Pallardo. Next, he deftly maneuvered past the retreating Modip. However, He was soon brought down at the edge of the penalty area by H. Weeds and Metzelder. Observing this, Huntelaar could barely contain his laughter. "Ha! He truly resembles a monkey. Still not finished, are you?" Zhou Lin spat the remnants of grass from his mouth and scrambled to return. He appeared to be out of sorts. In the stands, Lena couldn't help but murmur to herself, while Mia, seated beside her, nodded in agreement. Don't be surprised. Since the tickets were provided by the club, they are still sitting together today. After a moment of thought, Mia tapped her forehead. Could it be because Kingsek and Baumann aren't playing? Quite possibly. After Mia's suggestion, Lena seemed to recognize the issue. In the past, whenever at least two of the three musketeers were on the pitch, their performances would soar. Yet since the last game, Zhou Lin had appeared somewhat lackluster. For instance, during that recent breakthrough, he seemed not to have performed at his peak. Otherwise, he might have dazzled the opposing defense with a rainbow flick. Realizing this, Lena whispered a few words into Mia's ear. With a spark of insight, Mia immediately conveyed her thoughts to the teammates and fans nearby. Soon, chants for Kingsek resonated throughout their section of the stands. Other fans, dissatisfied with Cisse's performance, joined in the chorus, calling for Kingsek. This delighted the towering figure warming up on the sidelines, who waved cheerfully at the crowd. Turning to the team's second highest scorer, Dutt inquired of Strike. "Do you think bringing Kingsek on will activate Joe?" "I believe it could, but there's no need to rush. After all, this is merely the first half." Strike offered a prudent suggestion as a competent assistant. Dutt remained silent, instead reevaluating the unfolding situation on the field. With another match looming in 2 days, Schalke 04, leading by a goal, intentionally slowed the pace. More often than not, they seemed to be toying with Zhou Lin, passing the ball around him as if playing a game of keep away. Seeing this, Dutt shouted onto the field, "Macchiati, switch positions with Zhou." The unexpected command left Schalke's players puzzled, as Macchiati had indeed played as an attacking midfielder before Zhou's arrival, but Zhou had never occupied the left forward position. In the fleeting moment of confusion, Zhou Lin, now on the left, took the ball with his left foot and swiftly advanced along the sideline. The typically lackadaisical Jones, not waiting for Moritz to provide assistance, brazenly lunged forward to intercept. To his surprise, Zhou Lin's left-footed technique far surpassed his right, as a dazzling array of stepovers allowed him to glide past Jones's defense effortlessly. With Moritz closing in, Zhou Lin refrained from further dribbling and sent a cross into the penalty area. The left-footed scimitar unsheathed. Cisse, having entered the box, leapt high. Where did the ball go? He turned to see the football easily cleared from the box by the towering Metzelder, standing at 6'4". Frustrated, the 5'9" Cisse felt inclined to headbutt Metzelder's chest. Witnessing this disheartening scene, Dutt wasted no time, signaling for Kingsek to prepare to enter the fray. The giant, shedding his training vest, eagerly followed Strike to the fourth official. Yet at that very moment, Zhou Lin once again found himself with the ball on the left side of the penalty area. He glanced up and, without hesitation, swung his left foot. The scimitar unsheathed, unyielding in power. The ball, imbued with a fierce inward curl, surged toward the upper corner of the goal. In front of the net, the young goalkeeper Neuer, valued at 20 million, smirked and leaped, soaring upward. With limbs extended as if floating on air, the future Bayern Munich custodian vowed to repel all enemies at the threshold. And then, the ball found its way into the net. Chapter 54. Please, Don and Oppos, slap me in the face. It is not that Neuer lacks excellence. Rather, the skills bestowed by the system are extraordinarily formidable. Regardless of the host's relevant attributes, the crescent moon blade can manifest in its optimal form. Thus, even if Beckham himself were present, he could only voice his persuasion in vain. However, this does not imply that Zhou Lin can consistently breach the goal or provide assists with the crescent moon blade. It still depends on factors such as distance, angle, positioning of players, technical proficiency, and overall condition. It is evident that Neuer, who had been idly lingering in front of the goal, had yet to find his rhythm. Had it not been for Zhou Lin's counterattack, he might have been tempted to take a nap on the goal line. "Go, Al!" With the commentator's exuberant shout, the stadium erupted in excitement. Unfortunately, XIN Sun Sports did not broadcast the match, leaving Huaxiao fans to savor Zhou Lin's splendid goal through news reports and short videos. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Zhou Lin raised his arms in triumph, first mimicking Raoul by kissing his ring finger, a playful retaliation for being deceived earlier. Following that, he blew kisses to the fans in the stands. Linus, Joe. The fervor of the fans was ignited by his actions, their cheers reverberating throughout the arena. The female fans, led by Lena, responded with flying kisses in kind. 500, 1000, 1500. 2001. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the 1000 kisses mission. The angry angel will automatically activate when the host's anger reaches a certain threshold. What? There are still limitations? Zhou Lin, with a smile frozen on his face, felt a fierce desire to confront the system. Yet the system, with a hint of smugness, retorted, if there were no restrictions, what fun would there be? Very well. You are strong, and you have a point. Zhou Lin, feeling dejected, checked his anger value. Fortunately, it was 0. 0? Where did my anger go? After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Lin realized that his earlier frustrations had been forgotten in the wake of his jubilation. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 1-1. Upon returning to the locker room, Dutt generously lavished praise on Zhou Lin, followed by commendations for all the starting players. After all, managing to draw against an opponent with such a disparity in strength was indeed praiseworthy. However, rumors circulated that Schalke 04's coach, Magath, had angrily damaged the locker room door and had unleashed his fury upon the players, vowing to make them undergo extra training with heavy balls post-match. In an effort to shield Schalke 04 and Oppo's players from his wrath, Freiburg and Oppo's staff hastily issued a fine to Magath, demanding compensation for the damages. Consequently, Magath and Oppo's anger only intensified. As the second half commenced, both teams made slight adjustments to their lineups. Freiburg and Oppo's Dutt substituted Cisse for Kingsek to partner with Zhou Lin. In a fit of pique, Cisse returned to the locker room, taking a shower and leaving. Schalke 04 replaced Moritz with Uchida and Jones with Kruger, clearly not holding back for the next match. Nonetheless, despite these changes, their advantage began to wane significantly as Zhou Lin and Oppo's comprehensive rating soared back to 80. On the pitch, Zhou Lin persistently broke through from the left wing, assisting Kingsek in threatening the opposing goal time and again. Regrettably, Kingsek still lacked the requisite ability to convert these assists into goals. In the 60th minute, after withstanding yet another joint offensive from Zhou Lin and Kingsek, Schalke 04 launched a counterattack from the left. Schmidt sent a long ball to Rakiti. The Croatian flicked it on with his head, passing it to Huntelaar. The Dutchman held off Butcher and cleverly used his heel to pass to Raul, then turned to make a forward run. Butcher quickly turned to chase back. Seeing Huntelaar and Oppo's superior speed, Raul lifted his foot to pass the ball ahead of him. Huntelaar, with his long strides, quickly closed in on the ball, accelerating into the penalty area. Sensing impending danger, Poblin lowered his center of gravity, arms outstretched as he lunged forward. Just then, Huntelaar lifted his leg to shoot at the near post. Poblin instinctively reached out with his right hand. The result, the Frenchman made a save. The ball ricocheted off his hand and into the right side of the penalty area. However, the danger was not averted. Raul appeared like a phantom, driving the ball into the box. Muiza, having returned to defend, quickly positioned himself to block Raul and Oppo's cutback. Yet Raul remained unfazed, calmly juggling the ball within the penalty area. The pressure from the once golden boy made Muiza break into a cold sweat. Unable to discern Raul's direction of attack, he foolishly dove in for a tackle. Unfortunately, Raul merely nudged the ball aside, evading his grasp. With a reverse triangle pass to the center, the ball met the player in perfect sync. Attacking midfielder Hirado lifted his leg for a powerful shot. Poblin dove to save, but clearly misjudged the direction, just as Hirado was about to celebrate. The ball ricocheted off a defender and Oppo's leg and out of the penalty area, and the player who helped Freiburg maintain their defensive integrity was none other than Huntelaar. This was not entirely his fault. Huntelaar had intended to intercept in front of the goal. Upon realizing that Raul and Oppo's pass was behind him, he hastily moved toward the left side of the goal. Little did he know, Hirado aimed for the left corner, and his long legs inadvertently blocked the shot. The ball flew out of the penalty area, and defensive midfielder Matip rushed to intercept it. Before he could set off, a towering figure barreled in, violently knocking him down. Seeing that the referee remained silent, the successful interceptor Kingsek charged towards the opponent and Oppo's half with the ball. The field ahead was wide open. Most of Schalke 04 and Oppo's players seemed to linger in Freiburg and Oppo's half. A one-on-one opportunity lay before him. Kingsek decisively activated his nitrous boost, recklessly speeding down the pitch. But how could a big truck outrun a supercar? Just as he reached the midpoint, the lumbering figure was caught up by the returning Kruger. Unsure of how to proceed, Kingsek suddenly heard Zhou Lin and Oppo's voice from the left. Pass it quickly. The angelic voice instilled confidence in the big man, who promptly sent the ball forward to the left. With a second burst of speed, Zhou Lin unleashed his maximum acceleration, charging towards the penalty area. A 2-on-1 situation had formed. Kruger found himself at a loss, unsure of whom to mark. Seeing this, Neuer shouted and dashed out of the penalty area, executing a precise sliding tackle. Already prepared, Zhou Lin deftly controlled the ball with his left foot, executing a Marseille turn. Before him lay an open goal. Zhou Lin took aim and crossed the ball. The ball sailed across half the goal, striking the face of Kingsek, who was unable to halt his momentum. Bang! Ah! Whoosh! The proud Kingsek inadvertently scored the go-ahead goal against the opponent with his face amidst his cries of dismay. Daniel, you were simply incredible! The score of 2-1 sent Zhou Lin into raptures as he rushed over to embrace Kingsek. However, Kingsek, clutching his nose, pushed him away, speaking in a muffled tone. Boss, please don't slap me in the face next time. All right, well played. Zhou Lin leaped onto Kingsek's back and jokingly said, Who told you to get used to missing the target? I can only stuff the ball in your mouth. In jest, the big man was not disheartened, instead breaking into a hearty laugh. I told you, Kingsek is Zhou's best partner. In the stands, Mia was bouncing with excitement, while Lena's gaze revealed a hint of something unusual. Logically, she should have praised Zhou Lin first. Could it be? At this thought, a subtle smile graced Lena's face. Chapter 55, breaking open the cold palace door. Schalke 04 was in utter disarray. Last year's runners-up were being ruthlessly subdued by the team languishing in the fifth-to-last position. This was something Magath could not accept, and neither could the players on the pitch. In a moment of desperation, Huntelaar sprinted towards Atsuto Uchida and seized his collar. You useless Japanese, why can't you keep an eye on Zhou? As the team's right back, Uchida was indeed expected to mark Zhou Lin closely. However, during the team and Amp, Oppo's aggressive counterattack, Uchida succumbed to the temptation to join the fray. Faced with the wrath of the Dutchman, he could only shrink back in silence. Enough of the blame, he thought, not wanting to witness any internal discord. Fortunately, Raoul arrived just in time to save Uchida from further humiliation. Yet, Magath remained stoic on the sidelines, casting a disdainful glance at Uchida. A wave of failure washed over Uchida's heart. Gritting his teeth, he approached Zhou Lin, who had just finished celebrating. Don't forget, Japan has defeated China before. Today, I will do it again. This statement reignited Zhou Lin's simmering fury, which was still on the verge of eruption. You wretched creature. Since you enjoy barking in front of your master, I shall teach you how to be a proper dog. With a cold retort, Zhou Lin turned and strode back to the center circle. At the 70th minute, Pugilo received the ball in the front and charged towards the left side of the penalty area. Uchida and Kruger rushed towards him, preparing to execute a double team. Just as they were about to close in, Pugilo unexpectedly flicked the ball back with his heel. Behind him, Zhou Lin, sprinting at full speed, received the pass and sent a precise through ball into the penalty area. The ball slipped through the defender's legs and landed perfectly at the feet of Kingsek, who, with his back to Metzelder, turned and shot. Realizing the danger, Hweeds dove to intercept, but the ball ricocheted off his foot. As the ball exited the penalty area, Zhou Lin arrived in the middle and struck it. The football soared into the bottom left corner of the goal like a shooting star. 3-1. That raised his head in fervent prayer to the heavens. Before the match, he could scarcely imagine his team triumphing over the formidable Schalke, let alone winning by a 2-goal margin. Well done, Kingsek. Zhou Lin, you are magnificent. On the stands, Mia cheered hoarsely for her idol, which only confirmed to Lena that something was amiss between her and Zhou Lin. Otherwise, what did this goal have to do with Kingsek? This thought led her to recall Caligiuri, the Italian who had been shadowing Zhou Lin lately. Perhaps he would have the latest news. With this in mind, Lena discreetly made her way toward Caligiuri and Amp, Oppo's girlfriend amidst the jubilant crowd. As the game resumed, the tension on the pitch escalated. Whenever Zhou Lin received the ball, Schalke 04 players would resort to pulling and kicking as they greeted him. In an instant, Zhou Lin, having just entered the realm of stardom, was treated like a superstar. Uchida, in particular, was notably enthusiastic, repeatedly bringing Zhou Lin down while spewing trash talk. After being knocked down once more by Uchida, Zhou Lin and Amp, Oppo's emotions boiled over. He sprang up, ready to retaliate. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The skill and Amp, Oppo's, Angry Angel and Amp, Oppo's, has been activated. The host and Amp, Oppo's, offensive attributes will increase to 95 for the next 15 minutes. All right. You still possess some humanity. Zhou Lin halted, narrowing his eyes at Uchida. You have provoked me. Uchida was momentarily taken aback, then gritted his teeth and sneered. So what if I have? You and Appos, read just a little Chinese. Before he could finish, Zhou Lin raised 3 fingers and declared, I will deliver 3 assists in front of you. And you, prepare to enter the Cold Palace. Previously, Magath had mistakenly banished Hao-Sange to the Cold Palace. Today, Zhou Lin aimed to unlock the gates for Uchida. Due to Uchida and Appos' foul, Freiburg was awarded a free kick on the left side of the penalty area. As the team and Appos' best free kick taker, Zhou Lin confidently stepped up to the spot. However, this time, he opted not for the signature curling shot but quickly passed the ball to Pugelo outside the penalty area. Pugelo attempted to turn with the ball, but found himself tightly marked by Muttered. In desperation, the Belarusian had to pass the ball back to Zhou Lin, who was now running towards the backfield, with Uchida hot on his heels. Sensing the ball was slightly ahead, Zhou Lin decisively accelerated, creating distance from Uchida. With a deft touch using the outside of his left foot in a 180-degree turn, Zhou Lin dashed past Uchida like lightning. With no obstruction ahead, he calmly sent a curling shot with his left foot. This time, Kingsek did not let him down, leaping high amidst the crowd to breach Neuer and Appos' defenses. 4-1. The crowd erupted once more. Cries of the new king has ascended, resounding through the air. Indeed, the new king was Zhou Lin. This young man of Chinese descent had conquered Freiburg in just 5 matches. Amidst the cheers, Zhou Lin coldly raised 1 finger towards Uchida, 2 more to go. I shall personally send you to hell. Understanding Zhou Lin's intent, Uchida's pupils dilated with rage, seemingly ready to exact vengeance. At the 80th minute, Zhou Lin struck again. A beautiful flick nearly caused Uchida to trip over his own feet. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin smoothly cut in front of him, delivering another precise pass into the penalty area. Pugelo arrived just in time to chip the ball into the net before Neuer could intervene. Zhou, I absolutely adore you. As the third player fortunate enough to receive an assist from Zhou Lin, Pugelo rushed over with excitement. Hey, I and Appos am not into guys, Zhou Lin quipped, quickly retreating, seemingly trying to escape the overly enthusiastic Belarusian. But Pugelo paid no heed, tackling him to the ground. Pinned beneath Pugelo, Zhou Lin raised 2 fingers, as if to remind Uchida, your time is running out. In the 89th minute, Schalke 04 had completely lost their fighting spirit. As Zhou Lin carried the ball down the left flank, even the newly substituted Kruger merely offered a token defensive glare. Yet Uchida refused to concede defeat, his eyes blazing as he attempted to thwart Zhou Lin's third assist. Seeing Uchida and Appos' determination, Zhou Lin felt a wave of satisfaction. He executed a single-foot rainbow flick, leaving Uchida stunned. As the ball landed, Zhou Lin once again sent a curling shot with his left foot. The ever-discreet SCH really appeared just in time to nod the ball into the net. Zhou Lin, without looking back, raised 3 fingers in Uchida and Appos' direction. Such humiliation. The sight of those fingers sent Uchida into a frenzy. In a fit of rage, he lunged at Zhou Lin with a reckless tackle, targeting him with malicious intent. Chapter 56. Who is it? Step forward if you dare. 6-1. Freiburg orchestrates a stunning comeback. Freiburg and Mainz achieve 5 consecutive victories. With the underdog team continuing to create miracles, a new king rises, conquering the Badenova Stadium with 9 goals and 12 assists. Uchida Atsudo faces potential disciplinary action for a malicious foul. After 5 rounds, Freiburg and Mainz continue to lead the points table, with even the formidable Borussia Dortmund temporarily relegated to 3rd place. However, as the 6th round approaches, most people are skeptical about Freiburg maintaining their winning streak, especially since Zhou Lin sustained an injury due to Uchida and Appos' foul towards the end of the last match. The following day, the club announced that Zhou Lin would miss the next match due to an ankle sprain. Zhou Lin, who had previously believed he was not prone to injuries, specifically inquired with the system. Yet, the system merely stated that non-serious injuries would not activate passive skills, abruptly ending the discussion. Just as Zhou Lin was about to voice his protest, 20 attribute points descended upon him, distributed among long passing, short passing, dribbling, and finishing. Simultaneously, his overall rating soared to 77. The additional point likely stemmed from the enhancement effects of auxiliary attributes in the overall calculation. Moreover, once the bond relationship is activated, his comprehensive rating would reach 83, with primary attributes such as ball control, dribbling, finishing, long passing, and short passing all reaching 85. Speed and stamina would also rise to 80. Among the auxiliary attributes, except for strength remaining unchanged, acceleration, anticipation, crossing, long shots, and shot power would all hit 80. While free kicks would rise to 85 and aggression would increase to 75. However, his heading and composure still languished at a meager 45. Furthermore, if the three swords were combined, his overall rating would attain 84, meaning his speed and stamina would also synchronize at 85. When the Angry Angel ability activates, Zhou Lin's overall rating would, in a short time, approach a staggering 95. This is the reason Schalke 04 would be utterly dismantled. In light of the system's generosity, Zhou Lin resolutely decided to let go of his injury concerns. Hey son, I heard you got hurt? Want to come to Berlin for a while? Did you have a thorough checkup? Don't fear the injury. The key is to avoid leaving any lingering issues. Early in the morning, his somewhat unreliable parents called one after another. Although they were a bit nagging, they provided Zhou Lin with a rare warmth of home. After ending the calls, Zhou Lin, limping, intended to go downstairs for something to eat but suddenly remembered that Jinkique had left with the team yesterday and had no time to fetch food for him. Reluctantly, Zhou Lin decided to soak up some sunlight to replenish his energy, knowing the team doctor would come by at noon for treatment and bring lunch along. Just as he settled by the window, he heard the sound of the door opening downstairs. Soon after, Lena ascended the stairs with a breakfast tray. Are you hungry? Hurry and eat something. Don't you have class today? Zhou Lin was slightly taken aback, looking up at her. Lena, however, remained silent, simply placing the breakfast on the coffee table nearest to Zhou Lin. By the way, Mia asked me to tell you that she no longer wishes to hear about tactics. If needed, she will consult the coach. How do you know? Me? Of course, it was Caligula's girlfriend who informed me, and then I directly asked Mia. A playful smile adorned Lena's lips as she regarded Zhou Lin with a teasing gaze. After a moment of silence, Zhou Lin suddenly realized, so, you and Jinkique are also a facade. In reality, you still like me. You're just afraid to face my mother? Lena shot him a glare, retorting, don't be so self-important. I just suddenly wanted to see the moon of Huaxia. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lin chuckled. He only stopped when he noticed Lena's face gradually reddening, and he remarked, you should know that when dealing with a straight man, the worst thing is to be indirect. Ah, please don't hit me. Before he could finish, Lena's small fists began to rain down on him like a flurry. Initially, I was indeed sulking with you, but you just turned and left, not even uttering a word of comfort. As Lena spoke, her voice grew increasingly choked with emotion, and Zhou Lin felt a pang of sympathy, instinctively pulling her into an embrace. All right, it's all my fault. Once Lena calmed down, Zhou Lin scratched his head and added, as for Daniel, I'll clarify things. However, you'd better help him find a girlfriend, or I fear he'll remain unfulfilled. His remark elicited a playful pout from Lena, and her small fist resumed their playful assault on Zhou Lin. Wolfsburg 2 o'clock delivers Freiburg their first defeat of the season. The true colors are revealed. Without Zhou, the team remains a quagmire. On Wednesday, the 6th round of matches concluded. The away defeat left Freiburg at a loss in their top-of-the-table clash against Mainz. As a result, only Mainz continues their winning streak this season, poised to forge ahead. A sense of despondency enveloped Freiburg's club. And even the chatty Baumann was uncharacteristically reticent during training. Amidst the gloomy atmosphere, Freiburg prepared to host Cologne. October 2nd, Saturday. When Zhou Lin's figure reappeared at the Badenova Stadium, the Freiburg fans couldn't help but thank the heavens. It was inevitable. Their last match had been dismal. Whenever Zhou Lin was present, they wouldn't have been so thoroughly suppressed by Wolfsburg in their own half. To restore the fans' confidence, Zhou Lin showcased his dribbling and passing skills during training. With these attributes exceeding 80, he instantly captivated the onlookers, especially with both Jinkique and Baumann starting that day. Zhou Lin's technique appeared almost ethereal. Under his influence, Takashi Yano demonstrated his skill in striking the crossbar repeatedly. Of course it was unsuccessful. Observing this, Baumann, who was watching from the goal, could not resist his sharp tongue. Hey, are you trying to showcase your shooting or gift the fans of football? If it's the latter, I fear the spare balls won't suffice. Shall I borrow a few more from the club? Shut up. Rolling his eyes at the younger Baumann, Yano, unwilling to be outdone, took another shot. Bang! The football soared over the goal and into the stands once more. Where did the ball go? My radar shows nothing. Baumann laughed heartily, clutching his stomach after mocking Yano. Infuriated, Yano charged at him. However, Baumann swiftly evaded him, and the two engaged in a playful chase, momentarily lifting the spirits of their teammates from the shadow of defeat. Noticing Zhou Lin's relaxed demeanor, Cologne star player Podolski seized the opportunity to approach, saying, Zhou, it's an honor to share the field with you. As fellow underdogs, Cologne has no reason to look down on Freiburg. Podolski, being a second-generation immigrant, treated Zhou Lin with a friendly attitude. In the spirit of reciprocity, Zhou Lin extended his right hand, saying, "Lucas, you were my idol back in 2006. In 2006, Podolski was awarded the best young player at the World Cup." Zhou Lin intended to convey his admiration and respect. Podolski, clearly pleased, was about to compliment Zhou Lin when suddenly, a football hurtled through the air, nearly striking Zhou Lin in the face. "Who is it? Step forward if you dare." With renewed fury, Zhou Lin gazed in the direction in which the football soared. Chapter 57. The off-form Kingsek. Upon hearing the shout, a young player with a mohawk staggered over. His name was Matusik, a fresh recruit from the Cologne 2 team. Approaching Zhou Lin, Matusik raised his chin slightly. "Yellow-skinned monkey, let us have a one-on-one," he taunted, provoking Zhou Lin's temper. In an instant, Zhou Lin was ready to retaliate. Shaking off Podolski's restraint, "Zhou, don't stoop to his level." Podolski, a player of integrity, was reluctant to resort to underhanded tactics against Zhou Lin and disapproved of Matusik's provocation. Calming Zhou Lin down, Podolski shot a fierce glare at his teammate. "Adam, don't you dare apologize to Zhou? Why should I?" Matusik, a mere 20 years of age, seemed unfazed by the status of the team's star player. In an instant, Podolski's expression darkened, ready to explode. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin appeared to recall something, squinting as he said, "I remember now. You're the player I made cry, aren't you?" In a previous friendly match, Zhou Lin had frustrated a U19 Cologne player to tears, and it seemed that Matusik was that very youth. Indeed, upon hearing Zhou Lin's recollection, Matusik's eyes burned with hatred. "Yellow-skinned monkey, don't get too cocky. I'm not the same as I was back then. You're quite amusing." "As though I am still the same as I was," Zhou Lin scoffed, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "I hope so, because I haven't prepared any tissues for you." Infuriated, Matusik advanced to strike, but Podolski stepped in to halt the impetuous youth. "Enough. If you dare to cause any more trouble, this match is off." Having witnessed Zhou Lin unleash fury upon Schalke 04, Podolski feared Cologne would meet a similar fate. However, Matusik seemed oblivious, making a throat-cutting gesture before Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin's anger peaked. Then, it vanished. Isn't it time to activate the Angry Angel skill? Confused, Zhou Lin pondered aloud, only to be met with the system's languid reply. "Have you heard of cooldown periods? Once activated, special skills require a cooldown of at least 3 matches before reuse. During this time, the host's anger will be instantly reset. Then I can be a good boy from now on?" Zhou Lin envisioned a scene of himself refraining from retaliation and insults. It was rather disconcerting. At 14:30, the match officially commenced. Due to the midday timing, both teams appeared somewhat out of sorts, which left Klopp, patiently watching the live broadcast, feeling dissatisfied. After viewing Freiburg's 6-1 victory over Schalke 04, his impression of Zhou Lin had shifted dramatically, especially during the last 15 minutes when Zhou Lin resembled a fusion of peak Ronaldinho and Beckham, albeit with a hint of Dejan Lovren's shadow. Nonetheless, the stubborn Klopp wished to observe further before determining if Zhou Lin could replace Shinji Kagawa. Upon learning of this, sporting director Zorc seized the opportunity, insisting on evaluating Kingsek's performance alongside Klopp. After much persuasion, Klopp reluctantly agreed to watch the match the next day, even with a looming clash against Bayern. 10 minutes into the game, Freiburg's offense began to flourish. Zhou Lin, acquiring the ball in the backfield, executed a long pass that accurately found Kingsek, who surged forward from the left flank. Shielding himself against Cologne's right-back Brecco, Kingsek unleashed a powerful shot towards the box, only to have it snatched by goalkeeper Mondragon. His technique is rather crude. Klopp furrowed his brow, seemingly unimpressed with Kingsek's performance. Zorc quickly interjected, "Daniel has played well before. He just seems a bit off today." Klopp frowned. He can't possibly be a hit or miss player, can he? This assessment was far from flattering, as Klopp detested players with inconsistent performance. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zorc attempted to shift the narrative, suggesting that Zhou and Kingsek needed to be paired together. What sort of logic is that? Klopp expressed his discontent. Zorc shrugged. "It is said that Zhou proposed it himself. I detest threats, even more so players who make unreasonable demands." The initial goodwill evaporated. Klopp stood, ready to leave, but Zorc hastily urged him to remain seated. "Don't be hasty. Perhaps Kingsek simply needs more time to find his rhythm. Let us wait until after the match to draw conclusions. If it doesn't work out, I'll consult Zhou and Struis." After some persuasion, Klopp finally redirected his gaze back to the television. On the field, Zhou Lin proactively switched to the right flank and sent another long pass into the box. The ball arced gracefully across the field, landing perfectly at Kingsek's feet. The tall player, with his back to the goal, leapt high and headed the ball toward Rosenthal. Rosenthal quickly relayed the ball to Makajati on the left. The Congolese player utilized his speed to outpace the opposing right back, surging into the box to deliver a horizontal pass. Inside the area, two Cologne players lunged to intercept, but the ball ricocheted and landed perfectly for Rosenthal. He took a shot, only for the ball to be blocked by the still off-form Kingsek standing right in front of the goal. "Fool, can't you recognize offside and step aside in time?" Klopp couldn't help but scold, perceiving Kingsek's actions as amateurish. 5 minutes later, Zhou Lin maneuvered past the opposing defensive midfielder Petty, threading the ball through to Kingsek. As Kingsek charged towards the box, he stumbled slightly, allowing the recovering centre-back Mohammed to intercept the ball. "Damn it," Klopp cursed vehemently. Zorc, feeling equally embarrassed, pondered how to tactfully decline Kingsek's involvement in front of Zhou and Struis. Just then, Zhou Lin received the ball in the center and sent it to Kingsek, who had moved to the right. The Cologne left back, Arit, leaped in with a scissor tackle, but the towering player merely swayed slightly, shaking off Arit, and continued his advance. This sudden display of agility caught Klopp's attention, as he glimpsed the potential of a beastly player. As Kingsek barreled forward, the opposing centre-back Mohammed rushed to cover. Kingsek hesitated briefly before reluctantly passing the ball back to Zhou Lin. Upon receiving it, Zhou Lin deftly maneuvered past another centre-back, Jerome, feigning a shot. The vigilant Mondragon, not daring to underestimate the situation, rushed out decisively. Zhou Lin, who had no intention of shooting, cleverly pushed the ball to the right with the outside of his foot. Kingsek, already well-positioned, unleashed a powerful strike. Clang! The ball struck the far post and ricocheted out. Witnessing this, Klopp could no longer contain himself and stood up. "Enough. If bundling is the only option, I would rather forego it entirely." Chapter 58. The heart of the team is fragmented. Leadership becomes difficult. Daniel, do you even realize what you are doing? On the field, Zhou Lin could not help but question Kinsek. Yet, Kinsek, unusually, turned and walked away, seemingly uninterested in offering an explanation. "Stop right there." Zhou Lin surged forward to intercept the hulking figure, softening his tone. "Struss informed me that Klopp will be watching this match today. If you wish to start for Dortmund, you must demonstrate some skill, don't you think?" Upon hearing this, Kinsek frowned and grumbled, "That is your dream, not mine. What is happening?" Zhou Lin was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled their pre-match conversation regarding Lina. At that time, Kinsek had said little, only appearing somewhat distracted once the game commenced. At that moment, Dutt, standing at the sidelines, pointed at Kinsek with fury etched across his face, bellowing, "Daniel, pull yourself together. Don't make me consider substitutions by halftime." Hearing the shout, Kinsek quickly raised his right hand toward the coach and lowered his head, jogging back to his half of the field. Taking advantage of Freiburg's two forwards failing to return promptly, Monty Lagoon threw the ball to initiate a counterattack. Right back Brecco surged forward, deftly maneuvering past the oncoming Macchiati, and passed the ball to Matusik in the center. The Mohican-headed player passed to right midfielder Clemens while pressing up on Rosenthal. Clemens dashed down the flank, reaching the ball just ahead of Bastians, and sent across to the edge of the penalty area. Podolski sprang into action, successfully drawing away central defender Balter. On the edge of the box, Matusik received the ball, expertly feinted past Toprak, who had replaced Butcher, and unleashed a powerful strike with his left foot. To everyone's astonishment, the opposing goalkeeper, Baumann, was caught off guard, helplessly watching the ball sail into the net. 0-1. Freiburg found themselves trailing the visiting team despite a promising start. After the goal, Matusik shrugged off the celebrating teammates and ran straight to Zhou Lin. "Yellow-skinned monkey. I told you I would make you cry." The anger reignited. Then it vanished. Zhou Lin's expression shifted dramatically. Regaining his composure, he merely pointed at Matusik before turning away. Kinsek, who had witnessed the entire exchange, felt conflicted. In the past, he would have rushed to Zhou Lin's defense, but now, hesitating for a moment, Kinsek collided forcefully with Matusik as he maneuvered past, then quickly retreated. As the game resumed, Kinsek passed the ball to Zhou Lin and turned to sprint toward the opponent's half. Zhou Lin chose not to break through but passed the ball to Macchiati on the left. Under pressure, the Congolese player could not turn and had to pass back to Rosenthal. After executing a 1-2 with Schuster, Rosenthal looked up to find Zhou Lin had shifted to the left flank. The ball found its way to Zhou Lin's feet. Podolski, accompanied by Matusik and right midfielder Clemens, closed in on the ball. Zhou Lin weaved through the crowd, showcasing his exceptional ball control. In a moment of desperation, Matusic hooked Zhou Lin's right foot, causing him to kneel. But before the referee could blow the whistle, Zhou Lin quickly pushed off the ground with his hands and accelerated along the left flank, swiftly distancing himself from his pursuers. Outside the box, Brecco approached, positioning himself to block the inside lane. Zhou Lin momentarily slowed, seemingly contemplating whether to cut inside or cross. As he entered the penalty area, Zhou Lin tentatively performed a step-over. However, Brecco did not rush in. Instead, he crouched low, maintaining his position. Just as he bent down to his lowest point, Zhou Lin suddenly burst to the left. In that instant, Brecco was left dismayed, as Zhou Lin had perfectly timed his move. With Brecco in that position, quickly shifting his weight became nearly impossible. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Lin glided past him, arriving near the goal line. Simultaneously, Kinsek had rushed to the front, leaning against Mohammed, asking for the ball. Yet, Zhou Lin did not even glance at him, launching a left-footed shot instead. At the front of the goal, Monty Lagoon scrambled to thwart the ball's entry, but it still soared over his head and into the net. 1-1. Barely 2 minutes after Cologne's goal, Zhou Lin equalized with a brilliant solo effort. Linus. Joe. The crowd erupted with a deafening roar. At that moment, the Freiburg fans felt elated, for they possessed the invincible Zhou, the newly crowned king of Baden Nova. Amid the cheers, Lena in the stands noticed something amiss. Following the goal, Zhou Lin did not celebrate but instead walked silently back to his half. Kinsek, too, appeared somewhat at a loss, as if hesitating over something. As a friend, Zhou Lin could afford to be understanding toward Kinsek. However, he would never tolerate a disregard for the team's honor. In essence, Zhou Lin owed nothing to anyone and had no intention of coddling anyone. Despite the bonds that existed, he did not wish to be tied to any one person for life. When the mountains crumble and the waters recede, the path always lies beneath one's own feet. If Kinsek could not grasp even this simple truth and remain lost in self-pity, refusing to seize opportunities, then there was no point in thinking any further. During halftime, Baumann approached Zhou Lin with a troubled expression. "Boss, Daniel is just a bit troubled. You know, heartbreak can easily lead someone to despair." Before he could finish, Zhou Lin furrowed his brow and interjected. "Do you know that Klopp will be scrutinizing Kinsek on television today?" The shocking revelation left Baumann speechless. Zhou Lin continued. "Daniel is an adult. He should know what he ought to do and what he ought not to do. Because of Lena, he may vent his frustrations at me. But he must never give up on the field, if he cannot withstand this minor hardship. He is destined to toil in relegation battles in the Bundesliga or the second division for the rest of his life." Baumann shook his head repeatedly, seemingly dissatisfied with Kinsek's actions. However, before he could speak again, Dutt entered the locker room, his expression as cold as ice. Surveying the room, Dutt coldly declared, "Aside from Zhou Lin, I do not consider there to be any indispensable stars on this team. If anyone fails to put in the effort, I will have them sit by the water cooler until the end of time." As he spoke, he cast a pointed glance at Kinsek, who remained too intimidated to look up. Dutt exhaled sharply, stating, "In the second half, Takashi Yano will play as forward. As for Cisse and Kinsek, they should stay here and reflect." Cisse had offended Dutt by being defiant during the match against Schalke 04, resulting in his sidelining. As for Kinsek, he had genuinely disappointed Dutt. For a moment, Yano was at a loss for what expression to wear, looking to Kalahuri for help. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Lin could not help but internally lament. The team's spirit had dissipated, leading them had become a formidable challenge. Chapter 59. The unjust system. As the second half of the match was about to commence, the players from both teams gathered near the center circle, awaiting the kickoff. With a mocking grin, Matusic repeatedly waggled his left foot at Zhou Lin, as if to imply, "We are at a stalemate." Although momentarily unable to unleash his fury, it did not signify that Zhou Lin would transform into a meek lamb. Observing the scene, he strode directly towards Matusic, locking eyes with him and declaring, "In the first half, I had some matters to attend to. In the second half, I shall hammer you into questioning your very existence." With that, he calmly returned to his position. Matusic appeared dismissive of this, mumbling incessantly as he spewed trash talk. However, Podolski sensed an undercurrent of danger and promptly urged his teammates to tighten their mark on Zhou Lin. As the whistle blew, Podolski played the ball back to Matusic. Just as the Mohican lad was about to make his move, a loud shout pierced the air. "Ma Chao!" Momentarily taken aback, Zhou Lin seized the ball from under his feet. He passed it to the right flank to Kalahuri and immediately advanced. Unexpectedly, the opposing left back, Erit, blocked Kalahuri's path. Left with no choice, the Italian could only return the ball to Zhou Lin. The pass was slightly behind, forcing Zhou Lin to turn back to receive it. Seizing the opportunity, both Podolski and Matusik pressed forward, creating a pincer movement. With less than a meter separating them, Zhou Lin deftly used the inside of his left foot to nudge the ball away from his right heel, skillfully evading the advancing Matusik. He then pivoted, pushing the ball to the side with the outside of his right foot, slipping past the encroaching Podolski. Before him, Petiti stood like a sentinel, trembling uncontrollably. It was no wonder. With 3 defenders unable to contain Zhou Lin, it would indeed be remarkable if he felt fear. As anticipated, Zhou Lin effortlessly left Petiti in his wake and delivered a diagonal pass into the penalty area. The ball deftly threaded through the gap between the 2 center backs. Yano Takashi rushed in, sending the ball between Montalagina's legs and into the net. Incredible! Yano, incredible! Amidst the cheers, Yano Takashi raised his hands and sprinted towards Zhou Lin, embracing him and spinning in place. Thank you, boss. You are the eternal deity. After releasing Zhou Lin, Yano knelt on one knee, mimicking the act of polishing his right shoe. Originally, this gesture was meant for the goal scorer, yet no one found fault in Yano's actions. On the sidelines, Kiksek, seated on the bench, found himself lost in thought upon witnessing this moment. Perhaps it was only at this instant that he fully comprehended that all his achievements were, in fact, owed to Zhou Lin, and there was nothing to be proud of. Once Yano concluded his celebration, Zhou Lin, accompanied by his teammates, ran to the sidelines to elegantly showcase a move reminiscent of a wild horse's mane. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch as the crowd erupted with chants of "Long live our king." 10 minutes later, Bastian sent a long pass from the backfield towards Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin initially received the ball with his chest and then deftly clipped it with the tip of his left foot, bringing it to rest at his feet. As soon as the ball landed, 3 midfielders, led by Matusik, swiftly surrounded him. Faced with their encroachment, Zhou Lin deftly nudged the ball with his left foot, slipping past Matusik. He then executed a shoulder drop, leaving the right midfielder, Clemens, off balance. Finally, he flicked the ball outward with the outside of his left foot, easily bypassing the left midfielder, Laniki. The midfield had succumbed. Petiti hastily converged towards the 2 center backs, attempting to unite in halting Zhou Lin's advance. However, in a surprising twist, Zhou Lin opted not to charge straight ahead, but instead carried the ball down the left side of the pitch towards Brecco. "Don't come any closer." The right back, already intimidated by Zhou Lin, silently yelled in his mind, gritting his teeth in preparation to serve as yet another backdrop. Fortunately, Zhou Lin had no intention of toying with him again. He simply sent the ball into the penalty area with his left foot. With the defenders preoccupied on the left side, Yano Takashi, unimpeded by any other defender save for Erit, ghosted into the box, executing a stunning leap to head the ball into the net. 3-1. In less than 15 minutes into the second half, Zhou Lin had secured victory for Freiburg. But the excitement did not end there. 20 minutes later, Balter dispatched a short pass towards Zhou Lin. Aware that Matusik was hot on his heels, Zhou Lin deliberately turned to the right. Matusik, unwilling to be complacent, hurriedly moved in the same direction. Unbeknownst to him, the ball rapidly rolled past him in the opposite direction. Zhou Lin swiftly maneuvered around Matusik to chase the ball, making a quick advance along the left side of the pitch. Noticing that Matusik was still in pursuit, Erit, the left back, promptly positioned himself inward to prevent Zhou Lin from cutting inside. Simultaneously, center back Mohammed sprinted over to assist in the defense. On the left side of the penalty area, Zhou Lin executed the same move as before, gliding past Erit. In the narrow space between the 3 defenders, he lightly nudged the ball into the penalty area with the outside of his right foot. A flash of red dashed into the box just in time. Yano Takashi seized the opportunity presented by Mohammed's misstep, charging into the penalty area, and with a swift kick, sent the ball past Monty Laguna's outstretched fingers, rolling into the far corner of the net. 4-1. Zhou Lin's 3 assists had helped Yano Takashi complete a hat trick at home. At this point, Sis was left in awe. Kiksek felt regretful. They had finally realized that Freiburg had no second striker. If there was one, it was undoubtedly Zhou Lin who provided it. Meanwhile, one individual on the pitch wept in defeat, Matusik, who had dared to challenge Zhou Lin. This young man had finally received his comeuppance, dragging his team down with him as Zhou Lin unleashed his full might. "You scoundrel!" Podolski, furious, shoved the tearful Matusik to the ground. Initially, he believed that the match might end in a draw. Yet, due to Matusik's foolishness, Zhou Lin's fury was ignited, and he showed no signs of holding back. Just as everyone anticipated that the match might devolve into a slaughter, that timely substituted Zhou Lin with Pugilo. Upon returning to the bench, Sis quickly approached. "Linus, could you help me plead with the coach?" As a striker, Sis had no desire to sit idly on the sidelines while others scored. Zhou Lin pondered for a moment and replied, "I'll write you a note later, but you must sincerely apologize to the coach in person." "All right. I know you Huaxiao people are the best at writing notes." Sis had no idea he was flirting with disaster. Fortunately, Zhou Lin was not inclined to hold a grudge and simply closed his eyes to rest and recover. Just then, a sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Sis' favorability towards the host had reached 90, allowing for the replacement of a bonded individual at any time. "Would you like to proceed with the substitution?" "MMP. Is this considered a kick while I'm down?" Zhou Lin's anger flared as he cursed the system for its injustice. Yet, the system seemed unfazed, continuing to announce the match rewards in a bureaucratic manner. Due to the host completing another assist hat trick, a random reward of 5 attribute points was granted. Ding. Rewards received. Congratulations, host. Your strength has reached 70. Well then, now I know you are indeed angry. Zhou Lin fell silent, rendered speechless. Chapter 60. The foolish giant who gains both wealth and talent after 7 rounds of matches, Mainz remains unbeaten, proudly sitting atop the standings with 21 points. Close behind are Freiburg and Dortmund, both tied with 18 points, showcasing remarkable attacking prowess with 25 and 18 goals respectively. In the scoring and assist charts, Zhou Lin commands the lead with 10 goals and 15 assists, surveying the field from a position of superiority. Such commendable achievements have naturally attracted the attention of clubs from the top 5 leagues. Recently, Struss has been bustling through England, France, Italy, and Spain, akin to an aerial acrobat. Although Zhou Lin's initial intent was to return to Dortmund, the possibility of joining other clubs remains. Therefore, Struss must proactively gauge the sincerity and tactical plans of various clubs on behalf of his player. In contrast, Zhou Lin returned to Dortmund to relish a rare vacation. This respite is afforded by the European Championship qualifiers on October 8th and 12th, followed by friendly matches for the German U21 team on the 10th and 13th. Consequently, the Bundesliga will not resume until October 16th. During this interval, players without national team duties can enjoy at least a week of rest. As for Baumann, he departs with a face full of bitterness. Indeed, this individual must join the U21 matches alongside the captain, sacrificing his holiday. Subsequently, the other 2 members of the trio return to Dortmund respectively. Remarkably, the foolish giant has yet to forgive Zhou Lin. Even after the conclusion of the 7th round, he hastily vacated the villa without even offering an excuse. What he remains unaware of is that should Zhou Lin truly wish to abandon the situation, the proud Daniel would forever be barred from the starting lineup for Freiburg. This is not to suggest that Zhou Lin would sabotage him. Rather, without the bonds of camaraderie, Jinkique is simply unworthy of a starting position, let alone a place on the matchday roster. This can be validated through Baumann, who, despite excelling at Freiburg, returns to mediocrity upon joining the U21 national team. Otherwise, his market value would have long surpassed 3 million. On the following day after returning to Dortmund, Jinkique, feeling dejected, arrives at the club alone. At that moment, on the expansive training ground, Leo is engaged in light-hearted banter with a fierce-looking bald man. Upon noticing his nephew's arrival, Leo ceases his joviality and gestures towards the bald man, saying, "This is Lucas Fischer." Upon hearing the familiar surname, Jinkique is taken aback. However, Lucas, the bald man, appears unperturbed and warmly embraces Jinkique, stating, "Aside from Dortmund, I only watch your matches. I must admit, you all are playing remarkably well now." Regaining his composure, Jinkique scrutinizes Lucas with disbelief, quietly asking, "You wouldn't happen to be Lena's cousin, would you? What, do we not resemble each other?" Lucas chuckles heartily, humorously mimicking a feminine gesture. Yet, given his fierce appearance, one cannot discern any resemblance to Lena. Sensing Jinkique and Appo's lingering skepticism, Lucas places an arm around his shoulder and says, "Lena has shared everything about you with me. Frankly, if it weren't for Linus, I would wholeheartedly wish you both the best." Once again, Zhou Lin's name surfaces, causing Jinkique's expression to darken. Lucas, however, seems prepared for this reaction, gently punching him on the shoulder and adding, "It's your own fault for acting too late. You see, Lena began to fancy Linus back in the 3rd division. Had it not been for his mother's overwhelming influence, they would have been together long ago." Lucas then recounts the past events in detail. Upon hearing this, Jinkique's face reflects deep regret. Once, when Zhou Lin confided in him, he had dismissed it as mere infatuation, believing Zhou Lin was fabricating lies to deceive him. Yet now, hearing the same tale from Lucas, he cannot help but believe it. Noticing the moment is ripe, Leo signals to Lucas, Once Lucas discreetly departs, Leo places a hand on his nephew's shoulder and asks, "Do you remember the time I took you to see the flower parade when you were little?" Jin-Keek nods slightly, recalling. "I remember you lifted me onto your shoulders so I could see the floats on the street." "Exactly," Leo affirms. "To see further, one must stand on the shoulders of giants. And to journey farther, one must choose their companions wisely." After hearing his uncle's words, Jin-Keek appears contemplative. "I have always believed Zhou was a gift from the heavens. Without him, you might still be playing for the second team. But now, you were sought after by numerous clubs." "I understand," Jin-Keek affirms, nodding earnestly. Yet, a look of confusion crosses his face as he adds, "But I have completely offended him." "Not necessarily," Leo replies with a smile, patting his nephew and calling out to the sidelines, "Linus, do you still want to witness Daniel's folly?" As soon as the words leave his lips, Zhou Lin and Lucas simultaneously peek out from their hiding spots. "Uncle Leo, such scenes are not easily witnessed. You shouldn't have called us out so soon." The unexpected appearance of his friends leaves Jin-Keek momentarily flustered. It is only when Zhou Lin approaches and embraces him tightly that Jin-Keek snaps back to reality and reciprocates the hug. "Linus, I should never have doubted your character. Nor should I have entertained thoughts of self-destruction." Noticing Jin-Keek's rising agitation, Zhou Lin quickly interrupts, "All right, any further discussion would transform you into the proud Daniel. Unless you wish to become as loquacious as Little Baum." With that, he winks at Jin-Keek. "By the way, Lucas has a younger sister. Would you like to meet her?" "Perhaps not," Jin-Keek replies, shuddering at the thought of a female version of Lucas. This provokes Lucas, who, with a fierce demeanor, leans closer and declares, "What do you know? My sister is the true beauty of the Fisher family. As for Lena, she barely makes the second spot." "I believe you," Jin-Keek retorts sarcastically. Yet he is unconvinced by Lucas's words and pushes past Zhou Lin, making a hasty retreat. In his panic, he collides with a young woman approaching from the opposite direction. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to," Jin-Keek exclaims, quickly reaching out to help her up. You are Jin-Keek?" As the girl rises, her eyes widen in surprise, covering her mouth in disbelief. With her tall stature, sun-kissed skin, and adorable freckles, Jin-Keek is suddenly struck with the urge to fall in love again. Observing the two of them lost in their starry-eyed gaze, Lucas nudges Zhou Lin with his shoulder, remarking, "See, I told you Emma is the true beauty of our family. Look, the proud Jin-Keek has already surrendered." Just then, a notification echoes in Jin-Keek's mind. Ding. In light of the host's unwavering choice of Jin-Keek, this system graciously grants the skill of invincible header. Wow. Could this foolish giant be considered to have gained both wealth and talent? Overwhelmed with shock and perhaps a tinge of jealousy, Zhou Lin feels an overwhelming urge to rush in and rescue Jin-Keek from this overwhelming situation. Chapter 61. I will ultimately outscore you all today. We present the 8th round of the 2010 to 2011 Bundesliga season, featuring the match between Werder Bremen and SC Freiburg. In the commentary booth, Huang Jinqiang, who is once again able to narrate Freiburg's matches, exudes palpable excitement. Bremen adopts a 4-3-1-2 formation, with the left forward being the towering Almeida, standing at 191 meters. Skilled in aerial duels and headers, while the right forward is Arnaud Ovi, also 190 meters tall, known for his ball control and incisive passes. The midfield consists of Marin on the left, veteran Frings in the center, and Wills on the right, with Hunt positioned as the shadow striker or attacking midfielder. The defense, from left to right, is composed of Silvestre, the 194-meter-tall PRDL, the 2-meter-tall Mertzacker, and Fritz. The goalkeeper, standing at 194 meters, is Wies. Among these players, 5 exceed a height of 190 meters, and 7 boast a market value surpassing 7 million. With the rising star Marin valued at an impressive 14 million. In summary, Werder Bremen presents a formidable and imposing lineup. After detailing the home team's roster, Huang Jinqiang proceeds to introduce Freiburg's starting formation. Unlike previous matches, Coach Dutt has opted for a 4-3-3 formation today, featuring a forward trio of Sis, Qi Ling, and Zhou Lin. The midfield consists of Macchiati, Schuster, and Abdisadki, while the defense remains unchanged, led by Captain Baumann. During the warm-up, Marin casts several disdainful glances at Zhou Lin, seemingly looking down upon the emerging talent. Zhou Lin, accustomed to this treatment, focuses intently on his training. However, the spectators are not inclined to let Zhou Lin off easily, quickly composing a mocking song to tease the young star. Zhou. His speed is slower than that of a grandmother. His physique is weaker than an eggshell. Compared to the great Marin, he is nothing but rubbish. Upon hearing the song, Zhou Lin grabs Sis's arm and asks, "Hey, Am I really that slow? While he does not wish to argue about his physique, he is confident in his speed. Likening himself to a novice sports car with 3 gears. Reflecting on Zhou Lin's performance in the last match, Sis replies seriously, "No. I believe you have always been quite fast. You are indeed a true marksman." Eh? Why do I sense a hint of mockery in that? Zhou Lin blinks in confusion at Sis, who nods emphatically, seemingly encouraging Zhou Lin to embrace his self-confidence. Suddenly, the serious atmosphere is shattered by Bauman's laughter, who points at Zhou Lin and exclaims, "Boss, I never expected you to be. Haha. I must inform Lena about this to avoid future regrets." Zhou Lin, realizing the jest, playfully kicks Sis. With the match officially commencing at 14:30, Werder Bremen, currently ranked 12th, quickly asserts dominance over Freiburg. Within 5 minutes, Maren breaks through 2 lines of defense down the left flank and delivers a cross near the byline. Almeida leaps high to head the ball towards the on-rushing Arnautovi, who strikes immediately without hesitation. Thankfully, Baumann showcases his brilliance, deflecting what seemed to be a certain goal. As Freiburg prepares for a corner, Zhou Lin pats Baumann on the head and says, "Good job, keep it up. I'll treat you to mapo tofu later." Baumann's expression turns sour upon realizing that Europeans generally do not enjoy tofu, especially the spicy and aromatic mapo tofu. Zhou Lin, however, delights in his playful banter. As Maren takes the corner from the left side of the penalty area, several towering figures rise within the box. Zhou Lin suddenly feels minuscule, akin to an ant gazing up at mountains. The header from Almeida strikes the post, and the quick-thinking Zhou Lin clears the ball out of play. Sylvester then throws the ball to Maren, who charges into the penalty area. Both being dribbling experts, Zhou Lin steps out of the box, lowering his center of gravity to block Maren. However, as Zhou Lin prepares to keep up with Maren, the latter swiftly cuts inward instead of heading for the byline. Zhou Lin, accustomed to outmaneuvering others, finds himself unceremoniously sprawled on the grass, met with a chorus of jeers from the home fans mocking Freiburg's new king. As Maren creates space within the box, he takes a shot, only to be blocked by Bartel, who turns to shield the ball with his back. Unfortunately for them, the deflected ball lands back at Maren's feet. Sensing danger, Baumann swiftly adopts a K-shaped defensive stance. Yet, Maren manages to slip the ball through Baumann's legs, scoring. What a goal! The commentator's exclamation ignites the crowd's fervor. Amidst the cheers, Baumann's face reflects dismay, while Bartel and Toprak gaze skyward, seemingly at a loss for words. Captain Bastians casts a glance at Zhou Lin, ultimately choosing silence over reproach. Truthfully, had Zhou Lin not been the team's orchestrator, the captain would have felt compelled to publicly chastise him for neglecting his responsibilities as a right-winger. Amidst the unvoiced accusations, Zhou Lin, feeling embarrassed, hastens to return to the midfield. Unexpectedly, Maren, who has just celebrated, blocks his path, pointing a finger and declaring, "That was merely the first one. We must score at least 3 against you." The remark, though ambiguous, alludes to a past match where Bremen triumphed over Freiburg with a score of 2-1. A match in which Maren's recent goal did not factor. If the other 2 goals were to be replicated, Maren's arithmetic would indeed be questionable, albeit at a first-grade level. Nonetheless, Zhou Lin remains unconvinced and retorts with a smirk, "No worries. Regardless of how many you score, I will ultimately net 1 more than you." Chapter 62. Why do I have a feeling that today will end in defeat? Anyone can utter bold words, but whether they can be realized is another matter entirely. For instance, Zhou Lin soon realized that he had spoken too soon. Perhaps it was the previous victories that had led Dutt to become overconfident, as he opted for a 4-3-3 formation, intending to utilize a ubiquitous triangular positioning to dismantle the opponent's defense. In truth, a 4-3-3 formation necessitates players on the field to possess strong ball control and the ability to dictate the game. However, apart from Zhou Lin, the rest of Freiburg's starting lineup lacked such capabilities. The only player who could serve as a metronome, Rosenthal, was still seated on the bench. Moreover, while Ginczyk's hold-up play was commendable and his movement extensive, his deficiencies in technical skill and goal-scoring instinct rendered the entire attacking system ineffective. Consequently, the advantages of the 4-3-3 formation failed to manifest, exposing its shortcomings instead. For instance, once the formation became disorganized, it was challenging to return to a compact state, leaving them evidently undermanned when countering attacks. At 33 minutes, Muiza, who had pushed forward, failed to return in time, allowing Almeida to intercept the ball in midfield and surge forward. He later passed the ball horizontally to Hunter in the center, currently ascending in his career. Hunter unleashed a powerful left-footed shot from outside the box. Caught off guard, Baumann could only dive and make a token attempt at a save. 2-0. Bremen led by 2 goals at halftime. After scoring, Hunter mimicked Marin by raising 2 fingers at Zhou Lin, grinning like a fox that had just stolen a hen. From the first half's observations, Freiburg's right flank was completely suppressed by Marin, making conceding a goal merely a matter of time. Similarly, the situation on the left side with Sis was not particularly promising, although the defensive pressure was not as intense. The lack of diverse attacking strategies made it difficult to penetrate the opposing defense. In the live commentary, Huang Jinqiang analyzed the match with a grave expression. The cunning Dut had finally made a mistake. Freiburg's approach today was undoubtedly one of exposing weaknesses while avoiding strengths, laying all their vulnerabilities bare before the opponent. If they failed to adjust promptly, this match could very well end in a disastrous defeat. Just then, Dut gestured and shouted at the players on the field. Zhou, drop back to the right midfielder position. Abdeslam, move to the defensive midfield. Sis, retreat, and let Jinchik stay up front. The players responded instantly, returning to a 4-2-3-1 formation. Unusually, Sis's positioning resembled that of a second striker, with Abdeslam and Wiesa providing defensive depth behind him. Zhou Lin finally had the opportunity to initiate a counterattack. 10 minutes later, Marin made another charge, darting past Zhou Lin like a gust of wind. However, this time, Abdeslam was determined not to give him a chance to showcase his skills. A well-timed sliding tackle sent Marin, ball and all, out of bounds. The tension in the air thickened. Marin got up and shoved Abdeslam. The Moroccan, unperturbed, simply raised his hands to indicate that his tackle was clean. Control your emotions. At this sight, the referee swiftly intervened to stop Marin. Frustrated, Marin spat on the ground and threw the ball to Hunter. Hunter received the pass, turned, and cleverly evaded Sis's challenge. The Frenchman spread his arms, signaling that he had done his best. Fortunately, Schuster arrived just in time, forcing Hunter to opt for a backward pass. Regrettably, the pass was not executed well. Veteran Flins had to sprint to retrieve it. Just then, Zhou Lin sprang into action, intercepting the ball before Flins could reach it. At this moment, Bremen's entire defensive line formed an arc obstructing Zhou Lin's path. Should he dare to charge through, even showcasing his signature rainbow flick? They were confident in their ability to either halt him or seize the ball. Glancing up, Zhou Lin opted to carry the ball forward. With the goal still a considerable distance away, PRDL and Musadek retreated sideways, preparing to seize the opportunity to intercept. Yet, Zhou Lin was resolute in denying them this chance. From 40 yards out, he executed a stunning lob towards the goal. A long arc soared through the air. Just as he had positioned himself slightly to the right, Wies hastily shifted to the left, leaping upward with outstretched arms toward the top left corner of the net. Unfortunately, Zhou Lin's shot was exquisitely angled, sailing past Wies's fingertips and nestling into the far corner of the net. 2-1. Zhou Lin had kept Freiburg's hopes of victory alive just before halftime. After scoring, Zhou Lin looked at the astonished Marin and Hunter, slowly raising a single finger. It must be said that Zhou Lin's long passes and long-range shots exuded a flair reminiscent of Beckham at his peak. However, his vengeful temperament. Even in the commentary booth, I could hear the home fans booing. The first half concluded, and the players from both teams headed to the locker rooms for a brief respite. After a commercial break, I will join you in watching the second half. Turning off the microphone, Wang Jinqiang burst into laughter. For him, whether Freiburg won or lost was of little consequence. As long as Zhou Lin performed brilliantly, that would suffice. During the advertisement, bored fans began leaving comments in the chat. Booing? Why is it acceptable for your players to act out, but not for Lin Huang to raise a finger? In my opinion, Lin Huang should send you all an international finger. To be honest, I had only heard of Zhou Lin before today, but witnessing him in action, it was evident he was extraordinary. From this day forth, I am now a fan of Lin. I admit, I had previously spoken ill of Zhou Lin, but that was merely to spur his growth. Seeing him steadily improve now brings me great joy. Get lost. I despise fickle fans like you. In the locker room, but stood with a tactical board, outlining strategies for the players. In the first half, our 4-3-3 formation did not unleash its full potential. It was only after switching to a 4-2-3-1 that we saw some improvement. However, in the second half, the opposition will undoubtedly devise targeted strategies against our current formation. Therefore, we shall do the opposite. While that was far from Guardiola in terms of 4-3-3 tactics, he certainly had his cunning. In the second half, we would also switch to a 4-3-1-2 formation, with Sis and Jinchik leading the front line while Zhou lurked behind them. One-on-one, we will compete fiercely. Having said this, he looked up at the players. Marin is arrogant. Bremen is arrogant. But we have every right to be even more audacious. Because we are currently second in the league. I appreciate Zhou's frequent saying, isn't a match just about you scoring one, and me scoring one? As long as we score one more than the opponent. Victory shall be ours. With a surge of motivation, Freiburg's players rallied, shouting their determination to face Bremen head-on. Dat nodded in satisfaction, vigorously raising his right hand and declaring, "Warriors, let us go and kick Bremen's behind." With a loud cheer, Sis was the first to dash out of the locker room, followed closely by the other players, laughing and chattering as they made their way back to the field. Once they dispersed, Dat slumped into a chair and looked up at Strike. "Christian, why do I have a feeling that today we might lose?" Chapter 63, Your Pursuer Has Arrived. It is not that Dute lacks confidence, but the situation on the field is undeniably disheartening. Had it not been for an inadvertent blunder from the opposing team, Zhou Lin would have had no opportunity to showcase his remarkable long-range shooting skills. If the second half continues in the same vein, Duke can already foresee a dismal defeat. In the live broadcast, Huan Jianqiang continues his commentary. In the second half, Freiburg's formation appears to have undergone some alterations. Zhou Lin has returned to the attacking midfield position. Both teams are fiercely contesting possession in midfield. Schuster successfully intercepts the ball from Hunter, threading a pass to Zhou Lin. Caution is warranted. Hunter is advancing once more. Just outside the penalty area, Jinjik and Cisse are strategically maneuvering to disrupt Bremen's defensive line. As Zhou Lin expertly feints past Hunter with a delightful flick, Cisse continues to stretch the defense towards the left side of the box. Jinjik is poised to surge between the two center-backs into the penalty area. Seizing the opportunity while the lumbering defender is still a stride away, Zhou Lin lofts a precise pass. The perfectly weighted ball finds Jinjik, who elegantly cushions it with his left foot mid-air. As the ball descends, he unleashes a powerful shot towards the far corner. 2-2. Less than 5 minutes into the second half, the towering figure has brought Freiburg level. Following the goal, Jinjik immediately scoops Zhou Lin into his arms and rushes towards the sidelines. "Come, worship the king of Freiburg." The home fans, incensed, respond by showering the field with a cascade of debris, including beverage bottles and paper cups. It is understandable, while equalizing is commendable. Invoking the title of King of Freiburg seems a deliberate provocation. The referee, sharing this sentiment, swiftly approaches, pointing specifically at Jinjik before brandishing a yellow card. "Your wisdom is commendable." Zhou Lin praises the referee, who has just issued a yellow card to him, as another infraction could lead to suspension. Recognizing Freiburg's momentum, Bremen's coach, Schaff, promptly replaces Sylvester with Pizarro. The formation shifts to a 3-4-3, as the seasoned tactician aims to dismantle Freiburg's confidence through aggressive play. As the match resumes, both teams engage in a thrilling exchange of attacks. In the 73rd minute, Hunter distributes the ball to the left flank, where Pizarro, having evaded Muiza, crossed the ball into the box. Standing at an imposing height of 191 meters, Almeida rises above Balti to head the ball into the net. 3-2. The home crowd erupts in song, celebrating their hero. What is this? Marlon and Hunter have both raised 3 fingers towards Zhou Lin. Such a lack of decorum. In the live commentary, Huang Jianqiang is filled with righteous indignation, wishing he could confront the two young players. Fortunately, this provocative act does not escape the referee's keen eye, and yellow cards are promptly issued to Marlon and Hunter. Zhou Lin, momentarily devoid of anger, regards the provocation with disdain, seemingly forgetting that he often engages in similar antics. 5 minutes later, Zhou Lin receives the ball near the halfway line. Observing that the opposing defenders are hesitant to advance, he slows down, maintaining possession. At this moment, Macchiati, Cisse, and Jinjik each draw a defender away from the action. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Lin signals with a gesture. Cisse, comprehending the cue, halts and pivots to assist Zhou Lin in opening a passing lane. Meanwhile, Jinjik dashes into the center, capitalizing on the defender's focus on his teammates. The moment is ripe for exploitation. Zhou Lin delivers a precise through ball to Jinjik, who advances into the box and executes a deft cross to the right. The ball glides between the advancing Weiser and the retreating PRDL, finding Cisse's run perfectly timed. Faced with the onrushing Weiser, Cisse skillfully sidesteps him, effortlessly slotting the ball into the empty net. 3-3. Freiburg's attacking trio has executed a masterful play to equalize. In the live commentary, Huang Jianqiang exclaims, "If memory serves, Brazil's national team did something similar against Venezuela in 2005. Only this time, Zhou Lin has taken on the role of Ronaldinho, while Jinjik plays the part of Adriano, and Cisse embodies the great Ronaldo. Let us all shout, 'Happy birthday, Brazil team!' on the field." Zhou Lin does not respond to the provocation with raised fingers, but instead stands shoulder to shoulder with Jinjik and Cisse in front of the opposing goal. The contrast is palpable. Even the referee, unable to contain himself, approaches to offer a verbal warning. Seeing the hard-earned 3 points slip to 1. Schaff quickly substitutes the fatigued Hunter with Bagfried. Dute, in turn, replaces Abdisaki and Macchiati with Kalahuri and Putailo, respectively, and brings on Yano Takashi for Cisse. Observing this, Huang Jianqiang cannot help but smile. As far as I know, Baumann, Jinjik, Kalahuri, and Yano Takashi are usually inseparable from Zhou Lin. This arrangement might be Dute's subtle hint. The 5 generals unite, ready to conquer Bremen on their turf. Indeed, Huang's intuition proves correct. Seizing the rare opportunity to play alongside his close friends, the camaraderie within the small team is palpable. After successfully thwarting a Bremen counterattack, Baumann sends a long clearance towards Kalahuri. He deftly evades the fatigued Marlin and advances, only to outmaneuver the defender again. As Marlin, now enraged, prepares to tackle him, Kalahuri smartly sends a long pass to Yano Takashi, who is making a run down the left flank. With Jinjik advancing towards the edge of the penalty area, the Japanese player, unwilling to be greedy, passes the ball across. Unfortunately, Jinjik finds himself in the midst of 2 towering defenders, Mertzacker and PRDL. With no other options, he returns the ball to Schuster. Facing a double team from Flins and Bagfried, Schuster opts for a diagonal pass to Kalahuri on the right. As Kalahuri drives forward, the fervent Marlin lunges in with a desperate challenge. However, the Italian is well prepared, deftly sidestepping the tackle and allowing Marlin to tumble off the field. Subsequently, Kalahuri spots Zhou Lin, who has made a surging run into the right side of the box, and accurately delivers the ball. Yet, Zhou Lin does not halt to control it. Instead, he chases the ball into the box and launches across. At the forefront, Yano Takashi leaps high, but misses the header. His jump, however, forces both Mertzacker and PRDL to rise, and even the goalkeeper Weiser scrambles to shift left. As the ball soars toward the far post, Jinjik, who has darted in from outside the box, ascends with an unstoppable header. In the eyes of the home fans, he appears almost godlike. Witnessing this, Zhou Lin can only exclaim, "Close, do you see this? Your pursuer has arrived." Chapter 64. LW's decision given his remarkable talent. Why has he not joined the national team? To my knowledge, he has always aspired to represent Huaxia in the World Cup. In a post-match interview, Marin, who was defeated and humiliated, slandered Zhou Lin from another angle. This information came to him from a certain forum. Upon hearing that a player nurtured by their own ranks might fight for another country, the reporters on site wore an uneasy expression. Consequently, during the post-match press conference, a local journalist took the initiative to confront Zhou. "Zhou, there are claims that you are unwilling to represent the nation. Could you clarify this in person?" Zhou Lin was taken aback, responding with astonishment. "I have never received any invitation to join the national team at any age level, so how could I possibly be unwilling?" The journalist pressed on. "Some fans have reported that you agreed to join the Huaxia national team through naturalization. Is this true?" Noticing the journalist's aggressive demeanor, Zhou Lin frowned slightly and replied, "Are you aware that Huaxia does not accept dual nationality? If I wish to naturalize, I would have to play in the Huaxia Super League for at least 5 years." Before he could finish, another journalist interrupted, "Zhou, it is well known that your father retains Huaxia nationality. According to the principle of bloodline naturalization, you can join the Huaxia national team at any time." Zhou Lin's expression darkened as he replied, "Let me reiterate, I have never received any invitation from the national team. If they want me to join the German team, those coaches should come to Freiburg. Are you implying that the coaches are blind? Or do you believe they should personally come to request your inclusion?" "I'm sorry, but I dislike your baseless attitude." Zhou Lin shot a fierce glare at the journalist and resolutely refused to answer any further questions. The following morning, the media was rife with various reports concerning Freiburg and Zhou Lin. Although the 8th round of matches had yet to conclude, the points of the top 3 teams far surpassed those of the 4th. Thus, after Freiburg, Dortmund, and Mainz completed their matches, the latest rankings of the top 3 had been determined. Ultimately, Freiburg reclaimed the top position with 21 points and an impressive goal difference of 18. Hot on their heels, Dortmund trailed with the same points but a goal difference of 14. Meanwhile, the unexpectedly defeated Mainz had to settle for 3rd place with the same points and a goal difference of 10. Moreover, the media remained particularly focused on Zhou Lin's attitude toward the national team. In their view, a young player of Chinese descent should proactively express a desire to join the national team and then see if the coaches would grant him the opportunity. To this end, Struss made a special trip back to Freiburg to consult Zhou Lin. Joe, what are your true thoughts on joining the national team? Does my opinion even matter? Zhou Lin glanced sideways at his agent who had traveled a long way. Struss offered a wry smile. There are numerous false reports circulating about your unwillingness to fight for the nation. Don't you want to clarify this? Why should I clarify? Zhou Lin frowned, fixing his gaze on Struss. Shouldn't it be the responsibility of the national team coaches to explain why they have not summoned me? Or do they believe that someone of my background is unworthy of their attention? Zhou Lin had been holding back on this matter for quite some time. The desire to join and the lack of invitations were two entirely different issues. The latter only served to affirm Zhou Lin's status as an outlier in their eyes. In other words, it was a manifestation of certain ingrained prejudices, unable to tolerate a Chinese prodigy rising as a central figure in the national team. Struss sensed the awkwardness and, after a moment of contemplation, ventured a new approach. Actually, you could opt to represent another European nation. How about I inquire if Portugal is interested in having you join? Within the European Union, acquiring nationality and changing allegiance is a relatively straightforward process. Should Zhou Lin agree to join Portugal, Struss could not only facilitate this swiftly but also capitalize on it financially. However, Zhou Lin merely shook his head. I will not proactively propose joining any national team. As for future choices, it will depend on their attitudes. No, this is far too passive. Struss quickly waved his hands. Instead, I could leak information that a certain European powerhouse has already extended an olive branch to you. At that point, regardless of where you want to go, we will hold the initiative. For agents, a player's affiliation with a national team is not so different from a transfer. Regardless of Zhou Lin's eventual choice, leveraging the situation to increase his value is the ultimate goal. In Berlin, LW, still savoring the moment, licked his finger after having just picked his nose, then turned to Bierhoff. Oliver, what do you think of that Huaxiao lad? Bierhoff pondered for a moment before responding. In the current lineup, he might be able to replace Trakowski. Frankly, his long passes do bear a resemblance to Beckham's flair. More importantly, his left foot is quite formidable. However, his defensive skills are somewhat lacking. LW let out a gentle sigh. Bierhoff hesitated before suggesting, Joachim, didn't an amp Oppos, do you once consider shifting to a 4-2-3-1 formation? If so, he would be an excellent fit as an attacking midfielder. An attacking midfielder also needs to participate in defense. LW narrowed his eyes, seemingly weighing his options. After a pause, he said, let's have the U19 or U21 teams invite him to join. I wish to see if he can establish himself in either of those squads. It was evident that LW had heard of Zhou Lin's illustrious exploits. However, this was also the main excuse used by various national teams to decline Zhou Lin's invitation. That might be a bit challenging. Bierhoff shook his head. Previously, I mentioned this to the coaches of both teams. Yet, the U19 has no significant matches coming up. And the U21 was eliminated early from the Euro qualifiers. So they intend to use this as an excuse to refuse his summons? LW scoffed, curling his lip. Observing the discontent in the head coach's demeanor, Bierhoff lowered his voice. In truth, they prefer to utilize players they have developed themselves. But Zhou is clearly not one of them. This statement hit the nail on the head. One should not assume that the excellence of German football equates to a flawless youth training system. On the contrary, the poor performance of Germany and Oppos' youth team stems from a rigid system that favors nepotism. Only at the senior national team level does the federation issue a call for talent, summoning the elites from the league. However, this is not something LW can resolve single-handedly. After contemplating for a while, LW finally made up his mind and looked up at the tall team manager. Very well, I will assess this rebellious talent while evaluating the Bayern players. On October 30th, Bayern will host Freiburg. LW wishes to observe Zhou Lin and Oppos' performance against the Bundesliga giants. Chapter 65. A piece of good news. On October 23rd, the 9th round of the Bundesliga commenced with Freiburg hosting Kaiserslautern. This season, the Kaiserslautern squad lacked any formidable star players, with their most expensive player sharing the same valuation as SIS. Consequently, after 8 matches, they had only accumulated 7 points, placing them 14th in the standings. They had scored a meager 9 goals, tying for the 3rd worst record alongside Nuremberg and Schalke 04. Nevertheless, that did not underestimate their opponents, deploying a 4-3-1-2 formation centered around Zhou Lin. With a German Cup match on the horizon next week, that opted to field Takahashi and Sis's dual strikers, substituting Abdesadek for Macchiati in left midfield and rotating Put Ilo in for Kalahuri on the right. Schuster retained his position in central midfield, being a tireless 25-year-old local player. To ensure stability, Dutt maintained the same defensive lineup as in the previous match to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. Unfortunately, an unexpected turn of events occurred just 8 minutes into the match. Kaiserslautern and Oppo's midfielder Moraweek surged into the penalty area, receiving a pass from left winger Ilijevic, and unleashed a powerful right-footed shot that found the back of the net. Freiburg found themselves unexpectedly trailing at home. This goal was not primarily the fault of goalkeeper Baumann, but rather a consequence of Freiburg and Oppo's defenders underestimating their lower-tier opponents, leading to significant defensive lapses. "Are you all asleep?" Zhou Lin couldn't and Oppo's contain his frustration, shouting out. As his teammates turned to him, he furrowed his brow and stated, "Yes, we are currently at the top of the standings. But do you truly believe you are invincible? Let me remind you, we have yet to face a team as formidable as Bayern or Dortmund. Can you guarantee that we will maintain our lead over the next 25 matches?" He paused before continuing. It is worth noting that Mainz, despite only losing one match in the first 8 rounds of this season, ended up 5th, trailing the champions Dortmund by 17 points. Meanwhile, in a parallel universe, Freiburg, despite a promising start, could only manage a narrow advantage in goal difference, placing them 9th and missing out on European competition. Seeing his teammates display confused expressions, Zhou Lin sighed. "If we wish to secure a place in the European competition, we must find a way to earn 3 points at home and minimize losses on the road. If you are unwilling, I advise you to speak up now. I will terminate the loan contract at my own expense." In the past, such words would not have stirred any emotions within the team, as no one dared to dream of reaching the European competition. However, times had changed. With Zhou Lin and Oppo's presence, Freiburg had ascended to the top of the standings. If they could maintain this momentum, qualifying for the European competition no longer seemed an unattainable goal for a player, especially those unable to participate in international tournaments for various reasons. The Champions League represented their World Cup, and the Europa League was their Intercontinental Cup. In an instant, the eyes of all players lit up. Observing this, Bastian was the first to speak. "Joe often says, and Oppo's, without dreams, what distinguishes a person from a salted fish? And Oppo's, and now, our dream is merely a step away. Do you wish to give up?" "No, we do not wish to." The remaining 9 players silently echoed in their hearts. In the next moment, Baumann raised his right fist high and exclaimed, "Brothers, let us venture to the Champions League." Champions League? ISNT at the Europa League? Just as everyone thought Baumann had misspoken, Sis raised his right fist as well, declaring, "Yes, let us aim for the Champions League." Indeed, why can Oppo's we compete in the Champions League? Suddenly realizing the possibility of qualifying for the Champions League, the players on the field swiftly returned to their positions, energized and ready to respond to Baumann and Oppo's rallying call. Witnessing this scene, Dutt felt immense satisfaction. He turned to Strike and said, "If Zhou is willing to stay, I would undoubtedly appoint him as the second captain. As for Baumann, let him be the third captain." The match continued. After withstanding a wave of attacks from the opposition, Bastian passed the ball to Zhou Lin, who stood near the center circle, spotting Sis and Takahashi making rapid forward runs. Zhou Lin did not hesitate to send a long pass. The ball sailed over half the field, landing precisely at Sis and Oppo's feet. Sis accelerated, swiftly outpacing the opposing center-back Rodney I, controlling the ball with his chest as he surged into the penalty area. As goalkeeper Sippel rushed out, Rodney I slid in an attempt to intercept. The ball, grazed by Rodney I, flew towards the left side of the goal. Sippel hastily dove, trying to reach the ball before Sis. However, it was too high and sailed just over his arms. From the angle, it appeared destined to graze the post and go out of bounds. Yet Sis, unwilling to return empty-handed, surged forward, deftly nudging the ball with his left foot towards the right front. 1-1. Zhou Lin and Sis had successfully rescued Freiburg. King of Freiburg, long live our king. Over 20,000 fans erupted in joyous unison. Zhou Lin, along with Sis and Takahashi, ran to the sidelines to collectively demonstrate the white crane spreads its wings. As the match reached the 30-minute mark, Zhou Lin penetrated the penalty area from the left flank. Confronted by left-back Dick, he executed a deft nutmeg to send the ball toward the touchline. Just as the ball seemed destined to go out, Takahashi sprinted in from behind. He struck the ball with his left foot toward the far corner of the goal. In a moment of desperation, the opposing center-back Dick made a crucial slide tackle, hoping to thwart the ball from entering the net. Unfortunately, In his haste, Aimdick inadvertently caused the ball to deflect, deceiving goalkeeper Sipple, who had already committed to a save. 2-1. Takahashi became Freiburg's hero once more, aided by a stroke of fortune. In the aftermath, this goal sparked widespread controversy over whether it should be credited to Takahashi or deemed an own goal by Aimdick. Ultimately, the referees committee ruled that the goal belonged to Takahashi, with Aimdick merely being an unfortunate bystander in its trajectory. At the 40-minute mark, Zhou Lin executed a bicycle kick, skillfully maneuvering past the opposing midfielders Tiffet and Walsey before passing to Takahashi. Takahashi, in turn, sent the ball forward to the left before rushing into the penalty area. On the left flank, Abdesadek received the ball and, from the left side of the penalty area, passed it back to Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin, receiving the ball with his back turned, instinctively flicked it backward with his heel. Once again, it was Takahashi. He appeared just in time to return the ball in a triangle pass, setting up Sis for a powerful shot that broke through Sippel's defenses once more. 3-1. Freiburg had utterly dismantled Kaiserslautern's defense within just 30 minutes. Observing the opposition's lack of resistance, De promptly substituted Kalahuri for Zhou Lin, repositioning Patailo to play as an attacking midfielder. Zhou Lin, feeling somewhat dissatisfied at being substituted for the first time, was quickly reassured by Dutt, who placed an arm around his shoulder, saying, "I have good news for you. LW will be scouting players at Bayern and Opos as home next week." At this revelation, Zhou Lin couldn't and Opos help but smile. Chapter 66. What is a kid worth 6 million? In the second half of the match, Freiburg, bereft of Zhou Lin, played dismally. Not only did they fail to score again, but they also conceded a goal on a counterattack, courtesy of forward Rakic's header. Nevertheless, the score of 3-2 was sufficient for them to maintain their lead atop the standings, unless Dortmund managed to secure a 4-goal victory in their match the following day. As for Mainz, if they were to win by 8 goals, Zhou Lin would dare to twist Bauman's head off to use it as a ball. "Boss, why not twist your own head?" Bauman expressed his frustration, to which Zhou Lin dismissively replied, "My head isn't as round as yours." Just as young Bauman was preparing to embark on a lengthy argument to prove that the boss and Opos' head was indeed rounder, Depp breezed into the locker room, his face alight with cheer. "Boys, splendid work." His words alleviated the guilt felt by the players only moments ago. "Next Wednesday, we will challenge Koppis in the second round of the DFB Pokal, a mere second division team. I don't want to overexert ourselves and risk affecting our match against Bayern on Saturday." In truth, that was not underestimating the opponent. Rather, the club had decided to forego the rather insignificant DFB Pokal and concentrate all their energy on the league. However, they refrained from disclosing this truth to avoid making the starting players overly relaxed about the cup match. The next match would see the forwards still comprising Cisse and Takayama, with Pugelo playing as the attacking midfielder. Upon discovering his name was absent from the roster, Zhou Lin shrugged indifferently. In contrast, Kinsek, who also did not see his name listed, furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. Noticing this, Zhou Lin discreetly nudged him. "Daniel, I heard that LW is coming to the Allianz Arena to scout players on Saturday." "What do you mean?" Kinsek was momentarily taken aback, but then his face lit up with excitement. As a young player, he certainly wished to make an impression in front of LW. If he could play on Saturday, who cares about the DFB Pokal? Once everyone left the field, Zhou Lin's phone suddenly rang. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, I am Xiao from Beijing. Is this a convenient time for you to talk?" What a surprise. The caller was none other than Xiao from Beijing, one of the 2 Chinese players still competing in the German football scene, having been inducted into the Bundesliga Hall of Fame. Zhou Lin quickly responded, "Yes, of course. What can I do for you?" As a fellow Beijing native, Zhou Lin could not forget the moment Xiao returned to the team and, after coming off the bench, scored a spectacular free kick against Guangdong in the ring. He also recalled the amusing chant from Beijing fans, "Uncle and I is still Uncle and I," after the victory. Hearing Zhou Lin's politeness, Xiao appeared quite satisfied and smiled as he said, "I wouldn't dare command a young genius like you. I merely wish to invite you for a meal after the match next Wednesday." That seems difficult." Zhou Lin suddenly remembered that Xiao is currently playing for Koppis, while he himself was not included in the DFB Pokal lineup. After Zhou Lin explained, Xiao seemed somewhat disappointed. "Well, LW will be scouting players on Saturday. I suspect that wants you to conserve your energy for the match against Bayern. Thank you for your understanding." Zhou Lin's heart skipped a beat, and he casually remarked, "So far, you are the first Chinese player to actively reach out to me. Didn't Xiao contact you after the last match?" Zhao sounded incredulous. But soon enough, he realized, I see. It must be because you thrashed Schalke 04 so badly that he can't even bear to face you. This statement held truth. Not only was Zhao Hao inherently somewhat shy, but he also had to consider the feelings of his teammates. Otherwise, he could forget about fitting in at Schalke 04. Changing the topic, Zhou Lin seized the opportunity to ask, Brother Zhao, could you tell me about Bayern? Bayern, Zhao, who had faced the Southern Giants multiple times, let out a deep sigh. One word to describe them: strong. Despite their less-than stellar performance this season, their foundation remains unmatched by other teams. After this opening, Zhao meticulously analyzed the characteristics of Bayern's players. Ultimately, he concluded, if one must seek weaknesses, goalkeeper Butt and defensive midfielder Otto might be the most vulnerable links in Bayern's lineup. However, defeating them based on this would be quite challenging. This was indeed true. In a luxurious squad valued at over 160 million euros, two players worth only 2.5 million seemed somewhat weak, yet that was not the complete picture. Firstly, any team in Oppo's starting lineup cannot consist solely of stars, well, except for the Galacticos. Generally, a head coach selects the players most suitable for the team to start. And Butt and Otto were those players. Secondly, Butt alone was worth 2.5 times Bauman's value. To call him weak is a relative statement. Just imagine, if Butt were to join Freiburg, Butt would undoubtedly welcome him with open arms. As Zhou Lin absorbed this, his brow slowly furrowed. Time passed swiftly. After Freiburg suffered a clean 1-2 defeat to Cottbus, the 10th round of the Bundesliga arrived as scheduled. On October 30th at the Allianz Arena, the head coaches of both teams, along with their respective captains, attended the pre-match press conference. Initially, the atmosphere was cordial, as no one brought up the subject of victory or defeat. However, when a journalist inquired whether Freiburg could secure a victory away from home, Bayern and Oppo's coach Van Gaal unexpectedly chuckled unkindly. Dutt, seemingly unfazed, feigned surprise and responded, defeating Bayern? No, that's unrealistic. As a weaker team, we merely hope to learn something from this match. Upon hearing this, the reporters immediately pressed on. If Freiburg is a weak team, how do you explain their current position at the top of the standings? Dutt cast a sidelong glance at Van Gaal, implying, in addition to possessing the courage to not accept defeat, some teams' blind arrogance has, to a certain extent, facilitated our success. Slap, slap, slap. 3 resounding slaps landed on Stuttgart, Schalke 04, and Bayern, particularly aimed at Van Gaal. Dutt's faux humility served as a sharp rebuttal to the egotistical Bayern coach. When it was Van Gaal's turn to speak, the Dutch tactician, with a sardonic tone, remarked, Freiburg has predominantly played at home, hasn't he it? If I recall correctly, they couldn't even manage to beat Cottbus away. Zhou, you mean that impetuous young man? OMG, if he is a genius. Then Bayern and Oppo's second team is a genius incubator. As for this match, I can only instruct my players to hold back a bit. After all, Freiburg is somewhat of a neighbor to us. Let us not make them lose too much face. Crazy? No. One must remember that even a giant in slumber remains a giant. Unlike certain teams that can only rely on a 17-year-old boy to carry them. Seeing him so arrogant, a Freiburg reporter could not help but rise and say, Mr. Van Gaal, Zhou has already delivered an impressive record of 11 goals and 20 assists in the first 9 rounds. May I ask who in your team can be compared to him? Heroes are scarce, making fools famous. In response, Van Gaal first quoted a famous saying from China, then sneered, in the face of a luxurious lineup worth over 160 million. What is a kid worth 6 million? However, according to reliable sources, LW has indeed come for Zhou. A journalist from Freiburg immediately launched a counterattack. The Dutchman scoffed, stating, this only demonstrates LW and Oppo's meticulous nature, and it does not attest to Zhou and Oppo's exceptional talent. Otherwise, why has he never been selected for any U-Series national teams? This remark left the journalist speechless, leaving him to simmer in frustration. Chapter 67, Defending Honor, Overcoming Freiburg at 1830. The players from both teams made their way onto the verdant pitch. Although there remained an hour before the match commenced, nearly 50,000 fans had already filled the stadium, which boasts a capacity of 75,000. In this moment, they stood shoulder to shoulder, fervently singing Southern Star. Amidst the melody, Imler, brimming with enthusiasm, approached Zhou Lin. Hey Zhou, it's a pleasure to compete alongside you. I truly admire your playing style. As he spoke, Imler first imitated Zhou Lin's taunting gestures towards the fans, and then, somewhat ambiguously, mimicked the white crane spreads its wings. No, your execution is rather clumsy. You resemble a robot performing exercises. Come, allow me to reluctantly teach you a thing or two. Don't be shy. I've always enjoyed playing the mentor. Before Zhou Lin could respond, the loquacious Cisse eagerly interjected. Thus, a pair of lively characters began to engage in playful antics, soon leaving Zhou Lin in their wake. Just as Zhou Lin found himself both amused and exasperated, Cruz, affectionately nicknamed Wide Face due to his broader visage, approached. Zhou, could you share some insights on playing as an attacking midfielder? That may not be suitable. My face isn't as wide as yours. No, I merely believe you might have a brighter future in a deeper role. Zhou Lin stifled a laugh and began to engage in light banter with Cruz. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted when Bastions, returning from a press conference with a solemn expression, strode over and unceremoniously whisked Zhou Lin away from Cruz. Zhou, do not be swayed by their flattering words. In truth, they do not regard you as significant. Once they reached a secluded area, the captain divulged the events of the press conference. In that instant, Zhou Lin comprehended everything. The reason Mler and Cruz displayed such enthusiasm was that LW was observing the players from a private box, scrutinizing their every move. Naturally, one could not dismiss the notion that they perhaps harbored intentions of recruiting Zhou Lin as an acolyte. Yet, deep down, they did not truly regard the so-called prodigy with the respect he deserved, nor would they stoop to lower themselves to his level. It was merely a veiled form of disdain, much like adults hypocritically praising an unremarkable child. At 1920, the players prepared to take the field. In the locker room, Dutt glared at the players who were busy organizing their gear. Lads, I have just been humiliated by Van Gaal at the press conference. Upon hearing this, the players ceased their activities. It is well known that we are a team of underdogs. Thus, Stuttgart looks down upon us, Schalke 04 dismisses us, and Bayern Munich shares the same sentiment. Dutt's words left the players perplexed, uncertain of why their typically assertive coach seemed so agitated. He continued, but I refuse to accept this. The first two teams have already been left reeling after facing us at home. Today, I intend to leave the Southern Kings in disarray at the Allianz Arena. Do you possess the courage and confidence to do this? The familiar rallying cry ignited the starting players' spirits, who responded with a resounding, yes, yes, yes. Well done. Dutt clapped vigorously. Now, let us go and topple them. Topple them. Amidst the thunderous chants, the captain led the entire team out of the locker room. However, as Zhou Lin prepared to depart, Dutt seized him, pulling him aside. Zhou, Van Gaal claimed you would amount to nothing in front of Bayern's players. He even went so far as to say you aren't even as good as the players on Bayern's second team. As he spoke, a flicker of intensity crossed Dutt's gaze. Moreover, he asserted that you, as a person from Huaxia, are inherently incapable of playing football. Did he truly say that? With his pride pricked, Zhou Lin's expression darkened ominously. Not only that, but he also insulted you, in a manner laden with racial slurs. Recognizing that Zhou Lin often performed exceptionally when enraged, Dutt twisted the narrative against Van Gaal. Indeed, Zhou Lin was incensed. Without uttering another word, he bolted from the locker room. Meanwhile, within Bayern's locker room, Van Gaal was conducting his final motivational address. Can you tolerate an underdog team occupying the top of the standings? No. Can you endure a 17-year-old monopolizing the charts? No. Noticing the players' spirits rising, Van Gaal pressed on. Gomez, as the youngest German footballer of the year, what should you do? Prove myself with more goals. Well said. Van Gaal smiled slightly, turning to the midfielders, Schweinsteiger, Cruz, Mler. As national team players, what should you do? Teach that inexperienced youth a lesson with assists and goals. Excellent. After hearing the midfielders' declarations, Van Gaal then addressed the defenders and goalkeeper But. As for you, ensure Zhou and Kienchek are rendered utterly ineffective. Rest assured, coach. The defenders, led by Demichelis, responded in unison. As the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, Van Gaal raised his right fist and proclaimed, Defend our honor, conquer Freiburg. Defend our honor, conquer Freiburg. Amidst the fervent shouts, Gomez clenched his fists, murmuring for Stuttgart. As a former Stuttgart player, he held a keen interest in the performance of his old club. Naturally, he recalled how Zhou Lin had previously triumphed over Stuttgart with 2 goals and an assist on their home turf. Today, he was determined not only to defend the honor of Bayern and himself, but also to exact revenge for his former club. At 1925, the players lined up and prepared to enter the field. In the commentary booth, Huang Jinxiang activated his microphone. New News Sports Live brings you the matchup between the Bundesliga powerhouse, the Southern Kings Bayern Munich, and Freiburg at home. As a venerable team, Bayern's performance this season has been less than stellar. As of the ninth round, they find themselves in ninth place on the leaderboard with 12 points. Now, the players are beginning to enter the field. The first to emerge are the captains Lam and Bastions, followed by today's starting players. According to the pre-match lineups, both teams will deploy a 4-2-3-1 formation. For Bayern, the lone striker is Gomez, valued at 22 million, while the midfield consists of Müller at 23 million, Kroos at 12 million, and Altintop at 6.5 million. The defensive midfield features Schweinsteiger, worth 35 million, paired with Otl at 2.5 million. The backline is led by the dual captain Lam, valued at 28 million, accompanied by Demichelis at 10 million, Timischuk at 8.5 million, and Pjanic at 7.5 million. The goalkeeper is But, who has been starting since last season, replacing Rinsing. For Freiburg, Kiencheck replaces Cisse as the center forward. Likely a strategy by Dutt to leverage his height against Bayern's two central defenders, who stand at just over 6 feet. In midfield, Zhou Lin continues to partner with Makajati and Kalahuri, while the double defensive midfielders are Schuster and Rosenthal. The backline, from left to right, consists of Bastions, Toprak, Barth, and Wiese, with the young goalkeeper Baumann retaining his position. As the commentary unfolded, the match officially commenced. A battle for honor was about to unfold. Chapter 68. The Prodigy? Is that all? The match commenced with both teams engaged in a fierce back and forth. After 5 minutes of cautious probing, Bayern Munich settled into their rhythm. While Freiburg's players still appeared visibly tense, hardly surprising when facing the Bavarian Giants. 10 minutes in, Bayern seized the moment to launch an attack from the back. The ball reached midfield, where Gomez's intelligent movement pinned Freiburg's two center-backs. Müller, drifting inward from the left, positioned himself between the lines, ready to receive while creating space for the overlapping fullback, Croatia's flying wing, Pjanic. Simultaneously, Kroos and Altintop pressed forward, forcing Freiburg's double pivot to step up, inadvertently opening passing lanes for Gomez and Müller. Locked down the middle, that bellowed from the touchline. Heeding their coach's command, Freiburg's players adjusted, prioritizing defensive stability while attempting to cut off central passing options. Undeterred, Bayern swiftly recalibrated. Schweinsteiger recycled possession to the center-backs. Demichelis shifted the ball to Lam, drawing Freiburg's defensive block toward the left flank. Sensing the trap, Bayern's captain switched play to Pjanic on the right. The Croatian surged forward before slipping a precise pass into the channel for Müller, whose run into the half-space was only thwarted by a last-ditch intervention from Muttered. From the resulting corner, Baumann rose highest amidst the chaos, clutching the ball securely before launching a counter with a swift throw. Rosenthal collected it, pivoting to release Zhou Lin with a through ball, only for Schweinsteiger to read the play, intercept, and calmly recycle possession to Timischuk. As Mackinock and Ginch pressed, the Ukrainian midfielder sidestepped before threading a piercing pass through the gap between them, finding Altintop on the right. The Turk controlled, turned, and surveyed the scene. Gomez and Müller lurked between Freiburg's back line, maintaining intelligent spacing. Without hesitation, Altintop fed Gomez, but Barth anticipated, stepping in to intercept. Yet the towering center-back's clumsy touch allowed Altintop to reclaim the ball, quickly shifting it to Müller, now stationed on the right. Ever the playmaker, Müller eschewed a dribble, instead slipping a delicate through ball between Toprak and the recovering Mud-A. Gomez and Kroos surged forward in tandem. Kroos arrived first, cushioning the ball before feinting past Toprak and squaring for Gomez, one-on-one with Baumann. The stage was set. As triumphant music swelled in the background, Baumann crouched low, arms outstretched, eyes locked onto Gomez. The striker feinted right, then cut left, only for Baumann to dive decisively to his near post. Damn it! Since when do you not follow the script? Gomez cursed inwardly, his hesitation allowing Baumann to smother the ball. Rising triumphantly, the young goalkeeper pumped his fists, roaring, "The boss told me you'd do exactly that." Gomez turned, spotting Zhou Lin on the far side, thumbs up directed at Baumann. In the VIP box, LW underlined Baumann's name with a dotted line, evidently adding the U21 standout to his watch list. Play resumed. Freiburg's captain, Bastions, distributed to Rosenthal, who angled a pass to Zhou Lin. The young maestro received with his back to goal, executing a deft 1-2 turn to evade Schweinsteiger, only for the veteran to recover, using his frame to shield Zhou off the ball. The referee waved play on. Bayern recycled possession, Kroos driving forward, bypassing Rosenthal and Khedira before finding Müller. The Raumdeuter whipped in a cross, Gomez outjumping Toprak, but Baumann soared again, fist hammering the ball to safety. Remarkable. Truly, Struggling teams breed extraordinary goalkeepers. The commentator marveled before begrudgingly adding, of course, to match Bauman's resilience, one must regularly consume Haichen's premium sea cucumber supplements. On the pitch, Zhou Lin drifted left, targeting Altintop and Otto, Bayern's defensive weak link. Altintop, though tenacious in tackles, was prone to lapses in concentration, while Otto, averse to sliding challenges, lacked the mobility to contain pacey wingers. Spotting the vulnerability, Mackinac decoy runs bewildered Altintop, freeing Zhou Lin to receive and accelerate down the flank. Otto, sluggish and reluctant to commit, could only trail in his wake. The cross seemed inevitable, Zhou poised to unleash his crescent moonstrike, aiming to activate Jinch's aerial dominance. Yet just as he wound up, the 170-meter Lam arrived like a bolt, a perfectly timed slide tackle sending both ball and Zhou crashing into the advertising boards. Before Zhou could rise, Lam leaned in, a smirk playing on his lips. The prodigy, is that all? The taunt ignited Zhou's fury, his resolve hardening further. Chapter 69, Sore, Young Man. In no time, Bastian threw the ball in from the sidelines to the explosive Zhou Lin. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Lin suppressed his fury and refrained from engaging in a one-on-one with Lam, despite his overall rating reaching 84 due to the dual enhancements. Facing Bayern's captain with a nearly 90 rating was still a daunting task. To play it safe, Zhou Lin passed the ball to Makajati, not daring to guarantee a breakthrough against Bayern's defense, sent a long ball to the right side of the field. Kalahuri seized the opportunity to receive the ball and deftly passed it to the advancing Schuster. The ever-reliable holding midfielder decisively struck the ball at a 45-degree angle into the penalty area. G-Check leaped high amidst two defenders, attempting a header, unfortunately, lacking power. His effort was comfortably caught by Butt. The young player's jumping ability was commendable, reminiscent of your own youth. In the VIP box, LW pointed at the self-reproaching G-Check and turned to Bierhoff beside him. Yet, the team leader merely shrugged, seemingly indifferent to G-Check's plight. Perhaps, in the eyes of this former national team striker, hailed as the world's best header, there were plenty with strong jumping abilities, yet few could match his own. On the field, Bayern continued to press Freiburg fiercely, employing a myriad of attacking strategies as if conducting a live tutorial. Fortunately, Freiburg stood united, consistently averting danger at their goal. In the 38th minute, Imler received the ball on the left flank and cut in. Kalahuri and Weezo were drawn into the center by him. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Plani making a swift run, and with a deft back heel, he directed the ball towards the sideline. The Croatian winger received the ball and sent a left-footed cross into the box. Outside the penalty area, Gomez surged forward, executing a diving header. The ball soared like a meteor, heading straight for the right side of the goal. In a flash, Baumann leaped with astonishing speed, just managing to deflect the ball out of bounds. Witnessing their veteran's brilliance, Zhou Lin rushed over to express his appreciation with a hug. Seeing this, Plani, who was ready to take the corner kick, approached them with a disdainful glance at Zhou Lin, remarking, "Kid, can you take a corner? If not, I can teach you." This blatant provocation ignited Zhou Lin's temper once more, prompting him to step forward, ready to confront with fists. Sensing the impending conflict, Sis quickly restrained Zhou Lin, advising, "Boss, don't stoop to his level. He's just trying to get you booked." Zhou Lin managed to hold back his aggression, with his provocation thwarted. Plani sneered and walked towards the corner area, a look of mockery on his face. When the referee blew the whistle, the Croatian delivered the ball accurately into the box. After a series of pulls and shoves, although Gomez couldn't jump normally, he successfully obstructed Balter and Toprak from ascending in time. Instead, it was Demichelis, positioned outside the penalty area, who capitalized on the chaos to head the ball into the net. 1-0. The efforts of the 39 minutes were in vain. Instantly, the song of Bayern Munich, the Kings of Germany, echoed throughout the stadium as countless fans shouted Demichelis' name in support of their hero. "Don't worry, we still have time. Keep your head up like a man." Just as the Freiburg players were feeling dejected, Zhou Lin and Bastian simultaneously clapped their hands. Zhou Lin then grabbed Jean Check, stating, "Daniel, the team needs you now. I promise to send the ball into the box, and the rest is up to you, if you can get it in. I'm confident we can breach their defenses." G-Check clenched his fist and sprinted towards the center circle. The game resumed. Cruz, Al, and Altintop resolutely thwarted Zhou Lin's attempts to break through or pass. With the midfield core marked closely, Freiburg had to redirect their play to the flanks. Regrettably, Makajati and Kalahuri continually failed to breach the final line of defense, succumbing to Lam and Plani. Time slipped away gradually, casting a shadow of defeat over Freiburg's coach and players. Zhou Lin, trapped in his cage, darted left and right, yet found no means to unravel the opponent's defense. After all, the three tasked with marking him boasted a combined worth exceeding 20 million, making them a formidable challenge. In the 44th minute, Bayern earned another corner. Plani's delivery once again brought tension to Freiburg's goal. However, this time, Ginczek, returning to defense, made a crucial clearance, outjumping Gomez to head the ball out of the box. Outside the penalty area, Zhou Lin received the ball and, with a flick, sent it soaring over Schweinsteiger's head, propelling himself forward. The little pig instinctively reached out to grab, but found nothing. Zhou Lin, now at full speed, raced down the left side of the field like the wind. On the right, Kalahuri sprinted with all his might, ready to receive Zhou Lin's pass. Bayern's two fullbacks retreated to block Zhou Lin and Kalahuri's paths. Meanwhile, Tymaszczuk positioned himself between Zhou Lin and Kalahuri, preventing any potential pass. Zhou Lin was pursued from behind by Altintop, yet with his speed, it was implausible for him to catch up to Zhou Lin, whose acceleration had reached 85. As Zhou Lin approached the penalty area, the world's best defender rushed forward to intercept, hoping to buy time for his teammates to regroup. Casting a glance at the unmarked Ginczek, Zhou Lin suddenly performed a bicycle kick. As Lahm lost his balance, Zhou Lin initiated his run, deliberately entangling his right foot with Lahm's left. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. He approached Lahm, brandishing a yellow card and awarding Freiburg a free kick. Lahm had erred. In the broadcast booth, the previously silent Huang Jianxiang finally came to life. Freiburg has secured a free kick just left of the penalty area. From this position, Zhou Lin can either shoot or pass. I eagerly anticipate how he will rescue Freiburg. As Huang Jianxiang monitored intently, LW and Bierhoff also stood up, seemingly unwilling to miss a single detail. On the field, Lahm spread his arms, a look of grievance etched on his face as he gazed at the referee. Ref. He deliberately collided with me. Unfortunately, the referee merely responded with a cold smile, showing no intention of overturning the decision. The scheme had succeeded. Zhou Lin, lying on the ground, slowly got back to his feet. Indeed, he had run himself ragged and failed to capitalize on his breakthrough to score. Kalahuri, unlike Ginczek, also seemed unsure about delivering a decisive blow. Thus, Zhou Lin had intentionally engineered the foul, a form of retaliation for Lahm's earlier provocation. As the referee turned away, Zhou Lin patted Lahm's shoulder, a satisfied smile on his face as he said, "Thank you." Reeling from yet another setback, Lahm shot him a fierce glare, gritting his teeth as he returned to his defensive position. Once Ginczek was in position, Zhou Lin pointed at him, calling out sore, "Young man." With that, the crescent moon blade was drawn. Chapter 70, a seemingly unwinnable match with the combination of the heaven-defeating sword and the dragon-slaying saber. The skill of the invincible header was activated in an instant. Inside the penalty area, the towering figure brushed aside the concealed hold of his opponent, Jimoshichi, and leaped into the air alongside Demichelis, Gomez, and Cruz. Soon, he surpassed the other three. In the live broadcast, Huang Jianxiang raised his fist in celebration, fervently shouting, "Upon the summit, one can see all the mountains as mere hills." At this moment, Ginczek resembled a divine being descending from the heavens, ruling over all. The football, infused with intense inward rotation, flew into the penalty area. Ginczek headed the ball towards the goal. "It's a goal." In a fit of excitement, Huang Jianxiang secretly used his secondary account to post a comment, "The Emperor Lin is mighty." This ignited a wave of fervor. Many fans, who felt that Zhou Lin and Freiburg had played too restrictively in the first half, echoed his sentiments. The comments section was soon filled with praises for the mighty Emperor Lin. The Emperor Lin naturally referred to Ginczek, a term of endearment coined by the fans. In the VIP box, LW observed the wildly celebrating Ginczek and murmured to himself, "Oliver, I seem to see you from years past. I see the left-footed Beckham." Bierhoff, however, paid little heed to Ginczek, instead casting a fond glance towards Zhou Lin. If only he had a Zhou Lin by his side back then. The scene was simply unimaginable. Just then, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half. Huang Jianxiang leaped up, exclaiming, "This is football. How can one not love football?" In dire straits, it is Zhou Lin and Ginczek who rescue Freiburg. This is a miracle, a blessing from the heavens. After releasing his joy, teacher Huang finally spoke again under the frantic gestures of the director. During halftime, "Dear viewers, do not leave, for the advertisements are equally thrilling." Back in the locker room, Dutt, somewhat agitated, celebrated with each starting player, exchanging high fives. After being pressed for over 40 minutes, that had felt as though time was dragging. Yet, just before halftime, Zhou Lin and Ginczek managed to equalize with a free kick collaboration. It was incredibly inspiring. Almost surreal. Boys, I am proud of you. After the high fives, that sincerely praised the players. Then, he collected his thoughts and said, in the second half, we will undoubtedly face greater challenges. Therefore, our primary task is to solidify our defense and minimize conceding goals. His words nearly caused Zhou Lin to spit out the water he had just sipped, realizing that his comments might be a tad too optimistic. De blushed and quickly added, what I mean is to launch counterattacks while reinforcing our defense, utilizing set pieces to defeat the opponent. Even if we concede, do not panic. Believe that victory ultimately belongs to us. Beware the jinx. Could you refrain from saying the latter part? Zhou Lin rolled his eyes in exasperation, yet that remained unfazed. Deliberately approaching to comfort the young midfield maestro. In another locker room, Van Gaal was in a furious tirade. A disgrace. An utterly unacceptable disgrace. Our corner kick turned into their counterattack. What are you all doing? Altentop, why couldn't you take Zhou Lin down earlier? Lam, can't you see that kid is quite cunning? Why couldn't you position yourself to stop him? And you? Van Gaal pointed at Gomez. What kind of footballer are you? You can't even compete with Baumann. I spit. Hearing this, Gomez sprang to his feet. Coach, please respect your players. The atmosphere grew tense, and the discord in the locker room quietly affected everyone. Sensing the unease, Lam quickly stood up and said, we all share the responsibility for not winning in the first half. The coach merely wants to ignite our fighting spirit. Yes. To prevent escalating the situation, Van Gaal nodded in agreement, though privately he noted Gomez down as a liability. This would lay the groundwork for Gomez's eventual dismissal at the season's end, as he would remain an irreplaceable striker for Bayern in the years to come. While Van Gaal's significance to the club was comparatively less, 15 minutes later, both teams returned to the field. This time, Bayern dared not launch an all-out assault as they had in the first half, instead opting for a solid defense while waiting for opportunities. Even so, Freiburg's defense remained precarious. In the 51st minute, Altentop surged into the penalty area and unleashed a powerful shot from the left side of the goal. Fortunately, the shot veered off course, sliding past the goal. In the 55th minute, Imler, penetrating the penalty area, received a pass from Kroos and attempted to curl the ball into the far corner, only for Baumann to block it with his leg. Schweinsteiger, from outside the box, took a shot but struck it too hard, sending the ball soaring into the stands. Huang Jinxiang quickly seized the opportunity to taunt. Compared to Zhou Lin, it's no wonder Schweinsteiger transitioned from midfielder to defensive midfielder. With such shooting skills, he could easily compete with certain players back home. Perhaps hearing the mockery, Schweinsteiger soon intercepted the ball in midfield and directly passed it to the advancing Plani. Plani charged into the penalty area, sending a precise through ball from the left to the center. Barth attempted to intercept but failed to halt the ball's progression. Behind him, Gomez received the pass. Holding off Toprak, he turned calmly and struck powerfully into the opposite corner. Baumann misjudged the direction and could only watch helplessly as the ball found the back of the net. After scoring, Gomez dashed to the sidelines, standing before Van Gaal and howling towards the sky, seemingly venting his frustrations. Van Gaal, however, wore a grim expression and turned back to his coaching seat. Is there an internal conflict at Bayern? Why did Gomez roar at the coach after scoring? Huang Jinxiang pondered curiously, then remarked with a hint of regret. At the 60th minute, it's 2-1. Bayern has once again established a lead. This match has become increasingly difficult for Freiburg. This was undoubtedly true. After conceding again, Freiburg not only struggled but seemed to lose the courage to equalize. Observing this, Bayern resumed their aggressive assault, with even the two center-backs frequently joining the attack. In the 70th minute, Plani made a resurgence, skillfully bypassing the defenses of Kalahuri and Wiesa, and delivered a backward pass to the edge of the penalty area from the left side. Shimashichi received the ball and took a long-range shot, once again penetrating the goal defended by Baumann. Why is my fate so bitter? Facing a score of 3-1, Baumann, who had never received a clean sheet award, couldn't help but sigh skyward. Noticing that the players were somewhat fatigued, Dutt quickly substituted Liesinger, Pugilo, and Williams for Kalahuri, Macchiati, and Rosenthal, preparing for a desperate effort. Unfortunately, the effect was lackluster. In the 80th minute, Kroos intercepted the ball outside the penalty area and scored yet again with a long-range shot, making it 4-1. Zhou Lin was facing a match that seemed unwinnable. Chapter 71. The fate of the Stag remains uncertain. Huang Jinxiang found himself once again at a loss for words. Even the commentary became lackluster. In the VIP box, Bierhoff rose to glance at LW. If we wish to avoid entanglement with the press, it would be prudent to depart now. One solitary cross is hardly sufficient for national team selection, despite Zhou Lin and Apos' exceptional crescent moon kick. A player reliant on a single skill is unlikely to thrive in the national squad. Thus, the team leader deemed today's assessment complete. LW, maintaining his composure, slowly replied, "Let us grant him 5 more minutes." Meanwhile, with victory seemingly assured, Van Gaal substituted Müller and Altintop with Refuted and Van Buyten in a bid to bolster defense. At that moment, the already hat-trick-achieving Jannik discreetly approached Zhou Lin. "You don't seem as formidable as the legends suggest," he remarked, carelessly making a mocking gesture. Fury surged within Zhou Lin, who was ready to unleash a barrage of punches at Jannik. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The cooldown period is over. Angry Angel activated. Ding. New mission released. Should the host lead the team to a comeback, 30 attribute points will be awarded. System, I am your master. No. You are my master. In his excitement, Zhou Lin disregarded Jannik and swiftly signaled his teammates to return to the center circle for the kickoff. After a series of passes, Zhou Lin regained possession. With a rating soaring above 95, he perceived the Bayern defense as riddled with gaps. Yet, rather than immediately tearing through with a pass, he aimed to uplift his team and amp Apos' morale through successive forays. Resolute, Zhou Lin surged towards Kroos, executing a dazzling cowtail feint that nearly sent Alaba sprawling. He then maneuvered past Schweinsteiger and Ala with finesse, driving towards the left side of the penalty area. Faced with the pressure from Lahm and Timischuk, he delivered a precise through ball to his left. Synchronizing with Zhou Lin and Apos' advance, Kinchek sprinted forth with extraordinary speed. Inside the box, he curved a left-footed shot towards the far corner of the goal. Although but attempted a save, he could only watch helplessly as the ball found the net. 4-2. The seemingly omnipotent Zhou Lin had returned. His successive dribbles reinvigorated Freiburg and amp Apos' spirits. The outcome remained uncertain. In the final 10 minutes, let us await the outcome with bated breath. Huang Jianqiang voiced the collective heart of the fans. In the VIP box, LW rarely displayed a smile. Beckham combined with Ronaldinho. This young player possesses intriguing potential. 2 minutes later, Schuster successfully intercepted the ball in midfield. The success was largely attributed to Van Gaal's tactical substitutions. Compared to Müller and Altintop, Refuted and Van Buyten were indeed more suited for the center-back roles. After regaining possession, Schuster unhesitatingly passed to Zhou Lin. He launched forward, directly confronting a defense led by de Michelis and others. With a deft touch, he flicked the ball with his heel, reminiscent of his earlier performance against Berghausen. Zhou Lin executed the single-foot rainbow technique, slicing through Bayern and Apos' entire defensive line. In the penalty area, he halted the ball just before it landed and delicately lifted it. Poor but, despite his desperate leap, could only watch as the ball soared over him into the goal. Who else? Zhou Lin roared to the heavens. He then surveyed the Bayern players like a king surveying his domain. Kroos seethed. Gomez fumed. Each Bayern player felt the weight of Zhou Lin and Apos' disdain. Had it not been for Kinchek pulling Zhou Lin out of the opponent and Apos' penalty area, chaos would surely have ensued. 4-3. The Emperor Lin reigned supreme. If only the divine could conjure miracles, Zhou Lin was indeed that omnipotent deity at this moment. Huang Jianqiang was utterly elated. Regardless of the match and Apos' outcome, he felt fulfilled simply by Zhou Lin and amp Apos' performance. As long as Zhou Lin excelled, the fate of Freiburg mattered not. In the VIP box, LW and Bierhoff simultaneously stood, moving to the glass window. Joachim, I believe you have misjudged this young man. He is akin to a blend of Beckham and Dejan Lovren. Do remember, Ronaldinho was never this audacious. Audacious indeed. LW's face bore a knowing smile. The match resumed. Provoked, the Bayern players began to closely monitor Zhou Lin. Regardless of possession, at least 2 or 3 players surrounded him at all times. Zhou Lin capitalized on the space created by his off-the-ball movements, rendering Bayern's defense fragmented. In the 87th minute, unable to contain himself, Jannik fouled Zhou Lin in the backfield. As the referee brandished a yellow card, Zhou Lin sprang to his feet and confronted Jannik, exclaiming, "Old man, do you know how to take a free kick? If not, I could teach you right now. FCK, I'll kill you." Jannik, incensed, charged at Zhou Lin once more, pushing him down again. The sharp whistle pierced the air. The referee hurried over, issuing yellow cards to both players before expelling Jannik with a red card. Witnessing this, Huang Jianqiang gleefully remarked, "Jannik has finally paid the price for his impulsiveness." While Zhou Lin, having just accumulated 3 yellow cards this season, will still be eligible for the next match. He then declared emphatically, moreover, I believe that will certainly express gratitude to Zhou Lin after the match. For it is Zhou Lin who has shown Freiburg that even giants possess vulnerabilities. There exists no team in the Bundesliga that is invincible. No sooner had he spoken than Zhou Lin struck the ball forcefully from the right side of the penalty area. The crescent moon kick re-emerged. Within the box, Kinchek suddenly felt a surge of uncontrollable energy. In full view of the spectators, the towering figure leaped into the air, executing a 520-degree spin header into the net. Even the likes of Gomez and Demichelis could only watch in awe. My word, what kind of core strength is this? In that fleeting moment, everyone was left speechless, including the 2 dignitaries in the VIP box. The once headliner Bierhoff pointed at Kinchek on the field, momentarily lost for words. Images of Kyo Lu defeating Drogba in a spectacular goal against Chelsea flashed through his mind. So similar. As Freiburg reveled in their triumph, the 4th official raised the time word. 5 minutes of stoppage time. Unwilling to accept defeat, Van Gaal shouted at his players, there are 5 minutes left. Do you not wish to leave Allianz Arena with your heads held high? Simultaneously, Dutt cupped his hands around his mouth and urged, hold firm, hold firm. Do not give them any opportunities. The distinction between strong and weak was stark. Dutt believed that a draw would be a victory. At the behest of both coaches, Bayern, now a man down, pressed forward recklessly, while Freiburg, enjoying a numerical advantage, retreated to their half. Time was fleeting. Bayern repeatedly launched angle crosses, searching for Kroos and Gomez in the box. Meanwhile, Kinchek and Balter exploited their height to disrupt the opposing crosses. In the 94th minute, the ball again entered the penalty area. Gomez leapt high amidst the crowd, directing a powerful header towards the ball. Chapter 72. The mountain man has his own clever plans. The ball surged like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards the goal. No matter how exceptional Baumann was, he could not possibly make the save in time. It was over. Outside the field, Dutt buried his face in his hands, seemingly unable to bear the sight. But the next moment, the home fans collectively sighed. Dutt quickly opened his eyes and saw Ginchik, bloodied and fierce, standing before the goal like a warrior, glaring with fury. Meanwhile, the soccer ball was joyfully bouncing just outside the penalty area. It dawned on him. Ginchik could not only score but also defend. As Dutt marveled at this revelation, Zhou Lin burst forth from the crowd, seizing the ball ahead of Timischuk. Ahead lay an unobstructed path, clad in a white jersey. Zhou Lin rushed forward as if flying on a sword. Stop him. Van Gaal's blood pressure skyrocketed as he hoarsely shouted at Butte. Realizing that his players could not catch up to Zhou Lin, Butte dashed out of the goal, striding towards him. A foul. Perhaps the only way to save Bayern. The distance closed rapidly. Zhou Lin and Butte confronted each other at the edge of the penalty area. The great Bayern had nowhere to retreat. Butte gritted his teeth and lunged, determined to defend Bayern's honor. However, Zhou Lin, well prepared, deftly sidestepped to the right, evading Butte's legs. With no other option, Butte reached out to grab Zhou Lin's ankle. Just as Zhou Lin was about to accelerate, he was sent sprawling to the ground, his shoulder crashing down hard. At the same moment, his right foot struck the ball. The soccer ball continued its path, rolling straight towards the goal. The decisive moment was at hand. Zhou Lin, suppressing the excruciating pain in his shoulder, lifted his gaze towards the goal. Meanwhile, the pursuing Lahm and Schweinsteiger sprinted with all their might towards the net. Go for it. Score. Outside, Streich and Dutt clenched their fists, both exclaiming in unison. Yet it was futile. The soccer ball approached the goal with its own rhythm. With determination, Lahm flung himself forward, sliding along the ground towards the goal line. His left leg swung out to sweep the ball. Half a meter. 20 centimeters. 10 centimeters. Just as his foot was about to connect with the ball, the wretched sphere unexpectedly bounced high into the air, curving around Lahm's left foot and into the net. Who on earth dug a pit in front of the goal? Lahm was left in despair. Butte, on the other hand, hung his head in shame. For the damned pit was a result of his earlier forceful push-off. Just when everyone assumed Freiburg had successfully turned the game around, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul prior to the goal, rendering it invalid. Subsequently, the referee brandished a red card at Butte and awarded Freiburg a free kick outside the penalty area. Why was this goal disallowed? Although the foul occurred first, it seemed advantageous to the attack. The unexpected ruling left Freiburg's players in disbelief. Captain Bastians and Schuster rushed over to demand an explanation. Yet the referee stood firm in his decision, waving them back. A blatant miscarriage of justice. Enraged, Huang Jianxun swept everything from the table to the floor. The glorious victory had been stolen. Bayern and the officiating referee conspired together to rob Zhou Lin and Freiburg of their triumph. As soon as he finished speaking, the director's voice crackled through the earpiece, acknowledging the situation with resignation. Due to excessive emotions, a fine of 10,000. Fine me if you wish. Huang Jianxiang shot a furious glare at the director, shouting again. Damn thieves, let them be expelled from the Bundesliga. Meanwhile, in the VIP box, LW shook his head helplessly, silently leading Bierhoff out. On the field, Zhou Lin, with a shoulder injury, was carried off. Bayern took the opportunity to substitute their goalkeeper for Gomez. Without waiting for the team doctor to assess Zhou Lin's injury, the referee urged the resumption of play. Reluctantly, Bastian stepped up to take the free kick, which predictably soared high over the goal. Soon, the referee blew the final whistle, concluding the match with Freiburg drawing 4-4 against Bayern. Though they could not secure a victory, Dute remained exhilarated, pointing at the injured Zhou Lin as he spoke to Streich. It's a pity his performance was so outstanding. I fear Dortmund will refuse to let him go. Streich pondered briefly before responding. I believe we still have hope of retaining him. What did you say? Dute's eyes widened in surprise. In truth, Streich paused until Dute's eyes reflected strong dissatisfaction, then continued, as long as we make it into the European competition zone, we may have a chance to keep him. Then let us aim for the European competition zone, Dute declared, raising his right fist with determination. Freiburg forces a draw against Bayern. Dute vows to enter the European stage. Bengal asserts he will teach Freiburg a lesson away. Plani believes Zhou was merely fortunate. LW exits swiftly, leaving Zhou's national team selection shrouded in mystery. The next morning, Klopp, seated in his office, perused a pile of news regarding Zhou Lin. After a moment of silence, he turned to his assistant coach, Buvac. Jelko, have we overlooked something? Not at all, Buvac replied, surprised. Freiburg's draw with Bayern presents us an opportunity to rise to the top. Klopp shook his head slightly. I meant Zhou. The assistant coach, realizing the implication, quickly reassured him. He'll return after the season ends. You're too naive. Klopp sighed, pointing to an article about Dute and Oppo's interview. Dute's unusual high-profile declaration of intent to enter the European stage was aimed at retaining Zhou, wasn't he it? The statement made Buvac realize the gravity of the situation. With the current contract, the club would struggle to keep Zhou Lin. If Zhou had not yet indicated a desire to leave Dortmund, numerous clubs would have long since approached with offers. The root of this issue lay with the head coach before him. Who was it that doubted Zhou Lin's growth potential from the start? Reflecting on this, Buvac could not help but cast a sidelong glance at Klopp. The look of lament made Klopp blush, and after a moment and Oppo's hesitation, he said, one must bear the consequences of their mistakes. If necessary, I can humble myself before him. What did you say? Buvac could scarcely believe his ears, ignoring his astonishment. Klopp continued, additionally, I wish to include Jinchik in the squad. For some reason, these two youngsters always manage to spark not love, but a harmonious chemistry. Buvac had no objections to this notion, as Zhou Lin's 23 assists included 12 transformed into goals by Jinchik. Moreover, Zhou's goals often occurred in matches where he and Jinchik played together. Yet all of this hinged on Zhou's willingness to return to Dortmund. Noticing his assistant coach and Oppo's concern, Klopp chuckled, don't worry, I have my ways to bring him back. To quote a famous saying from the East, the mountain man has his own clever plans. With that, he reclined comfortably, resting his hands behind his head and propping his long legs up on the desk. Chapter 73. Recognition from the old sir. Upon returning to Freiburg, Zhou Lin was ordered to halt training by the coach. According to the team doctor, his shoulder injury necessitated a minimum week of rest. This also meant he would be unable to participate in the upcoming crucial match against Mainz. Meanwhile, the top spot had shifted to Borussia Dortmund, who, with the same points as Freiburg, surpassed them by a mere goal difference. Back home, Zhou Lin was pleasantly surprised to receive a reward of 30 attribute points. It seemed that even the system had tacitly acknowledged Freiburg as the true victor. However, the dilemma arose as to where to allocate these points. Reflecting on the recent match, he noted that the most significant improvement after activating the Angry Angel skill was in his anticipation. This enhancement granted him superior vision and an ability to read the game, allowing him to predict the trajectory of the ball and the threatening movements of players ahead of others. Therefore, Zhou Lin decided to allocate 10 points to anticipation. After further contemplation, he resolved to invest another 10 points in strength, as his somewhat frail physique made him susceptible to injury. Although the system ensured he would not suffer significant injuries, frequent absences from matches were far from ideal. As for the remaining 10 points, he swiftly dismissed speed and acceleration. As an attacking midfielder, Zhou Lin did not require the blistering pace of a player like Gareth Bale. In essence, functionality was his priority. Next, he considered shooting-related options. Given his current goal tally, further investment seemed wasteful. Similarly, enhancing crossing and set-piece skills appeared unnecessary at this juncture. Ultimately, Zhou Lin chose to allocate 5 points each to ball control and dribbling. Unexpectedly, a delightful surprise awaited him. With his strength reaching 80, his shooting power, long-range shots, crossing, set-piece skills, and stamina each increased by 5 points. The improvement in anticipation also resulted in an enhancement of 5 points in finishing and 10 points in marking. Upon completion, Zhou Lin and AMP, Oppo's, S ratings and attributes were as follows. Overall rating, 80. Star definition, beginner. Key attributes, ball control 80, dribbling 85, long pass 80, short pass 80, finishing 80, speed 70, and stamina 80. Supporting attributes, acceleration 75, crossing 80, set pieces 80, aggression 70, strength 80, anticipation 80, heading 45, composure 45, marking 30, and tackling 40. As for the goalkeeper attributes, they were negligible. Based on the current rating calculations, under a single bond effect, Zhou Lin and AMP, Oppo's, S overall rating would rise to 86, reaching the level of an intermediate star. Under a dual bond effect, his speed and acceleration would each increase by 5 points, bringing the total score to 87. Beyond that lay the realms of 90 for a superstar, 95 for a superstar, and 99 for a king of football. Of course, these prospects were irrelevant to Zhou Lin at present. To avoid complications, the system had explicitly stated that it would not grant him any points for the remainder of the season. Nonetheless, this was sufficient to elevate Zhou Lin and AMP, Oppo's, S spirits. In high spirits, he took the initiative to invite his coach and teammates to his home for a gathering. As a result, apart from 2 coaches who found it inconvenient to attend, the other players arrived en masse under the leadership of the captain. Upon entering, Zhou Lin was taken aback as Baumann scrutinized him closely. After a moment, he scratched his head and remarked, "Boss, have you gained weight or just swollen?" "Oh no. I forgot to let the system gradually adjust things." Zhou Lin quickly realized he had acted too hastily. After all, the difference between a strength level of 70 and 80 was stark. Without needing to look closely, one could clearly see his physique had noticeably bulked up, especially in the upper body. After hesitating, Zhou Lin finally conjured an excuse. "Well, you see, I met a martial arts expert yesterday, and then he imparted some skills, you know. We don't understand a thing." His teammates chorused, shaking their heads. After a moment's hesitation, Bastian pulled Zhou Lin aside. "Linus, you haven't resorted to using hormones, have you? Performance-enhancing drugs are no trivial matter." The captain was genuinely concerned that the young man might be straying into illegal territory. "Absolutely not," Zhou Lin hurriedly clarified. Yet the captain remained unconvinced, insisting on taking him to the club. Thus, what was meant to be a delightful gathering transformed into a chaotic scene at the villa, with Jing Chieka and Baumann leading everyone in a raucous celebration. While Zhou Lin endured a day of rigorous examination at the club. Once the checks concluded, Zhou Lin received a phone call on his way home. "Zhou, this is Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, coach of Manchester United and Oppo's S youth team." Hearing that familiar name, Zhou Lin momentarily froze. It was not uncommon for esteemed figures in football to reach out to younger players, but why would a youth coach contact him? Was he being summoned back to Manchester United for a re-evaluation? After a brief silence, Solskjaer seemed to sense Zhou Lin and AMP, Oppo's, S confusion and quickly clarified. "Don and AMP, Oppo's, team misunderstand. It's Sir Alex who asked me to send his regards." Understanding dawned on Zhou Lin, and he felt a wave of relief. "I appreciate the kind words from Sir Alex and yourself. However, may I audaciously inquire why you chose to contact me?" "Admiration. The admiration from Sir Alex and Manchester United." Solskjaer eagerly elaborated. "To put it plainly, Sir Alex has not felt such admiration for a young talent since Beckham and Ronaldo. Yet, you have genuinely captured his heart, as he sees a reflection of a young Beckham in you. It's worth noting that David had a penchant for breakthroughs, but in the Premier League. You must understand. Indeed, he was wary of getting tackled, having seen highlights of Beckham and AMP, Oppo's, daring escapades in his youth. Zhou Lin was well aware that the iconic player was not just a pretty face with a knack for bending the ball. In fact, he excelled in dribbling and defense, outshining many in that regard. After all, how could he possibly play as a defensive midfielder in the Galacticos? Therefore, Sir Alex wishes for you to earnestly consider the possibility of joining Manchester United next season. The stakes are high. Solskjaer decisively revealed his intentions. Zhou Lin recalled that Manchester United and Oppo's performance appeared commendable in the next 2 years, even clinching the Premier League title this season. It was and Oppo's until the 13-14 season. After Ferguson and Oppo's official retirement, that the club fell to 7th place. So, should I venture into the Premier League? Contemplating this, Zhou Lin sought the system and Oppo's input. But it remained unresponsive, as if in slumber. Do you agree or disagree? Zhou Lin playfully engaged in word games, yet the system persisted in its silence. Ultimately, uncertain of the system and Oppo's stance, Zhou Lin could only express his gratitude to Sir Alex and Solskjaer without directly consenting to the invitation to join Manchester United. Very well. I understand that discussing this matter now might be premature. I hope you can contemplate it thoroughly before the season concludes. With no other recourse, Solskjaer reluctantly ended the call. As Zhou Lin continued his journey home, he suddenly noticed Jing Cheka engaged in light-hearted conversation with a young lady. What was happening? Was the big guy thinking of straying? Concerned for his friend and Oppo's loyalty to Emma, Zhou Lin stealthily approached. However, upon recognizing the girl, he spun around and ran away. The young woman, who was intimately conversing with Jing Cheka, was none other than Emma, who had traveled from afar. Zhou Lin had no desire to play the unwanted third wheel in such a tender moment. Chapter 74. The debate on loan players on November 6th. When Zhou Lin appeared at the Badenova Stadium, hand in hand with Lina, the atmosphere became tumultuous. Despite prior reports and photographs captured by minor journalists depicting Zhou Lin and Lina as a couple, the majority of Freiburg fans preferred to dismiss these claims as mere fabrications. They harbored a stronger desire for Zhou Lin to be with Mia, believing that only then would he have a chance to remain in Freiburg. But now, their hopes were dashed. No. Was Mia and Oppo's fighting spirit truly so feeble? Had they known, they would have eagerly sent their daughter to Zhou and Oppo's side. But what was the use of such thoughts now? Better to contemplate how to persuade Zhou to stay through Baumann. A reminder echoed among the crowd. Although Zhou and Kinsek were unlikely to become local sons-in-law, Baumann remained single, did he not? It was well known that Zhou Lin and Kinsek and Oppo's closest ally within the team was Baumann. If he could be convinced to advocate for them, perhaps they could indeed retain Zhou Lin and Kinsek. With this thought, a young female fan boldly declared, "From today onwards, I shall pursue Baumann. Afterwards, I will persuade him to implore Zhou to remain. Why should it be you? What makes you superior to me?" Another female fan immediately retorted, "My figure is better than yours. I am more attractive." Before long, the quarrel between the two female fans attracted more supporters, igniting a fierce contest for affection. Achoo. On the training field, Baumann sneezed repeatedly. Unable to suppress his murmurs, he lamented, I knew I should and Oppo's have competed with Kinsek in taking cold showers. Look. I and Oppo's caught a cold. Why should I care?" Kinsek scoffed as he passed by, dismissing Baumann and Oppo's complaint. Baumann, clearly displeased by Kinsek and Oppo's attitude, quickly countered. "If you had and Oppo's taken a cold shower first, would it have stirred my competitive spirit? The water heater was broken. I couldn't and Oppo's shower at all." What? Baumann nearly bit his tongue at Kinsek and Oppo's succinct explanation. No wonder the captain was so averse to showering. No wonder they looked at me with such strange expressions. It was as if those two were conspiring against me. Just as Baumann wallowed in regret, Kinsek, with an innocent smile, reassured him, "Don and Oppo's worry. The water heater has been fixed. You can give it another try today. I and Oppo's try a light." Baumann resolved not to trust the big oaf any longer. Who knows if he merely wanted Baumann to check for any electrical leaks in the heater. At that moment, the long-absent Alice Weber suddenly appeared among the fans. Frowning as she inquired, "Do you believe Zhou will definitely stay?" Her question caused the nearby fans to turn their heads. Weber sighed and gently shook her head, saying, "To my knowledge, Dortmund has already decided to take Zhou after the loan period ends. Additionally, Bayern and Stuttgart are also vying for him. Can Freiburg truly stand out among such fierce competition?" It seemed unlikely, for Freiburg could not compete with the financial prowess or prestige of the aforementioned clubs. Upon this realization, the fans in the stands felt a wave of despondency wash over them. Seeing this, Weber smirked slightly, adding, "Therefore, rather than cheering for a mere passerby, it would be wiser to cultivate a true king of Freiburg." Her argument seemed to carry some weight. The fans, regaining their composure, began to ponder this notion. "In my view, Both Macchiati and Pugelo possessed the potential to become the king of Freiburg. Many seasoned fans immediately grasped Weber's implication. In fact, both Macchiati and Pugelo had transferred to Freiburg from Wolfsburg and Dynamo Minsk, respectively, last season and this season, intending to take on the roles of attacking midfielders and offensive linchpins. Notably, Macchiati had already assumed the key offensive role before Zhou Lin and Apos' arrival. However, after Zhou and Apos' entry, one shifted to the flanks while the other found himself on the bench. It seemed Zhou Lin had indeed hindered their progress. As some fans displayed expressions of agreement, Weber seized the moment, stating, "Moreover, do you not find Zhou overly fond of huddling with Kinsek for warmth? If they were to depart, who would carry the banner of Freiburg and Apos' offense?" Another heavy blow struck the hearts of Freiburg supporters. It was well known that Zhou Lin had been responsible for nearly all of Freiburg and Apos' assists. The goals shared between Kinsek and Zhou Lin were so numerous that other teammates felt embarrassed by comparison. If they left, it was an unbearable thought. As the crowd fell into a state of confusion, a fan making his first appearance in the stand scoffed, "To be honest, I believe Freiburg is already quite strong. There is no need to rely on two young players who were still playing in the third division last season." As soon as he finished speaking, another new fan quickly chimed in, "Indeed, I firmly believe that Sis, Macchiati, and Pugelo can replace them. Perhaps we should petition the club." At this statement, several fans quickly voiced their disapproval. "Nonsense. Without Zhou and Kinsek, could the team currently be in second place? Why not?" The two new fans collectively shook their heads, simultaneously pointing towards the field. "If you don and Apos, believe us, let an Apos make a wager. Let an Apos see if Freiburg, without them, can defeat Mainz." Meanwhile, voices from different stands echoed Weber and Apos' sentiments, proposing to observe Sis, Macchiati, and Pugelo and Apos' performances in this match. Thus, a debate ignited over whether to continue relying on loan players or to foster the club's own talents. 15:30. The match officially commenced. In Zhou Lin's absence, Freiburg opted for a 4-5-1 formation. Leading the front line was the eager Sis. Behind him, from left to right, were Macchiati, Rosenthal, Pugelo, and Abdesadek. The sole defensive midfielder was the ever-present Schuster. The back line, aside from right-back Muiza, who was injured and replaced by Williams, retained the same lineup that faced Bayern. In goal, Baumann, suffering from a slight strain during training, was temporarily replaced by French goalkeeper Poblin. Mainz, on the other hand, deployed a 4-3-3 formation, with center-forward Holtby slightly withdrawn, resembling a 4-3-1-2 setup. The other two forwards were Zhou Lin and Alaji. The midfield trio consisted of Caligiuri, Kahn, and Polanski, while the defense was composed of Bafnik, Bontkit, Nowitzki, and Fuchs. The goalkeeper was Weteklo. From the very first minute, both teams, driven by a shared ambition, launched into a fervent offensive exchange. 10 minutes into the match, Sis received a pass from Macchiati and surged into the penalty area. Unfortunately, his shot was rushed and sailed wide of the goal. Nevertheless, the fans who had initially proposed the wager erupted into enthusiastic applause, lavishing praise upon Sis and Macchiati. Chapter 75. May I curse? 15 minutes into the match, Machiavelli advanced down the flank, only to be dispossessed by the combined efforts of Polanski and Beck. Mainz seized the opportunity to counterattack, with forward Zhou Lin heading the ball towards the goal from within the penalty area. Fortunately, Boblin reacted swiftly, averting what seemed to be a certain goal. In the stands, some fans began to reminisce about Zhou Lin, while those who had placed bets staunchly defended Machiavelli's honor, asserting that Zhou would have been equally powerless in such a situation. At the 27-minute mark, Mainz midfielder Karl Hahn delivered a piercing pass to forward Holtby. Holtby skillfully evaded the challenging Schuster and lofted the ball into the penalty area. Mainz forward Alaji dove to meet the ball with a header, but it struck Baumann's leg and deflected out of the box. Outside the penalty area, Pugelo swiftly intercepted the ball and turned to charge into the opponent's half. Machiavelli, Sis, and Abdesadek surged forward from the left, middle, and right, respectively, creating passing lanes and space for Pugelo. Alas, Pugelo was not Zhou Lin. In his dribbling, he failed to effectively assess the positioning of the defenders and ultimately passed to Sis, who was closely marked. Before Sis could turn to receive the ball, Mainz's center-back Banger swiftly disrupted the play. Observing this, fans who favored Zhou Lin voiced their frustrations. What nonsense! Who just claimed Pugelo could replace Zhou? That female reporter has always been a critic of Zhou. How can you trust her one-sided view? Amidst the outcry, Weber was hiding in the corridor, engaged in hushed conversation with a middle-aged man. I don't understand. What benefits do you gain from sowing discord among fans and tarnishing Zhou and his companions? I don't know, nor do I need to know. Do you believe this is effective? I don't know, nor do I need to know. Faced with someone who evaded all inquiries, Weber felt exasperated. She could only helplessly remark, my personal influence is, after all, limited. Before she could finish, the middle-aged man smiled slightly and said, there are others responsible for the discord and defamation. Just focus on your own duties. What else is there for me besides money? A new life in Bavaria? With that cryptic statement, the middle-aged man turned and exited the stadium. In the second half, Freiburg, lacking midfield organization, resorted to a high ball strategy, persistently launching long passes from the right to disturb the opponent's defense. Unfortunately, Abdesadek's technique proved inadequate, leading to frequent interceptions by Mainz in their defensive third. Observing his teammates darting about like headless flies, Zhou Lin couldn't help but grip Lena's small hand tightly, causing her to frown repeatedly. At 62 minutes, Dutt decisively substituted veteran Liesinger for the starting Abdesadek. 2 minutes later, the freshly introduced Liesinger exploited his physical advantage, breaking through the opposing defense and delivering a cross into the center. Inside the penalty area, Pugelo, poised to shoot, was unceremoniously brought down by Mainz's center-back Banger. Subsequently, Sis converted the precious penalty, breaking the deadlock with a score of 1-0. The stadium erupted into a cacophony of cheers reminiscent of a roaring sea. Shortly thereafter, the commentators lavishly praised Pugelo and Sis, as if they were already capable of usurping Zhou Lin's crown as Freiburg's king. See, I told you Zhou is not irreplaceable. Even against the third-ranked team, we can still achieve an easy victory. Indeed, Freiburg's strength does not rely on borrowed players. Rather, we need to cultivate our own talents swiftly. In the stands, those who had placed bets reveled in collective jubilation, causing even those who had previously scoffed at their remarks to become somewhat ambiguous. In the ensuing match, neither side was able to mount effective attacks, and the score ultimately settled at 1-0. With the outcome determined, Weber, hidden in a corner, finally breathed a sigh of relief. With this victory secured, she felt emboldened to malign Zhou Lin without restraint. As for whether Freiburg would choose to sideline Zhou Lin as a consequence, that remained to be seen. After bidding farewell to Lena, Zhou Lin encountered Struss, who had just disembarked from a flight. As soon as they settled in the living room, Struss, somewhat disgruntled, spoke up, Zhou, why did you not inform me about Solskjaer and Manchester United? You found out. Zhou Lin replied, surprised. Of course. Struss nodded, visibly irritated. Unfortunately, the first to tell me was the sporting director of Manchester United, which made me feel utterly defeated. You didn't consult your agent about such a significant matter first. Zhou Lin hastily explained. I thought he was merely making small talk. You thought? Before he could finish, Struss raised his hand to interrupt. Do you have any idea how many new stars emerge each year? And among these stars, who would receive a call from Solskjaer? No, more precisely, from the old gentleman himself? As far as I know, you are the first since Ronaldo. A monumental waste. This was Struss's assessment of Zhou Lin. If it were any other player, they would have been exuberantly sharing the news by now. In truth, Zhou Lin was aware that his reaction seemed overly subdued. However, without the system's prompting, he dared not take the initiative. Noticing his silence, Struss earnestly advised, trust me, if you can join Manchester United, you will undoubtedly shine as a star. Also, do not worry about transfer fees and related salaries. If Manchester United is willing to offer, your compensation will surely exceed what you earn in the Bundesliga. This was indeed true. The Bundesliga was notoriously frugal among the top 5 leagues. Even Bayern could not afford to offer players excessively high annual salaries. At that moment, the system, which had been silent for some time, suddenly spoke. For a young player, the greater the challenge, the greater the reward. If you wish to achieve fame overnight, you may accept Manchester United's invitation. Conversely, if you prefer to steadily progress towards becoming a superstar, I suggest you return to Dortmund and lead them to lift the prestigious Champions League trophy. In the 2011 to 2012 season, Dortmund had exited the Champions League group stage with a dismal record of 1 win, 1 draw, and 4 losses. A performance that had once caused immense heartache for countless fans. Now, the system seemed to envision Zhou Lin leading the team to reverse their fortunes. How splendid. Always one to relish a challenge, Zhou Lin became intrigued. If he could use this opportunity to retaliate against those who looked down on him, He felt it would be even more exhilarating than joining Manchester United. However, such a thrilling task surely warranted equally enticing rewards, did it not? With this thought in mind, Zhou Lin promptly inquired with the system. Yet, the system, having already revealed too much, was unwilling to make further disclosures and decisively closed the communication channel. Very well, I shall trust you one more time. Resolute in his decision, Zhou Lin looked up at his agent. Struss, I currently do not wish to join Manchester United. When the time is right, I will personally explain it to the old gentleman. Why? Struss exclaimed, astonished, as if witnessing a human printing press drift away from him. Zhou Lin smiled slightly and replied, You see, I have yet to achieve any noteworthy accomplishments. Joining now would not yield better benefits or status for either of us. Conversely, if I can lead Dortmund to lift the Champions League trophy next season, would that not be more advantageous for us? Struss, may I curse? Chapter 76. Philosophical Nonsense. 2 days later, Zhou Lin and his 4 companions sat in the empty training ground, each holding several copies of local newspapers. These papers were filled with headlines about Zhou Lin and his friends. How amusing. The former Dortmund player reigns in Freiburg, confirmed. Zhou only enjoys assisting Ginchik, and secret news. Zhou and Ginchik's girlfriends are actually both named Fischer. Upon reading the last headline, Baumann couldn't help but burst into laughter. Huh. Is there really a single person with the surname Fischer? Let me count how many there are in the country. Oh dear, far too many to count. In short, according to the journalist's theory, that big fellow must have at least tens of thousands of girlfriends. Then he stumbled upon an even more absurd article. Laughing aloud. Oh my, Yano is actually the half-brother of the captain. I wondered why the captain took such special care of the Japanese player. Odd. One would think the captain's brother would resemble him in grace and charm, yet Yano looks somewhat awkward. Did he perhaps land headfirst at birth? Hearing Baumann's teasing, Yano Takashi silently handed over the newspaper. As Baumann took the paper, he erupted in laughter once more. Haha, so Ginchik's true love is Karihuri. No wonder he has been exchanging glances with that big guy. If I recall correctly, during the last gathering at the captain's place, those two were upstairs for quite a while, right? When Ginchik heard his name mentioned, he immediately adopted a stern expression and retorted, Keep talking like that, and you'll be asking for trouble. Not at all, not at all. Oh, come on, I was merely jesting. Why take it so seriously? It's not fun at all. Not one bit. Baumann chuckled awkwardly and flipped the newspaper to another page. What the heck? Who is the scoundrel that wrote this? This time, it was Baumann who became incensed. The bold headline read, Zhou's favorite activity is slapping Baumann's rear. After catching his breath, Baumann transformed into a righteous defender. What? Are they blind? What former Dortmund player? Klopp must have been blind to overlook him. Otherwise, let alone being a former player, even Zhu would hardly reign in Freiburg. Furthermore, who claimed that the captain only passes to Ginchik. Without the captain, how would Yano have scored his 6 goals? Moreover, did Sis and Pagillo not also savor the bread personally fed by the captain? If Ginchik had not been as gluttonous. No, it was Daniel who ate more. They could only blame themselves for not being adept at flattering. No, for not seizing opportunities. In his exasperation, Baumann struggled to articulate his thoughts. Well, primarily, speaking the truth too often can easily offend others. Just then, Ginchik executed a shoulder throw on him. This delightful spectacle made Yano Takashi and Karihuri cheer, wishing that Ginchik had taken Baumann down sooner. Once the commotion subsided, Yano Takashi wore a teasing expression and remarked, Now you understand the challenges of being in the limelight. Being in the limelight? Baumann, just rising from the ground, brightened up and shyly said, You mean, I am now considered a star in the Bundesliga? Before the Japanese player could respond, Karihuri nodded seriously, Indeed. You are someone who has received a red card. Baumann's expression shifted, and he retorted, And who are you to talk? Who was it that assaulted the referee and nearly faced a suspension? If I hadn't intervened, the police would have stormed the pitch. Karihuri flushed, feeling a bit guilty as he defended himself. Don't exaggerate. I merely gave him a slight push. It wasn't as dramatic as you make it sound. A slight push? I saw you putting all your strength into it. Baumann exaggeratedly mimicked the scene. The Italian player felt his temper flaring and coldly shot back. Ha! As if you've ever seen me in such a state. Seeing the situation escalate, Zhou Lin hastily interjected. All right, now is not the time to discuss. I mean fouls. Regaining his train of thought, Zhou Lin continued. What I want to know is why someone would attempt to tarnish our reputation. Hearing this, the group finally recognized the gravity of the issue and bowed their heads in contemplation. After a moment of thought, Yano Takashi, embodying the wisdom of Eastern intellect, calmly stated, "I believe this issue must be addressed." "What do you mean?" The three companions simultaneously rolled their eyes. Zhou Lin, however, looked expectantly at Wuxia. "What do you think we should do about this issue?" Yano Takashi pondered seriously before responding, "I think the crux of the matter is to identify the key issue. We must understand the specific circumstances." Enough. This time, even Zhou Lin could hardly contain his irritation. One chatterbox in the team was already more than sufficient. Now there was another workplace wise guy. Truly, there are limits to tolerance. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was November 14th. Today marked the derby between Hoffenheim and Freiburg, and fans from both sides flocked to the Rhein-Neckar Arena ahead of schedule. With an hour still to go before the match, the stadium, which holds 30,000, was already packed. Indeed, it was packed. The Rhein-Neckar Arena boasts only 21,000 seats, with the remaining 9,000 being standing room. At this moment, the air resonated with chants of TSG, TSG. We are Hoffenheim, we fight together, and Freiburg, Freiburg, always forward. Before the great battle, the fans had already begun their own preemptive skirmishes. As supporters of Hoffenheim, they harbored no fear of a team that might become the halfway champions. After all, during the 08-09 season, Hoffenheim had truly claimed the title of halfway champions shortly after their promotion to the Bundesliga. At that time, they amassed an impressive 35 points in the first half of the season, and their star striker Ibisevic had achieved a remarkable record of 18 goals in 17 matches. Additionally, while Hoffenheim's start may not have been as strong as Freiburg's, they were still positioned 6th. If they could maintain this momentum, perhaps they could secure a place in European competitions next season. Yet Zhou Lin knew their dreams would ultimately be dashed, for during the winter break, Hoffenheim's owner, Hopf, would secretly sell the team's midfield linchpin, Gustavo, to Bayern without the knowledge of head coach Rangnick. Upon learning of this, the esteemed coach resigned in outrage the following day, leaving the mess for assistant coach Pezzioli to clean up. Consequently, Hoffenheim's performance plummeted, ultimately finishing 11th in the Bundesliga once more, missing out on European competition again. In the locker room, Duck clapped his hands vigorously. "Boys, last season, we only managed to secure a single point from our 2 matches against Hoffenheim. But that point was taken right here. Therefore, we were never afraid of Hoffenheim before, and we certainly won't be now. Today, I intend to walk away from the Rhein-Neckar Arena with 3 points. Do you have confidence? Victory is ours. Victory is ours." The starting players raised their arms high, filled with determination as they made their way onto the pitch. Chapter 77. The Old Lord sneezed at 15:20 amidst resounding cheers. The players from both teams made their entrance onto the field. According to the starting lineup, Hoffenheim fielded a 4-4-2 formation today. At the forefront were Dembaba, who would soon grace the Chinese Super League, and the towering Togolese striker Rappa, standing at 193 meters. The midfield quartet comprised Sigurdsson, Gustavo, Rudi, and Vukcevic. Among them, besides Gustavo, the Icelandic prodigy Sigurdsson proved to be an exceptional midfield orchestrator. Although he was yet to assume the role of an attacking midfielder and remained stationed as Hoffenheim and Appos' left winger, the defensive line included Ibisevic, Camp, VLK, and Beck, with Haas guarding the goal. On the Freiburg side, Dutt, eager for victory, deployed his strongest lineup in a 4-2-3-1 formation, with Zhou Lin as the offensive fulcrum. Apart from the substitute Takashi Yano, Zhou Lin and Appos' companions took their positions as forward, right winger, and goalkeeper. Additionally, Macchiati and Bastian continued to fortify the left flank, while the 2 defensive midfielders were Rosenthal and the ever-present Schuster. The central defenders were Balter and Toprak, with the right back being the recently rested Muiza. Before the match commenced, the fiercely competitive Demba Ba hurled insults at Jinsek. Unfortunately, Jinsek and Appos' retort fell short, leaving him to resort to physical confrontation. Observing this, Rappa was quick to join the fray. As the leader, Zhou Lin could not turn a blind eye to the unfolding chaos and rushed over without hesitation. The result was a clash of 4 players, their average height significantly skewed by Zhou Lin and Appos' towering presence. Ultimately, they tangled beneath the watchful gaze of the referee, who, bemused, approached the scene, prompting Zhou Lin to calmly pull Jinsek back. Ever since acquiring the Angry Angel skill, Zhou Lin and Appos' temper on the field had become a less pressing concern for his mother. Although no cards were issued, animosity was undeniably brewing. As the match began, Hoffenheim and Appos' players employed a strategy of fouling Zhou Lin and Jinsek, aiming to provoke cards without receiving any themselves. Tensions escalated on the pitch, and in this charged atmosphere, the invited guest commentator from Freiburg Television, the retired goal-scoring legend Cardoso, unexpectedly launched an open critique against Zhou Lin and Jinsek. It was no wonder Borussia Dortmund had opted against these two youngsters. Their qualities were indeed unfit for the Bundesliga. Look at Jinsek on the field. He resembles a headless chicken. I cannot fathom how he managed to score 12 goals, Cardoso remarked. Moreover, why cannot Zhou, as an attacking midfielder, break through the defense with a pass? Does he think he is Ronaldinho or Messi? Were Zhou Lin to hear such remarks, he would undoubtedly retort, "Old thief. It's not that I don't want to pass. I'm simply brought down before I even receive the ball." Indeed, had Zhou Lin not preemptively adjusted his strength to 80, he might have already been carried off the field on a stretcher. Unfortunately, playing at Hoffenheim and Appos as home ground, the referee often turned a blind eye to certain fouls, opting to let them slide when possible. Amidst the unusual commentary from the live announcers, Cardoso continued to voice his discontent, asserting that Zhou's assists and goals were largely attributable to luck. Once teams became familiar with his style and characteristics, Zhou would find himself struggling on the pitch. "See, what did I tell you? Zhou has lost possession again." As Cardoso spoke, Zhou Lin, after finally gaining control of the ball, was unceremoniously knocked down by the advancing Gustavo. The nearby referee signaled that no foul had occurred. "What is this? Playing dirty?" Zhou Lin, feeling the heat, chased after Gustavo and attempted a tackle. Surprisingly, it was Zhou, who had clearly made contact with the ball first, who was shown a yellow card. "Why? I clearly got the ball." Zhou Lin spread his arms in confusion towards the referee, who merely stated that it was a reckless action before turning away. "Fine, you win." Zhou Lin spat on the ground in frustration and gestured for Kalahuri to switch positions with him. The Italian quickly understood and moved towards the center, while Zhou Lin sprinted to the right, awaiting his moment. Cardoso remarked, "It perplexes me. Does that not understand what discipline on the field entails? How can he allow a player to direct his teammates?" Furthermore, while Zhou excelled at crosses, his usual speed was not particularly impressive. How could he possibly fulfill the role of a wing attacker? Just then, Zhou Lin received the ball on the flank. Faced with a challenge from Sigurdsson, he executed a stunning nutmeg to evade the defense. With the dual enhancements of his abilities, Zhou's speed surged to 85, allowing him to swiftly shake off Gustavo and charge towards Hoffenheim and Appos' left back, Ibisevic. The 28-year-old Austrian, having once represented the national team, knew he could not handle Zhou in a one-on-one situation and urgently signaled for his center back, Camp, to assist him. However, as Camp shifted to the left, Zhou Lin unleashed a beautifully curved pass, sending the ball soaring toward Hoffenheim and Appos' penalty area. At that moment, Jinsek seized the opportunity, darting forward as the opposing defense was left with only one center back. Sensing danger, VLK rushed to intercept Jinsek's path. Simultaneously, goalkeeper Haas leapt into action, deftly securing the ball midair. Observing this unfold, Cardoso scoffed, "What a far cry from a second-rate Beckham. If he were truly like Beckham, that pass wouldn't have found its way into the goalkeeper's hands." Unable to contain himself, a commentator interjected, "As far as I know, Beckham didn't convert every cross into a goal either." Cardoso, slightly disgruntled, retorted, "Please, let us not deify Zhou. If he truly possessed Beckham's caliber, the old lord would have summoned him to Manchester United long ago." As if on cue, far across the sea in England, the old lord sneezed and, gritting his teeth, muttered, "Which scoundrel is maligning me now?" His words rendered those around him silent, as they busily scanned the ground for ants. The match pressed on, with Zhou Lin and Appos' incessant positional exchanges finally causing disruption within the opposing defense. Hoffenheim and Appos' players sought to maintain their oppressive man-marking strategy. Yet, they were left guessing where Zhou Lin might appear next, forcing them to revert to a zonal defensive approach. At the 30-minute mark, Zhou Lin received the ball in midfield. Glancing to the left, he drew Gustavo toward him, only to send a long pass to the right. The Brazilian's skill in switching directions shone brightly at that moment. The ball traversed nearly half the pitch, landing perfectly at the feet of Kalahuri, who was still making his way back into position. Engaging in a tussle with Ibisevic along the sideline, the Italian managed to pass the ball to the center just before Sigurdsson could intercept. Zhou Lin, arriving in the middle, deftly used his back to deflect the ball into the penalty area. The ball arrived just as Jinsek, with wide eyes, prepared to unleash a shot at goal. Chapter 78. The tail of Baumann and the goal with a deft back pass, Zhou Lin orchestrated an assist for Ginchik in his signature style. Ginchik received the ball within the penalty area and unleashed a right-footed shot. Alas, the ball was struck too centrally, ricocheting off the goalkeeper and Oppos' legs and out of the box. Zhou Lin, positioned outside the area, seized the ball. A long-range shot. Amidst the commentary, Zhou Lin made his first attempt at a powerful strike. Ever since elevating all his shooting attributes to 80, he had longed to test his long-range capabilities. Previously, his distant shots were achieved solely through special skills. Now, he sought to add a lethal weapon to his arsenal through sheer talent. Under the dual bond effect, the ball shot towards Hoffenheim and Oppos' goal like a cannonball. On the goal line, Baumann remained utterly focused, unwavering as a mountain. Then, the ball sailed past the goal, just a meter away from the net. What a blunder! Zhou Lin and the sideline Cardoso sighed in unison. Zhou Lin's sigh stemmed from the realization that he had yet to fully master the art of long-range shooting. His impressive attributes were not translating into optimal performance. Meanwhile, Cardoso seized the opportunity to mock, stating that he believed Zhou Lin and Ginchik were akin to those who Kuden and Oppos. He hit the broadside of a barn from 5 meters away. What is there to cling to with such ineptitude? Is that even a coherent statement? Observing the underwhelming performance of other players on the field, the commentator wished to silence Cardoso and Oppos' microphone. Unperturbed, Cardoso continued, asserting that the club should replace these two loaned players during the winter break, lest they lose the advantage established in the first half of the season. Knowing that the team had solidified their lead in the first half, did he not realize who was responsible for that? Not only the commentator, but also the fans in Freiburg could no longer tolerate his remarks. Soon, countless furious fans began hurling their beer mugs at the television, leaving the bar owner lamenting. On the field, Hoffenheim's goalkeeper initiated a counterattack with a goal kick. The ball soared past midfield, landing squarely at Rudy's feet. Renowned for his defensive prowess, Rudy refrained from seeking glory. Swiftly passing the ball to the left side, where Sigurdsson awaited, the Icelandic player sprung into action, skillfully cutting inside to evade Caligiuri, charging towards Freiburg's core. Schuster hurriedly positioned himself to support, but Sigurdsson easily maneuvered around him. At the edge of the penalty area, Demba Ba and Mrapa pulled Bart and Toprak apart, leaving Baumann with an unsettling chill in his chest. Their eyes locked. A cold smirk emerged on Sigurdsson's face as he lifted his leg in a shooting stance. Aware of his long-range prowess, Baumann hastily threw himself forward, attempting to anticipate and thwart the shot. However, this tactic required accurate judgment and timely movement towards the direction of the shot, which Baumann failed to achieve. Sigurdsson had merely feigned a shot to deliver a pass. Observing Baumann and Oppos' hasty dive, the Icelandic player backheeled the ball before pivoting and sprinting sideways. Behind him, Gustavo charged in, poised to confront the open goal. In a flash, Rosenthal arrived, intercepting the ball just in time. The danger was averted, and Baumann leaped from the ground, exclaiming, "Young, you are the best. After the match, I shall take you to the finest bar in the city." The prospect of a clean sheet beckoned to young Baumann. His excitement was palpable. Yet, before Baumann could revel in his joy, Sigurdsson intercepted the ball on the flank and delivered a cross. Hoffenheim and Oppos' two towering defenders surged towards the penalty area like soldiers responding to a charge. They leapt high alongside Bart and Toprak, witnessing the four giants ascend. Zhou Lin felt the urge to pray in a temple. Amidst the aerial duel, Mrapa managed to nod the ball towards the goal. To his astonishment, a gloved fist met the ball head-on, clearing it from the penalty area. Who else could it be? After landing, Baumann jubilantly raised his arms. Having absorbed the essence of the great Vaughn, outside the box, Zhou Lin received the ball and, weaving through defenders with grace, broke through two lines of defense. Spotting Ginchik positioned perfectly, Zhou Lin unhesitatingly delivered a through ball. Yet, just before he released the pass, Hoffenheim and Oppos' seasoned defense advanced collectively. In an instant, Ginchik became conspicuously vulnerable, akin to a swimmer exposed after the tide recedes. Without hesitation, the assistant referee raised his flag, signaling a clear offside. Offside, yet again. Can Ginchik not position himself correctly? In the commentary booth, Cardoso seized the moment to attack, mercilessly criticizing Zhou Lin and Ginchik. Listening to his remarks, some Freiburg fans began to doubt Zhou Lin and Ginchik. As the second half commenced, Hoffenheim maintained a solid central defense while exploiting Sigurdsson's individual skills and crosses from the flanks to threaten Freiburg's backline. Freiburg countered with the speed of Makiti, Zhou Lin's breakthroughs and passes, and Caligiuri's crosses. The match became fiercely contested, much to the delight of the fans. However, Dutt identified potential vulnerabilities, vociferously urging Makiti and Bastian to bolster their left-side defense. Indeed, Hoffenheim's young talent Vukcevic seized the moment when Makiti lost possession, darting towards Bastian. He skillfully cut inside in front of Freiburg's captain and sent a precise cross into the penalty area. Anticipating the trajectory of the incoming ball, Demba Ba leapt at the back post, overpowering Bart to head the ball towards goal. The ball sped like lightning, targeting the upper corner of the net. Realizing that the clean sheet award was slipping away, Baumann's determination ignited, propelling him skyward like a spring. His right hand extended, resolutely aiming to keep the ball out. Unfortunately, it was too late. The ball grazed his fingertips as it sailed towards the goal. Damn it, damn it, damn it. A torrent of expletives erupted from Baumann and Amp, Oppos, heart, as if he wished to curse the wretched ball into oblivion. Just then, a heavenly sound echoed in his ears. Demba Ba and Amp, Oppos' close-range header was miraculously denied by the post. It was promptly cleared by the arriving Muiza, who kicked it out of bounds. The clean sheet award beckoned once more. Unable to contain his excitement, Baumann embraced the goalpost, showering it with affection, murmuring, "Oh, my dearest post. When I have the time, I shall give you a fresh coat of paint. Then you can happily seek a girlfriend." Witnessing this touching scene, the elder statesman Bart could only sigh, remarking, "It seems we must find Oliver a girlfriend. Otherwise, I fear for the goalpost and Amp, Oppos' virtue." At this, even Captain Bastian nodded in agreement. Just as they fretted over Baumann's peculiar affections, Sigurdsson hurled the ball into the penalty area from the sidelines. Before Demba Ba could gather it, Zhou Lin, like a specter, maneuvered in front of him, intercepting the ball. He then raced towards Hoffenheim's half with unbridled speed. Chapter 79. No matter where he goes, I will be by his side. Linus, go for it, Daniel. Go for it in the student dormitory. Lena and Emma sat side by side, cheering for their beloveds. They were, after all, students of the same university. However, Zhou Lin had previously been unaware of this fact, leading him to mistakenly believe that Emma had traveled from afar solely to rendezvous with Kanchek. Initially, Emma had little interest in football, but through Lena's subtle influence, her enthusiasm gradually blossomed, perhaps more for Kanchek than for the sport itself. Now, whenever Freiburg played, she would eagerly settle in front of the television. As for attending a live match, she had yet to muster the courage to attempt it. On the pitch, Zhou Lin was sprinting down the opposing flank. Behind him, Sigurdsson was desperately pursuing. Unable to catch up, the Icelander resorted to grabbing Zhou Lin's shirt. Feeling the tug, Zhou Lin surged forward, slipping out of Sigurdsson and Amp, Oppos' grasp, though he stumbled slightly in the process. Ibisberger seized the opportunity to overtake, positioning himself as a barrier against Zhou Lin. With formidable opponents ahead and relentless pursuers behind, Zhou Lin prudently passed the ball to Kanchek, who was making a central run. The towering figure shielded the ball from the approaching Gustavo. Observing Zhou Lin sprinting towards him, Kanchek quickly relayed the ball to the right flank, where Caligiuri awaited. The Italian deftly maneuvered past Ibisberger with a simple change of direction before returning the ball to Kanchek just before the defender could slide in. Without a glance, Kanchek sent a precise through ball forward. At that moment, Zhou Lin found himself perfectly positioned at the edge of the penalty area. Flanking him were Camper and Sigurdsson, one on each side, preparing to close in. Fortunately, Kanchek and Amp, Oppos' pass was impeccable, rolling seamlessly between the two defenders to rest at Zhou Lin and Amp, Oppos' feet. He skillfully maneuvered the ball to the right, slipping between Camper and Sigurdsson. Camper kept close, ready to intercept, while Sigurdsson positioned himself slightly behind Zhou Lin, preventing any sudden turns. Before him stood the goal. The goalkeeper, Haas, crouched at the edge of the small box, arms spread wide, poised for action. Zhou Lin and Amp, Oppos' gaze momentarily lingered on the lower right corner of the goal as he lifted his leg, preparing to shoot. Camper, sensing danger, hastily dove to block the shot. Yet, just as Zhou Lin and Amp, Oppos' foot was about to make contact with the ball, he executed a feint, deftly evading Camper's desperate lunge. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, Camper scrambled to regain his footing. At that instant, Sigurdsson surged forward, blocking Zhou Lin and Oppos' shooting angle. With everything set, the stage was primed for Zhou Lin. Observing this unfold from the television, Lena instinctively clenched her fists, eyes glued to the screen. Emma seemed poised to voice her thoughts but restrained herself, wary of upsetting her cousin. Just then, Zhou Lin, with a deft flick of his right foot, redirected the ball to the right. Where did the ball go? Camper, just rising from the ground, was taken aback. Though Sigurdsson realized Zhou Lin and Oppo's intention, he could not possibly shift into position in such a fleeting moment. Sensing the urgency, Haas advanced, striving to narrow Zhou Lin and Oppo's shooting angle. However, Zhou Lin and Oppo's shooting prowess had surpassed 85, rendering Haas and Oppo's defense virtually ineffective. With a swing of his leg, he made contact, and the ball soared over Haas and Oppo's head into the net. Lina, I truly adore you, Lina exclaimed in exhilaration as the ball found the back of the net. Once her celebration subsided, Emma cautiously inquired, why didn't Zhou pass the ball back to Daniel? I believe Kanchek was in a better position at that moment. Realizing Zhou Lin and Oppo's play had appeared somewhat solitary, Lina could only offer a sheepish smile. Meanwhile, at the commentary booth, Cardoso, having noted this issue, coldly remarked after the commentator had expressed his delight. While scoring is commendable, this goal reveals Zhou and Oppo's selfishness. A selfless player would have returned the ball to Kanchek. Before he could finish, the commentator retorted, didn't you just say Kanchek couldn't even kick an elephant in Oppo's backside from 5 meters? While I'm in for him now. Cardoso found himself at a loss for words, his face flushing with embarrassment. With less than 65 minutes gone, Hoffenheim trailed by 1 goal. The esteemed coach Ralf Rangnick immediately made tactical adjustments, substituting the returning star Ibi Evi and the more offensively adept Salahovi from Rapa and Vukevi. From an attacking perspective, Rangnick's strategy was commendable, as both new players were teammates on the Bosnian national team and possessed finishing abilities. However, defensively speaking, Salahovi and Oppo's defensive skills were abysmal, which was precisely why the younger Vuk Evi had been relegated to the bench. Furthermore, while Ibi Evi excelled in finishing, he was only adept at scoring with his right foot and head, making his left foot's control and shooting capabilities equally poor. Thus, that shouted to his players, target their right flank and keep a close watch on Ibi Evi's right foot and head. Following the coach's directive, Makajati quickly found his rhythm, relentlessly attacking Salahovi and Oppo's territory with speed and dribbling. In no time, the Congolese player became the standout on the field. Look, our players are certainly not inferior to Zhou. Thus, Zhou is not indispensable. Cardoso chimed in again, praising Makajati profusely, as if previous victories were inextricably linked to the Congolese player. Hearing his words, Lina and Emma exchanged worried glances. After a moment, Lina could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, has Cardoso taken something today? I never realized he was so insufferable. After her outburst, Emma raised a thoughtful brow and remarked, do you think he might be doing this intentionally? Her words struck a chord with Lina, who turned to Emma and asked, are you suggesting he doesn't want Zhou and Kanchek to stay here? Emma nodded, then shrugged nonchalantly. Well, it wouldn't be bad if they returned to Dortmund. After all, we will eventually go back there to work and live. Are you daft? Lina countered. Once they gain fame, they might be seen in the top 5 leagues. By then, even if we return to Dortmund, we may not see them. With that, Emma and Oppo's demeanor shifted to one of disappointment. However, not long after, a sweet smile returned to her face. It's all right. No matter where we go in the future, I will always be by his side. Chapter 80. Baumann seems to be lacking luck with the clean sheet award as Emma daydreamed about the future. The atmosphere on the pitch shifted dramatically. The enthusiastic Macchiati cut in from the flank into the penalty area, poised to shoot. Unfortunately, his motion was slightly delayed, allowing Kahn to intervene and disrupt the play. Wolski stepped up to control the ball and executed a precise through pass to Gustavo ahead, the future Bayern Munich midfielder. Confronted by the dual pressure from Schuster and Rosenthal, calmly distributed the ball to the left to Sigurdsson. The Icelandic player received the ball and turned, shielding it from the advancing Schuster. He then deftly shifted the ball to his right with his left foot and swiftly accelerated. Rosenthal hurriedly attempted to intercept him, but Sigurdsson, prepared for the challenge, used his right foot to nudge the ball left before passing it to the awaiting Demba Ba, who was stationed near the sideline. The Black Tornado seized the ball and, using his robust physique, knocked Rosenthal to the ground as he charged toward the left side of the penalty area. Muiza quickly closed in, blocking Demba Ba and Oppo's right side to prevent any breakthroughs or passes. Yet, Demba Ba and Oppo's speed was overwhelming. With a sudden burst, he outpaced Muiza and transmitted a cross towards the center as he neared the byline. Inside the box, Hoffenheim and Oppo's leading scorer, Ibisevic, controlled the ball with his left foot, appearing ready to shoot. In a flash, Baumann instinctively lunged toward Ibisevic's right foot, since the coach had indicated that Ibisevic's left foot was unreliable. Young Baumann decided to gamble that the striker would opt for the right. As expected, the striker, plagued by issues with his weaker foot, hesitated to shoot initially and instead pushed the ball to his right. Baumann saved the day. The 19-year-old once again proved his mettle. Witnessing young Baumann snatch the ball away from Ibisevic just before he could shoot, the commentator erupted with excitement. Karl Doss, nearby, nodded with a smile, remarking that Freiburg's own players were indeed formidable. Given time, they would surely dominate the Bundesliga, regardless of his feelings toward Zhou Lin and Kinsek. This Freiburg legend hoped that the team would continue to improve. On the field, Baumann, clutching the ball, rose and passionately shouted at the opposing players. "No one shall take my clean sheet award." After his outburst, he forcefully threw the ball to the left towards Bastian. However, Freiburg and Oppo's captain was so captivated by Baumann and Oppo's fervent shout that he failed to anticipate the pass. Consequently, the ball was intercepted by the sneaking Salahovic. The momentum shifted. Just as Ibisevic exited the penalty area, he turned and charged toward the goal, leaping high to meet the pass from his Bosnian compatriot. Alas, the words of triumph had come too soon. Baumann, unable to react in time, regretted not being quicker. As he watched the ball find the net, Zhou Lin could only grimace in disappointment. While Baumann's abilities were commendable, it seemed he was fated to be forever at odds with the Clean Sheet Award. In contrast, Poblin had recently earned the Clean Sheet Award in the previous match against Mainz. Perhaps this was Baumann and Oppo's destiny. Just then, the assistant referee raised his flag, signaling that Hoffenheim had an offside player at the far end. Casting a glance at the still stationary Dembaba, the head referee raised an arm and decisively blew the whistle. The Clean Sheet Award was back in play. Baumann clasped his hands together and murmured his gratitude. "Thank you, referee. Thank you, God. Thank you, Virgin Mary. Thank you, Guanyin." Yes, he was indeed a chatterbox, overflowing with gratitude that could easily fill volumes. Soon, the match resumed. Unable to wait for Baumann to finish his expressions of thanks, Bartel took the initiative to release the ball. The football soared across much of the pitch, inadvertently deflected by Kinsek's head to Zhou Lin, who, indeed, had not anticipated such a fortunate turn of events, as Bartel had originally intended to pass to him. However, the execution was less than flawless. Upon receiving the ball, Zhou Lin deftly maneuvered to the left, evading Gustavo's challenge, and then sent a long pass to the right front with his left foot. Kalahuri accelerated, beating the opposing left-back Abitzberger to the byline to deliver a cross. The ball flew towards the center, where the Italian lad was also unceremoniously knocked out of bounds by the advancing Abitzberger. The invincible header skill activated. Kinsek unexpectedly sprinted out of the penalty area. Kahn, wary, promptly followed suit. Approaching the edge of the penalty area, Kinsek suddenly halted, leaping to head the ball toward the far corner of the goal. The change came too swiftly. Although goalkeeper Haas did his utmost to save it, he could only watch as the ball soared into the net. 0-2. Kinsek had effectively sealed the match for Freiburg, as the referee pointed towards the center circle. Kalahuri sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Boss, I got an assist too." Filled with excitement, he dashed toward the away fans, clumsily mimicking Zhou Lin's White Crane Spreads Wings. After collective deliberation, everyone agreed that White Crane Spreads Wings was indeed the most stylish. Thus, every member of Zhou Lin's ensemble could now perform it quite well. With the outcome seemingly sealed, that substituted Pugilo and Williams for the exuberant Macchiati and the fatigued Rosenthal, signaling the players to wind down the match. Meanwhile, Hoffenheim's coach replaced Abitzberger with Tamala, hoping to salvage some dignity before the match concluded. Ralf Rangnick was rattled. Perhaps he had never anticipated conceding 2 goals at home against Freiburg. It must be said that Freiburg's young players had delivered a surprise to this venerable coach. In the commentary booth, the atmosphere was notably relaxed. After all, prior to the match, most had little faith in Freiburg maintaining their winning streak. Even those who believed in the possibility of victory had not envisioned Freiburg triumphing with a score of 2-0. As the commentator finished, Karl Doss continued, "Indeed, overall, Freiburg's signings this year have been remarkably successful. Zhou and Kinsek may have their flaws, but they can occasionally lend a hand to the team. It's undeniable. Zhou Lin and Kinsek's performances on the field are simply too prominent to be easily dismissed." Just as he spoke, Hoffenheim launched another offensive. The substitute Tamala raced down the wing with the ball. Just past the halfway line, he passed to the center to Gustavo. The future Bayern midfielder received the ball and turned, deftly maneuvering past Williams' challenge before passing it to Rudy. Rudy feigned a forward run, and as Rosenthal closed in, he sent a precise pass to the right front. On the right side, Salahovic received the ball and, with a burst of speed, engaged in a race with the newly introduced Pugilo. The Belarusian was utterly outmatched. Salahovic delivered a sharp cross at a 40-degree angle in front of Bastian. Inside the penalty area, Hoffenheim star striker Ibisevic leaned against Toprak, controlling the ball with his right foot as he turned with poise. Chapter 81. The impending battle of the Titans, the chief marksman. Damn that right foot. Baumann was suddenly filled with panic. Fortunately, he recalled Zhou Lin's adage, better to be struck down than to be intimidated. He quickly regained his composure. Logically, Ibisevic should have struck the ball towards the left side of the goal after controlling it, which was to his right front. However, Baumann knew that his opponent was one who often defied convention, excelling at scoring after deceiving the goalkeeper. Thus, young Baumann decided to take a gamble. He leaped towards the right side of the goal. At that moment, Ibisevic was about to follow his usual habit of shooting to the far post when he noticed Baumann moving in the opposite direction. This nearly left Hoffenheim's striker bewildered. Brother, I am a right-footed player. Shouldn't you first consider blocking my right side? Slightly taken aback, Ibisevic's footing became unsteady. He had no choice but to forcefully aim for the center of the goal. The ball rolled towards the middle as Baumann soared towards his right. It seemed an undeniable goal was imminent. Young Baumann couldn't help but lament internally, why is my fate so cruel? With this thought, he felt a surge of despair, causing his body to plummet rapidly. Just then, a miracle occurred. His right foot, which landed first, inadvertently obstructed the trajectory of the ball. The wretched sphere deflected off Baumann's foot and back towards Ibisevic, but this time, it was directed towards the striker's left foot. Ibisevic, who was not adept with his left foot, hurriedly shifted his weight, attempting to regain control of the ball with his right. In a flash, Baumann darted forward, seizing the opportunity to clutch the ball. The football was confiscated. Ibisevic let out a dramatic cry, theatrically falling backward. The sharp sound of the referee's whistle pierced the air as he approached the penalty area, clutching a yellow card with a stern expression. No way, is that a penalty? Zhou Lin rushed over frantically, shouting, diving. It's a dive. Hearing the outcry, the referee shot Zhou Lin a fierce glare, gesturing for him to step back. Zhou Lin, having failed to discern the situation in the penalty area, felt a bit confused but continued to protest indignantly. Meanwhile, players from both teams converged on the penalty area, with the captains on either side appealing to the referee. Silence. Step back. The uncompromising referee, maintaining his composure, dismissed the two captains and approached Baumann, brandishing the yellow card. He then pointed at Ibisevic with a mocking grin, saying, Haven't you studied physics? Such an anti-gravity dive is a feat of imagination. At that moment, everyone suddenly understood. Indeed, if Baumann had touched Ibisevic's right foot, he should have fallen face-first towards the goal, not backward onto the ground. Zhou Lin was not surprised by this. After all, there was a striker named Gao in the Chinese Super League who often employed such tactics. With the alarm lifted, Baumann couldn't help but kiss the ball, exclaiming, Oh darlings, you are truly exquisite. I vow to treat you well from now on. Upon hearing this, Bastians became even more determined to find a girlfriend for young Baumann. Otherwise, who knew what antics the young man might conjure? The remaining minutes passed without incident. Hoffenheim's players, demoralized by their chief striker's theatrics, failed to mount any significant offensive. Ultimately, Freiburg triumphed away with a score of 2-0. After 12 rounds, Dortmund led the table with 31 points, 29 goals, and a goal difference of 22. Their formidable attacking power and markedly superior defensive capabilities brought them closer to claiming the season's championship. Freiburg, with 31 points, 42 goals, and a goal difference of 21, found themselves in second place. Zhou Lin and Kingsek each scored 13 goals, jointly topping the scoring charts. The remaining goals were contributed by players such as Yano Takahashi, Sis, Pugil, and Caligiuri. In this context, Freiburg's defensive issues became glaringly apparent. Had it not been for the relentless scoring of Zhou Lin and others, Freiburg's results would not have appeared so dazzling. Behind them, Leverkusen silently surpassed Mainz, firmly securing third place, while Mainz slipped down a rank after losing at home to Hanover. Meanwhile, Bayern rediscovered their confidence in a match against local rivals Nuremberg, winning decisively with a score of 3-0. The goals came from Gomez 2 and Lahm penalty. In this match, the returning Ribery lived up to expectations by assisting Gomez twice. much to the excitement of Bayern fans, who temporarily forgot their frustrations over being held to a draw at home by Freiburg and Plani's suspension due to a red card. The Bayern train was once again set in motion, aiming directly for the coveted trophy. Of course, Dortmund had a different perspective. For them, the sole objective this season was to snatch the trophy from Bayern's grasp. 2 days later, Bud erupted in fury in his office while holding a fax. Damn avoidance clause. They are simply afraid of Zhou. In the upcoming league match, Freiburg would host Dortmund. This clash for the top position instantly captured the public's attention. However, just as Freiburg was gearing up, someone at the club raised the issue of whether loaned players should avoid playing against their parent club. Dut's response was unequivocal: let them stay wherever they please. The loan contract does not stipulate this, and I refuse to be bound by so-called conventions. In stark contrast, club president Pavin seemed particularly concerned about this issue, repeatedly urging Dut to keep Zhou and Kingsek on the bench. This led to a heated argument between Dut and Pavin, which only subsided when Dut threatened to resign as head coach. Seeing that the coach was still seething, Strike cautiously spoke up: Robin, it seems someone has been deliberately targeting Zhou lately. Dut paused, taken aback. Strike continued: first, someone leaked to the fans that the club shouldn't heavily rely on the two loaned players. Then, there have been continuous smear campaigns against Zhou and Kingsek in the media. I suspect it's Dortmund's doing. Upon hearing this, Dut's first reaction was that Zorc was behind it. If Freiburg were to abandon Zhou Lin and Kingsek, Dortmund would stand to gain the most. Perhaps they intended to seize the trophy early in the second half of the season with this formidable duo. This was utterly intolerable. Anger surged through Dut as he gritted his teeth, declaring, since they don't want us to have it easy, we shall treat them well at home. Pausing for a moment, he vigorously waved his right hand, proclaiming, tell the brothers, I shall reclaim the top position over Dortmund's dead body. Chapter 82. Survival comes first. On November 19th, Huang Jianqiang had the fortune of interviewing Borussia Dortmund, who had arrived early for the upcoming live broadcast of the match. Faced with a throng of Chinese journalists, Klopp felt somewhat overwhelmed and decided to let Buvac take a few players for the interview. We are confident in defeating Freiburg in this crucial match, Buvac stated eloquently, despite acknowledging Freiburg's strength and the presence of outstanding players like Zhou. While he expressed their determination to win, he cleverly flattered Freiburg and Zhou Lin. This praise served primarily to heighten interest in the match and maintain viewership ratings. However, Buvac's compliment towards Zhou was sincere, as the young player had indeed left a profound impression on him and Klopp, with Zhou leading by example. Players like Jidza followed suit, offering perfunctory remarks and even disingenuously complimenting the Chinese national team. However, when it was the turn of the team's leading scorer, Barrios, the tone shifted dramatically. Oh, I know China is vast, but I haven't heard of any stars emerging from there. You mentioned Yang and Xiao? They seem to have only played for relegation-threatened teams or in the second division, right? As for Song, has he even played this season? His words left Huang Jianqiang flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could hurl the microphone at the Paraguayan. Yet Barrios remained unfazed, intensifying his critique. You may think Zhou is impressive, but some players easily shine in weaker teams. Want to know why? It's simply because they have more opportunities. With no other options, teammates must play around him. So, you see, he boasts decent statistics. But what does that really signify? I wholeheartedly agree with the sentiment that it is not Zhou who has elevated Freiburg. Rather, it is Freiburg that has salvaged a cast-off from Dortmund. Furthermore, he arbitrarily attributed Freiburg's victories over Stuttgart and Schalke 04 in their draw against Bayern to the clubs being afflicted by the FIFA virus. Implicitly, he suggested that Freiburg remains weak in the face of a strong Dortmund. This left Huang Jianqiang infuriated. Hastily concluding the interview, Buvac explicitly stated the intention to secure all 3 points on the road. The Dortmund striker believes it is Freiburg that has elevated Zhou. In the decisive clash, should lone players avoid participation? Zhou and Jinchik's clandestine meeting with Klopp raises suspicions of divulging Dortmund's tactical plans. That afternoon, a small group of journalists led by Weber released sensational reports, causing unease among Freiburg fans. Additionally, Cardoso discussed Zhou Lin's unsuitability for a starting position on a television talk show. More troubling for Dortmund was the unexpected visit from club president Pon, who reiterated the request for Zhou Lin and Jinchik to abstain from the match. The rationale was that he had privately promised Zorc to allow the two loaned players to avoid facing Dortmund. Dut was furious, barely restraining his anger. There is nothing in the contract stipulating this. If you truly made a verbal promise, please provide relevant recordings or evidence. With no recordings or evidence available, Pon stammered, I merely mentioned it in prior casual conversations. Can casual conversations be taken seriously? I might as well say I'm going to become the president of Germany. The atmosphere turned awkward. Pawn swallowed hard and said, "After all, we are just a small club. And we need to maintain a good relationship with Dortmund." That immediately countered, "A good relationship is based on mutual respect. If we cannot defeat them on the pitch, how can we establish any relationship? A weak nation has no diplomacy. Isn't it the same for clubs?" To believe that if Freiburg were not currently second in the standings, Zorc would not be sitting down with Pawn for casual talks. Seeing that Dutt would not relent, Pawn appeared troubled. After a moment of hesitation, he began, "Actually, this matter isn't entirely about Dortmund. I am primarily concerned about the club's interests." Dutt laughed in exasperation. "Then I would like to hear your reasoning." After some consideration, Pawn awkwardly explained, "In truth, I need you to focus on nurturing players who can help the team grow in the coming years rather than relying solely on 2 loan players." This rationale seemed somewhat valid. Dutt calmed himself and replied, "I understand your point. However, my reliance on Zhou and Jinchik is precisely because I wish to keep them. Just think, if we qualify for the Europa League, wouldn't they consider staying? If we make it to the Champions League, I could even guarantee they would want to remain." Upon hearing this, Pawn first nodded, then shook his head. "I admit your reasoning is sound. But the club lacks sufficient funds for transfers. Money. Yet again, it's the damned money." That empathized with Pawn's predicament but felt discontent. He finally managed to say, "How about this? I will offload some players during the winter break." Seeing the coach's willingness to compromise, Pawn patted him on the shoulder. "Robin, sometimes clubs face challenges that are more difficult than just making money." "What do you mean?" That was baffled by his words. "You see, Zhou and Jinchik have somewhat negative reputations among the fans. I do not want the club to lose face because of them. That is slander. Do you understand?" Dutt exploded, having long harbored grievances about this. Pawn quickly pressed his hands down, signaling him to calm down. He then spoke, "I know it is slander. But have you considered what the instigators hope to achieve? What do they want?" Dutt was taken aback. Pawn sighed deeply. "I cannot disclose specifics. But please believe that the club made this decision out of necessity." "Out of necessity? Like certain yo-yo teams in Serie A?" That seemed to grasp something sneering. "In 3 years of coaching, this is the first time I've heard of someone controlling a club. If that is the case, then allow me to resign. As a coach, nothing is more intolerable than being a puppet. If that were the reality, leaving might indeed be the best option." Sensing Dutt's resolve, Pawn awkwardly rubbed his nose. After a long moment, he finally exhaled, "I want to see you lead us into European competitions and claim all the honors that rightfully belong to us. But for Freiburg, survival must come first. To survive, we must temporarily forsake glory." He then leaned in and whispered a few words into Dutt's ear. Upon hearing, Dutt's expression grew exceedingly complex, as if he were weighing the pros and cons of life and death. Only after Pawn repeatedly urged him for a response did Dutt reluctantly nod. Chapter 83. "You don't seem like you will strike it rich in the first half. I need you to take the initiative and aim to catch Borussia Dortmund off guard. If you haven't scored within the first 20 minutes, employ a pressing defense to sever the connection between their midfield and forwards. Pucciello, I require you to frequently deliver long passes from the right flank. Macchiati, endeavor to create opportunities for Cisse through breakthroughs and incisive passes." The following morning, Dutt announced the squad for the match after completing the pre-game tactical briefing. Upon realizing his name was absent from the list, Zhou Lin couldn't help but frown slightly. He had aspired to use this match to demonstrate his worth. To his dismay, he found himself excluded from even the squad. Like him, Kingsek also harbored dissatisfaction with the coach's arrangements, glancing at his companions, Caligiuri and Takashi Yano, who were also not in the starting lineup. The two quickly understood each other and, emboldened, raised their hands to inquire, "Coach, why are Zhou and Kingsek not on the list?" Dutt faltered momentarily, his expression turning grim. Yet, he could not divulge the underlying truth and feigned calmness as he explained, "It's merely a routine rotation. There's nothing unusual about it." Zhou Lin's lips curled into a cold smile. Externally, there were relentless slanders, and internally, some wish to keep him off the field in the face of formidable opponents. If he couldn't discern the situation now, he would truly be living in vain. Thus, a dilemma emerged. Should he choose to endure in silence, risking further marginalization until he was completely sidelined? Or should he erupt, potentially severing ties with the club entirely? Let it be a rupture then. The thought of Freiburg's perfect start, amassing 30 points in the first half of the season only to scrape together a meager 44 points and finish ninth, left Zhou Lin restless. This outcome would obstruct him from fulfilling the task assigned by the system. With this in mind, Zhou Lin slowly rose. His gaze icy as he surveyed the room, stating, "I do not grasp why some harbor animosity towards me, nor do I understand the club's reasoning for keeping me off the field. If my presence hinders someone's future, I am willing to withdraw voluntarily." His words left the players speechless. Regardless of their previous sentiments towards Zhou Lin, they now felt the team could not function without him. It seemed this matter was beyond their concern. From the bewildered expressions around him, Zhou Lin gleaned the answer he sought and turned to the head coach. "Mr. Dutt, if there is something unspeakable, I hope you will confide in me privately. Otherwise, I would rather terminate my contract early." Given that he could not fulfill his task, Zhou Lin had no desire to linger in this stagnation. It would be far better to return to Dortmund sooner and lift the salad bowl with his teammates. He owed Freiburg nothing and had no intention of sinking alongside them. Upon hearing this, Dutt and Oppo's expression darkened further. After a moment of silence, he lifted his head and said, "Zhou, you are correct. There were indeed threats directed at me. Regrettably, I acquiesced at that time." As he spoke, a flicker of regret and reluctance crossed Dutt and Oppo's eyes. After a brief hesitation, he removed the coach's nameplate from around his neck and placed it on the table, looking up at the players before him. "Now, I want to ask, do you wish to advance to the Europa League?" His question left the players exchanging glances, uncertain how to respond. After a moment, Cisse stood first. His eyes filled with determination and hope. "Sir, if it means advancing to the Europa League, I would gladly take on a substitute role." Seeing someone take the lead, Baumann, Caligiuri, and Takashi Yano immediately rose to their feet. "Whether as substitutes or starters, we all want to advance to the Europa League." "Me too," echoed a hearty voice from the corner. The usually reticent Macchiati stood resolutely. Soon, all the players were on their feet. "Coach, please lead us to the Europa League." The scene brought a hint of moisture to Dutt's eyes, and he proceeded to ask, "If you had to choose between honor and survival, which would you choose?" "Honor," they replied in unison. "And if certain individuals within the club insist on sidelining Zhou, what would you do?" "Resist, until they relent." The players' responses moved Dutt deeply. As if having made a significant decision, he placed the coach's nameplate back around his neck. "In that case, let us declare war against certain individuals. We shall strive to secure a resounding victory to retain Zhou. Freiburg, onward forever." Amidst the rallying cry, the players' eyes shone with determination and resilience. In the afternoon, Huang Jinxiang, who had arrived early at the Badenova Stadium, held several local newspapers and remained silent. Although he could not comprehend German, his colleagues had translated the main headlines for him. Zhou and Kingsek missed the crucial showdown due to avoidance clause. Daybreak. Macchiati aims to prove himself in the decisive battle. Self-sabotage. Freiburg has made a grave mistake. What is happening? Huang Jinxiang was skeptical of these reports, having yet to see the starting list. Logically, Dutt would at most place Zhou Lin on the substitutes bench, allowing for a comeback in the second half. To leave him unused seemed a pity. As he pondered this, the Japanese commentator beside him began to speak provocatively. "Avoidance clause? I believe Zhou is simply too intimidated to face Kagawa and has chosen to withdraw. Actually, I can empathize with Zhou Lin's decision. If he cannot compete, it is better to be a turtle withdrawing into its shell. This aligns with the traditions of the Chinese. However, do not be disheartened. After all, Takashi still has a chance to compete alongside Kagawa. It will also be an internal derby among Japanese players." Unable to endure any longer, Huang Jinxiang approached with a faint smile, pointing at the equipment behind the Japanese commentator and teasing in English, "Watch the power supply. Don't let anyone unplug it." The comment angered the Japanese commentator, who rolled his eyes in frustration. Huang Jinxiang pressed on. "May I ask how you knew Zhou Lin would not be on the list today?" "I have insider information." The Japanese commentator replied haughtily. Huang Jinxiang scoffed dismissively, waving the newspaper in his hand. "You didn't read it from this, did you? And if I did?" Now, the Japanese commentator appeared somewhat flustered, clearly caught in a weak position. "You actually believe the tabloid? You are quite unprofessional." Huang Jinxiang casually placed the newspaper in front of him and swaggered back to his commentary seat. With his dignity wounded, the Japanese commentator glared at his retreating figure, saying vehemently, "Professional or not, we will see the result shortly. Do you dare to place a bet with me?" "A bet on what?" Huang Jinxiang turned back. "A bet that Zhou Lin will not play. No, that he will not start." The shrewd Japanese commentator quickly rephrased, seemingly wary of misplacing his wager. Huang Jinxiang sneered. "What is the stake?" 1,000. No, 500 euros. You don't seem like someone who would strike it rich." Huang Jinxiang scoffed derisively and turned, returning to his commentary seat. Chapter 84. Chinese players everywhere at 1400 hours. There remained an hour and a half until the match commenced. The Baynova Stadium was already filled to capacity. In the stands, Lena sat side by side with Emma, who was attending her first live match. Amidst the cacophony, Emma leaned closer to her cousin, her voice tinged with concern. Will Linus and Daniel actually play? Lena shook her head dismissively. Do you really believe the tabloids? I'm confident they will play. After all, this match is of utmost importance for Freiburg. But surely those reports can and amp, oppos, be entirely baseless? Emma seemed still apprehensive. Just then, Freiburg and amp, oppos, players rushed onto the field, warming up under the guidance of Strike. To reassure her cousin, Lena pointed towards the pitch, explaining, Look, those in yellow vests are the starters. So, Linus and Daniel should be among them. Wait? Her words trailed off as she realized that neither Zhou Lin nor Kinsek was among the group. Could it be that they truly wouldn't play today? A wave of unease washed over Lena, her eyes filled with doubt. At the same time, Fuso and Amp, Oppos, commentator cast a provocative glance at Huang Jinxiang, extending his palm. Hey, Chinese. It seems fortune is smiling upon me. However, Huang Jinxiang had no time to engage, persistently urging his colleagues to demand the lineup from the organizing committee. On the sidelines, Buvak looked at Klopp with a peculiar expression. Jayrajan, this can end Oppos. You're doing with Zork, can it? Ever since Klopp mentioned that the mountain man has his own clever plans, Buvak had been trying to decipher the coach and Oppos' intentions. Little did he expect that the masterstroke involved keeping Zhou Lin from participating in the crucial match. This was rather absurd. Upon hearing the question, Klopp wore a bewildered expression. I merely convinced Zhou to persuade his son to return. I never said Linus Wood and Amp, Oppos, start. The plot thickened. Klopp and Amp, Oppos' so-called clever plan was simply to have Zhou Z and Amp, Oppos, and act as a mediator, leveraging familial ties to pressure Zhou Lin into rejoining Dortmund. As for everything else, Klopp genuinely had no knowledge. On the pitch, Barrios jovially approached Shinji Kagawa. I heard Zhou Lin has been sidelined by the club. Shuden and Amp, Oppos, you be pleased? Kagawa frowned slightly. I dislike underhanded tactics. If possible, I would prefer to defeat him on the field with honor. Oh, I didn't and Amp, Oppos, realize you were such a saint. Barrios found it somewhat dull and chuckled as he turned away. At 15:20, the teams prepared to enter the field. However, a sudden gasp erupted from the players and Amp, Oppos, tunnel. Moments later, the captains of both teams emerged, accompanied by the referee. Upon recognizing the two captains, Huang Jinxiang, who had been feeling somewhat downcast, was instantly revitalized. Today, we bring you the 13th round of the Bundesliga for the 10-11 season. With Dortmund sitting at the top and Freiburg in second place, this match has been dubbed the and Oppos, Battle of the Titans and Oppos, by local media. Now, the match was about to begin. The players, led by their captains, walked onto the field. With Kell absent, Dortmund and Amp, Oppos' captain for the day was goalkeeper Weidenfeller. For Freiburg, for reasons unknown, Bastian was not serving as captain today. Leading the team onto the field was Zhou Lin, amidst the passionate roars. Huang Jinxiang did not forget to extend his palm toward Fuso and Oppos, commentator, seemingly reminding him not to forget the wager. Like him, Lena, Emma, and all the fans hoping to see Zhou Lin play cheered in unison, as if they had already secured victory at home. Only Dut, with a somber expression, murmured, Regardless of the outcome, this may be my last match coaching Freiburg. At 15:30, the match officially commenced. Both teams employed a 4-2-3-1 formation. For Dortmund, Barrios took the forward position, supported by Grosskreutz on the left, Kagawa in the center, and Zhu on the right. The midfield featured the previous match and Oppos' best player, Sahin, alongside young Sven Bender, who replaced Kell. In defense, from left to right were Schmelzer, Hummels, Sabotic, and Piszczek. Freiburg, on the other hand, fielded their strongest lineup, led by Zhou Lin and Kinsek in attack. In the commentary booth, Huang Jinxiang continually provided insights into the unfolding situation. It was evident that Freiburg seemed to be bursting with energy today, with each player exerting themselves to the utmost in every contest. Schuster intercepted the ball in midfield. Zhou Lin received it, turning just in time to evade Bender. The ball was passed to the right. Caliguri surged forward, cutting inside. Alas, Schmelzer intercepted the ball. Big cross Grosskreutz dribbled forward, delivering a cross to the center. Kagawa intentionally let the ball pass. Zhu received it, and made a through pass. Barrios takes the shot. Amidst the commentary, Baumann shouted, "Mine," as he leapt toward the far post, deflecting the ball out of the box. Bastian charged in, swiftly passing the ball to Zhou Lin, who was retreating to defend. Just as Zhou Lin was about to turn, Kagawa and Jidzu both slid in from either side. It was no surprise that Jidzu liked to tackle, but Zhou Lin was taken aback by Kagawa and Apos' unexpected aggression and defense. To avoid injury, Zhou Lin jumped, watching as Jids kicked the ball to the left side where Big Cross Grokroyd stood. Taking a glance at Barrios, who remained in the box, Big Cross launched a cross. Observing the situation, Zhou Lin felt at ease. After all, everyone knew that a defender like Big Cross was least adept at crossing. As expected, the ball sailed out of play. Just as he was preparing to return to midfield to receive the ball, Kagawa quietly approached Zhou Lin. "Zhou, I want to lose to you." Zhou Lin chuckled in response by saying that, "You and Apos, V already lost. If it were me, I and Apos, D definitely say, and Apos, you will lose to me. And Apos, is there a difference?" Kagawa was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Lin tilted his head, spreading his hands. "You see, if you can't even grasp this simple logic, how could you possibly win against me?" With that, he left Kagawa, who was still deep in thought, and ran toward the center circle. Before long, the goal kick was taken. Macchiati received the ball on the left side of midfield, bursting down the wing. In the race, Jidzu was the first to falter. Next was Piszczek, who, already not proficient at tackling, almost felt like reporting the Congolese player for speeding. Approaching within 2 meters of the baseline, Macchiati, imitating Zhou Lin, made a cross to the center. Meanwhile, Kinsek had made his way into position, blocking Sabatic and preparing to shoot. And then, the ball inevitably sailed out of play. In the commentary booth, Huang Jinxiang, with a look of frustration, remarked, "Macchiati and Apos' sprint down the wing reminds me of Bale. But in the end, I can only say that Chinese players are indeed everywhere." Chapter 85. Who took away my clean sheet award from the first 20 minutes of the match? It was evident that Freiburg was playing with remarkable vigor today, often managing to intercept the ball from their opponents. Unfortunately, their propensity for losing possession too swiftly forced Zhou Lin and Kanchelskis into relentless laps around the field. In their offensive play, Freiburg seemed to neglect the potential of Zhou Lin and Apos' breakthroughs and incisive passes to create opportunities, relying instead on their 2 wingers to initiate attacks through crosses. Regrettably, their technique and timing in passing were less than ideal, resulting in Kanchelskis frequently falling into the opponent's offside trap. Huang Jinxiang astutely observed that while Freiburg displayed greater aggression on the field than usual, they were evidently lacking in coherence. Each player, upon regaining possession, seemed eager to transform into Zhou Lin, attempting to resolve the match single-handedly. However, against the formidable Borussia Dortmund, their efforts appeared somewhat futile. The Yellow Submarine not only effortlessly neutralized Freiburg and Apos' attacks but also exploited the speed of Grokroyd on the left flank to great effect, leaving Kali and Mizadi gasping for breath. Simultaneously, Kagawa and Jidzu relentlessly employed simple yet effective 2-on-1s and threw balls to create shooting opportunities for Barrios. Were it not for the valiant performances of Baumann and the 2 center-backs, it would be difficult to predict the outcome of the match. As the situation on the field began to spiral out of control, Depp bellowed, "Calm down. First, regain possession, and then let Zhou organize the attack." His words jolted the players back to reality, prompting them to pass the ball to Zhou Lin. Embracing his role as the midfield commander, Zhou adeptly chose to either break through or distribute the ball according to the unfolding circumstances. Under his orchestration, Freiburg's offense finally found its rhythm, utilizing incisive through balls and crosses to supply Kanchelskis with ammunition. For a moment, Dortmund's defense appeared flustered, committing elementary errors reminiscent of lower-tier players. At the 26-minute mark, Zhou Lin received the ball in the right side of the center circle. With a deft flick and a quick shimmy, he evaded the approaching Grokroyd and Kagawa. Just before Jidzu could intervene, he surged through the defensive gaps toward the opponent's penalty area. "Stop him." Seeing this, Sahin urgently called for Bender to assist in double-teaming Zhou Lin. Faced with the 2 oncoming defensive midfielders, Zhou first faked out Bender with a nimble tail flick, then deceived the pursuing Sahin with a nutmeg. He then delicately chipped the ball toward the left side of the penalty area. Unmarked, Macchiati swiftly darted forward, adjusted slightly, and unleashed a powerful shot toward the far corner of the goal. Alas, the intention was too apparent. Weidenfeller, discerning the trajectory of the ball, surged forward to secure it in his grasp. Unexpectedly, just as the ball was about to nestle in his arms, a large foot intervened in its path. The romance of the two-way journey was interrupted, and the ball expressed its outrage, indignantly crashing into the net. Who was that rascal? In his fury, Dortmund's captain abruptly looked up, only to find Hummels lamenting at the goalpost, raking his hair in despair. With no other choice, Weidenfeller rose to console his teammate, saying, "All right, don't blame yourself. We must believe we can overcome this with an own goal." "What did you say?" In that instant, Hummels felt his worldview shatter, realizing his blunder. Weidenfeller quickly corrected himself. "That's not what I meant. I meant to say, they can still score. Please, just stop talking." Another slip of the tongue nearly sent Hummels into despair, as he hastily raised his hand to silence the captain's attempts at further clarification. In the commentary booth, Huang Jinxiang leapt to his feet, exclaiming with his signature voice, "Own goal! Own goal! Own goal! Hummels has struck! Let us not grant Dortmund any opportunities to secure victory." The great Dortmund centre-back had taken on the mantle of scoring an own goal. In that moment, he was not alone in this battle. He was not solitary. As if in response to his cry, the fans in the stands collectively chanted Hummels' name. Those unaware might have thought Dortmund and Oppo's key defender had just joined Freiburg. During halftime, in the VIP box, Freiburg and Oppo's president, Paven, was attentively answering a phone call. "Yes, I am following your instructions to keep show under wraps. Half a season's time will surely render his skills stagnant, perhaps even reducing him to an ordinary player. No, I am not being duplicitous. It was Dud who altered the lineup at the last minute. I was entirely oblivious to this. Rest assured, regardless of today's outcome, I shall proceed as planned." "What do you mean? Zhou will put on a performance in the second half. Isn't that a bit?" "Well, I will not concern myself with it." Hanging up, Paven wiped the sweat from his brow and gazed up at the blue sky, murmuring, "Oh God, forgive the sinner. Were there even a glimmer of hope, I would not resort to jeopardizing my future. I hope Freiburg supporters can understand my plight." As he confided in his regrets, both teams returned to the field. Following the intermission, the mood among the Dortmund players noticeably improved, seemingly no longer affected by the own goal. Perhaps Klopp had warmed their spirits with a motivational speech. From the very first minute of the match, Kagawa was busy in the midfield alongside Jitsu, creating chaos. Clearly, they had recognized the defensive vulnerabilities of Freiburg's two midfielders and sought to exploit them through breakthroughs and incisive passes. Sensing danger, Zhou Lin swiftly retreated to assist Rosenthal and Schuster in bolstering their defense. However, Kagawa quickly adjusted his tactics, dispatching the ball repeatedly to the flanks. Grosskreutz, employing his individual prowess, sent crosses into the penalty area. Although Grosskreuz's crossing ability was not exceptional, the frequency of his attempts ensured that at least one might inadvertently find its mark. Thus, Baumann and Barrios engaged in a fierce duel, turning the penalty area into their personal battleground. Noticing Grosskreutz and Oppo's waning stamina, Klopp decisively substituted him for Kuba in the 61st minute. The Polish midfielder, known for his fierce tackling and lack of glaring weaknesses, immediately turned the tide of the match. Under his defensive prowess, Cali found it increasingly difficult to advance, and Freiburg's right side offense collapsed into disarray. Concurrently, Dortmund shifted their focus to tightly marking Zhou Lin and Makajati, severing all connections to Kanchelskis. With defensive pressure alleviated, Kagawa fully exploited his positional and passing advantages, relentlessly tearing apart Freiburg's defense. Moreover, he strategically targeted moments when Zhou Lin advanced to defend, engaging in tight combinations that left Zhou spinning in circles. Were it not for the cool-down period of the Angry Angel, Zhou Lin might have transformed into a Super Saiyan. In the 69th minute, Jitsu utilized a clever run to create space for Kagawa to receive the ball. The Japanese star effortlessly accepted the pass, skillfully maneuvering past Zhou Lin with a V-shaped touch, and calmly delivered a through ball into the penalty area. The waiting Barrios executed a stunning Bergkamp turn, evading the approaching Balti, and unleashed a powerful shot. Fortunately, Baumann, fully alert, soared into action, deflecting the ball with both fists. Just as the ball was about to escape the confines of the goal, a menacing head emerged to intervene. Bang! The head collided with the ball. The football suddenly changed direction and crashed into the goal. Who has snatched away my clean sheet award? Baumann sighed deeply, only to turn and find Muisa clutching his head in anguish. Chapter 86, 2 Fingers and an Own Goal. Muisa made a grave error. I believe it was merely a defensive instinct as he sought to assist Baumann in safeguarding the last line of defense. Regrettably, things did not unfold as intended. Muiza and Amp, Oppo's own goal extinguished a promising situation. In the commentary booth, Huang Jinqiang appeared somewhat melancholic. When facing Borussia Dortmund, he did not anticipate Freiburg having many opportunities. Now it seems, perhaps there are none at all. Like him, the fans of Freiburg fell into silence, fervently praying that their team could retain this precious point. However, they might not have heard the ancient Chinese adage, misfortunes rarely come singly. In the 71st minute, Shinji Kagawa broke through the middle and cleverly delivered a precise through ball. Barrios, who had just been denied a goal by the opponent, deceived Baumann and shot into the far corner, altering the score to 1-2. After scoring, Kagawa deliberately ran in front of Zhou Lin, exclaiming, "Zhou, I understand what you meant earlier, but now I have one assist, while you have none." His blatant boasting nearly pushed Zhou Lin over the edge. Had it not been for the angry angel tempering his wrath, Zhou Lin might have unleashed a furious retaliation upon Kagawa. Falling behind, the determined Duke quickly substituted the fatigued Macchiati with veteran Lazinger, hoping to bolster the flanks. Yet, under the vigilant defense of Zhu and Piszczek, Lazinger was rendered ineffective. Time ticked away, and Freiburg and Amp, Oppo's hand grasped the precipice, their very existence hanging in the balance. In this critical moment, Zhou Lin clenched his fist and declared, "Stay strong. Let us win this stand match." The familiar scene evoked memories for Kiksek, who exclaimed, "Last time you uttered this phrase, you led the Dortmund 2 team to a comeback. Today, I still believe you can do it. Yes, we believe in you." Hope shone upon youthful faces once more. Freiburg and Amp, Oppo's players rallied, exerting every ounce of effort to contest the ball. Soon, Zhou Lin seized possession in midfield. Faced with Kagawa and Amp, Oppo's interception, he deftly pulled the ball from his left foot to his right, then struck it forward with his right instep, ultimately pushing the ball past Kagawa with his left foot. An extraordinary display reminiscent of Ronaldo and Amp, Oppo's dribbling. Zhou Lin performed the samba skill once more. In the commentary booth, Wang Jinqiang leaped to his feet upon witnessing Zhou Lin and Amp, Oppo's resurgence. But that was not the end. As Sahin attempted to intercept, Zhou Lin cleverly pulled the ball back with his left foot. He then turned gracefully, striking the ball with his right instep, effortlessly bypassing the opposing defense. Marcelo and Amp, Oppo's feint. Zhou Lin was simply unstoppable. Outside the field, Huang Jinqiang enthusiastically called out Zhou Lin's dribbling moves. On the pitch, Zhou Lin continued advancing with the ball. Bender pursued from his left rear, seeking to intercept. Sensing Bender and Amp, Oppo's approach, Zhou Lin halted, slightly pulled the ball back with his left foot, and swiftly turned, striking the ball with his right foot. Fortune smiled upon him. The ball threaded perfectly between Bender and Amp, Oppo's legs. Seizing the moment of Bender and Amp, Oppo's momentary distraction, Zhou Lin nudged him aside with his arm and rushed to reclaim the ball. A dazzling nutmeg, a splendid fusion of skill and luck. With shouts ringing in his ears, Zhou Lin found himself at the edge of the penalty area. Sobotic and the eager to redeem Hummels closed in, determined to keep Zhou Lin outside the box. In a flash, Zhou Lin executed a one-footed rainbow flick, darting between the two defenders. He had just bypassed 5 players. I can only say Zhou Lin is paying homage to Maradona. Before him, Weidenfeller lowered his center of gravity, arms outstretched, ready to dive. The distance was too short, the angle too narrow. Just as Zhou Lin regained control of the ball, he seemed unable to find the net. Observing this, Huang Jinqiang felt a bead of sweat form in his palm yet persisted in his commentary. Facing the approaching goalkeeper, Zhou Lin strikes, a cross. Without hesitation, Zhou Lin sent the ball to the left, narrowly evading Weidenfeller and Amp, Oppo's grasp. Now, Zhou Lin was betting on Kiksek making a timely run, bolstered by the effects of his earlier intervention. Otherwise, this opportunity would go to waste. Just as he turned to glance, a flash of red arrived as anticipated. Kiksek charged in like a valiant warrior, roaring as he unleashed his right foot. 2-2. Zhou Lin and Kiksek successfully salvaged Freiburg. In the commentary booth, Huang Jinqiang could not contain his excitement, raising his arms in triumph. Meanwhile, the fans erupted in unrestrained jubilation. Outside the field, Klopp gazed at the jubilant youth celebrating with Kiksek, feeling a mix of love and frustration. He admired Zhou Lin and Oppo's apparent progress but resented that he was not playing for his team. After a brief contemplation, Klopp swiftly made adjustments, turning to his substitutes, Lewandowski, Silva. I need you on the pitch to maintain pressure on Freiburg. Let and Amp, Oppo's ensure we secure this stand match. as the referee raised the substitution board. The two substitutes replaced Barrios and Kagawa, much to the displeasure of the departing starters, who dared not express their dissatisfaction out of respect for Klopp and Oppo's authority. Just before the restart, Zhou Lin subtly gestured to Pugelo on the flank. Pugelo instantly understood, nodding vigorously. As Dortmund initiated the kickoff, three Freiburg players surged toward Lewandowski. Adhering to Zhou Lin and Oppo's strategy, Pugelo, moving to the center, boldly lunged for the ball, leaving no room for hesitation. Lewandowski, unwilling to take risks, leapt to evade. Seizing the opportunity, Pugelo executed a perfect tackle, regaining possession. With a swift sweep of his left foot, he successfully passed the ball to the right flank. On the right, Zhou Lin received the ball smoothly, racing down the sideline at full speed, quickly distancing himself from the opposing left winger, Kuba. Sensing danger, Hummels and Schmelzer rushed forward to close in. Confronted by the two defenders, Zhou Lin abruptly halted, turning to face the interior of the pitch, and pushed the ball left along the sideline. He swiftly pulled it back and nudged it forward with the inside of his foot. The ball slipped through the gap between the two defenders. Zhou Lin burst through their defensive embrace. An eye-shaped dribble, a maneuver Zhou Lin had never attempted before. In the commentary booth, Huang Jinxiang seemed to have discovered a new world, pounding the table with excitement. Zhou Lin quickly advanced with the ball, seizing the moment to deliver a curling shot. The invincible header skill activated. Kiksek raced toward the left side of the goal alongside Sabatic. Fool, Weidenfeller muttered as he noticed Kiksek had surpassed the optimal receiving point. Sabatic shared the sentiment, slowing his pace. Yet, unexpectedly, Kiksek leaped impossibly high, twisting his body midair to strike the descending ball. The ball, redirected by the force of his impact, soared in an arc toward the upper right corner of the goal. A stunning strike. Weidenfeller, caught unprepared, could only curse as he watched the wretched ball ripple the net. 3-2. Freiburg regained the lead. This is football. How can one not love the beautiful game? Amidst Huang Jinxiang's impassioned roars, Zhou Lin sprinted toward the Dortmund bench. In the presence of Klopp, he raised two fingers towards Shinji Kagawa. Chapter 87. The pitiful scapegoat. As the match neared its conclusion, I had already notched 2 assists. Meanwhile, you could only sit idly by and watch my performance. Understanding Zhou Lin's gestures, Kagawa Shinji was suddenly filled with embarrassment. But he could hardly blame anyone else. It was purely his own doing. Seeing several substitute players rise to defend Kagawa, Klopp quickly intervened, turning to Zhou Lin and saying, "Zhou, that's excessive." Excessive? Zhou Lin shrugged nonchalantly, fully aware that should he help Freiburg secure a home victory, he and Kiksek would become targets of criticism upon their return to Dortmund. Yet, winning this match was imperative. After all, it could very well be his final appearance for Freiburg. Zhou Lin aimed to bid farewell to his loyal fans with an outstanding performance, while simultaneously delivering a sharp rebuke to the club, making them acutely aware of their grievous mistake. Do not speak to me of helplessness. If mere survival is the goal, Freiburg might as well retreat to the second division, where they could save a fortune and manipulate the fates of players at will. As for today, let us relish the moment. Who cares about the deluge that may follow? Besides, do you not know that the Chinese are masters of flood control? Just as he contemplated departing, the referee approached briskly, unhesitatingly brandishing a yellow card at Zhou Lin. Very well. I acknowledge my error, but I shall do so again next time. Zhou Lin flashed a brilliant smile at the referee before bounding back onto the field. With stoppage time included, less than 10 minutes remained in the match. Freiburg seemed to glimpse a chance to reclaim the top position. In the stands, Lena and all the fans who adored Zhou Lin chanted "King of Freiburg," paying the highest tribute to their idol. At that moment, however, a wave of derogatory songs, tinged with nationalistic undertones, erupted from a section of the stands nearest to Zhou Lin. Looking up, he was dismayed to see those individuals clad in Freiburg jerseys. Devastated, Zhou Lin's emotions crumbled instantly. Although he had faced a similar scene during his time with Dortmund's second team, he had been an obscure figure then, with fans neither believing in nor supporting him. Now, Zhou Lin was undoubtedly the king of Freiburg, having earned the title of man of the match 9 times in previous games. He could not comprehend why these local fans would treat him so. After the initial shock, Lena, also hearing the taunts, stood up in anger. Pointing at the group of fans, "How can you treat a hero this way?" Soon, more fans rose, vociferously cursing at the taunting section. Yet, the provocateurs showed no signs of retreat, continuing their discordant noise. Witnessing this, Huang Jianqiang felt a sense of curiosity but was oblivious to the situation's gravity. It was not until the translator explained the circumstances that he angrily exclaimed, "Is this the Bundesliga? Is this Freiburg? Even your own can betray you. Why should Zhou Lin remain here? Zhou, calm down. Don't let them affect you. Concerned for his disciple, shouted from the sidelines. However, Zhou Lin appeared to hear nothing at all. He remained stationary, allowing opponents to break through and pass around him without moving an inch. Taking advantage of the numerical superiority on the field, Silva seized the opportunity to break into the right side of the penalty area and delivered a cross. In front of the goal, Lewandowski leaped high, easily slotting the ball in. 3-3. The provocateurs had successfully sabotaged Freiburg's chance to reclaim the top spot. But the drama did not end there. Just as Dutt was about to substitute the disheartened Zhou Lin, Dortmund capitalized on another opportunity, with Silva scoring from a distance. 3-4. Freiburg would ultimately pay the price for their betrayal. After the match, Klopp sought out Zhou Lin. Zhou, this place is not suited for you. If you wish, I can arrange for the club to terminate your contract with Freiburg early. Thank you. Zhou Lin, his mind in disarray, muttered a quick acknowledgement as he lowered his head and walked into the tunnel. As he moved, a strong arm wrapped around his shoulder. Kiksek leaned in with concern. Boss, if you dislike it here, just leave. Indeed, it was time to depart. Yet, the system's task remained unfulfilled. How could he let go so easily? Just then, Zhou Lin heard the system's voice in his mind. According to the calculations from parallel timelines, Freiburg could still garner 21 points in their upcoming matches. Adding to their previous tally of 31 points, they would secure 6th place and a spot in the Europa League. Thus, he could choose to stay and help them qualify for the Champions League, earning greater rewards and upgrade shards, or leave and claim the predetermined rewards at season's end. Then, I shall leave. Zhou Lin was in no rush to accumulate upgrade shards. After all, he was still young, with numerous opportunities to participate in international competitions ahead. However, he felt he could not forgive certain betrayals. I'm leaving, what will you do? Without the bonds of attachment. Zhou Lin's greatest concern was that Kiksek and Baumann's performance would plummet. Furthermore, he feared for the well-being of certain individuals once he departed. Kiksek appeared taken aback by his words, then raised an eyebrow and asked, Boss, do you have a considerable amount of pocket money? What do you mean? Zhou Lin was perplexed by his question. Is it enough to buy your freedom? Hey, this isn't a brothel. Why are we discussing buying freedom? Having grasped his friend's intent, Zhou Lin mentally scoffed, but nodded earnestly. Yes, absolutely enough. Then there's no problem. Kiksek sighed with relief. At that moment, 3 concerned faces appeared before them. Baumann spoke first. Boss, those who provoked you are certainly not local fans. I believe they must have been hired by someone. He continued, moreover, the coach has already submitted his resignation to the club for your sake. If you leave now, how can we possibly reach the Europa League? Following Baumann's lead, Takahashi and Caligiuri chimed in. Boss, please stay. Without you, how will we survive? Exactly. Only by uniting can we make the club relent. If necessary, we will collectively strike. Zhou Lin had no doubts about Caligiuri's resolve, for this seemingly delicate Italian was bold enough to confront referees. Before Zhou Lin could express his gratitude, Captain Bastian and other teammates gathered around, urging him to stay with fervent voices. Amidst the chaos, Dutt squeezed into the crowd. Boys, do not linger here. Whatever is to be discussed, let us do so in the locker room. With that, he pulled Zhou Lin toward the locker room. Once inside, Dutt sighed and addressed his disciple. I understand you all wish for Zhou to remain. However, the current situation is rather delicate. He then divulged what he had learned. It turned out that Zhou Lin's father, Zhou Zian, had fortuitously met a member of the Sauer family years ago and gradually became their business front. As an old aristocratic family, the Sauer family held a transcendent status in Baden-Württemberg. Similarly, another old noble family from Bavaria, the Baron family, also possessed remarkable status in Baden-Württemberg. Due to a long-standing feud, the Baron family had been forced to relocate and had since sought revenge. At this juncture, Zhou Lin fortuitously joined Freiburg on a loan basis. After several probing attempts, the Baron family confirmed that the Sauer family would not confront them directly over the son of a mere puppet. Hence, they devised a plan to undermine Zhou Lin as a means to vex their adversaries. Indeed, such triviality. In an era devoid of clashing swords and bloodshed upon the battlefield, the fallen nobility can only engage in such banal skirmishes against one another. Zhou Lin, through a twist of fate, became the unfortunate scapegoat in this dreary affair. Chapter 88. I do not wish to remain here, son. I have caused you trouble. As soon as Zhou Lin returned home, he received a call from his father. It was evident that Zhou Zian was already aware of the situation and felt deeply remorseful. I have already pleaded with the Zhou family. They have agreed to assist in controlling the situation. However, I'm afraid you cannot stay in Freiburg any longer. Zhou Lin clenched his teeth and replied, let us not discuss whether I should remain. This indignation cannot simply be swallowed. Do not act impulsively. We cannot afford to provoke the Baron family. If it were not for the Zhou family and Oppos, as protection, my business would likely be, sigh. Zhou Z and Oppos, and sighed heavily, his tone revealing a mix of helplessness and struggle. After a moment of silence, Zhou Lin reluctantly inquired, is it true that even the navigators cannot seek justice for me? Pointing at Lin Mena. Zhou Zian's tone dripped with disdain. Let us not even consider whether Lin Mena can mobilize the core strength of the navigators. Even if she could, do you think the navigators would dare to offend the Baron family? This statement was undoubtedly accurate. As a colossal entity wielding immense influence in both economic and political realms, the Baron family was indeed not something emerging aristocracies could contend with. Realizing this, Zhou Lin nodded in resignation. I understand. I will discuss this matter seriously with Struis. Hearing this, Zhou Zian breathed a sigh of relief. Do not worry. Klopp has already contacted me. As long as you agree to return early, the club will pay your penalty fee. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Lin sat alone on the sofa, lost in thought. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary citizen, easily destroyed by malevolent forces. In this life, although he was somewhat of a wealthy second generation, he nearly fell victim to the powerful elite. He could not help but wonder whether this was fate or a natural conflict with certain individuals. As these thoughts consumed him, a pair of soft little hands rested on his shoulder. Linus, if something is troubling you, you can share it with me. Looking up, he saw Lena, who had returned early. Zhou Lin sighed and leaned his head against her embrace, recounting the entire ordeal. Are you certain it was the Baron family? After listening, a flicker of ruthless determination flashed in Lena's eyes. When Zhou Lin nodded, without hesitation, she took out her phone. Hello, is this Butler Allen? This is Lena. Yes. Please let my grandfather take the call. What is happening? Zhou Lin looked up at Lena, puzzled. However, she was too preoccupied to explain. As she began to speak sweetly into the phone. Grandfather, someone is bullying your granddaughter. Won't you do something about it? No, it is not me directly being bullied. They are targeting my boyfriend. Yes, we are about to get engaged. At this moment, Zhou Lin was taken aback and quickly whispered. When did we say we were getting engaged? Do not speak. Lena pressed her hand over the microphone, baring her little teeth at Zhou Lin. She continued lamenting on the phone. Because of this matter, my fiancé has become depressed. How can I arrange for the engagement banquet? After a lengthy lament, an elderly voice finally came through the receiver. A local noble dares to oppose the Zhou family? Lena, I will arrange for someone to teach them a lesson. Okay. Thank you, grandfather. With her aim achieved, Lena cheerfully hung up the phone. At this point, Zhou Lin was utterly stunned. It took him a moment to regain his senses and say, do not tell me you are a member of the Zhou family. Lena shot him a disdainful glance. What? Is it permissible for you to have a mother from the navigators, but not for me to have a mother from the Zhou family? Well, you could have mentioned it earlier. You never asked. The atmosphere turned awkward. Zhou Lin genuinely felt embarrassed for his mother. Since Lena's surname was Fisher, Lin Mena held a dismissive attitude. However, she could not have anticipated that Lena's mother was actually a member of the Zhou family. Moreover, she was related by blood. Apologies for the miscommunication. It should be stated that Lena's mother was indeed the biological daughter of a core member of the Zhou family. In a fit of excitement, Zhou Lin stood up, intending to embrace Lena, but she swiftly stepped back, raising her chin slightly. As far as I know, those surnamed Zhou do not seem to belong to the nobility. Do you believe you are worthy of me? The slap in the face came so swiftly that Zhou Lin felt embarrassment on behalf of his mother. I suggest you leave Freiburg immediately. After all, I initially recommended you here due to my acquaintance with Dude. Since he is leaving, your presence here serves little purpose. The following morning, Struis appeared at Zhou Lin's home. Due to the incessant media sensationalism regarding Zhou Lin living with Jinchik, the towering figure had moved into the player dormitory to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Of course, the convenience of dating Emma was also a significant reason for Jinchik's relocation. Thus, Struis could speak freely without concern for eavesdroppers. However, this did not imply that they were alone. After Struis expressed his opinions, Lena raised her hand while yawning. I do not agree. Last night, in order to spend more time with Zhou Lin, she temporarily stayed in Jinchik and Oppos' room. Consequently, she was disturbed by calls from classmates throughout the night. On the line, those fans from the university fervently pleaded with her to find a way to keep Zhou Lin, even if he had to leave in the end. They hoped he could endure until the season's conclusion. Furthermore, they insisted that the provocateurs were not local fans and collectively vowed to seek justice for Zhou Lin. After some hesitation, Lina ultimately decided to listen in on Zhou Lin's conversation with his agent and express her opposition as much as possible. Upon hearing Zhou Lin's girlfriend voice her dissent, Struis frowned slightly. "Miss Lina, I hope you do not let your emotions cloud your judgment. As far as I know, conflicts between nobles always have their limits. In other words, the Baron family's influence cannot be entirely eradicated from Freiburg. Do you truly wish to see Zhou continue to suffer here?" Previously, Zhou Lin had briefly recounted the events of the previous night. Struis was aware that the Zhou family would stand up for Zhou Lin, but was unaware that Lina was also a member of the Zhou family. Therefore, he did not believe Zhou Lin could completely escape their clutches. Lina, not wanting Struis to learn this, subtly signaled Zhou Lin to make his own decision. In the ensuing silence, Zhou Lin pondered deeply. If he were to leave now, he would feel a mix of reluctance and attachment to Baumann and his two other friends. Accustomed to Baumann's incessant prattle and the antics of Kaliyuki and Yano Takakayo, Zhou Lin felt somewhat unprepared for a return to life in Dortmund. Yet, staying here seemed impossible as he felt he could not confront what had already transpired. That sensation was akin to the valiant Yuumu being schemed against by petty villains. Receiving 12 imperial edicts one after another. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Lin slowly raised his head. "Volker, I do not wish to remain here." Struis's face brightened at these words, while Lina furrowed her brow slightly. Chapter 89, The Return of Our King. Upon hearing that Zhou Lin was contemplating departure, Dude hastily took an extended leave, leaving the messy situation to assistant coach Streich. As Streich nervously attempted to organize training, he received leave requests from Jinkiek, Baumann, and others. Jinkiek dismissed the coach with a mere mention of feeling unwell, while Kali Ujiri and Yano Takaki coincidentally succumbed to colds. The most outrageous was Baumann, who elaborated in nearly 1,000 words about his torment from athlete S-foot, as if he were afflicted by a terminal illness. Faced with such challenges, Streich had no choice but to conduct training with the remaining players, who exhibited a lackadaisical attitude, clearly staging a protest against the club. Witnessing this scene, club president Pavin promptly dialed a mysterious number. "My lord, I have acted as you advised," but now before he could finish, a voice tinged with age interrupted him. "I regret to inform you that I am also in a precarious position. As for you, may you fend for yourself." The chilling words left Pavin in a state of shock. At that moment, club vice president Keller, accompanied by several staff members, barged into his office. "Mr. Pavin, we have uncovered your illicit dealings with certain companies. If you wish to exit gracefully, you must relinquish your shares and power immediately." "No, I haven't done anything. You cannot frame me." As the end approached, Pavin shouted in a frenzy. Just then, a cacophony erupted from outside the club. "We want Joe, not Pavin. Cut off the black hands, return Freiburg to us." Startled, Pavin rushed to the window, only to see countless fans outside the club's walls, brandishing banners and raising their arms in unison. Behind him, Keller scoffed. "I'm sorry. I have already leaked your collusion with the Baron family to the media, aiming to destroy Zhou Lin. Furthermore, I have instructed the police to identify those fans provoking Zhou. I hope they are not connected to you or the Baron family." Pavin was taken aback, waving his arms frantically. "You are intent on annihilating me." "Indeed." Keller stepped closer, fixing his gaze on Pavin. "Since your rise to power, Freiburg has been engulfed in crises. As the club's second-largest shareholder and a loyal fan, I shall ensure your complete downfall." After a pause, Keller displayed a disdainful smile. "Unfortunately, the Baron family can no longer protect you. As far as I know, they are facing relentless setbacks on all fronts. The Football Association will soon draft a resolution to permanently bar them from participating in any football-related activities. No, that is impossible." Pavin refused to accept this reality. Keller, casting a sympathetic glance, shook his head slightly. "For the Zhou family, nothing is impossible." "What do you mean? The Zhou family is backing Zhou? What do you think?" Keller sighed deeply. "Had I known Zhou could mobilize the Zhou family, I would never have allowed you to run rampant. Now, I can only find a way to earn his forgiveness." Otherwise, his unfinished sentence conveyed the urgency of the situation. If Zhou Lin could not be appeased, Freiburg's future would surely worsen, for the Zhou family was a formidable force in Germany, capable of crushing a small club with ease. Apologies. In the ensuing days, the media was rife with statements begging Zhou Lin for forgiveness. With the backing forces crumbling, those who had once vehemently disparaged Zhou collectively chose to safeguard their own interests. Kneeling in supplication, Even the Freiburg legend Cardoso, who had consistently belittled Zhou, was compelled to declare that he should not have held a young player to such high standards. As for the journalist Weber, he hastily fled Freiburg to escape the wrath of diehard fans. Despite this, Zhou Lin remained silent, seemingly resolute in his decision to leave Freiburg. During this period, Freiburg faced the 14th round of the Bundesliga. The demoralized team displayed a chaotic performance away from home. Regardless of Streichel's tactical adjustments, there was no improvement. Ultimately, Hanover scored 3 goals at the 15th, 73rd, and 89th minutes, triumphing 3-0 over Freiburg. Post-match, the highest rating given to Freiburg players was a pitiful 6 points. In contrast, Dortmund maintained their momentum, easily defeating Mönchengladbach 4-1 the next day with goals from Subotic, Kagawa, Grosskreutz, and Barrios continuing to lead the standings. With Dortmund 6 points ahead and Mainz trailing by just 1, Freiburg fans grew increasingly restless, brainstorming ways to persuade Zhou Lin to reconsider. Meanwhile, Dortmund's sporting director Zorc traveled to Freiburg, pressuring Keller to terminate the loan agreement prematurely. Yet, these matters seemed irrelevant to Zhou Lin. While the two sides engaged in a war of words, he secluded himself in his villa, focusing on physical training. It wasn't until news broke that an agreement had been reached that Zhou Lin finally began to pack his belongings, drawing the curtains to prepare for a restful sleep. However, the following morning, his dreams were abruptly interrupted, without prior notice. Keller and Dute used a key to unlock the door and called out to Zhou Lin in the living room. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Lin donned his robe and descended the stairs with a frown. Upon seeing him, Keller bowed deeply and implored, "Zhou, please stay for the fans." Zhou Lin ignored him, turning to the head coach with a look of surprise. "You've decided to stay?" Dute, feigning helplessness, spread his hands. "I was planning to leave, but someone insisted I remain." "Is it him?" Zhou Lin cast a sidelong glance at Keller. Dute and Keller quickly waved their hands in unison. "Of course not." They then approached the window, forcefully pulling back the curtains. Outside, a biting wind swirled with snowflakes, and amidst the flurry, countless Freiburg fans stood silently around the villa. The sheer number filled the surrounding streets, yet not a single voice rose, as if they feared disturbing Zhou Lin. What are they planning to do? Seeing the snow accumulating atop many heads, Zhou Lin felt an invisible hand clench his heart. Dute inhaled deeply. "They have stood here since last night, fearing you might leave without a word." This revelation rendered Zhou Lin momentarily dazed, compelling him to push open the door and step outside. As he emerged, the fans erupted in ecstatic cheers. In unison, they chanted, "Zhou, stay! Zhou, stay!" Among the crowd, Jinkik, Baumann, Caliuguri, and Yano Takaki emerged, collectively unfurling a massive banner overhead. Zhou Lin glanced up and saw the bold words emblazoned across it, "Our king returns."